Hello. Welcome to the 2022 Netrunner American Continental Championship. We'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on from which we stream our voices today. These would be the indigenous peoples of North and South America. We'd like to pay our respects to the elders, past and present. Welcome to the American Continental Championship. My name is Andre, and today we have a great stream for you. The first day of the Swiss rounds. We have over 60 competitors today. We're going to jump into it in just a second, but I am joined by some very lovely people. On my left, we have Neuropanzer, one half of the Slumscast. How's it going, Panzer?
Doing pretty well. Glad to be here. This is going to be... It's an exciting tournament already, and we haven't even started games.
Exactly. And of course, also Captain Nice, a very well-known Sunny player. Maybe we'll see that next week. Nice. How's it going? Thanks for joining us.
Great. Very happy to be here. Excited to see some competitive Netrunner, and very sad to not see Sunny today.
No Sunnies whatsoever?
Not that I saw.
Oh, no. Okay. Well, if you don't know what's happening today, it's the 2022 American Continentals. I think we have about 64 players coming in today. This is an open tournament. You do not have to qualify for this, but these players are coming together to play, I believe, 6 rounds of Swiss today. So each player has a runner, a corp deck. They have about an hour to duke it out, and the top will rise, and we'll get some players. I think it's top 8, maybe top 16. We'll find out soon. That are going to go on to the next day. Our rounds are starting in a couple minutes, so do we want to just quickly jump over to Cobra? We can talk about what things are looking like today.
Absolutely. I think the ID list already tells a pretty cool story.
Yes, and you have this here. I'm not sure if the Cobra link is publicly accessible. You might find it in chat if someone can share it, but we're looking at some big numbers here. Lat Ethical Freelancer on 18. Shaper showing up. Why is this happening? Did you guys watch last week, maybe?
I think a lot of people did. I think a lot of people saw exactly how that last game went.
Yeah. Seems pretty powerful. Again, we saw a Shaper deck. It is the Netrunner DB deck list of the week. Sock are taking the APAC Continental Championships with a lat deck that has this inevitable econ package. And I think there's 2 big questions: was how much lat there's going to be today, and how much Reality Plus Prison deck, the other corp deck that was paired with it. And so far, Reality Plus sitting at the most of any NBN list, but only 6. We're seeing more up today, which, let me tell you, that's quite exciting. Captain Nice, what do you think about the meta so far? What would you have brought today? I know you still have to sort out for next week. Maybe you're learning something looking at this.
Keeping my cards somewhat close to my chest, but at the moment I've been playing a lot of Ace, so I'm thinking that either I would bring that or I would just revert back to Sunny, because that's something I can play really well. But I'm not entirely certain it would have done well in this kind of field, because Sportsmetal is just an incredibly strong deck and not something that she and a lot of other runners, for that matter, can deal with pretty easily.
And speaking of Sportsmetal, I believe, was the most representative corp as of last weekend at APAC, but did not perform. I don't think we had any that converted to the top cut on day 2. We're still seeing that. We have a pretty good corp split. Nothing that's like too homogenous, but Sportsmetal, mind you, I think is not the worst matchup into these lat decks we saw last week. But Jinteki Personal Evolution on 9 decks. Are we going to see a top cut PE?
We easily could. I think it's a deck that you get a few of the right hits, and it can really make life tough for most of the top runners we see here.
Yeah.
I was saying the other week, actually, that I thought that PE might be somewhat decently positioned to deal with LOT, especially against runners who don't know how to deal with the constant pinging that is happening.
Yeah.
So the card draw definitely helps, but I don't know if that's enough to... It's like you say, like if there's enough decent hits going on, then LOT might be in some trouble there.
Yeah,
but it's a different way of answering boat, right? Reality Plus's answer is, I'll just bounce that 7 times a game, but with PE, you don't care if they have a boat. Your ice doesn't matter, your snares do.
Yeah,
exactly.
It's interesting, and card draw is a big part of it. Obviously, we see a lot of lat. We're going to see how many times the runners can balance their card budget to get that free card draw end of turn. But I think a big card we're going to see today, and it was a big card last week too, is Stone Ship Chart Room. Very unassuming. 0 credits to install this thing. You can charge a card with it if you want to, but largely clicklessly you can draw 2 cards. And that sort of card I think is so impactful against a personal evolution matchup that wants to hurt you. Maybe set up some burst flatlines with things like Ronins, follow that up with a Blood in the Water. So that matchup seems interesting, especially if Stargate's on the table, right? Like, you don't have to hit the snares if you're not ever running R&D and accessing cards. This is really exciting. We also didn't see as much Anarch last week, if I'm not mistaken. Seeing Hoshiko as second most represented is a big change. I do think we saw some interesting Anarch lists, some of them still on Apocalypse, a tried and true Anarch classic. We're also seeing 5 Freedom, and Freedom I think is a pretty good matchup into sports, using those imp counters to trash those agendas that you don't want to steal to power up the 2 card draw, 2 credits. We have some very interesting things. Adam also, classically, pretty competitive. We saw the NWE deck coming up and winning an event in a recent couple weeks.
And I also expected a couple more Sables maybe, but Criminal didn't do that well at APAC, if I remember correctly.
No, that sounds about right. And Sable, I think, was the most represented. And so we're seeing, Anarch kind of taking that Criminal spot. We'll see how that lines up, right? Like Zaya as being the most represented criminal, I'm a bit surprised about that. Whether you can start playing Tag Me again has kind of been a question in the modern meta with the new, I guess, a ban, not rotation, of high profile target. So we'll see if that works. It's just kind of hard when you see this much NBN, especially NBN that's so happy to market forces you over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of Reality Plus Prison. Maybe some of these are. I doubt they all can be, but I do think we're going to see Drago across a couple lists, not just in that sort of Archive Memories 3X sort of situation.
Yeah, I only watched one game from the APAC Continentals, but it was the one where someone got market forced 5 or 6 times.
It was
or even
7
more on stream.
7 times on
times.
stream. Yeah, the deck list points it out.
That was the darkest game of that top cut, I think.
Yeah, good fun to watch for everyone else, I reckon.
It was wild.
Do we want to start thinking about which game we load into?
Yeah, sure. So here at the top, the pairings, you can be against the world champion. And mind you, we do believe we have at least one world champion today. We have a high caliber of players here. So if we look at the pairings, this is just entirely random. After this point, if you don't know how these tournaments work, you will be paired against somebody who has the same score as you. So if you win your first round, you win both games, Runner and Corp, you'll be paired round 2 against someone who's also done that, which means you'll generally get even matches. This is a big deal, even for people who are not trying to win the Continentals, is that if you get swept your first 2 rounds, round 3 is actually going to be easier for you, and you're going to hopefully get to maybe a 50% win rate. That's how the system works. This doesn't show us right now the IDs, right? I just see names.
That's correct. We'd be picking based off of the people.
Right. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm just going to keep one eye over on the Jinteki.net mirror that we're playing on today, just because the tables are lining up. Captain Ice, do you want to pick maybe something we can watch?
Oof, lots of responsibility.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, based on... I always really like watching The King.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
King Sir Loathing, that's table 11 if I'm not mistaken. I think that one spun up, so we're going to slowly get over there. Just give us 1 second. Also, for those who are watching in the chat, welcome to Project Nisei's Twitch channel. If you want to give this channel a follow, we are going to be live again tomorrow about the same time for the top cut. I'm still not sure whether it's 8 or 16 players tomorrow. We'll find out quite soon, but you'll get a notification when you go live. Maybe you want to subscribe to Project Nisei as well. Have that Amazon Prime lying around. That does help them a fair bit. So that's a nice way to go, I suppose. Give some hype in chat for everyone who's playing. Cheer on your friends, and we're going to have a good day today, that's for sure. Another thing real quick, too, if you're watching, we have a bunch of people joining on here. If the audio levels, if you hear someone a bit too quiet, let us know. We can fix it. We'll get to that. All right, and we'll just give us a second to spin up right here. So the rounds are, I believe, an hour 5, if not an hour 10. So that's 2 games that have to be done there. Huge hypes in chat. Thank you, everyone. I believe we should be good to go just in a second. So give us this while the tables spin up. Again, the first round, everyone has to sit down, have to shuffle their decks together, count their cards. Just takes a moment.
When we started doing online games with this whole pandemic stuff going around, I always assumed that, all the admin between rounds was going to be way less complicated because everything is happening behind a computer. But unfortunately, that's not the case. Like, there's still a lot of stuff that needs to be done between rounds in terms of upkeep and finding tables and so on, even if you don't have to physically walk to a table.
Yeah, for sure. And there's a huge shout out again to all the organization that goes on behind the scenes. There's a lot that goes on to this, getting everyone together, getting the prize support organized, making sure all this works. So huge shout out to Nisei. I think we're gonna have a great event. If you watched APAC, mind you, last week, things went absolutely swimmingly. Shout out to that streaming team last week as well. We were just waiting for the lobbies to open. I don't know. I'm really excited for this week. We did see a meta last week. We saw the finals was actually the two same decks against the two same decks, and one of those decks is pretty mean, and the other one's actually like pretty mean in a different way. And in terms of as time goes on, the corp win rate goes down, so you really have to figure out how to win quickly. And classically, the APAC meta in all the Continentals for the last couple of years, the APAC meta has always been like its own sort of thing. Like it's been a bit more wild and different. And then people have a week or 2 weeks to kind of, react to that or react to what they believe the expected reaction is. So these are the weeks where you start to see the interesting brews that potentially if you find something that's specifically very good against lat, you can kind of take that angle and say, I think I'm going to see a lot of lat today. Why not take a strange, unexpected brew? I just don't know what can beat that lat deck. I think we're going to see some fast games, which maybe for us, that means we're going to see a lot of things within a round, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that's playing into the amount of Asa Group that we see. Is there some go horizontal strategy that you expect lat not to be able to counter there? Or
it's hard, right?
We'll see.
Because I think inherently that lat deck with, the clickless card draw, ideally, the fact that you get boat down, you don't need to like futz with your other breakers. You're dealing with Gatekeeper easily. I don't honestly know if that Asa deck matchup is that good. The really fun thing is that deck has 3 Dirty Laundries, if we're talking about the exact one from last week, and has 3 Into the Depths, which is like an econ credit card while running, which is exactly what you want for that sort of matchup, let alone you can maybe find your one Parisha with your Into the Depths. It's really cool. But I don't know. I'm interested to see how that pairs against the assets. It looks like we're going to be starting in about a minute. There is just some pairing things going on. The first round was sometimes the hardest one to land, but huge shout outs to everyone going on behind the scenes, the OP team, Yusengren running around too, making sure everyone's nice and seated. Currently right now in the JNet lobby, you just see a shaper, but I think that's just where I have my scroll. Captain Nice, you want to talk about Sunny? Do you think it lines up for this meta? I don't know if you're like spoiling too much before next week when you're considering to play.
Well, as I said, I'm not even certain whether I'm going to play her, but I went on record as saying that I think that she's actually better after rotation than before because of mostly the ban list and so on, but I'm not entirely certain whether that's true now.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Alice.
We are in game.
Yeah.
That is really cool.
And we have an interesting game too. Welcome. This is round 1 of the 2022 Netrunner American Continentals. Thanks so much for joining us. Maybe you're enjoying the VOD. But on the bottom here, we have Reality Plus, the NBN identity from System Gateway. 40 minimum deck size is really important. We need to count the agendas. They're on probably 18 to 19, which could just be 6 3-point agendas. First time a turn, the runner takes a tag. That's either 2 credits or 2 card draw, which is exactly the engine you need to refund that Drago spam. And on the other side of the table, we have a very fun identity, Alice Merchant, at the 50 deck side, 10 cards more. But the first time she runs archives, you get this like pseudo sabotage trigger. The corp trashes out 1 card from HQ. And you will access that, mind you, because it's when the run is declared successful. So we'll see. Do you think...
Notably, this is...
Sorry, yeah?
Notably, this is the Alice in the field. This is the one of.
And we did see an Alice last week make to the top cut, make to the second day, and that was specifically an Apocalypse Alice, if I'm not mistaken. And there you go. The king is going to go ice up archives there with the first ice. That's generally more important than icing centrals because you're allowing that pseudo free imp access. Admittedly, you do get to choose the card. Looks like we might be.
Looks like it was a misclick though.
Yeah, it's important to understand here.
Funny.
Sorry, Nice.
Oh, I was just gonna say, that it's kind of funny how against Alice, it's one of the only runners where your first click is very often just ice archives and then go from there.
Yeah, it's the Alice or Omar special. Talk about 2 ice. We are set up here. We need to figure out what sort of NBN Reality Plus deck this is. There is a chance that this is the Drago list. If that's the case, it's hard to depend on resources. You want to make sure you can deal with some of the early ice and you can maybe pinhole threading down or deal with those Dragos, but they will be coming back. I don't think that deck was very ice heavy. So 2 ice in the opening might be a different list. We'll see. Interesting.
Honestly, just knowing the way that the king often builds decks, I would not be shocked if this is a kill list.
Yes. I think that's a good shout out. The king generally builds these multiple win condition decks that are generally running some sort of some spikes in there, whether it's punitive counterstrikes, snare, Mwanza city grid. This is very typical for the way that the king has been playing. Sir Loathing, though, has a pretty good economic opening, getting that sure gamble down. We're going to get down a cookbook, which charges up all those viruses a bit faster. And a fermenter on the table next turn will be 2 clicks for 5 credits if you want to crack this right away, which Loathing doesn't really need to do.
This is a good econ start for Sir Loading.
For sure. And of course,
honestly, given the sure gamble, could also just continue letting it tick, because I have to imagine that this early in the game, the king doesn't want to spend a turn purging just to get rid of a fermenter.
Yeah, no, not really a good value to this. And this is an interesting season, mind you, too, when it comes to viruses. The last ban list change, basically, I removed Cyberdex Sandbox. On top of that, we had a rotation, so we're losing Cyberdex Virus Suite. So if you want to get that upgrade to purge clicklessly, that's going to be Mavirus, a new Jinteki upgrade for 1 influence. Loathing, they're just setting up 3 draws in Earthrise Hotel. We're not running, and it's kind of hard to run. A lot of times you want to force a res so that Alice can get that pressure so they can force the corp to spend money. But it's hard when you run archives and it's a ping that they res for free, or an IP block. I guess you can still pay through that, but it can be difficult. There's a lot of really taxing eyes. I think best case scenario, you force them to spend 5 credits to res a Funhouse.
If this is Sokka's list, Sokka was on 3 Mouseless, and running into Mouseless with no breaker is absolutely devastating. So I would be a little bit careful into just blindly running into ice.
We have a remote, though. We have server 1 with an ice on it. Still not icing up R&D, trusting the centrals here, especially while Sir Loathing is only on 3 credits.
My guess would be this might be the hashtag ban Drago list. Drago on server 1 can be a really big deal here. If Loathing can't deal with it, that's going to be advance, take down the Earthrise Hotel. And also, maybe this is a show. This deck only has 6 agendas, so leaving R&D open is not too big of a deal, specifically when the Bologna and Degree Mill, if that's the agendas in this list, are pretty hard to interact with, especially in the early game. Loathing cracking the Fermenter. Botulus on server 1. We have 2 subroutines we can get through. Cookbook, cooking up a stronger virus.
That does make a potential Mausolus res a lot less punishing, because you do get to actually break some of those subroutines without having to pay through.
So we'll see. Again, if you do get the Drago down at server 1, an issue with this potential list, it is a Funhouse. An ice that's still going to be taxing regardless of the Botulus, because we have an on-encounter ability. The runner either takes a tag or ends the run, and that will be the first tag of turn, mind you. So 2 credits or 2 cards, helping with that expensive 5 credit res. We'll see what Loathing does here. I do think you might want to go through, still keeping that click to clear the tag, which is perfect. And they can Botulus the 1 subroutine.
Yeah, Botulus not as high value as it would be on some ice, but it is still very nice here, because every turn you get to run this, and all you have to deal with is the on-encounter.
Yeah, we'll see. And this is, a lot of people call this sort of archetype of prison deck. Again, maybe we're putting the card in front of the horse. Oh, looks like Loathing just going to take the end of the run there. Maybe a Drago can stick, but doesn't want to go through to give the value, forcing just 5 credits out of their pocket and taking a credit there. We'll see if server 1, in fact, is a Drago. MK Ultra hitting the bin. I don't know how many sentries are in this list. Are there sentries in this list? Turnpikes probably, right?
Turnpike seems like a pretty safe bet, yeah.
It fits really well with the game plan, yeah.
The king now is going to have to spend a fair bit of money, mind you, or specifically time. If that is the Drago, you do get your money back on the first tag. We'll see which way they go.
Yeah, I heard people that they want to play this list out of Azmari because it's better, but that's just not true. Like, being able to get refunded from the Drago is just so huge.
Yeah, it's really quite powerful. I know there's other versions in Azmari where you actually can like pivot into seamless launch and boom and stuff like that. But if this is just return to sender, there it is, Drago.
Ouch.
Our champ card.
There's a tag.
Instant speed. 2 hosted advancement counters convert themselves into a tag. Going to get 2 credits back, I reckon, for the king. And now here we have 3 pieces of punishment. We can either trash resources manually or with All Seeing Eye. We can return to sender with, I don't even know the name, self-growth program, I think, says return 2 cards to hand. Yeah. Or if you hit the market forces, that's just going to be a 3 credit swing, 6 credit swing in together.
Honestly, wouldn't be shocked if it's take down the cookbook here. That seems like good enough value to me.
I feel like maybe Anarch struggling with the draw. Oh, there you go. You don't have to make a decision.
Self-growth.
Oh, that's perfect, yeah.
That's really good.
Someone in chat is asking why the runner isn't running R&D. I imagine that this list might be on hard-hitting news, although Sir Loading does have a decent amount of money, but doesn't want to waste any time on single accesses against a deck that probably only has 6 agendas.
And that's such a big deal because there's 6 3-point agendas. So barring anything like Mad Dash, you have to steal half of the agendas in the deck. And these agendas now are impossible to steal. Well, Bologna is possible. You need 5 credits for that. But the other one is Degree Mill, which requires you to shuffle 2 installed your cards back into the deck. On this board, say not possible. And so much about this is surviving the prison, getting your economy up, making sure that this Drago can't just hammer you over and over again, as opposed to trying to close the game off, which is, 6 and 35. The odds are not very high, especially when you can't interact with half the agendas. You really need to just. Sorry?
Go ahead.
I was just saying you really need to set up to like weather the storm, because this deck, if you can't stick a Drago, it has to jam agendas in a remote server, and while the ice is taxing, not a lot of it even ends the run.
What do you think about the decision to bounce the Botulus with Self-Growth Program? Given that Funhouse is maybe not the most impactful place for it, I think that's an interesting call. It's saying, I'd rather you have to spend that credit, and I don't care about you being able to install it on a different ice that I have out.
Yeah, it's interesting too, right? The less cards they have installed, and that's a more expensive card to install, it does inherently protect your Degree Mills. But you're totally right. It allows Sir Loathing the ability to swing to a different server. Sir Loathing just clicking for credits. Market Forces, mind you, came down off the tag after the full turn, or most of the turn going into Drago. That's a 3 credit swing. 3 down from the runner, 3 into the corp. And again, these sort of cards get way more imposing once you start floating more than 1 tag. So we'll see if Loathing can just credit, clear tag. We're in for a game. Drago again. This is our first game. Oh no.
That Drago.
That's just a value tag. It's just a tag to get the money back and waste the time.
Exactly.
Instead installing in server 2.
And this is also like the value we saw last week. Conduit into the bin.
Yeah.
Can't afford to install this, right? Like, this is so expensive. You put this down for 4, it returns with a self-growth program. Like, you're not going to get too many buyer's counters on it, let alone you'll have to trade it in if you see a Degree Mill if you want to. But here you do need some drip economy, and it needs to be not resources.
Would you go check this Naked Remote over here? Maybe it's a Rashida, but probably a Spin Doctor, I assume.
I would assume a spin myself.
If I remember the list properly from last week, it had a lot of like strange one-ofs. It had like 1 Rashida, which this could be. It obviously has 3 Spin Doctors, but there's a lot of strange one-ofs. I think Hard-Hitting News is also a one-of that. Like, it's really hard to play around, but that potentially is quite ruinous.
Yeah, 1 Hard-Hitting News is almost just as good as 3 because the runner can't really ignore its existence. So.
Yeah, for sure. It's also really fun too because, there you go, Spin Doctor in their mode to draw 2, get some recursion later down the line. But a really cool thing is if you take a deck that is a known entity from APAC, and then you make some interesting meta change that people, don't know they have to play around, that's a huge advantage potentially. We'll see if the king has made any changes.
Here's a tag.
Drago dishing it out. 2 advancement counters into a single tag, going to gain 2 credits back, I reckon. There you go, refunded.
Bunch of cards just got drawn. But it's just gain a credit. And discard 2 cards.
We'll see if Loathing goes for that Drago there, right? Like, you can just kind of do this, and you're getting a card a turn. Technically, the Corp is drawing a card a turn off mandatory as well. So, like, not much is changing. And at some point, like, we're holding on.
That's a discard. That's not a play. That's a Chastushka hitting the bin. Definitely a good one out of Alice because you already have that inherent HQ pressure out of archives, which we haven't seen go off this game, but Chastushka really synergizes well with that because you already have the hand pressure. You are going to get a bunch of hits from R&D or get stuff from a pretty clean HQ.
Yeah,
pretty packed HQ, the opposite of clean.
Very powerful card. Obviously, with Spin Doctor on the table, a fair bit less strong, but here you see Loathing is just prioritizing staying afloat as opposed to trying to actually capitalize on a win condition, because right now, the king is drawing cards. The game will be over eventually, right? Drago for a tag.
And this is exactly why people call this a prison deck, because effectively this is, the king is taking 1 action a turn, Sir Loathing's taking 1 action a turn. Effectively. Credit, clear tag, do something else.
Yeah.
So things are progressing pretty slowly here, but it does seem like with the corp draw that the king gets every turn, and with the ID ability triggering every turn, slowly Reality Plus is getting ahead here.
And that bin is filling up. A cookbook tossed away, a second copy. We see the MK Ultra, a clot, not going to matter in this matchup. The conduit is, I think, expensive for influence, and a labor rights, a recursion card that I'm not sure we're going to get to the bottom of the deck to need this so much. Back over to the king side, Spin Doctor on the table. again.
Yeah, the king is slowly building up. It's very slow because, as you say, it's just a lot of back and forth. But at a certain point, he will have something else on the remote, and then he can start pushing. And if Sir Loading doesn't want to play ball, then he just starts pushing out Bolognas and degree mills from there.
It's already very difficult. If you are Sir Loathing, it's already very difficult if the king throws a second ice on server 1 and it doesn't matter which agenda it is, any agenda in there, it's going to be very difficult for you to challenge that at this point with what your board looks like.
Right.
There's a weird window here, right? Like you could run and take down the Drago, you'd end up taking some amount of tags, and you could float the tags, but that's when a market forces basically pushes you out of the game. So suddenly you have 3 tags, 0 credits, and how are you going to clear those tags? Another Drago comes back with archive memories, and it's hard, right? Like if you trash this Drago, another Drago is coming back. We're halfway through the deck.
We still have not seen any influence from this NBN deck.
Yeah, influence brand, I think mostly it's on ice, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's 3 mouse lists and then 3 archive memories, and that gets you most of the way there.
Yeah, I think that just makes it a little bit more likely that it is in fact that deck, just because we haven't seen anything come out in other cards yet.
Right.
Second ice on archives really doesn't want Alice's ability to be relevant this game.
And you know, the Spin Doctor can only do so much recursion. Eventually the agendas are going to pile in there. I don't think this deck was running anything like attitude adjustment that we saw last week that allows you to filter those agendas back into the deck. No sprint. So the best you have is that Spin Doc, but how are you going to score a Bologna behind a Funhouse? Maybe you do. Maybe you do give the runner a Bologna, and then they end up heavily tagged by the Funhouse. Another tag. There's a Market Forces, 3 credits down, 3 up.
Oh.
Sir Loathing.
That is the second Market Forces of the game. Let's go ahead and just keep it count.
Still on 8 credits. Nobody's doing anything.
Yeah, we need like a blackboard and like, you know, Market Forces per game, and then like draw like little stripes on them and see if we can break Apex record, essentially.
It is tempting to say nothing's happening, but again, things are different now. Reality Plus is on 12 credits. Reality Plus now has a substantial credit lead against Alice, which matters if you're trying to score things like Bolognas. Just slowly, incrementally getting ahead, and that's just continuing to happen here.
I think it's exactly like you said. Like we have to zoom far back because now each turn is largely just 1 click. So they're just basically trading clicks back and forth. Loathing, what they do with their extra click on their turn after clearing the tag clicker for 2, that's the decision they're making. And the same here with the king, who just went ahead and put a card in server 3. We'll see if it's Rashida. I don't even know if you want to mass draw with Rashida with already 6 cards in hand. And a Spin Doctor that's probably doing a lot of work already. Probably a second Spin Doctor, I'd guess.
Yeah, it's hard to commit your 1 click in a turn to going down to 7 credits to trash another Spin Doctor.
Yeah.
So the king here thinking, again, while they have game plans, the big question is, this could be a long game. It's whether they stick to it, right? Maybe we're playing a game of chicken here where it's the first person to like realize not only that there's a second game that they have to play after this, but I don't know, maybe there's some pressure there on TV too, but we'll see how long they stick. I have some concern for time I think is accurate. Drago, we're hitting advancement here, leaving the tag here. This is an interesting thing that is the next like level that you see. And we saw this a fair bit last week too, where people were pre-installing things. Oh, Hippo, nice.
Okay, here's movement. So this Hippo is going to mean the Botulus can break this subroutine. A tag does go over to Alice on this, but you know, this Funhouse goes away. That is finally a real investment. That is 5 credits plus a click to install, and that is going away on Reality Plus's side, and now needs to rebuild that remote from scratch.
I don't know what the ice count is, but yeah, rebuild the remote server from scratch is definitely the issue. I have no doubt there's either an archive memories or Drago in hand, so it will be coming back, but something needs to come back to protect it. And not all the ice in the deck is as taxing as a Funhouse. As you said, mouseless, I think is quite annoying, but some of the other stuff is like IP block or ping, which, while we don't have the answers, we might have the answers soon. Drawing 2 cards off the tag.
Here's an interesting thought. So this honestly is where I think pivoting off of the vegan Drago list would be very interesting, because Sir Loathing has to go quite low to trash this Drago. Gonna end the turn on 2 credits. This is exactly when, if you are heavy on hard-hitting newses, you can stick a bunch of tags and you can draw for boom. This would be a really interesting point to reveal that you are not, in fact, the APAC Drago list.
And hard-hitting news here is the big question. There's a huge credit differential. That fermenter came down off the simul chip. We already did trash one program, so it's coming in for free. But with a single tag, you could return these to sender with the self-growth program. It feels like it might be worth doing, especially for that fermenter being 6 credits next turn. But the king drew up, right? Maybe looking for the hard-hitting news, realizing that there was a run. This is the one time you can play the one hard-hitting news.
Yeah, and he has plenty of credits at the moment. And this deck can function relatively well, especially with the market forces. You don't need a huge amount of credits to like really hamper the runner. So I think 11 is plenty. Really one set card draw.
Archive memories.
Oh, is this for market forces to go to 0?
Probably. Oh, it's a Drago.
Oh, it's for Drago.
Apparently there wasn't another enhance. Server 4 may beat the Drago. Second ice. I think Loathing, like, that's the issue. Drago always comes back, but I think the fact that Loathing wasn't hard-hitting news or didn't have the fermenter returned is a really big deal.
I think there's a strong chance that if you get hard-hitting news that turn as Alice, the game is just over.
Yeah. Because that's the issue. You can't clear the tags while you're continually just pushed back down by the market forces. 2, mind you, in the bin, 1 archive memories. Those are both 3 ofs. The last time we saw this list, again, this one could be a slightly different brew. But Loathing is drawing through their options, knowing that there's a Drago there. They're going to take another tag next turn, and then if that's a market forces, that's a 6 credit swing.
Oof.
I think the only other tag punishment in this list is All Seeing Eye, which not very impactful on this board. And we do also have to recognize that there is a single backroom machinations, which is that 7th point. So the corp doesn't have to score 2 agendas, but you don't want to play that on tempo. You want to play that when you win.
In a way, these 2 cards are pretty decent. Like, of course, wants to keep his board state if at all possible. But if these cards are going to get bounced by self-growth program, that's not the end of the world. You can just, off 2 credits, you can reinstall both of them and you're ready to go. But of course, then their board state doesn't progress in any way either.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what Sir Loathing's thoughts are about this fermenter, right? Like, you could crack it for 6. The big punishment here is, you know, Drago into self-growth, and then you lose that money, which is the money you need to contest this remote server. But you're right, it can come back. It'll come back later. And while this deck, mind you, does look a bit gross, if I'm going to call that with all due respect, we saw last week that this deck entirely folded to this sort of lat archetype that was not only really well situated to play against it, but also it's very important to understand that the players last week were very familiar with that deck, considering they were also playing it. So you saw that deck. It had Rozeki, it had Dripless Economy that's harder to interact with. It's just so hard for a deck to play resources that are going to give you value over the whole game when those resources are never safe. Just purging. Wow, we're really not even a click this turn, you know?
Mm-hmm. Just discarding.
Sir Loathing voicing their opinions that they might go to time here. I think that might be true. We're halfway through R&D, a bit more than halfway. 20 cards left there, 6 in archives. Mind you, in this modern format, there's no way to cheat your way into archives like the Hades shards of yore. So those agendas are probably safe in there. Going back and forth, clicking for 3. Again, yeah, I don't think there has been slow play. It's just a slow game plan, which is going to be the problem here. But Sir Loathing is not tilting. They're staying on course, and they're doing good. They're doing all right. I think there's a chance that over a long enough period of time, they can have something here.
Yeah, their concern is totally valid. This is just an incredibly slow matchup because of all the back and forth, but it is just the way that this deck operates, and that's neither player's fault.
And that's something you need to keep in mind when you're coming to an event, right? Like, you need to understand, maybe I have a really long corp game, so I'm going to play a faster runner deck. And classically, there were some strategies in Netrunner that were like very valid, but would go to time a lot in events. And so people either had to learn to play them faster or didn't bring them to tournaments, even whether they were like tournament winning decks. So we'll see if this falls into that. But the games we saw last week were a lot faster than this, but the tags were sticking, and that's a big difference. There's Drago.
Mm-hmm.
Backroom machinations.
Oh, yeah, machinations.
Just we play into time.
If you're concerned about time, that's the way to win a game.
All right, remove a tag, gain an agenda point. There's only one of these in the list. That gives you something nice to do on tempo, doesn't it? But Loathing doesn't have to clear the tag anymore.
So now we can just stay the course for 43 minutes, and the king will get at least 3 points.
Yeah, this is really wild. Loathing can definitely set up with some cheap installables on hand and the last turn, like Hail Mary Centrals. Because that's the thing, is if you go totally tag me on the last game, or the last turn, mind you, there's no psychographics, right? So they can't score out. So we'll see. There's always like the potential to just go ham, set up some ridiculous multi-axis, and close the game off. Now, mind you, that turn we just labor rights, right? So labor rates came down, trashed the top 3. What do we shuffle back in? A simulchip, a diesel, and a labor rates, and we trashed the top 3 cards of the deck, which seemed to be a pair of sure gambles.
Yeah, an unfortunate hit for sure.
That's a lot of money.
You really want to be playing those, yeah.
Yeah. But you see the value there on the cards. They value the diesel. So their 1 click to draw 1 is now a 1 click to draw 3 on a turn. They're undragoing themselves. The Simulcheb interacts perfectly with either bringing Fermenter back or with getting that Botulus for the remote charge and just another labor rights, which, yeah, that's fine. It thins your deck. Mind you, this card did get a bit more fun if you're playing 3 copies of Steelskin Scarring. Becomes a card draw card if you believe in the heart of the cards. Hedge fund?
Yeah, I think milling 1 or 2 steel skins off the top of the deck would be absolutely ridiculous.
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm stoked to see it today.
That'd be so good.
Drago, just to give the tag over, we're not playing any tag punishment this turn. 18 cards left in R&D, probably 2 spin doctors on the table, and the hard-hitting news must be there by now.
Well, here's a click that is potentially possible out of this Alice deck, given what we've seen so far. You could moshing to discard 3 Steelskin Scarrings.
Oh yeah, we might see it here.
Oh, we have a moshing right here.
It's
Let's go.
Draw 5, right? That's so good. And Steelskin gets hit there.
Sure enough.
You see in the
it's
log.
1 Steelskin. That draws a bunch.
Yeah, moshing became a lot more bursty there. You're throwing out some cards, Dirty Laundry, Liberated Accounts. Liberated Accounts, mind you, a bit too slow for resource. Augustina? We have a win condition that we don't need to run.
There are only 18 in R&D right now.
So
this is potentially a real threat.
Augustina's so fun. So I don't know if y'all remember old noise back from the day, but the first virus install a turn, so corpse or runners, forces the corp to sabotage 1. Sabotage 1, the new keyword for Anarchs and Midnight Sun. They have to throw off the top card of R&D, they don't look at it, or a card from HQ, because it's sabotage 1, mind you. Sabotage 4, things get a bit more interesting. But we'll see here if Sir Loathing can just install 1 virus a turn and put on some damage. And now the king has to do something because there is an end game in sight, and Sir Loathing got there. Let's mosh our way.
Here's an interesting thing from that labor rights that happened a few turns ago. You'll note one of the things that was shuffled back was a Simulchip. And I have to think one of the reasons for that is it's a way to get an extra Augustina trigger.
Oh, yeah. And even on the corpse turn, if you want to do like a lot of damage in a single turn, so you can do like Augustine on their turn, install a virus, Chistushka, run archives. Like you can set up some wild turns that the spin doctors potentially can't keep up with. Mind you, you still have to respect Degree Mill, you still have to respect Bologna. So stealing 3 agendas can be 4 cards, 5 credits, 10 credits, 2 cards, run all the combinations you want, but it's going to be expensive to close the game out on that. Maybe we'll just see a mill win. I don't know. I'm worried about time.
We could just see, we could just see Augustina gets trashed here.
Yeah, she might not stay. As excited as we are, let's see if the king wants to trash that. It's unfortunate she didn't get any value from the turn she came down, but with the tag here.
If we do see a trash, that does mean Fermenter has to stick around, and that would be 8 credits off of Fermenter. But instead, we just see Ice on server 4 threatening to start going for scoring plays, you have to think.
I think that's what you're going to see. I think you might see it blown on the table, and that's going to transfer into hard-hitting news. But Botulus gets an Augustina. Pay attention to the chat log if you're watching to see where that sabotage comes from, because this is fully within the king's choice. And they can choose. It's not random. Top of R&D is random, but they choose the card from HQ, which makes HQ pressure stronger if you're throwing out your bad cards. But sometimes with spin doctors on the table, you're okay throwing out agendas if you know they're going to run HQ, like they might just this turn. But no, we're not. Clearing the tag, drawing up, getting a credit. Fermenter, mind you, ticking up.
I'm starting to wonder if we're going to see a Chestushka in the near future, because Botulus on HQ certainly sets you up to get through any ice next turn.
Yeah, maybe next turn it's take money off Fermenter, Chestushka. Sorry, the HQ event. I've never learned how to pronounce that one. And then maybe, I think Archives is not runnable anytime soon.
I guess that's the problem, right? Even if you get all these mills, how do you get into Archives to actually scoop up the points?
Yeah, that's a good purge.
Yeah. A really strong purge. Now, that means that the king doesn't do anything, but that plays more into the Augustina, I suppose. No virus install this turn, but the Simulchip might be later. I'd also be really interested to see if Sir Loathing has a single copy in the deck of Light the Fire, because if you install that actually puts a lot of pressure on the king, whether they want to pop their spin doctors preemptively, because as soon as that click initiates the run, that spin doctor's going down. But hey, Drago, single tag. Maybe the king is greeting it out, waiting until enough resources come down. You feel good about the all-seeing eye.
Oh, that shuts down a potential Chestushka unless there's shenanigans. Because unfortunately, this Botulus is on the innermost ice, cannot help with the outermost unless you simul chip it, at which point it can't help with the innermost.
Yeah. And there is a Botulus in the bin, so you could do some aggressive plays where you pop your fermenter, then simul chip the Botulus, double Botulus, but you're probably going to end up with tags here. But yeah, I think the king is respecting the sort of pressure that this Anarch is like abstractly like showing while just clicking for credits and waiting for their fermenter to get quite ripe. I was pretty sure, like, sorry, go ahead, Nice.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, because we were talking about the simul chip just now, it's also a really good target for degree mill. Like anything on the board right now is just 1 credit, so reinstalling it is really easy. And shuffling it back into the deck for degree mill, you're also not too sad about that. Basically, when I started Liberated being trash, I thought, well, that's a lot of money that you can just like grab on a turn where you have time, but you also don't want to install that even if you're going to get some value out of it. Just like keeping the really cheap stuff on the board. And we're going to see a run on the
overclock to run a triple advanced Drago. Triple advanced Drago sends a strong message of you could die next turn. So this seems like a good run to me.
Yeah, I'd be surprised. We'll see if there is that sort of that meat damage package here. But regardless, the triple advanced Drago means next turn they can do market forces for 6, and that's the sort of thing that will very quickly tip the tables. Where you have to clear 2 tags, you have less credits, and now it's really hard to climb up again against the Drago. Overclock, mind you, if we check the heap really quickly, we have access to a Fractor with the paperclip. You can install that from the bin when you encounter that barrier type. Mind you, these are the standard breakers for Anarchs in standard format. On the other side, we have the MK Ultra, very similar text, less efficient as a breaker, but only for sentries. It's a killer. And we would have a Black Orchestra somewhere in the deck for code gates, but we don't see it yet. We're not resing the outermost. Overclock going through.
Maybe a mouse remote or funhouse.
It's a funhouse. Hard to deal with. Now, luckily, you do have the 4 credits off the overclock, so you can pay for the subroutine. You are going to take a single tag, which is going to be 2 credits for the king here. I do think we might see hard-hitting news, but the credit differentials are pretty wide. And not the way that I expected them to be.
Yeah, no, Sir Loading is fine. They're going to end on, spending all the money of the overclock, take care of the tag, and then end on 11. So yeah, no, they're more than fine.
We'll see if they simul chip here, because this is one of the easiest times to do it. A program has been trashed, whether they want to get another Botulus back or the fermenter or just any virus to trigger the Augustina mill, because she hasn't fired a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Just a credit. Oh, there we go. Simul chip. Fermenter's back.
Yep, fermenter comes back.
Stabo
honestly
1.
That seems like a good hit to me. I mean, fermenter is kind of how these credit differentials got where they are, kind of how you got back in this game in a way as Sir Loathing. So I think it makes plenty of sense to bring the fermenter back. It does mean that it's going to be harder to run 2 ice servers, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what
14 cards left in R&D.
One off the top of R&D, unknown card. And that means something. Like, what's in hand if you're doing the top of the deck, right? Maybe you're comfortable with the spin doctors you have. We were assuming there's a pair there, server 2 and server 3. But maybe the hand is just agendas. Maybe the hand is, hard-hitting news into market forces, into archive memories, like all the stuff you need to, quote-unquote, close the game. Now the credit differential is looking a bit different.
Yeah, and now Sir Loading can go back to just taking credits and drawing maybe 1 card every turn and just waiting for the king to do something. They're in a pretty decent spot, to be honest.
Oh, this cookbook low-key has been great. Like, it's generated a fair bit of money. Mind you, it gets extra Botulus counters. We haven't seen 2 Subroutine Ites yet. I don't think there's too much in the list besides IP block off the top of my head.
I love this. When paying more than 1 for anything feels like a big install.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Was that in the list last week?
No, this is unique to this list. We have Econ Warfare into Econ Warfare into hard-hitting news.
Trace 6, and that's going to get you the credits back. Okay, that is, the King's Signature Spice Mix. All right.
Remember when I said that Sir Loading was doing pretty well? So yeah, scratch that.
Oh, no.
Well, they have money, so...
I don't know who that's better for.
The Econ Warfares. It is the Econ Warfares, because without those, you expect to be fine there. It's the 8 credits that you suddenly lost that turned that into a really tough position. But Fermenter does give 6 credits back, so able to get down crucially to 1 tag, not 2.
But that one tag, Market Forces, mind you, can just grind them down into the ground, and then they're really clicking for credits. So Market Forces, Drago, you just like don't have the money to at this point push onto any agenda on the table if they're all 5/3. So it's still awkward for both players, but a single Market Forces is pretty impactful on this board.
We are seeing in chat, that's why you sabotage from the top of R&D, because you needed those 3 cards.
And there's Archive Memories into Market Forces.
Market Forces.
Loathing down on 0. Credit, clear tag. Credit is something, but now the king has the credits that they need to potentially pivot into Bologna. And while we talked about the agenda suite, maybe we're going to see with Augustina, maybe there's an imp hanging out in hand. That's one of the nicer ways to deal with Bolognas or degree mills. But hey, their cookbook is coming down.
Doesn't trash the Augustina.
Trashes the cookbook. That's... I wonder if that signals something about the ice suite, worried about a potential botulus on the remote, since the remote only has 1 ice that can potentially stop the run.
It's tricky here. So we saw 4 more influence, right, into the economic warfares. Maybe there's all 3. We've seen 4 more from the Archive Memories, so we're only looking at 8 so far. I don't know what else we're assuming. Probably 3rd Archive Memories, maybe another economic warfare. Mouseless, mind you, very taxing guys you don't want to run into because they res that for 2 credits. Same with Ping is 0 credits. So it's even kind of tricky if the king jams an agenda here if you want to run R&D or HQ, because a lot of times they res their ice way cheaper than you think, let alone, I don't think Loathing can steal any agendas in the deck with a sport state.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is really rough. Need something like a dirty laundry into, well, there's no sure gambles left in the deck, so that's really rough. Yeah, building back up to a decent amount of credits and even cards installed is going to be an uphill battle from here.
I wonder if that Spin Doctor just shuffled back 2 agendas, because now the king wants to actually find one.
Yeah, you're right. Spin Doctor got popped there. Server 3, probably another one. 2 face downs. There's still 7 cards there. Mind you, Alice's ability hasn't triggered once. It has influenced the board state, but Paladin Puemo, the companion, she's down. We get some cheaper installs. This is a nice card, admittedly a resource though, so maybe not long for this world, but that's the clickless economy that can really help getting things back on the table.
And it does have 3 of the correct letters, but it is not a virus, so you don't get a sabotage off of that.
Yeah, this thing's great. We haven't seen a console yet too, right? Like maybe a Keiko console will give 2 credits of value a turn. Not sure you can afford to install the Keiko on this board state, of course, but this is the exact sort of thing that Loathing needs to get some viruses down, maybe do some more sabotage.
Yeah, I think anything beyond 1 to install is not going to hit the board in this game, unless it's really, really excellent.
Oh man, Loathing's probably not on pad tap, and you feel so bad about that. But install double advance. Spin Doctor did draw 2. We're going to discard 2 from HQ. 8 cards left in R&D, and now the king realizes they have to score out because they're on a clock. And this remote server, the Funhouse, doesn't end the run with 5 credits. Could be a free ping on the outside. We'll see if there's a botchless in hand.
Yeah, and I think crucially, Spin Doctor, unlike Jackson Howard, doesn't effectively increase your lifespan that much as the corp if you are down to the end of your deck.
Yeah.
Jackson could buy you 3 turns by shuffling stuff back in, but Spin Doctor, you have to draw those 2 cards, and you only replace 2, so you just stay even.
Yep.
Loathing, taking the credit off the Puemo, translating that to Simulchip. Now, they can definitely still use this. They have to trash a program, so there is a botchless hanging out on HQ. But it looks like it would have been an agenda.
Bologna.
The king now on game point.
King, that is absolutely the agenda that the king wanted in that position, because it sets you up to potentially threaten another score instead of having to build your credits back.
No, this is huge. I have no doubt at this point in the game with 7 cards left in R&D, the king had their choice of what to score, but the other agenda, mind you, is Degree Mill that does no active text when scored. This refunds all of its cost, which is very important for the king on only 7 credits. Diesel?
Digging deep.
Gives you wings. Looking at 7 cards. 3 credits only, mind you, 1 on Paladin Puemo. We can install a paperclip if we really wanted to. I doubt that's how it's going to go.
Yeah, really needs like a 2nd or 3rd, preferably both overclock or something to like really threaten the remote.
Fermenter coming back down?
Fermenter, that's a good start. I'm starting to really wonder if what's her loathing, what they kind of need is an overclock and a Tristushka stapled together.
Yeah.
Since those sabotage triggers probably get pretty impactful this far down in the deck.
We're labor rights in gear, mind you. We used the simul chip. That was the second. So we trashed 3 cards off the top. So Keiko, Dirty Laundry, and a Moshing. It looks like highlighting in the bin. There's 2 simul chips coming back, and that's really important. You're probably not going to see those botulisks get shuffled back. You want to leave them in the bin because the simul chips are likely going to draw into them. And that's, I think, the way that on low credits, Loathing can contest a remote server.
Yeah, and crucially gets a moshing back as well. That's I imagine in a lot of other Anarch decks you wouldn't see that, but Alice with the deck size of 50 does still have 16 cards in the stack now. So it is worth getting that moshing to quickly draw through. And I think also crucially give you the chance to discard a Black Orchestra if you find it on a turn that you need to run with it.
You look at any cards in your hand that have the 3 credits or more in the top left corner, you just mosh those, right? I don't know what else you can do, but Daily Cast, I'm kind of surprised with the install. This game could only be one more turn potentially. Install Advance if the king can ice up server 4 or res the ice on server 4. I don't think we have access to all breakers yet, but the botulus simulchip threat is definitely still real.
Yeah, now with all the influence on the king side, I think that there might be one mouseless, but definitely not multiple. So yeah, and with Funhouse, you don't really need a Black Orchestra, so it might be fine to just have Paperclip and MK Ultra in this case.
For sure.
Right, because with the 2 credits coming in from Daily Casts and you click for 1 or you pop the Fermenter, you have enough to get through a ping. So it has to be something other than ping.
Exactly, and Overclock also deals with that kind of server pretty nicely.
Yeah, Overclock's gonna be super important because it's one thing to deal with the ping, but another thing to steal the Bologna after it. So we'll see here. The king has some options. Again, only 5 cards left in R&D. 2 cards can be shuffled back with a Spin Doctor. We're expecting 1 more Spin Doctor. Again, if one of those was just trashed off the top of R&D with a Sabotage 1, and then the king feels like they have to shuffle back cards from archives as opposed to, like, agendas from archives, mind you, besides the Spin Doctor, sometimes they'll just have a bit less recursion than they think. That being said, archive memories will fix that problem. 6 cards in hand, 7 credits, 5 left in R&D, 11 face downs, 2. And it's still really hard. Like, Loathing can run archives and steal 2 agendas and only still be on 6 points, and that's not going to do it.
And I have to be honest, I'm sure that that's the case right here. After a Spin Doctor gets popped, I'm sure there's at most 6 points in there.
Hedge Fund, solving some of the credit issues. 11 credits means we can res the biggest NBN ice in the whole format, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think we're going to see that, but here, this is really important too, because now with only 2 clicks, Loathing it's comfortable that they can't go install advance and threaten out the game next turn. So this is a big deal for that Daily Cast as well. Was the list last week even on Hedge Fund? Probably, right? Yeah, it was. Okay.
Yeah.
Spin Doctor getting popped there, mind you. Removed from game to shuffle 2 cards from archives into R&D. And without a Spin Doctor on the table, we might see another one here. Then the Sabotage gets interesting. Then the Alice gets a bit more interesting. Chastushka potentially gets interesting, but I think we're far away from at least one of those 3 options.
One of the tricky things about Chastushka is I don't think we're not quite low enough on cards for it to just win. So if you Chastushka, you also have to be able to run archives, and that's a tall order right now.
If Loathing is on Imp, they could pivot to not losing. But if they're not on Imp, they have to pivot to winning, which means, yeah, interacting with Bolognas and with Decree Mills, which is quite difficult. After the Spin Doctor we drew up, looks like we're trying to draw into one of the cards we shuffled back, but with only 1 click left, it's just a Hedge Fund, 15 credits.
Hedge funds.
Huge credit lead, but that's all. Nothing on the table. 6 cards left in R&D. Let's see some viruses. Loathing drawing up here. You'd love to see an on-meta networking, wouldn't you? I feel like we could have used that a game ago.
Here's a symbol chip. That's a good way to get a virus.
Coming in for free off the Paladin Puemo?
Yeah. Potentially even get a virus off turn. Nope, we're going to see it this turn.
Cracking Fermenter just for another Fermenter. Just that Sabotage 1, making sure we keep our economy afloat on the runner side so we can interact with things. Specifically the agendas and icebreakers. Overclocks, if we check the bin, we've only seen 1 so far. Again, 50 cards means any specific card is obviously a fair bit harder to find than in a 44 NBN deck. Do you know how we're doing on time?
Looks like we have 23 minutes left in the round.
It says up there. Fantastic. That is very imposing.
I'm very curious to see what's in the bin now. 9 cards.
And Sabotage 1, mind you. Here, the king is trying to figure out where that wants to come from again. If you mill at an Archive Memories or a Spin Doctor off the top, you're in a much different board state. But I do think now with 15 credits next turn, I'd be very surprised if the king doesn't do install advance. Because even if they install advance and Sir Loathing goes through all the ice, takes a bunch of tags, steals a single Bologna, there's market forces, and then you can probably close the game in 1 or 2 more turns.
Yeah, going off the top of R&D, given that 2 cards just got shuffled in last turn with Spin Doctor, unless that one draw hit the card that the king was hoping to hit, that seems like a tricky play to make. But at the same time, I'm sure HQ is very, very sculpted right now, exactly what the king wants it to be. So this is a rightly agonizing decision, I think.
It's fun. I know I laughed at a bit, you know, the on-tempo backroom machinations, not something you see often, but like for this bird state, it's perfect. Because right now, there's only one focus for the king, which is score at the last agenda. It's not score at the last agenda and then also stick a Drago or stick a tag and close the game. So that's really quite cool. I think a big deal here is whether Loathing's on Imp, because again, I don't think they're going to be able to mill out fast enough, so they're going to have to stop agendas in server 4 as well. Agonizing decision here, it seems, for the Corp.
Mm-hmm.
So Loathing also still has 2 fermenters left in the deck, so there's a potential to have a fair amount of... Oh, and only 1 simul chip in the bin at the moment, so there's a fair amount of mills that can still come in.
Yeah.
Very true.
In terms of burst...
They are capped at 1 per turn, I guess, is the main issue, if you are Sir Loathing.
Yeah, some of the biggest cards here we want to track: Steelskin Scarring and Moshing, Diesel for Burst Draw. I think we only see one of each of those. Overclocks are going to be incredibly important. None of the breakers are installed, and it interacts perfectly with Bologna. Otherwise, I don't know if we're going to actually need a decoder. A lot of the decode gates in this list are just fun houses, which breaker not required. Loathing has 1 click left. They just have to wait for the sabotage trigger. It's worth noting, I don't know if we said this on the top, for those who haven't had the pleasure of watching the king play, they've been playing competitive Netrun for a while. The king is visually impaired, so they have an oracle. So somebody basically controls Jinteki.net and explains the whole board state, and then the king has to make all the decisions. The oracle themselves are not allowed to give any sort of strategic reads or anything like that.
It looks like that wasn't quite as agonizing of a decision as we were thinking. It looks like there was a computer crash.
Oh, no. Oh, is Orbital the Oracle?
I believe so, yes.
Oh, no way. Okay, that's a problem. All right, so we get a 5-minute extension. Apparently the our Oracle's computer has gone down. It looks like the trash card from HQ, though, was the choice. Maybe that means there's signs of life on Orbital's side, but...
I'm hoping so.
Yeah. We'll see how this goes. We'll wait out here for a second. I want to see the end of this so bad. This is so interesting.
Yeah.
It started in a way that I was like, oh no, then we went to Reality Plus for table 1, but like I'm on board.
I need to see how it ends.
Yeah. We all still here? Oh, we're back. Okay. Fantastic. All right.
I really hope we get a glory run on archives. If there isn't one, I'm gonna be very sad.
Yeah, overclock archives is maybe the play, like install overclock, go.
F kiss.
All
exactly what you want to see as a spectator. Glory run on archives. Oh, we have an install.
Yeah.
And 2 advances.
And this is the game. For one side of the table. Now, Loathing needs to figure out how to get through some of this ice. Again, the funhouse doesn't matter, but if you float a lot of tags, enjoy not having money for a while. We're just smashing into that.
Goes away.
15 credits, 2 clicks left. Breaker bin. We're looking at just the paperclip and just the MK Ultra. So a Fractor and a Killer. Something as simple as a magnet. You're not going to expect in this list, but actually an end to run code gate. Oh no.
Wow.
Sir Loathing, going to lose 3 credits here.
Gigantic.
No way to deal with this. Not what you were expecting. Definitely not in the list from last week. So I think Sir Loathing has basically 2 clicks to either get through this or win. And I don't think you can do that outside of multi-access or running archives.
There are 2 Botulists in the bin. If the 3rd is in hand, that is a line. You can install Botulus run, but it needs to be in hand this click.
Or as Simulchip too, right? Because we did trash, but yeah, it's one or the other.
Simulchip would work as well, yeah.
Loathing thinking it out, knowing again, we have a bit of a time extension on this, but they still have to play the swap, the Runner Corp swap here, but 2 clicks to figure out how to get to this remote server and still have 5 credits at the end. Install is just a hippo? running archives. That's just so we have enough fuel to trash things. There's a small chance that we can make the king spend enough money on this stuff that they can't score out the agenda if they have to res this. With 4 installed cards and at least 11 credits, we can steal 3 agendas, no matter what the combination is.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is huge. Let's see it.
Well,
Glory run.
3 degree mills actually would be a bummer, but
3 degree mills would be. Wouldn't that just be the perfect, like, MBN still had you in prison even if you got through?
10 cards. 10 cards in archive, of course. Also, we're not getting a res here.
Okay, well, we'll get to find out what's in archives now.
Exciting.
1 degree mill. Multiple hard-hitting news, 3 hard-hitting news, and it looks like that is going to be the game. We did also get a trash with Alice, which is the 3rd hard-hitting news, though, but with 3 clicks left here, that has to be the agenda.
Yup, it's a Bologna. That is game. Hard-fought game on both sides. Does end in victory for R+.
Wild.
Good game. Turn 29. You don't see that number get that high. But these players have to jam back into a new lobby. I'm going to throw back to our faces, but that was kind of a thing. I wasn't expecting that to be as exciting as it turned out to be. But there's
what an epic game, yeah. And that was just game 1. There's still another one.
Yeah, there's still a fair bit to go. And of course, Reality Plus is not like a majority in this event, not at all. So I don't think we're gonna see as much of it. But I like the fact that we saw a different version of the list that is actually capitalizing on the information that was maybe gained if you saw the list from last week. So super, super cool.
Yeah, I mean, the pivotal turn that game in many ways was Econ Warfare, hard-hitting news. And just that is something that if you know the list from last week, you were explicitly expecting that never to happen.
Yeah, for sure.
And here, okay.
Yeah, we're back into
Loading in.
So we're
gonna see a matchup we talked about earlier. We get to see this PE against this lat deck.
So this is gonna be hard.
I'm really excited to see this matchup.
If you told me that I have to only about 20 minutes, give or take, to play a personal evolution matchup, I would be very unhappy about it. A lot of times this deck takes a while to set up. It needs to get its economy up, which sometimes is a question mark. And then on top of it, it needs to get a lot of things on the table, generally to threaten some sort of kill. Mitosis, the new card from Midnight Sun, allows you to install 2 cards, 2 advancements for 2 clicks, which is immense because you need a lot of advanced cards on the table to be a threat or some Moonpool shenanigans. I don't think I said what this does. Jinteki Personal Evolution, the first time an agenda is scored or stolen, do 1 net damage. The original Jinteki identity has come back to the standard format, and Lat, with 7 cards in hand, free card draw if they match hand sizes, is going to check R&D here on click 2.
Yeah, Lat against PE is honestly quite interesting because your ID ability is good in many ways. It's obviously good to draw cards, but against PE, you don't want to draw too much because you don't want to lose too much HP if you're getting down towards the ends of your stack.
I feel like at 20 minutes now, I want to see if the king is just going to start smashing into stuff, not having to worry about the inevitability of deck size. The economy might be largely solved. You have the Rizeki.
Oh, here's a sting.
Off the top, that does some amount of net damage. Let me read the text of this card
2?
again. I think it's 2. No, 3?
Yeah. No, I think it's 2 because it counts 0 in the other score area
plus 1
for PE.
Plus 1, yes. Okay, right. And that's a big deal because now this is scored. The next sting that comes off of R&D does 3 damage, and then the one that's scored or stolen after that potentially 3 or 4 damage. We're hitting R&D at the top of the turn. That's generally what you want to do because if you hit something like a snare or anything that does net damage, you can spend the rest of your time drawing up. One of the big cards added to this archetype is Blood in the Water, which is an agenda that's advancement cost goes down to 0 if they have no cards in hand.
Oh, here's a snare.
Stone Chip Chart Room, Sure Gamble, Creative Commission, all the good cards. Stone Chip Chart Room is so important here. But Loathing going down to 0 credits perfectly on 4 and trading that snare in for 3 net damage and the tag. It's hard to do anything without credits, so we're probably going to see Loathing click for credits next turn. Maybe a Bladder where it sticks, helping the economy of both players, but if you're playing fast and loose, when you know your time's on the line, that sort of stuff is going to happen. I'm pretty sure you can float the tag here. Maybe we draw up once more.
Yep.
Yeah, not going to get the lat draw this turn, but I think that's okay. You're fine being on this tag because at the moment, unless there's something unexpected in PE, the pad tap is the only thing you can lose, and I'm not sure that that's something that Sir Loathing is going to click twice for credits and then trash.
You'll see a lot of times in these matchups, and again, the fact that we're coming up on time will change the play here. But a lot of time, this shaper or runners in general will try and install as few cards as they can because they value having those extra cards in hand and extra hit points to be able to interact with this personal evolution deck. So that's why cards like Rozeki and in some ways Pad Tap, but it doesn't fire that often in this matchup, are like basically you want to run as low economy as you need to, unless you're really scared of, I don't know, punitive, but the credits don't really support that. It's a Regolith mining license on the table. Ooh. 3 credits is just enough. That would be perfect for loathing.
We were also just talking about Lot's ability being very good against PE, but one of the things about this matchup is that with Lot, you're usually pretty decent at controlling the amount of cards you have in your hands with the Corp to make sure that you get that draw at the end of the turn. But against PE, you're not entirely certain on a given turn how many damage you're going to take and how many cards you'll have at the end of your turn. So it's sometimes relatively hard to trigger your ability in this type of situation.
Yeah, and we saw already this game, running early in the turn doesn't completely fix that if you hit something like a snare.
Exactly.
I think a huge card that impacts all these lat decks, and specifically in this matchup too, is that Stones of Chart Rooms. Hold on, we're running HQ here. There's a Regenesis. That's a 3-1 agenda. Going to do 1 net damage. And I think it's really important to say that if time is called, the active player gets a final turn, the opponent gets 1 final turn, and then whoever has the most points wins. And it's a full win. You don't get some half point win. You get a full win. You can tie if the game ends and they're both on 1 agenda point. So the king is just going to need to scramble to get some agendas in their score area and just maybe not worry about the inevitability of a late game where they maybe run out of cards. I don't know. How do you play Regenesis in this deck? Like, it's so weird. I've no doubt you can do it. There is a card in Archives, but this went on the table, mind you, while Loathing didn't even have enough credits to threaten out the score.
We often saw PE playing Biotic Labor in the past because you don't really need 7 credits and then you can score. And you can operate on a relatively low amount of money with this type of corp. And an oboe the runner's not going to check archives all that often. And if there's an oboe in there, they might not even want to steal it because that's 5 net damage right there. So if there's an oboe in there and you Biotic Labor Regenesis, that's 4 points.
The issue is, I think the issue is the Biotic Labor does count as a card that's added to archives this turn.
Yeah.
So you can't get the 3/4 that way.
Yeah, Regenesis says some really specific text that you can't. You can't Trickle Light, you can't Biotic. You can Moonpool because Moonpool, I believe, removes itself from the game. But if the agendas are added on your turn to archives, it doesn't work. You can set it up on their turn, but it's a bit convoluted and a bit tricky, and it's a bit credit intensive too.
Urtica Cipher, 2 of them now in the bin. Another one found on R&D, so neither of them have triggered yet.
And this is the issue. If Loathing doesn't have credits, they can't get cards on the table and advance them to get those traps to fire. Card behind a single piece of ice. I don't know
this. This threatens to be a Regenesis, right?
Yes.
Potentially. Now, the big play, though, about Regenesis Obokata is you can always run archives and choose not to steal the Obokata because it flips the Obokata protocol face up. And then Regenesis doesn't work. Again, Regenesis is very specific about the agenda being face down. So we'll see if that's valued. Again, I don't know if you run this and they spend credits resing ice, how can you score an agenda in server 3? We'll find out. But I think a big thing you see with the play pattern is that the king is running the top of R&D. Again, a lot of these cards you see like Urtica Cipher, they're trashable and they don't do much from R&D. So that's where you want to get them down. We're checking archives. It's Regenesis tech.
Yep.
Yeah, not a lot of archive poison in this meta anymore, so checking archives is generally fine, unless there's stuff like Sting in there, but there's only 1 phase down. Well, there's another. There's one. Project Kusanagi.
Kusanagi is 0-point agenda, still doing a net damage with personal evolution, but it has some interesting text. If you over advances, you can add net damage. Are there any modern combos that Kusanagi interacts with standard ice? I don't know. There used to be some like interesting stuff, but they were a bit niche.
Kamainu's rotated out, so unfortunately it wouldn't work with that.
I think Saisen Tan technically triggers its own ability, but you need 5 credits to res one of those.
I've never seen this overinstalled. It's like Brain Trust. Like, it has text, but it kind of doesn't, to be honest. It installs daily cast with attack.
Yeah. Daily cast with attack?
Definitely. Oh, there it goes.
Whoops.
I think that
Kusanagi strikes me as a one-time breach dome. Basically, it's it makes it shows you if you run archives, bad things can happen to you, but it only happens once.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then there's no dedicated archives poison anymore. But if you have 3 face downs and one of them is a Sting, one of them is a Project Kusanagi, and maybe another agenda, that's a decent amount of net damage right there.
Right. It can effectively make an Obokata in archives a little bit unstealable.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
Just by being there.
There's also some like niche like agenda matters tech. Things like stock buyback might be the burst economy this deck needs. Sometimes the Tithonium is like a really good res on 0, especially if this deck has, you know, issues with economy. Those are some good subroutines. But yeah, that daily cast did go down. I think Loathing, I think the King maybe forgot about the tag, but I think maybe that trade is fine considering the Loathing doesn't do much to get credits besides click for them. So basically a purge to trash a daily cast. Dirty Laundry off R&D, only 1 click left here. Has the snare money. 4 credits is what you have to keep track of because that means a snare can fire wherever it's accessed, unless archives.
It's nothing that's going to fire right now, at least.
Dirty Laundry. Now this lat deck, mind you, probably has 3 copies of Endurance. The boat that cost 8 credits to come down. We're rerunning?
Oh.
Urtica Cipher.
Was on 1 credit because of Dirty Laundry. So
right.
And Ice goes down on R&D now. So shutting off that drip of free accesses.
All 3 ciphers are out of the game now, so unless there's any other like dangerous traps to keep mind of, maybe Cerebral Overrider, then running advanced cards is relatively safe. But Cerebral Overrider would be like quite bad for this, especially for a lot.
Yeah, Overrider.
Overrider would be the worst. Gene Splicer is also potentially relevant just because it is a trap that can turn into a point.
King finally shaking that tag. That's been floating for a while. Just making enough money off the Rizeki, right? Like there's not much else you have to do. But at this point, the game is going to change because now the King needs to find Endurance, needs to find Breakers. And some of these lat decks are running only a single Ika. And this is the sort of deck that's probably running a higher quantity of Sentries, Saisantans, Anemones. So that Ika gets taxed out a fair bit. That actually might be okay for Loathing. It's just the issue again is economy and time in the round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know exactly how much time is left in the round, but we're not. I mean, you know, this isn't a 30-minute game.
Yeah. Stone Chip coming down again. This is such a big card of the matchup. I think like this card alone solves so many issues. You can start running a bit more aggressively at any point in time. If you end your turn on low cards, you can draw up Sting 3 damage. That last Sting now, you kind of want the runner to steal it if you're the corp. It does 4 damage. That's a lot. So do you think this is the first time that we see that this deck is definitely not card for card the one we saw last week? The last week version did not have self-modifying code. It was only on into the depths, I believe it's called, right?
Yeah, I was quite surprised by that. Like no SMC in a shaper list is always kind of interesting to see, but I imagine with the amount of draw that this type of deck has, it wasn't really necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just get the endurance down and you can enter the depths just about anything and you're pretty guaranteed to get your self-modifying code-esque value. King. Still drawing up. Only 3 credits means Loathing can't fire Snare. You could run Centrals. And we are 1 ice. Again, on 3 credits. Not too big of a mean res here. Anemone would be the worst, I think. But that's only 3 damage, potentially. Maybe only 2. Unknown card from R&D. Superconducting Hub.
Interesting ice. Agenda.
We're now 2-2. This gives you extra hand size. I feel like there's a lot of little agendas here. I don't know whether we're going to see like a Giordano Memorial Field or I just don't know what else interacts with all these 1-pointers. We don't have Philotic Entanglement anymore in the standard format. It's been gone for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, and Hyperbaric did get trashed there, so if a dedicated decoder is needed, that means a Simulchimp has to come down at some point.
That's totally true. And hey, we got some money now. Regolith in the remote server, 7 credits. Loathing can probably res a piece of ice and maybe still threaten Snare there. That is going to be the first time I think the Pat Tap fires all game.
Do you even trash the Pat Tap at this point if you're still loading, or you're like, no, I don't
think
care.
so.
This is the sort of matchup where a lot of times it doesn't come down to credits for the runner. It comes down to cards and making the right run, that sort of decision making. There's a chance that self-modifying code is going to interact favorably with Snare with Clot if it's in the list. But yeah, it's usually not credits. And at this point with 13, like, I don't know. It's about making the right run, right?
Yeah, and the King content to just money up there and wait for Sir Loathing to do something. Like this seems like a turn where it's likely Regolith gets clicked down and that's all that happens. So, but no, we have new installs.
Regolith for 3, card and server 4. Unadvanced cards are such a different beast. And so far we haven't seen any mitosises, the way to put advanceable cards on the table. So this might just be like a barrage of small agendas, and then we see some Moonpool shenanigans and some interesting stuff here. But unadvanced cards on the table means we know it's not an Urtica Cipher. It could be a Snare, but it's probably just an agenda. I wonder if you can just run this. I don't know what I should be scared of.
I'm not sure either. Could also easily just be a spin doctor.
Yeah, that's true. It's really interesting again. Personal evolution was removed from the standard meta going into Worlds as of last year, and it's come back and has gotten a lot of support. Jinteki net damage has got the most support of any Jinteki archetype in Midnight Sun. So seeing a lot of people coming up with their own personal evolution lists and taking to a meta that I think is kind of difficult to deal with. Like, I mean, Stone Chart Room, Stargate, that stuff is alive and well. Loathing is still bringing it. And I'm excited to see how this goes. King taking a moment here. Again, with time coming up, it's going to come down to the agenda points, and there's going to be an extension for technical reasons. I do think the King or the oracling process does get a time extension as well. It's a bit inefficient. So the King can figure out how to get here. I think a Stargate run R&D, like at that point, you're risking not having a breaker. But if you get those agendas into archives, you're not interacting with any of the traps potentially.
Running archives here.
There's a tapworm.
Tapworm. Okay, that's why.
So just clicking for credits, not even running server 4. That could easily be a 3-2, 3-1 agenda.
Do you purge here if you're so loathing?
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to be all about credits at this point.
Looks like the answer is no. Just clicking off Regolith, giving another credit with that pad tap. Icing up. So threatening something out of server 3 that's worth putting 2 ice on.
We'll see if we see the endurance. Endurance is the way that this sort of deck can run pretty aggressively. It's in the new Shaper console. It's an icebreaker, literally. Coming down for 8 credits, gives you power counters. You can trade 2 for 2 subroutines, regardless of ice type or strength. And I have no doubt, there's usually 3 of these in the list. The King probably has one in hand. King taking time here.
We have seen, I believe, 0 influence out of this PE so far.
PE, I think you're right. Yeah, nothing so far. There's the Stargate.
Stargate. That's big.
Simulchip, mind you, Stargate came from the self-modifying code, so that Simulchip means that we can deal with some of the bigger ice. How do we deal with this? Endurance is tricky. You can't pull that now, mind you, with the Simulchip, but it's probably an Ika. Ika deals with an Anansi, I think, for 4 credits, which is kind of great.
+2 for the install, but yeah, I think that has to be the best option here, I have to think.
We're over on MU?
Yeah, that's really brutal.
Actually, yeah, -2 on MU. Yeah, that's huge.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Endurance is 2 MU. It's hard to put all these cards down. The Tapworm is definitely going. The Rizeki at this point, you feel a bit upset about. This is clumsy. Yeah, you're right.
It's either all your Econ or your Stargate, so.
Stargate, if it gets trashed, you still get the Stargate off, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, you'd kind of like to have that. There you go.
Econ goes.
Yep, sure enough, all the Econ goes. And you have to just assume that you're going to be good enough with clicking for credits and getting through Anansi relatively cheaply with your Econ.
Yeah.
Now, Loathing could overinstall the Anansi if they want to, but there's the Ika, and this is an interesting program because you have to host it on a piece of ice, and it can only break the ice it's hosted on. You can always move it around at instant speed, so you have to ask for an action before you overinstall, but it's a really hard thing to move this to.
Yeah.
Can't see it coming, really. Anansi, 5 strength, 3 subroutines. If you don't break all of them, you're taking 3 net damage. That's it. So you have to deal with all of these generally. And that Ika gets up to strength with 2, breaks all the subroutines for 2 more. There's the stock buyback and a House of Knives and a Hangeki. This is, again, agenda points matter. The stock buyback is a huge amount of economy and maybe allows Loathing into the mid to late game, pivot into the bigger ice. Hangeki is a -1 agenda point, but the House of Knives is going to hit the bin. That is a potential 4 net damage card if scored, 1 net damage if the King takes it and takes the agenda point lead.
And at this point in the game, running just to get that agenda point lead doesn't seem that bad. But does mean that stock buyback is going to be a lot of money if you get that 4th agenda.
How sus is the Stargate if there's potentially a Spin Doctor in server 4, right? Like, I think that's the call of server 4. So this, like, oh, Mad Dash.
Well, we have a Mad Dash.
Let's see. Yeah, no.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Let's see the spin. Yeah, there we go.
And the Mad Dash is going to give a meat damage, returning a House of Knives and an Urtica Cipher. The meat damage is going to connect. You're also going to lose a very powerful card if you're worried about playing to time. But yeah, Spin Doctor on the table. Stargating with a unresed is a bit of a situation. Oh, if we could kindly ask, I don't know if you're watching the stream, but please do not join the lobby unless you are either part of Nisei or this the casters. We want to make sure everything runs well. Yeah, thank you, Pants.
So that was an incredibly optimistic Mad Dash run there.
It's so expensive. There used to be a program board state. Now it's just a Stargate and the Ika. 7 credits, 7 cards in hand though. If Loathing wants to score out server 3, it's a bit difficult. Hangeki? I'm gonna read this one. Play only if the runner trashed a corp card. They did. Stargate counts. Choose an installed corp card. The runner may access that card. If they don't, Hangeki becomes a -1 agenda point.
Okay.
So do you want to take a bunch of net, or do you want -1 agenda point and give Sir Loading more money with stock buyback?
But what can this be? Just snare? Like, it has to be snare. There's nothing else that they're... Unless... potentially you could set up something nasty with a sting, but with a Stone Chart Room, I don't think it matters. Right? Because you can steal the sting, Stone Chip, so you don't, like, die to Blood in the Water.
Yeah, the fact that Sting wouldn't immediately kill is the important thing.
Oh wait, no, they can do everything in the paid ability window. Wait, they can fire Hangeki and then keep priority and then score Blood in the Water on the table. There is no window to fire the Stone Chart Room because it's not a click if it's on the table. So obviously take the -1 agenda point.
I forgot about Blood in the Water as part of that equation. That you're right. That is exactly what makes that happen.
Stock buyback for 12. Sir Loathing now in 18 credits. Pad Tap is actually having its time in the sun there. But the lat Econ over time deck has been eclipsed. But mind you, I think the King has been playing way fast and way loose because time is coming up.
Yeah, and crucially, it is still agenda points in favor of Sir Loathing right now. If the game ended right now...
Yo, time is called.
Need to find an agenda.
You get the Hangeki? Oh man, it's so good. Now, of course, server 5 could be a bluff, but maybe it is just a sting on the table, which I don't know. Loathing obviously could score that out. The King could also just go and run it. But we're going to Stargate in. It's only 4 more credits for the Ika. Server 5. If that's a spin doctor, that would be amazing.
I know.
We haven't seen the Anansis here. If we're on 1-pointers, we're playing 20 of them. That's most of the deck, or nearly. 4 credits. We're going through this. Shows the top 3 cards, mind you, to both players. There's the Obokata. That's 5 net damage. Oh.
Another Hangeki.
But that Obokata is going to be a big deal. The King can steal that, drop with Stone Chip Chart Room if they need to. And that is going to put them on 4 agenda points.
Yeah, I think you have to go for this here, even if it's a spin doctor in 5, then you just force it out.
It does not feel good to go for this, but I think you have to.
It sucks, but I think you have to, especially with time. Like still has a bit of time, but close enough that 3 points matters a whole lot.
Are we worried about punitive?
For some reason you're on Mad Dash 2, don't play it here, I think is my advice.
Punitive, possibly, but
we've seen very little influence, right? We've only seen the buybacks.
Yeah. It's possible, yeah.
Could be, honestly. I was thinking, I was starting to wonder if there were Seamless and Ronin in this list, given how little influence we'd seen. But honestly, there's influence for both.
Yeah, you can do some wild stuff to surprise with damage. But the big issue here, again, is the Stone Chip Chart Room, which buys the King so much like breathing room if they really need to. But again, that Obokata just in there. Maybe you can hold on for a couple turns and not run until time is called. Like, that could work out in your favor. You don't have to worry about a reprise if you're having the last turn. We're running it, though. It's 4 damage to steal this. You cannot prevent the damage because you're not paying the costs. Not that the runner can, and then 1 additional damage from personal evolution. So 5 net damage to steal an agenda. Well, if it wins you the game. Actions.
Asking for actions.
No spin.
No actions. So.
Okay, hold on though. So they have 1 click. The most they can get is 3 cards in the hand, which means if there's a seamless launch, there are some wild plays where you do like fast advance sting into Blood in the Water. Like, there's a chance Loathing can have it here. He just needs very specific cards in hand. Stone Chip to draw 2. And the King can't get
a Diesel would be huge. A Diesel would be absolutely huge here.
Yes. Yeah, or a VRcation. But Loathing...
None of that, just 3 cards. Let's see what happens on Loathing's turn.
Hangeki, there you go.
Draws for the Hangeki.
So that's going to push down because you can't get the access here. Mind you, if they score the Sting, it only does 2 damage, mind you. So it'd have to be like seamless advance. No, I don't think you can do it.
Oh no, it does 4, right?
Oh, I meant if there's one in server 5.
If you score the Sting. If you score the Sting, yeah.
Single advance, that does open up some possibilities here, but now we're down on 3 agenda points. 6 cards in there, 3 agenda points. Okay.
Average of 1/2 agenda point per agenda in the score area. Love that.
Yep. Oh man.
Stock buyback for a lot of money into big deal out of this deck would be
Oh,
absolutely
God.
amazing.
Stock buybacks terminal.
Is
Yeah.
it terminal?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
stock
unfortunately.
buyback,
No, no,
well,
but
get money,
I want
and
that.
then the
I
next
want
turn.
that though.
that's
Oh man.
that's a possibility. All right.
I mean, just naturally on 17 credits, big deal is just a thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of just a thing, that Stargate is still open. It's going to be all of the King's credits. But you can't get one more Stargate there. You're not going to win off of that one. Mind you, you are still ahead on points, but that's something that Loathing has to watch out for. If time is called on Loathing's turn, the King can just Stargate. Maybe even simulchip Stargate. Probably not. You need a bit more money, but there you go. That's going to be all the credits here. We'll see 3 cards at the top. Very likely only to see 1 pointers.
Mm-hmm.
4 credits for 3 cards at the top. These are all fresh cards, if I'm not mistaken. Saisentan, Super Dumping Hub, Kusanagi. So just 1 more point.
One of them seems better than the others. Puts
Saisen-
you on an easier credit differential or easier point differential to maintain for the rest of the game. 2 points a lot bigger than 1 point here because so many of these agendas are 1 point on PE side.
Yeah, so Conducting Hub is a 3-1. That Project Kusanagi is a 2-0. Saisentan is a very mean sentry that can potentially flatline if you're not prepared. But trashing the
Sure enough,
Saisentan.
the Saisentan goes down.
Whoa.
I guess Superconducting Hub is on top, so
Yeah.
well, you can get back in this turn.
They can't get back in this turn, but if they draw that, that's like okay. I think the Saisentan on R&D is maybe an issue. But that's a bit that's interesting for sure. King drawing up. Just taking a credit. Going to hit the lat draw. On 6 cards in hand means it's very difficult for Loathing to do anything too tricky here. But we'll see. Triple advance. House of Knives hitting a creative commission.
House of Knives.
And now the game is really interesting. With House of Knives, it's very hard to steal Obokata. It's very hard to interact with certain traps. Mind you, this agenda counter at instant speed during a run can do a single net damage. There's some really interesting windows. You can even get somebody with a net damage after subroutines have gone through before they can jack out, which can be potentially lethal. But this makes it a bit harder. The King's going to need to keep cards in hand.
Yeah, it feels a little ridiculous to say that it's almost impossible to steal an Obokata at this point, but we're almost at that point. There are only 15 cards left, and House of Knives is just so impactful.
Dirty Laundry Archives, I think that's a tapworm.
Mm-hmm.
House of Knives hitting Rizeki from hand. You saw how fast Loathing's the finger was on that trigger?
Yep.
Just mashing, waiting for the run to start.
That value House of Knives.
4 damage for a single agenda is definitely quite good, though you have to spread it out, but
They're all value House of Knives until they kill you, you know?
Yeah. I really like that agenda quite a lot. I really like the types of plays you can make with it as the core.
King, if they drop 1 more, they'll get basically 2 draws for a click. 2 minutes in a round, thank you, Cephalopod. So that is a big deal. Loathing probably has an agenda in server 3. We think there's a sting in server 5 too. So Loathing can get up to 4 points for sure, 5 points slowly. Second House of Knives.
Sure. Another House of Knives.
Yo,
now, at this point, running at all gets difficult.
This is wild too. If the King wants to go to mind you, they have a Stargate here, but if the King wants to if time is called, they can run server 5. We're pretty sure it's a sting. You're going to need, I think, 6 cards in hand because of the double House of Knives, but like it's an issue that you Hangeki'd somebody into a potential agenda and you left the agenda on the table. And probably Loathing can,
unless this was an incredibly long, like if they were playing the incredibly long game and this is just a snare in server 5.
That Ika doing short work. And
The boat has been sunk.
Oh yeah, first House of Knives, second House of Knives too.
R.I.P. the boat.
Obokata and a Spin Doctor.
Obokata in the bin.
You can't trash the Obokata if you leave the Spin Doctor. Because
there's just enough clicks to exactly steal Obokata this turn.
Not with House of Knives.
As long as you assume that you don't. Well, hold on. Is House of Knives only?
It's once per run.
Yeah, no, never mind. It's once per run, not once per turn. So
No.
no, you can't steal Obokata this turn.
There's like a niche
You
chance.
can throw it in the back.
Like you'd need
gets rid of the Spin Doctor.
You need a pile of diesels to get there. And now this is interesting because the Obokata is going to stay on top of R&D, but again, it's hard for the King to interact with that. Sir Loathing knows where it is, so they know when they have to like fire all the knives at once, which is again a 7 agenda steal. I don't know if this is going to come up, but it's worth noting that the personal evolution damage. Oh, so
this is the King's last turn. The King has to win this turn.
Do they run server 5?
I think they have to.
If it's a sting, it's 6 cards in hand, though. They're 1 credit short. We're asking here for an
saw-
extension.
Asking if this includes the extension for the computer shutdown, I think.
Right, yeah.
That's after the extension, says Yatsengreen.
Oh.
Okay, so Loathing basically has
Well, if-
one turn here. And they're already won. That's game.
Yeah, so that's game, correct? That was the
Yep.
king's last turn?
Lat getting the card draw. Game ends. Loathing getting there on potentially only 4 agenda points. I think there might be a sting in server 5. So that should be it. Again, when time is called, it was called on the king's turn.
I'm wondering if the king realized that was the very final turn there.
Yeah, but that'll do it. Oh my.
Okay, well, that's game then.
I'm going to throw it back to the cameras, but
Wow.
yeah, that was round 1, huh? What have we
was
signed up
wild.
for today? Today's going to be wild. What are we talking about? Those are the games we started with? Oh man, corpse split there. We're gonna get some results coming up, but we saw the prison Loathing a very nobly hammering their way through it, calling for time, staying on track, and you saw the king there with a very spicy version of it that did catch off guard and use that sort of meta information to their benefit, which is fantastic.
I have a feeling it's going to catch people out even if they know what's coming, because Econ Warfare is a hard card to continue playing around when you just are getting your credits drained by market forces all game.
Just be at 16 credits the entire time. It's easy.
Easy, yeah.
Super easy. I don't know. We heard that. Is like that sort of lat deck eats that sort of reality plus deck, and also mind you that the lat deck that also the king was playing was slightly tuned as well. But we'll see if that matchup lines up again. We're gonna see a fair bit of lat today. Mind you, we didn't know what table we're walking into. I'm pretty happy with the results after that, but we'll be trying to see mostly top table. So we'll see after this round what the results look like. I think the results should be quite soon.
I believe. Yeah, that was the last table of the round, so results are in.
Okay, I'm going to jump over the Cobra. Let's give it a look. Let me just refresh our standings here. So if you don't know how the points work, you're going to see 6s, 3s, and 0s. I think you can get slightly different numbers, but they're pretty rare. They come from ties. So every game you win is worth 3 points. So if you win your Corp and your Runner game, you're sitting on 6 points. So you see all the 6-pointers here at the top. Up to 18 players got that far. Then you have all the ones that split, and then some at the bottom that get swept. Just to check, I think we have 65 players today. So I think that's going to be a fair few rounds, 6 rounds today. I don't know if we have a confirmation whether it's top 8 or top 16 tomorrow. It's based off the player size. But looking at the top here, what do we see here?
Oh, well, round 2 pairings are up.
We'll get there shortly. I need to catch my breath.
Just all over
FYI.
here.
Oh man, yeah, I need some good water. But if we look at the top right now, again, all these 18 players are at the same standing, so it's not like the ones that we see at the top are performing better than the ones at the bottom. Strength of schedule really doesn't matter on round 1, but we're seeing a fair bit. We do see some Adam. We're seeing a fair bit more HB at the top than we did, I think, last week. We had that a couple Reality Pluses still doing well,
Two
but
2 Oak decks as well were swept in round 1.
I think every single faction is represented in the top cut main faction besides criminal. And by top cut, I mean the top 18. This is nothing. This has been one round. Like we'll figure it out soon
It's the
enough.
first round.
Yeah. Don't go anywhere. We have some Netrunner to do. All right, Panther, you want to pick the next round? We still don't see what IDs they're on. I think there was a way to trigger that, but
Honestly,
here.
I would. I think my choice on this would be table 5, assuming that's one that we can.
Yeah, mendax
we
and
can do,
bblum. So it's
table 5. Yeah, I would love to watch bblum in action. They are a long-time player of the game. Just honestly, like back through the years, like a legend of the game. Not as regular of a player. Like typically, I think a couple competitive events a year nowadays, but still incredibly strong. A pleasure to watch play.
Yeah, old school Netrunner. I remember recording some videos back from like 2016, 2015, and bblum is absolutely kicking ass back there. So I think we're going to get into that table. Just give us a second to make sure that we can get there. The tables are setting up. I'm going to go back really quickly to Cobra just to see the other standings that we're looking at. So some of the other matchups we have. I'm not sure what this information is worth at this point, but we're getting there. I think we see a fair bit of op too. We're going to see op on table 5. I'm super excited for that because op is like obviously very, very flexible in how you build it.
Well, we saw a corp split in the first round, so clearly it's a corp meta, obviously.
That is totally worth knowing. That is something that right now runners seem very favored in the top cut of last week. Again, people can react to that meta. We'll see what it looks like today, but yeah, we have a long day. We have 5 more rounds for sure. Table 5 is spinning up. Would you be able, Panzer, just to ask on our behalf whether we can watch this thing?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I'm very excited to see an up deck in action. And also, I think mendax, I played against them yesterday on their Restoring Humanity deck, which was also, this is a pretty interesting deck. So I'm very excited to see both of them in action.
Yeah, mendax is also like I think a pretty known name. I've seen them playing running. I've seen them playing Netrunner for a while. I've seen their deck posts, so we're definitely going to be in for a treat here. Yeah, we're spinning up. We're going to be okay to watch this table. We're just going to wait for time to be called in the round.
Interesting. Restoring Humanity and Lat. So I'm behind y'all. I'm just seeing what the IDs are in play here.
Oh, no.
Not exactly what I expected to see in the first 2 rounds of this tournament. And I think that's a good thing. I think we're seeing exactly how diverse this meta actually can be, despite, there's a lot of shaper, but there's just a lot going on in general in this tournament.
I think the Jinteki question for me has been, and I think maybe for a lot of people has been a big question, because Midnight Sun came out and most of those cards were specifically tech towards a net damage sort of archetype. And so things like Restoring Humanity, maybe they can play with some Regenesis or Regenesis, right? But I've confused Regenesis and Mitosis. We'll iron this out at the beginning, right? But you can play with that for sure. You have, I guess, some ice. I don't know if people are really excited to res Ivix in some of those lists, but it does give you a nice barrier, a bigger barrier, maybe res for cheap. But we'll see if it's a trap deck, or we'll see if it is something like the Anoetic Void decks that have kind of entirely fallen off. And I don't know whether the Pinhole Threading Fear is just done enough.
Yeah, and obviously it was in the booster, so it is at this point a known quantity, but Anemone is a card that if you're a net damage type deck, it's a way to get the runner lower than they expect it to be during a run, which always matters if you're on things like snares.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and it's also a really nice way to dump agendas into archives on the runner's turn and then regenesis them into your score area on the next turn. So you can do a lot of combos with that. And it's really hard for the runner to kind of like keep everything in mind in that regard. And so it's quite tricky to play against.
I know I find myself running archives when I definitely did not need to be in the Jinteki matchup. Just that fear sets in and it gets its claws in for sure.
I really like a meta where archives matters. So just for that, I quite like this meta already while it's still shaping up.
Yeah, we'll see that Restoring Humanity, but if you don't know the ID text, it says at the end of your turn, if there's a card face down in archives, you gain a credit, and that's really good for you. If you overdraw, you discard the card, and then your turn ends. So you can get a guaranteed credit on your terms, which is quite nice. The big issue to me right now, Jinteki hasn't solved its economy issues. A lot of these sort of like mid-range good stuff decks have been backed up by Polana Foods, a Jinteki identity that just rotated in the last rotation. It just got credits all the time. The first time a turn the runner draws, you get a credit, and let me tell you, runners have to draw. So we'll see if Restoring Humanity is like a threat, whether it's enough economy. Sometimes people also just play it because it is a 40 deck minimum, and people do value minimum deck size. It means you're pretty consistent.
Yeah, definitely not to be underestimated.
People, sorry, I want to cut in real quick. People in chat are already noticing, but in case you are away from your computer and not looking at chat right now, we did just start a raffle for 3 alternate art Deuces Wilds. Fantastic card.
That card's not out yet, right? I think that's the new Deuces Wild that's come part of this this price kit, right? It's the whose likeness is on it? Is it still a Dan Dargenio or is it something else? I don't know if you know, Panzer. Yeah, okay.
I don't know offhand. I'm just running the raffle.
No, that's fair. It was like half revealed, I think, in the Continentals version. So there's some like really cool alt arts that are coming out as part of the prize support kit. I think we did see the Sokka daily quest just last week, which is stunning as well. So I'm excited to see that full Deuces.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're into the match. Welcome.
Oh.
This is round 2 of the 2022 Netrunner American Continentals. Just to re-rack real quickly, my name is Andre. I'm from the Metropole Grid. I'm joined by Neuropanzer. You might know from the Slumpscast. Say hi, Neuro.
How you doing?
And Captain Nice from across the pond, a very competitive Sunny player. Maybe we'll see that next week. Nice. It's a pleasure to have you. And we are off, and we have that lat deck. We'll probably see something very similar throughout the day, but it's okay. It's still fun. It's still exciting. But then talk about exciting. Here we have bblum and ob Superheavy Logistics. Y'all want to take a crack at explaining this one quickly? There's some text on it, but once you understand it, it's not too bad.
Sure. So Up needs to get some cards down. They need to be rezzed, and then they need to be trashed, not during install, but then it becomes a toolbox. So if you trash a 5-cost asset, you get to look through your deck, find something, or a 5-cost anything that's rezzed. You get to look through your deck, find something that costs 4, install and res it, ignoring all credit costs.
You
only get to that once per turn. You can't chain forever, but you do get to do that.
Real quick, I need to point this out because this is currently an issue on JNet, bblum mentioning it, but the card in server 1 is an Oaktown renovation. It's a public agenda. It should be installed face up. JNet's been goofing it. Sapper in HQ here off the top. Trash is a program. You can trash this ice yourself. It does have a trash can. A couple ice do have this from that era. So we'll see if mendax wants to take that down for 2 credits, but we're just rushing an Oaktown, probably behind an envelopment, maybe a border control. I feel like Panzer, I might have cut you off a bit, but trashing cards is the name of the game.
Yeah, you want to trash your res cards. That'll help your toolbox. You can't chain all the way down in a single turn. It's only 1 tutor that you get per turn. But people have already started to figure out some very interesting kill combos using this ID ability. And I think one of the things that I'm most excited about is that this is likely to be a boat versus boat matchup.
Yeah. It's not clear in the scale, but apparently the op boat is like ginormous in comparison. Yeah. So it's a much bigger boat. But bblum here has an option. We see the Taphorn coming down, going to take probably 1 credit off of, not off, but gain 1 credit for mendax. The Rizeki is the slow drip this deck is known for. And if you want to push out that Oaktown renovation, you're going to get, 3 credits? You could consider leaving it if you really wanted economy. But it looks like we're just going to let it brew. Single advance, hedge fund, card and server 2.
The long stewed Oaktown renovation, a tradition in Weyland decks. Wonderful to see it.
Charging server 2 here. I think there's a chance it's a Sphegator, but just the Spin Doctor. Draw 2. mendax leaving it again. bblum, they don't want to pop it just to get a Sapper and a hedge fund back in. They have some more powerful cards in their list. Bringing back those trashed ice, the border controls, the envelopments, even the extracts are really powerful. And mendax getting that free lat draw. bblum has that agenda in their remote server. Let's see if they score it out. Maybe jam something else this turn. That's a really nice window where you can score and still put something in.
So we gotta assume that this op is like a rushy type deck because we don't really see Oaktown in anything beyond like really rushy types of Weyland.
Yeah, I don't even know if you see Oaktown in like the kill combo lists. Like maybe there's a chance that there is like a backup biotic MCA Chiriboga sort of kill list with the mutually assured destruction. That's a potential. And I like the decks that they've diversified their win conditions, but this could just be old straight rush because the ice in this deck is actually way better than you might think, specifically with the op ability.
Yeah, and Weyland has so many good 3-2s nowadays, now that they got both Above the Law and ASEF Protocol. They literally have 7 3-2s, including Atlas. Yeah. So Oaktown is something you don't really see a lot nowadays. But in a rush type build, it works quite well just to keep the money up and like go as fast as possible.
Yeah, and obviously those 3-2s fantastic in a faction that has Audacity.
Yeah.
This is a really big deal. You do see also people splashing for cards like Bas Chiriboga, sometimes even calibration testing. If you can trash a 4-coster at the end of the runner's turn, that becomes a fast advance piece on the table.
Scored. So 1 click remaining this turn, it will be a new remote. Oh, I'm a virus.
Oh, that's great.
So this is cool. So they're purging the Taphorn, but they can also get a 2-coster res and installed because they trashed one of their cards. And mind you, they have to do the trashing. The corp has to do the trashing. And they can go get a Maryland campaign behind the ice. Okay.
Look at all that value. That is so much value.
Yeah, this is combowombo.corp deck, and it's really wild the kind of stuff you can do with op.
It's so cool. It's like, don't even find a card from your deck. Find a card, install it, and res it for free. It's just so much juice. The Mavirus there and the Sapper going back into a Stargate coming down. There you go. Check your Spin Doctors. Hit the Stargate. And we see a 3 influence card.
MCA.
Yeah.
That's probably signaling a lot of what this deck is about. That MCA austerity policy is one of those cards that it can trash itself, give you something that costs 0, oftentimes, possibly a Drago, which you can get tags with. And those 3, those 3 influence costs don't matter quite as much in OB because you do actually just get to search.
So we know the top of R&D, that's an IP block. It's an ice that doesn't inherently end the run. Trace 3 will give you a tag, and that will end the run. It has an AI clause, but a lot of these lat decks aren't on AI, especially one link for lat also makes us a bit softer. But the MC austerity policy now drawn into the hand. That needs to be iced up. And bblum, they have a shot here to do double install if they can, but it looks like they put their good rush remote server to protect the Maryland campaigns. R&D ice.
They would have preferred that to stay in the deck because actually after the Maryland campaign trashes itself, they can go get the MCA from the deck because it's 2 into 1. But now they have it in hand, so they might have to either make a new remote or over-install the Maryland. It takes a while for that to pay out, and that is really slow.
Yeah.
Double icing R&D. That's obviously just in response to the Stargate. You do not want your things getting trashed here.
Dirty laundry, smashing into HQ. We drew up with the diesel. This is going to give you credits. A wake up call. This is a meta card that's been showing up. A lot of cards that can be trashed in this matchup. And if you trash something, there's a chance you can take 4 meat damage if you don't want to bring down the corpse choice of a hardware or virtual resource. And the big hardware in this meta right now is a good old boat.
Taking that baseball bat to an entire boat, getting rid of it, you love to see that. Just the flavor in this game, fantastic.
They were not very clear about this art, the scale of the thing. That guy with the bat is massive. Double ice.
We do see ice going over HQ. Makes a lot of sense now that we know the austerity policy is in HQ.
Double ice on server 1. That MCA is going to go in probably next turn. I don't know whether you need to wait for the Maryland trigger. It's very cute if you can, because you do get your ob value. You get a 1-coster installed. There's some good 1-costers, including more MCA austerity policies. But a Stone Ship chart room, some diesels coming down. Mendax is drawing through. 4 cards in hand too for the corp is really nice. A lot of times you want to make it a bit awkward for the runner to get their installs, but it's not too hard. Nanotech. The Ika Nanotech debate continues, and we're going to Stargate into R&D.
That's an IP block.
So
the Lincoln lot is really good here.
Trace 3.
Oh yeah, Lot has 1 link. That's actually very good against IP block.
Yep.
But there's an Afshar.
Afshar not on HQ. It does work here. There's no way to break through it, so it does end the run and drain some credits.
Yeah, Afshar great on HQ. That's definitely where you like it, but anywhere else, it's largely a Weyland flavored Enigma, and a lot of times that is good enough. It's also really good in this list to have 3-cost code gates that end the run, because if you do crack a border control during a run, you can install a code gate and force the runner to have a second kind of breaker and come back on the same remote. So you do actually see a lot of Afshars and Enigmas sometimes in these lists.
So I will note, the difference between Afshar and Enigma actually does matter against this lat deck, because their main non-boat breaker for code gates is Hyperbaric. One of those requires a charge, the other does not.
Oh, right on. I see what you mean. Yeah, with the strengths being slightly different. Yeah. Spin Doctor. Server 4 drawing up again. A 0-coster is also kind of nice to get in the deck. You can pull one of these, or as you said before, a Jago Ivanov. It can be a legitimate win condition if you get all the clicks off the MCA austerity policy and have a boom in hand. But it looks like Blum is just like letting that Maryland go. MCA austerity is brewing in hand.
Yeah, they are letting the Maryland cook all the way down, it looks like, unless we see an overinstall in these last 2 clicks.
They can definitely use the money right now, so it is fair to take the 2 credits here. Yeah,
sure enough.
You're gonna let it tick.
Speaking of the money, server 5, big chance to be something like a Svigator, which is a 0-cost resable that you can end up trashing your installed card. So if you trash a resed IP block, which is not very good, you can get the money, but it's just a Rashida.
Oh, it's a Rashida. Well, there goes the Rashida.
A bit of awkwardness when you only have 1 remote server and it's seeing the nanny campaign. Hitting HQ with the nanotech, you can face check. We saw the sappers.
Another Afshar. That's where you really want them. And honestly, 2 on HQ is probably it's probably overkill. You can kind of see why 1's on R&D. It went down first.
Server's empty. Maryland campaign gets trashed. Pad campaign getting the credits. We're looking for a 1-coster here. That was an MCS.
An MCA.
That was from the deck.
It's a second MCA. So there are 2. Yeah. So Mendax knows that if this MCA actually goes down, there is another one to take care of right afterwards.
And MCA is a real win condition. You can use this to do some wild things. There's some fast advance. Sometimes people give tags with Drago and then do trust operation and some other like interesting cards they can get with Bastir Bogas in there. But the big deal is that if you do just Drago, so basically you hit this a couple times, on the last turn you crack it, you have 6 clicks. So you get the Drago for free. You quadruple advance the Drago to give 2 tags, and you have still 2 clicks left to get a boom. The issue though here is that if Mendax just keeps on 5 or 6 cards in hand after lat and then fires a Stone Ship chart room, it's really hard to boom someone. So you might have to keep that Drago on the table for a while. Immediately they'll be tagged, so they have to like preemptively Stone Ship after you give a single tag. So maybe you can just do something else with your turn, but it gets a bit dicey.
Yeah, I think there's a real question on if Drago is the way that you plan to get tags as the sub deck, or if this is a mutually assured destruction list. Yeah. And potentially the plan there is load up enough tags that you can boom them twice.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Wow.
Rizeki. Clicking down, mind you, MC austerity policy. There's a fair bit of text on here. There's 2 abilities. You can use one of them each a turn. One of them places a power counter, takes a click away from the runner in their following turn. And then once it's loaded with 3, you can click and trash this to get 3 extra clicks, which is very powerful. And you don't have to wait for this to get 3 power counters. On the same turn, you could do click to load to 3, click to trash it. Blum, though, only 11 credits. We're pretty sure there's a border control or envelopment on their remote server. 5 or 4 to res. And mendax has 21 credits. How do you put... Sorry?
I'm surprised by how many credits this deck makes, because it's just a shaper list, but it just makes so much money out of nowhere.
Right, it's not just making this money; it's making this money and also having Stargate installed and also having Nanotech installed. I mean,
yeah.
And the big thing here is the endurances. You usually see 3 in these lists. They're going to come down and they're going to start breaking stuff for free. That's a problem. That transition to the free boat breaker is going to be a problem for Blum, I reckon. There is some good ice in this list. Like Envelopment has 5 relevant subroutines. The boat doesn't go that far that quickly. But we saw the wake up call in hand is really awkward. If you end up trashing stuff, it's either 4 meat damage from hand or you have to let your boat go. And you saw a lot of players like not trash certain things in certain matchups last week. I think we saw Rashida survive. Stuff like that.
Installing 2 ice on the remote.
Yeah, we had a take back there. I think did Blum just untrash? I think they just untrashed the ice they trashed. I'm not sure.
It looks like undo click didn't undo the pre-trash for the over install.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay. So that was just a manual fix. Again, I reckon at this stage, you can ask your opponent if you're okay with fixing something. Admittedly, on JNet, it's actually very easy to make a mistake. You can actually click on the run wrong server button, which is not something that happens in person. So people are generally very forgiving about this sort of stuff, which is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, so this MCA just continuing to get protected more and more and more. It's going to be potentially very hard to actually get in there this turn. Symbol chip does come down. That's potentially step 1.
And this list currently looks to be self-modifying code less, which means if there's a clod in there, if you want to use the MCA to stop fast advancing, you need to get your simul chip on the table or into the heap and pull it with simul chip.
Paperclip is in the bin now, but no code get breaker just yet.
I'd be surprised if mendax installs a code get breaker if they don't just boat. Blum checking for clot there. No access currently. It's nice when you just ask your opponent. That's easier than trying to figure it out on your own terms.
Yeah, Bo doesn't deal with Afshar all that well, because Hyperbaric only costs 1 credit, and you lose the 2 either way. It's either 2 boat counters or a credit.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I think it might be worth to install the Hyperbaric at some point anyway.
I think you need the boat for the memory, right? That's the first bridge they have to cross.
Yeah, definitely. Memory is an issue here with the target.
Look at all this value. Rashida in server 1 off of the MCA and just has enough clicks to install and score out the Oaktown in a different server.
Pure gas.
I'd love to see it.
I've been playing this one for years, this game. I've never seen someone fast advance out in Oaktown. And it was good.
I don't think I have either. Yeah, no, it was such a good play too.
There's the boat.
That's 4 points to 0.
Rigging up, mind you, installs it for 5, gets an extra charge on it. Charges the Shaper mechanic in Midnight Sun. However, it doesn't actually show up on Endurance. Endurance is a pseudo charge card for, I reckon, balance reasons. First successful run gets a power counter on here. 2 power counters without interface, without type check. You get through 2 subroutines, which is fantastic. Throwing out a Mad Dash, mind you, such a powerful card with this with the Stargate. It's usually a 1 of in the list, but not a lot of 3-pointers. Still can help.
Honestly, maybe this is the answer. Maybe this is the answer to the existential question of what do you do as a Weyland combo deck if the runner is running Stone Chip Chart Room, which makes it difficult for you to actually kill them with a boom. Maybe the answer is you just score points and make money while you're doing it.
Speaking about score points, mendax still is not threatening Clod, right? An Audacity, obviously with 9 cards in hand, it's a thing you can do, but we're at hostile Audacity, the game is over. So the Clod is going to be really important. We saw Mavirus in the list as well, and there are some fun ways to tutor that from your deck with border controls firing. But Blum is definitely this Shaper hasn't got a lot of accesses this game, and Blum is very quickly approaching game point.
Yeah, these 2x on R&D have done enough. I mean, they're simple, but they're doing plenty to keep these accesses from happening, at least so far.
Yeah, currently R&D is incredibly weak, but it did like slow down mendax by quite a bit. So and now
Yeah, I think the real limiting factor was not having the boat, because installing paperclip would have required a trash of something else.
yeah, but you can just let IP block trace, and you can still consider doing that. So it's
True.
not the end. Of the world. It's
Yeah,
literally-
actually, you're right.
It's two credits to get through. Bloom is
Oh,
not
duh,
gonna.
it's Afshar. Duh.
into
Yeah, there's no breaker for that. Now there is, because of the boat on R&D.
There's
Oh
hostile,
no.
and we're now on
Well-
game point.
Game point.
There's no doubt there's audacities in this list. Mind you, a zero cost operation that as long as you have 3 cards in hand, you can throw them all out to get 2 advancements for a single click. So install agenda, audacity advance for 2 credits, or 1 credit, excuse me. You're scoring out an agenda. Dirty laundry, we can check archives. That's good. You see a lot of cards, threaten the spin doctor and get that endurance. This is a run-based shaper, not some words you've always seen put together in a sentence last year.
Spin Doctor does get 2 of these unseens, could potentially be 2 agendas, but whatever it is, they're coming back into R&D now.
And coming back they are. Stargate. Now the IP
Here's
block.
Yeah, it has
Shows
the
on
bad
IP
pub too. So this R&D is
Oh, yeah.
incredibly cheap to run.
Yeah, bad pub's a really big deal with this. They get through for 1 credit. Now the Afshar, you can also lose the bad pub to that lose 2 credits, but you're just going to break that with the boat.
Mm-hmm.
We see 3 off the top. No spin doctors on the table. Only 1 left on the list. Atlas preemptive hostile. Whoa, trash the preemptive. You can run back twice, can't you? Oh, once, I guess. Unless you can charge the
Only-
boat with a stone ship
Yeah,
or
only
something.
one.
Yeah, you would need a way to charge the boat.
There you go,
Into
that's
the
even
depths to
better.
charge the boat. Yep.
Oh,
So the preemptive does in fact go down. Running back for the Atlas.
that's sick.
Yeah.
No threat of Spin Doctor on the table to shuffle these away.
Now the mendax is doing this. If they could in theory like use the into the depths to pull the clot, which I think might be the right play here. Just because if they just put too much pressure, run on R&D twice, like Blum might have everything in hand to score out. I want to see a clot pulled out with this into the depths.
Yeah.
It's a hyperbaric
hyper-
instead.
Hyperbaric, okay.
Okay, so this
Threatening a run on HQ, potentially.
yeah also lets them deal with the Afshar without having to get the charge. There's the Atlas. We're going back in. So into the depth, what was it? It was an install and gain 4. Yeah, okay. Because you get some modes on this based off of how many ice you've passed. Have you all had the
Yeah,
pleasure
for-
to see this card fail to go through in envelopments and border controls and it just like doesn't fire at all?
Not yet, but I'm looking forward to it this weekend.
It's wild in this
I-
matchup.
I want to see that sometime. Yeah. If there's an audacity and agenda on hand now, then
Yeah,
that
that's
would be
it.
incredibly sad.
Yeah, it's the game at that point. You're right.
So,
There's no clot in the bin. No way to stop an Audacity score here.
Nope.
Mendax
Well, let's
has
see it.
3 points. Only 23 cards left in R&D. The top card is also an unknown, mind you. We did go through 3 off the Stargate. Still no clot. I think that's
we
it.
should be asking about clot.
Oh no,
Is this
yeah.
it? Is this it?
Still
Still
true. I feel like Mendax is going to regret that
Install.
hyperbaric, but install
Yes.
Audacity is exactly the play.
Audacity. It is the Audacity, and it's above the law.
Good game.
Wow.
Yeah, I think Mendax
Good
had an
game.
option there. If you pull the clot out, you're just getting a purge, and then you have to go through the simul chip. So it's all about getting the virus down. I don't know if the list runs an arc lockdown, but Blum playing that well, rushing out, getting that full value from the Maryland kind of worked out. But we're gonna see the other side of this table.
Yeah, it was just a game where there wasn't quite enough early interaction. There wasn't quite enough stopping bblum from doing what they wanted to do.
Yeah. And it's hard. You saw the MU got kind of like a bit compressed. There's admittedly a lot of things you need installed. The money was there, but it's a faster deck. Like you saw, as soon as turn 1, we have an Oaktown on the table. We even let it stew because I'm pretty sure that's a battlement, or sorry, an envelopment. An envelopment is really difficult for that deck to deal with, barring paperclip. I think we're back into game 2, round 2. We're gonna see some new IDs. Restoring Humanity. We
Yeah.
talked about this 40 card minimum. If you got System Gateway, you know this one well, right? Subliminal messaging, a nice card, triple ice.
Yeah.
Already locking it down, and that will make it harder for Padma to immediately get this value. So Padma, a new ID, gets to charge, so that the charge mechanic we just talked about, whenever you run R&D, so you don't have to successfully run R&D, it's when the run starts,
Yeah.
you get that charge.
Yeah, super important. And hey, this is just a lat deck with a different ability. We got that early lat start, the Rozeki pad tab, the I'm gonna say low effort econ package. It's working out well. And you see that subliminal messaging comes back. I actually really like subliminal messaging in Restoring Humanity for a couple reasons. It's a card you're okay to discard if you need to, but also it's like very good fuel for things like Hansei Review, cards that, or Anemone, if you keep it in hand and you don't need the credits. It's really quite good.
And we immediately see that pad tep get trashed, which makes a lot of sense. Restoring Humanity, you want that to trigger every turn, and you do not want the runner making the same amount of money off of it as you. For Genesis, though, immediately stolen off of R&D.
That's really big.
Yo, Blum.
So much value from that run because Padma did charge the Earthrise. That is an extra 2 cards drawn.
Yeah, the R&D run, charge, put a power counter on something that has a power counter. So that's now just 2 card draw. Earthrise Hotel with 4 power counters. You don't see that a lot. But running in here, actually, this is really risky. Like, Blum could have died last turn to Sai Santan, even on this run. There are some flat lines here, but into the depths, going to be able to install another Rizeki. Oh, wow. And their Regenesis is probably what this deck is doing. We're going to see Obokata's likely Regenesis, and maybe they can score out that coveted 4-3 agenda.
Just an absurd amount of value this turn out of these R&D runs.
Yeah, it's being pointed out in chat. There's a chance that Blum saw what the ice was. Actually, no, they didn't because they were installed turn 1. Yeah, I don't know. I think you can take that risk potentially because they can't res Anansi's, but it would be like Sai Santan, which is not that popular.
Yes. Right, Sai Santan's the only thing you really care
about. A lot of the ice in this list is like 8 cost. It's like 2 or 3 DNA trackers, 3 Anansi's, and then like a bunch of like smaller stuff. But the ones that really hurt are 8. And yeah, there might be a Saisaton, but that's not like what you're mainly running. It's mainly DNA tracker and Anansi. So 8 credits is kind of like the magic number.
This might be my startup showing. I've been playing a bit too much Jinteki startup, and let me tell you, you love those Saisatons, don't you?
Yeah.
Blum is drawing up. Double Rizeki's Earthrise Hotel is so much clickless value. Beginning of turn, 2 credits, 2 cards, and if they want to charge R&D at this point, you're right. They're going to have to consider getting down a boat eventually, the Endurance, or just at least getting down. It's hard now because if you DNA tracker is not something people expect. People generally put down their killer run, but now if you hit a DNA tracker, 3 subroutines is also a lot for the Endurance.
Double Rizeki, I think, in addition to the obvious credit value it gives you, well. We have it a little broken here, but the 2 orbs staring into your opponent's eyes is very powerful. But.
That's some orbs. That's like a couple orbs.
Yeah, now we've got 3 orbs. That's a ridiculous amount of value.
Mendax?
Patep has to die on site in this matchup, but 3 Rizeki is going to give, like, so early in the game too, is going to be absolutely ridiculous.
It's difficult to fight through if you're a deck that wants the game to go long and you want to get a lot of value off of Restoring Humanity. You're just giving up more value with Rizeki, so it's actually very, very difficult for Restoring Humanity to see these.
Yeah,
definitely.
If the late game you imagine is Big Ice, maybe Anoetic, maybe that's the thing. Anoetic Void, the upgrade, that might be something that a Shaper deck could struggle with. We haven't seen a lot of Pinhole Threadings. We don't see any of the other tech cards that deal with that sort of thing. But yeah, if your late game is get a lot of money to rest some Big Ice, like you're going to see Hyperbarics getting through your DNA for 3. And speaking about DNA for 3, that's a DNA hitting for 6 credits, 3 net damage. Hit me.
That's a whack. And a whack.
Whoa.
And a whack.
We lost some big stuff. Falsified.
Yeah. And a boat. Boat goes down.
Oof.
Falsifieds are cool, right? Like it might mean a bit more mad dash, but with that targeted sort of run, you know where you need to spend your boat counters. You know we can just sit back and set up. I don't know whether that means we're going to see Amakua. I'd be a bit surprised, but maybe for a run-based Shaper, we can get away with it. And that Earthrise Hotel might be here for the whole game. 0 credits. Whoa.
San City Grid? Okay. I was not expecting that, but I love to see it.
Yeah, that's the combo that got me yesterday was install Sansan to make sure you can score the Regenesis, so you can do stuff like get an oboe from archives.
Yeah, that's neat.
Oh, that's good.
Yep.
A lot of times you're like pretty happy to see Sansan and Jinteki because they mostly have 3-2 agendas that don't have text on them, and they're not playing a lot of 3-1s. But yeah, Regenesis means that 3-1 agenda is actually a lot better than a 3-1.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna be cute and I was gonna play this deck with Biotic, but then I forgot to read Regenesis, and you correctly pointed out that doesn't work. But Sansan does work.
Yeah, well, let's take a second to read the text on Regenesis here. It's a 3-1 agenda, and it's a very specific. There's a lot of conditions that I think are easy to miss. When you score this agenda, if no cards have been added to archives this turn, so first clause means you can't Biotic it out, you can't Trickle Light it out, you have to fast advance without getting something into the bin if you're fast advancing it. You may reveal a face down agenda in archives and add it to your score area. So the card has to be face down. So we saw in some other games runners checking archives just to flip agendas so they don't have to worry about Regenesis. But also you add it to your score area. So while you can get ongoing text and you obviously get get the points. You don't get the when scored ability on the added agendas, and that can matter a fair bit.
Yeah, another interaction that does matter with the cards that got released, Big Deal doesn't work with Regenesis in the way that you want it to. You don't get the additional agenda because your action phase ends. Am I correct about that?
Well, I haven't heard about that. I'd be surprised, but maybe chat can correct us on that. I don't know if we're going to see that today. I'd be happy if we did, though. We got that 8 credits. Again, that's the big threshold here. 8 credits gets you the DNA tracker and gets the Anansi. If you get to 12 credits, you maybe have to respect a Chiashi, which can be a bit mean for net damage on that one. But once you hit 7, it's only Ivik that you're worried about. So Blum now needs to consider, has to be a bit more conservative before face checking in if they value some of their cards in hand.
So yeah, seeing that Sansan, if they didn't know what the game plan is before, now the jig is kind of up. They just have to make sure, like you were saying, just check archives as much as possible. Make sure every card is upright, nothing face down. But then if you put something, and like this deck will often put like 2 eyes like Anansi or DNA tracker on archives and be like, hey, you can check archives every turn if you want to, but it's going to cost you like 10, 12 or more credits to do that every turn. And then after a certain point, that just becomes unmanageable.
And when you're at hand size too, right? Like any turn that they don't run, you get the subliminal back. Don't play it. Just throw it out. And now they're sweating. Is that the subliminal getting them a credit, or is that an actual 5/3 agenda that's going to take a short bath before being pulled away to the score area?
Yeah, this is a cool corp. This is not a known quantity to me, so it's very cool to see.
We'll see how consistent this is.
Taking some time.
Because also, like, you have to watch out. This is a shaper, right? Like, we probably have access to Clot. So if mendax wants the Sainsen or a Genesis, like, that's 2 big issues they have to solve. The agenda issue and also the Clot issue. But viruses and faction, maybe we have that. Spin Doctor
This is a pretty rough.
It is a turtle.
Oh, turtle.
Cool.
Interesting.
Whoa.
Oh, and a sable.
We're playing some music. Wow. DJ Fenris brought a violinist to the club. We're getting some live music tonight. Why would you do this? Probably deep dive. We are now going to play with the Mark mechanic. I think now we've seen every single mechanic on stream from Midnight Sun on the runner side. Mark, beginning a turn, randomly choose a server. That server, when you run it, you get a click back. And that's a big deal if you want to run 3 central servers and deep dive to win the game. I think it's cool that it's not always Steve anymore. Some decks want to do this. Oh, Archives Mark is also really fun because you can clicklessly go check and flip, so it's like slightly less of a cost to keep the Regenesis and Restoring Humanity in check.
Yeah. Notably, you can't break ice right now, really, if you're bblum.
Yeah, and all the MU's used up with 3 ice on turn 1, right? Like the Amakua gets a bit dodgy, but hey, Endurance is there to save the day.
The boat has arrived.
This is a really good matchup, I think, for Blum, because not only do they have drip, they have the boat, and they have ways to like really look for agendas. I think this is a pretty good, and the 3 Rizekis to just keep money up to make sure that you can check something like archives at least every turn or every other turn. I think this is a pretty decent matchup for them.
The rigging up counter on here is actually kind of important, right? Because now you can face check into an Anansi or a DNA tracker, and you use 4 counters for 3 subroutines, which is unoptimal. But at least for the Anansi, you definitely want to break all of it. The DNA tracker, you could consider taking a net, I suppose.
Yeah, you definitely can.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know if you want to just like use these bow counters just to like run archives to flip. Like that doesn't seem worth it. Like I think Blum can play full control here. They understand what like the scoring pattern is, or sorry, what the game plan is, right? And if they have Clot, they can interact with it. 2 more MU. Maybe we have to Into the Depths. What's it called? A Clot onto the table, but
yeah, it is going to be difficult to charge up this turtle. I mean, boat helps with that a lot, but it doesn't do all of the work.
Just Nike. Only 2 subroutines on this that really matter. Sometimes you like drawing cards. Other times it's a bit less interesting for you. It's a reverse side game to draw 2 cards, and then the net damage follows after. So 3 strength is really good against as Amakua for 1 res, but I'm probably going to endurance through that. Yeah, let's go play a side game. I don't think mendax can pay a credit here. No, we'll both pay 0.
Yeah, 0.
Has to stay
so
on
we get to see what's in archives.
Not the subliminal. Sometimes these decks run multiple, and that's really good for them because they can play 1, discard 1 potentially. And it's a Tithe. Honestly, 1 strength is interesting enough, but maybe that Amakua is going to be okay here. It's so hard to get this Amakua up to strengthen this matchup, right? Like, if Aiki is the easiest server to charge your turtle, I don't know if that's easy.
Right. In the medium term, like, or in the short term here, probably it's safe to run another couple servers and get a few counters on Amakua, but in the long term, after defenses are up, some things are rezzed, and a purge happens, this turtle might be starving.
Yeah, there's a virus hitting archives sooner rather than later, and then that turtle is long for this world. I think every service is going to be airtight.
I'd be really interested to see if Blum is actually playing real breakers, right? Like this is the matchup where you'd love a hyperbaric, where you'd be okay with a nanotech. I don't know what the numbers are on a single ice. What's it called, the Nancy? But if it's just turtle and endurance, it might actually be a bit of a struggle.
Nanotechs boost 2 strength for 3 credits, right?
So it hits 4, I think.
Yes.
That's not good, is it?
It's a lot of money, yeah. Unless there's 3 eyes on one server, but if you just keep 2 eyes on every server, then it's manageable if you only have to boost once, but it's not ideal.
Spin Doctor hanging out on server 1 just gets cracked, returning that small sentry, the Tithe, and the NGO front. Card in server 1 again. On this could be a Saints City grid. Mendax has the credits to a Saints advance a 3-2 or 3-1. If it's a 3-1 though, they don't really have any way to get a card into archives. They'd have to do it on the runner's turn. So maybe you run into an enemy, but as soon as you do that, I don't think the credits are there anymore.
Yeah, and I think bblum at this point can just be content to sit back, gain money, and build up enough board state to deep dive.
Mm-hmm.
If Blum...
Yeah, they're in no rush right now, so they can just sit back. Yeah.
Y'all, do you want to bet the number of credits Blum's going to make at the end of this game? I think 200. I think we're going to hit 200. I think it's going to be we're in for a game.
Yeah,
it easily could be. These 3 Rizekis were down so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Into the depths.
Into HQ.
There's the Nazi. This is firing.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
So now the plus side here is Mendax doesn't have credits. The Nazi gets to fire 2 of the subroutines if you want to. Oh wait, no. Stone Ship chart room. Excuse me, endurance gets charged.
Stone Ship. Yep.
Stone
Ship is so good.
It does that too. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah, Mendax is in trouble now.
Mendax has no money. Credits. Plum could take a turn here just to hit server 1, right? Just to get the Amakua up to provoke a purge down the line. Mind you, Mark is still in archives.
Oh, it chooses to wait.
Oh, that's good.
Happen? Charge only hits something that already has power counters on it, right?
Yeah, but Boat they did it before breaking, right?
Into the Depths charges at the end of the run. So how do we have 1 on?
Just because the endurance gets 1 on the run. But you're right, they can't charge it.
You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. So yeah, this is the nuance here is that Captain Padma, or the charge ability, excuse me, can only charge a card that already has power counters on it. But endurance specifically doesn't say charge, just so when it's empty, you didn't pay 8 credits for 2 MU, which would be a disaster. Mind you, on that HQ run, we did steal the Regenesis, so there's only 1 more Regenesis in the list potentially, but also the Ngolo comes down, and this is an expensive breaker. It's a big MU breaker, but now with just the Ngolo and the Turtle, you still might struggle to run through something like an Anansi twice in a turn, because you can only paint Code Gates once for 2 credits, but Blum has the economy to kick through most things.
Ike is a little bit annoying to deal with Angolo, but yeah, you can use both for that. And DNA Tracker, not the cheapest thing in the world, but 5 is pretty reasonable. And you have options if you have the boat out. So yeah, this is pretty, and even just for Anansi, Angolo is also not the end of the world. 7 credits. That's pretty manageable, all things considered.
Yeah, actually, in retrospect, there is an ordering here, right? Because Into the Depths is if successful, boat is first time you make it successful. Is that the same trigger? Because they, in theory, could have endurance first and then Into the Depths, but I don't know. I think Into the Depths fires first, usually on JNet. Rashida server 1, that's coming down for credit. But if you trash that, you're not getting an Amakua counter. But I don't think you want Mendax to have any money here.
Yeah, that's definitely worth trashing, especially because you can. If
We're leaving it.
Run back after. Okay, nope. Getting the turtle counter and then going back and trash.
Yeah.
If you're going back, the ordering there doesn't matter too much. But now Mendax doesn't have a subliminal, doesn't have any credits, has no face downs in archives. Install advance, 2 credits. There's no ice. I think they can relevantly res besides Tithe, which we have Amakua, or IP block, which is annoying.
Mm-hmm. IP block would be a great res here because of the turtle.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of your influence is on that's a pretty decent res. A lot of your influence is on the Suns and then the Spin Doctor. So there might be an odd IP block floating around somewhere, but it's not super likely.
Now, while the Amaku is only at 2 strength, so they're 1 short of the Aiki. Ngolo is like one of the nightmare breaks for Aiki. You end up overspending a fair bit for a 1 cost ice. I believe you have to boost, so that's 2 credits, and then you're spending like 2 more. That's 4 credits for a cost 1 ice. Hopefully, you get some card draw if you need it, but I don't think Blum really needs to be drawing much more.
It's only 1 credit less than DNA Tracker.
Yeah, it's goofy. It's really goofy.
Yeah, for an 8 of the cost.
But hopefully the Amaku will get through that. A virus and server 1 would be pretty good for mendax. Buys them a bit of time, but again, yeah, I don't know. With all this MU spent, right? Like, we're assuming Blum is only on deep dive, so we're not going to see a Stargate closing the game quickly.
Oh, interesting. Paying 2 to make sure that the draw happens there.
Yeah.
Money doesn't matter when you have 3 orbs.
That's fair. Another Rashida. That's huge to find, honestly.
This is where you don't trash it so you can run back for 2 credits, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's worth going up the 3 turtle
Yeah,
counter.
I think so.
That makes Archives is open, and mind you, we've Archives map marked 3 turns in a row. Thank you, JNet RNG.
Mm-hmm.
I think if there's an R&D mark, we'd definitely consider just getting like a nice clickless single for some money, but at 8 credits, I think money is probably okay. You get the charge on the boat too if you run R&D. There's no other charge targets.
Yep, chooses
doesn't
not
have-
to trash here, gets the counter.
Yeah, exactly. And mendax doesn't have a lot of like options to like really up the money really fast. Isn't in range for Hansei review. Has 3 cards in hand, so dropping something in the bin is also not super easy. So moneying up is going to be a real problem.
With 1 credit too, right? Like, we did see a spin doctor. Excuse me, I don't remember what was shuffled back, but like agendas have to be somewhere. It's a small deck. Resing to play around, mind you, the exposed card, the falsified credentials. If you know what it is, it costs 0, you might as well.
Yep, and there's already a falsified in the bin, so that's a known quantity to mendax.
Really good of them to ask for an action there.
Yeah.
That's super cool. But
especially because the falsified does play with turtle, so that would go up to 4 counters. It's actually a pretty big interaction.
Definitely.
So still 3 clicks left. Archives mark. Again, charging the endurance is kind of a nice thing. We already got that charge. If you want to run R&D, mind you, it's going to be expensive. But while the run starts, you get the 3rd counter on the endurance. Getting the Amakuta to 5 is the nightmare zone for mendax here. Kasi string is happening.
Kasi string!
Oh.
Okay.
Incredible.
Notably,
so Kasi string, usually a card that just is so slow it's not worth even thinking about. It becomes a 2-turn card with Padma.
Yeah.
Well, you can't charge it right away. You have to get a charge on it, right? Because charge is a bit like more unforgiving than it looks at front. But the thing with this is we need to figure out, oh man, they're drawing a lot. You need to figure out how still you're going to win, right? Like if you get the Kasi string to 3 agenda points, then you generally, I guess, you can't mad dash with deep dive. So maybe you have a second one. But this card's definitely neat. They didn't get the charge on it though, because they trashed, right?
Yeah.
Wait, no.
Kasi string doesn't care about that. Yeah.
Because they already ran.
Oh, it's the first time each turn.
Yeah.
Oh.
There's a chance we're all learning this together for the first time. I don't know. Maybe Blum didn't notice that either. But because they've already ran a successful run on remote server each turn, the game remembers that, right? It's not your first time since you've installed it. It's your first time, period. But
I don't think it's a huge deal because Kasi String is probably a card that wants to go down anyway, and there's going to be a discard at the end of the turn, and you definitely want to go in and trash that Rashida. So the fact that you don't get the extra value of running that remote isn't terrible.
I think it's a big deal now because Ben can't charge on, or sorry, Blum, excuse me, can't charge on R&D, right? Like you need a charge on this to like speed it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they have to charge it first with a regular run, and they have to wait for something to actually get parked into the remote, because if they don't access anything,
they have to actually access cards.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That is a much bigger deal than I thought.
Yeah.
All right, we're charging archives here. It's been the mark 4 turns in a row. So we can get through this Aiki for only 2 credits. We can get card draw if you'd like. This is again charging the endurance. It's going to get an Amaku counter because we know there's no virus in there. We're going to draw 2 more cards for 1 credit.
Yeah, this draw of Aiki is pretty huge. This is I'm kind of going back and forth between this or Mind Game being the better, like really cheap code gate for Jinteki. Like Aiki is usually better, but this draw is really huge.
Yeah. It's hard to play Obokatas and Protect Centrals. I don't play Aikis in a lot of my net damage decks for that reason. But Mind Game, mind you, is an expensive card to maintain as well. You have to keep playing the side game. Blum still has 4 clicks, mind you. Sable with her sweet violin solos there. 4 clicks left. Amakua almost at 5.
Oh, we're getting like the chat is saying that Cassie String has been errated, so now it only cares about breach. So it works like Amakua in that way.
Okay.
Oh, that's a really big deal because now he can go get the power counters. Yeah,
and that is a huge deal.
It is worth noting that the text on certain cards like Amakua, actually a lot of cards in Netrunner are modernly different in the Nisei rules, and it's just templating, some smoothing out, some different terms are used, like the breach phase is largely used instead of access cards. So the cards that you see here are the FFG versions, and they're not always accurate. 95% of the time it doesn't matter, but it looks like for Kasi String, we're going to find out that it might. That's really cool.
Never once see Cassie String be added to the score area. It would be really cool if we see that happen now.
Oh yeah, huge deal if a Kasi String seals the game out. If it's just like the 8th point or whatever, it doesn't matter. We're still celebrating, okay?
Fantastic. Yep. Whole bunch of firsts today.
Into the depths.
Into the depths.
We're running here. We have to bow through this. Mind you, get the charge at the top, endurance. I don't know if this could potentially be a deep dive turn. Because you're going to get the money back from the endurance. You can charge something. Amaku is likely to be at 5 if they don't steal an agenda, especially Obokata is a choice, so you don't have to.
Choosing to take 1 net and 2 credit loss, so only having to break 2.
Oh, they took the net. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
I thought if they had the deep dive in hand, they might not want to take the net there, but they still have 2 charges for the endurance if there is an ice on HQ. But 5 strength the Amakua, there's nothing they can get through besides potentially a macrophage. We're through the Nazi. It's a tithe. This is awkward, right? Probably. If you break this, you can't afford the deep dive.
That's very awkward.
You have to let it fire and kind of just hope it doesn't hit the deep dive. You have 5 cards in hand, so...
Right.
I think if DNA fired, there's a big chance that there's 2.
Yeah.
And it didn't hit it, mind you. It hit an Amaku, if I'm not mistaken, on the DNA tracker. So this tithe is like just annoying enough. You could also, break it with boat is a possibility. You'd hate to boat a tithe, but you could.
Mm-hmm.
I would take the chance here, but I understand if they decide to break it with boat. Yeah, they already invested so much into all these accesses. So if deep dive gets hit, that's just horrible. But yeah, 10 cards left in the deck. Probably has 2, right?
It's not even the hit too, right? Because if you lose the net damage to this and you play deep dive, you can no longer steal Obokata. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
True.
That's both.
So we'll see what Blum does here.
I wonder if that exact. Choosing to vote through.
Yep.
You get an access here too. It's a Pathonymous. That is 4 strength on archives. Might be what's out there on archives there. And we have a deep dive. Oh, it's going to be a bit hard to see, but that's a global food initiative. You also see Regenesis, and we have only 1 click, so it's probably going to be the food. But this is not easy to see on JNet. You're seeing a bunch of ice, some spin doctors, a San, but it's the global food initiative, which is only a 2-pointer. You also do see a government subsidy, so big money, and another subliminal. So food is going to be the cape. Wait, we have another click here, right? Yes, we do. Okay, That's huge.
They can steal both. So now there's no more Regenesis left in the deck. So, but if they can find the last because it's 3 oboe and 2 global food, so now they can win off the global food. They don't have to steal an oboe, which is really big.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be any agenda wins at this point for the runner.
Yeah. And also, mendax literally has no more way to like do tricks with archives because all the Regenesis have been stolen. So the only way they can still win is with double advancing oboes and going from there. But I mean, it's really
a really tough position.
It's
a really tough position to be in, I think, because you need to score 7 the old-fashioned way. Actually, you need to score 9 the old-fashioned way.
Yeah.
And you're potentially dripping 1 per turn, but the runner is always dripping 3 per turn.
Yeah.
We got purge there from mendax. That's a really big deal. Once the Amaku is at 5 counters.
Oh, that's a concession.
Oh, it's a concede. Oh, feels bad to see it, but mendax had so much to do there, especially they had to score at 5-3 agendas in behind an Ike, right? Like all their cool tricks without the Regenesis is basically gone. So I think we can all understand that as much as you hate to see that.
I think it's totally fair to say that like they don't see a path forward, which it would have been almost impossible to score a win there.
Yeah.
Rough.
Rough game, but hey, well played to both of them. You do see a lot of really cool tech. The Kasi String still has never entered a score area in the history of Netrunner, but probably by the end of today, that's going to be not true. We might not see it on stream though, but that's actually really quite exciting. I don't know. We're going to ask maybe really quickly how much time there is left in the round. I think there's a couple tournament games open, but I don't know if there's only 5 or 10 minutes left. We'd probably just go to a break, catch our breath, go get a sandwich, stuff like that. Mind you, there's 6 rounds today. Our full break is after round 3. So if you're thinking of popping off to go get a sandwich, just maybe wait another hour because we have a long break just for you. So we hope to see you there.
We have
20
90
minutes? Oh, okay.
Yeah, we have a decent amount of time left.
Okay.
Yeah, let's look that up.
Panther, do you want to go and ask if you're cool to go, and then we'll follow you in after, if you don't mind?
Yeah. Which table do we want to go into?
Your choice.
Okay. I have not been looking at the list. Give me one moment to take a look.
Hey, no rush. Table 8, actually, you want? Maybe it's the Mao against Solomir?
Oh, that looks great. Yeah, I think these are.
It's an NBN, though, so. Oh,
Freedom,
it's Acme.
so.
Okay, cool. That's really cool. Freedom, cool.
Oh, yep, it's over.
Okay,
no?
That's what's going to happen. I think we need to maybe do the ones that are at the top of the list.
No, it actually isn't. It looks like there's potentially still game left here.
Okay. Let us know. We'll get there. Sorry for the chat. It takes us a while to get this organized. So far, we've got into it. Apparently, Blum in chat saying that they scored their Kasi in round 1. So it has happened. We just missed it. Fantastic.
There's no proof, though.
Double botulus on a data ward is not something that I've ever seen before.
Can we jump into this game? Are we good to do that?
They're saying the game's going to be over soon, so it might not be worth it, but we're allowed to.
Okay, we're gonna jump in for a second, y'all. There's a chance that we're not. Oh, I think it seems like it's over. Oh wait, no, sorry, my JNet's just messed up. 1 second. Oh, there we go. Nailed it. Okay, Solomir, freedom, viruses, trashing stuff, 5 influence on an endurance. Not expecting to see that, but that's pretty wild. 4 tags. Looks like maybe a hard-hitting news. I don't know what happened. It's probably a while ago in the chat. Data Ward double botulus is super cool, but it's an Anoetic and an Arella, and we're just seeing good on-tempo agendas here. This doesn't seem to be like a Glacier Acme deck. This is wild. What is this?
Freedom is also Freedom is also captaining his own boat.
Yeah, 2 boats. There's 10 influence down on this list. We see more on Abakua. We're charging in here 3 credits for Mao. The IP block will end the run, but I guess the Yusuf does get through for virus counters.
Yeah, you can use 2 of these virus counters to boost and break the 1 subroutine. No, you need to break both now.
Yeah.
I guess it depends if you care about a fifth tag. You could probably take a tag.
All right, taking a tag there, 1 5 tags. We do get an access, mind you. Freedom has no points to score here. 3 spin doctors out, so actually this might have been a couple turns already. But they can trash card the access using virus counters. Endurance charging up. We are running the data ward. Botulus 1, and we use Yusufs, I guess. I don't know. That's 7 strength, isn't it? 8 strength here on this barrier.
We used 2 boat counters and double botulus to break everything.
Yeah, that's a board state.
Getting through that's a really good trick. I mean, that's an argument for freedom here, right? You get through for 0 credits.
Yep.
Anoetic Void, though, throwing out the last 2 cards.
Void.
Now Mao only has 1 credit, so they probably can't score out this turn.
I was looking at the heap. I was trying to figure out there are 13 cards face down in archives. How did this happen? Is this a bunch of sabotage? There is not a single sabotage card in the bin. This is all void.
Whoa. Yeah, maybe discards at the end of turn because they probably were scoring out. But yeah, the Corp did that. 0 firing.
They won't be able to get in next turn because they will only have 1 boat counter and then double botulus. Oh, so this turn then.
And Mao has the credits to score out here. Steelson scoring gets hit. We have no more stack left. Solomir's holding on to everything that's left. How do you win? You still need so many points. We haven't seen Bolognas, mind you. But the fact that we haven't seen them means that they're more likely to be around. But it looks like server 1's probably a 4-2. I don't think there's seamless launches. It's kind of hard to do that with Anoetic sometimes. But Solomir trying to figure out 2 credits. But mind you, if everything's a barrier, Yusuf deals with it well. We might see a Palangi, which allows you to deal with other kinds of ices on top of that. The F2P doesn't end the run. HQ is technically open, and these are unknown cards. They were mandatory drew 1.
Corp hoping this is the end. No more boats.
3 clicks left. 2 only credits.
Seems difficult for this not to be the end.
1 on Puemo. Yeah, it's just really hard at the end of the game to steal enough agendas from NBN with Bologna. Like you need some wild overclocks, but with these sort of freedom virus lists, you often are not playing those cards. Like it's hard to get all the slots.
It doesn't even need to be a Bologna here. I mean, 6 agenda points. This could just be. I mean, if it were a Beal, I don't think there's been quite enough credits to threaten the Beal. If it's an off-world office, it's still done though.
We're running here
So
archives.
running archives.
We might see 13 cards now. If Mao reses, they're probably not scoring out. So I feel like Solomir is okay either way. IP block going to get through that. Or sorry, the Yusuf going to get through IP block, but we're now empty. We have no virus counters. Yusuf can use virus counters from anywhere, but there just aren't any.
They're on the botcha list. There are 2 on the botcha list.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, huge. We're in 13 cards.
Oh, we see a tomorrow's headline. That's another tag.
Wait, that's 5 points. There's a chance Solomir runs HQ here and wins. Like that F2P doesn't end the run. The IP block also, I don't think ends the run. You have 2 virus counters. We're going it.
Yeah, going for it.
Possible. Let's see it.
Return to sender. Give a tag. Doesn't matter. Mind you, we haven't seen any.
Cannot trigger on this run.
It's a Bologna. Short the credits.
Bologna, no.
Oh no, an overclock would have done it.
It would have.
So
man,
surprisingly close there at the end. Solomir has to discard down 4 cards. There's a chance that the game is not over, mind you, if that's a Bologna in server 2 and Mao doesn't have the seamless. So I don't know. You still want to like plan your discards. You don't want to just go random. Oh man. Endurance Chastushka Hippo daily casts.
And is it the off-world office here? The third?
F2P. There we go. 4 advances. That's the last office. 7 credits.
Wow.
Good game to both of them.
It didn't look close when we clicked in, but that was razor's edge close.
How did all those cards get in archives? Like, what's happening? Was there like Chastushka labor rights? No. Would you think, just void? That's so wild. Yeah, that was a lot tighter. Yeah, for sure. I wonder if there's another agenda there in HQ, but the Bologna, we're just short a couple credits for sure. I don't think we see overclocks. If only 2 costly strings in the score area. Yeah, okay. All right, that's wild. That's super cool. All right, I'm going to pull back to our cameras. We have about 10 minutes left in the round. So, hey, this is what we're going to do. We're going to put on some music. We're going to show like a nice little graphic. I just need to set that up while I stall, and we'll be right back. We're going to go through, once we get back in about 5 to 10 minutes, we're going to go through all the results. We're going to see some players. We know at least one player is undefeated. I hope at this point we come back and somebody has done the math to figure out how many losses you can take while still making sure you get to the top cut, and lets me know because I don't know how to do that math. But we're going to see some players who are well on their way to the top cut. Still, obviously, it could be anyone's game. I think you can still potentially lose 3 games at this point, maybe even 4 games and make it to day 2. I think 3 games would probably be the maximum, but even then, I don't know. I'm not good at this sort of math. Are y'all good at this sort of like? I don't understand the.
Absolutely not.
Okay, fantastic. We're doomed.
There's
I always need someone to tell me.
apps to do the math, and I'll let them do the math for me.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, we'll be back in a second. Yep.
Yeah, I am gonna end this current raffle right when we get back. So if you have not already raffled, please raffle, and we'll be starting another one closely at the beginning of round 3.
Okay, perfect. So, hey, don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Follow the channel, subscribe, all that nice stuff. We're going to be back with round 3 of the 2022 American Netrunner Continentals. Thanks so much for watching. Hello and welcome back. We are about to start round 3 of the 2022 Netrunner American Continentals. Real quick, my name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. I'm joined by Nero Panzer, you might know from the Slums cast. How's it going, Panzer?
Doing well. Good tournament so far.
It's been fantastic. And of course, Captain Nice there. How's it going, Nice? All the way from across the pond?
Fantastic. I'm really excited to see some more Netrunner.
We are just waiting for the last results to tick in, and we'll be able to look at what things look like going into round 3. And this is where things get really interesting. Again, I still don't know if it's the top 8 or the top 16 that make it into tomorrow. Mind you, today is just the Swiss rounds. We're going to be playing 6 rounds, and then tomorrow you'd have a double elimination cut. So each player generally plays only one side, a corporate runner, until you get knocked out twice. So going to be very exciting tomorrow, but the question today is who makes it on tomorrow. Yusengren is correcting top 8. Wow, that's actually very aggressive. 64 people down to 8 is a wild cut. I don't think we're going to see a lot of people taking intentional draws. I think you're going to see the 2-for-1s later on down the line, but right now people just have to play clean Netrunner. If you're undefeated going into this round, I think you're definitely feeling a lot better about yourself, but I do think you can still make it if you've dropped a couple games. So we'll see how that's going. The raffle is still ongoing, mind you. If you are on in Twitch, if you want to get exclamation raffle in there, you can get some cool prize support.
It is about to end.
Oh, get in there before it ends.
I'll give you all one more minute, then I'm going to end it just because we do need to start another one for the next round.
Get those deuces while they're hot.
Yeah, they're I'm excited to see with them. I don't think I've seen them yet, but this is really cool. Oh, raffle. Again, you're watching on Project Nisei. If you want to give a follow and a subscribe to the channel, a follow is just a button and it'll give you an update when they go live, whenever they go live, which will be, of course, not only tomorrow, but next weekend, if I'm not mistaken, is the Euro Africa's Continental Championship. So even more Netrunner next week if you want to plug in for 2 more days. And then, of course, Worlds in about a month or so. It looks like there might be a streaming setup there, but Nisei will talk about that soon enough, I hope. I'm just reading real quick in the chat. Our 9 and 3s have a really good chance. 8-4s might be able to get on tiebreakers. I'm just going to hope Arzan is right there because this is not the sort of math I know I'm strong at, but I think anybody potentially can still be in it. If we see the standings, you're going to see a couple numbers here. Let's explain this because I think there's a lot of players who are newer to the game, how this sort of tournament stuff works. So I'm going to go over to Cobra, and these are the standings so far. These are actually the full standings, if I'm not mistaken, after 2 rounds, right?
Everyone has their
phenomenal timing. So each round you play a corp and a runner game, so you could potentially, we played 4 games so far. Each of those individual games in a match is worth 3 points. So all the players up here who have 12 wins are undefeated. They've won all 4 games, and then it goes down from there. You also see on the side strength of schedule. That's basically a number that's assigned the difficulty of your opponents. So there's a chance that you have the same score as someone, but you might have played opponents that are now doing better than you. So that's what that number means. The higher number, the better it is for your tiebreakers. So you see out of these 2 players that are 9 points, Philip and Wiley, Philip is technically ahead on the leaderboard because they've had a harder match to get to those 9 wins. And those numbers are going to be very important. We're definitely going to have players who are going to make into the cut based off strength of schedule. So again, you need to get every single win you can. Of course, it's a very, very aggressive cut. What can you guys see about this top the top cut here? There's some of the middle looks a bit similar, but the top you're seeing some purple colors. Are you expecting this?
Well, there's what I like seeing is that there's at least one of every corp in the top 7, which is really nice. There's no criminal in the top at the moment, which is a little disappointing. But there is an Adam, which that's nice.
Yeah, undefeated too. That's great.
I was definitely expecting purple. I was not expecting 3 different purple IDs. America, like the Americas tournament, traditionally great lovers of sports, and I was just expecting a bunch of sports at the top of the standings.
Yeah, Sportsmetal was well represented. It was the most represented corporation, I believe, last week at the APAC Continentals, but it didn't convert. In fact, none of the Sportsmetals made it on today, too. The Sportsmetal deck, I think, has not the worst matchup against the very common lat deck that we're seeing today, and you're seeing a lot of lat up there at the Shaper. I think we do see some smokes and some Padmas breakthrough, but it's mostly the sort of lat deck that's playing what I've been calling a low-effort econ package. You played the drip cards, the Rozekis, the pad taps, even the tapworms, and just that econ over time paired with now the aggressive early game of potentially the endurance has been really smoothing out the power curve of these Shaper decks that generally tended for a longer game.
Yeah.
We do have pairings for round 3.
All right, let's check into these pairings again. We can see where we want to go here. We have one Jinteki at the top. Do y'all want to make a call where we're going to end up?
I'm kind of eyeing, TF34, local player to me, unfortunately matched up against someone we've already seen on stream, so I'm leaning a little bit more towards.
One of games we saw, but yeah. Yeah, okay. I think we can do that. So there's Asa and PD, there's 2 HB decks, and Hoshiko and Lat. So that's some interesting stuff. We haven't seen 3 of those IDs before. Again, on the stream, we're going to tend towards the higher tables, of course, but we are going to try and show things that we haven't shown so far. Tomorrow is when you're going to see, obviously, well, you'll definitely see the best of the best, but we're going to jump between the top tables. Do you want to kindly, Panzer, would you be able to check if that table's okay to be streamed? And we'll jump right back into it.
Jumping in and asking.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Otherwise, if we look here at the standings, there are currently only 7 players that are undefeated. Now, if they continue on the trajectory, we might have a very clean top 8 cut. Of course, as games get later, it gets harder to sweep your opponent because your opponent's going to be another one of these undefeated players who's playing the cleanest on the day, the best deck on the day. So that's where things get a bit dicey. But again, I still think any of these 9s are incredibly competitive, and you do see some very strong names in these lists of competitive players that I think are going to be able to make it jump up.
Going down the list, the highest ranked criminal is number 20, and there's no criminal on 9 or 12 points. So criminal doing quite poorly so far. Maybe like they'll be able to pick up some more points this round, but so far it's definitely not looking great for them.
Yeah, the criminals
good to stream table too.
Oh, perfect. The criminals were pretty underrepresented today. I think it's one of the factions that has the least representation, barring the mini factions like Adam. But yeah, they have a lot of work to do.
There are only 11 crims in the entire field.
Yeah,
which is there are 4 Adams, so that ties Zaya is the most common crim, and Adam has the same amount of representation as Zaya.
Right.
Sorry, what table were we trying to get to?
Table 2, near the bottom of the list.
Near the bottom, thank you. I'm just struggling to find it. Give me 1 second. Now all the table 28s and all that's coming up. Sorry, bear with me, everyone watching the stream. I am doing okay here. Thank you. Hold on 1 second. Pairings. Okay, thank you. Found it. All right. We're off. Welcome. This is round 3 here at 2022 American Continentals. On the top, we're seeing Lat. We're going to see a lot of Lat today. 1 link, free card draw. Get all that good shaper stuff. You're getting that clickless card draw. You're seeing 3 copies of Endurance, the Drip Economy. But here on the bottom, Moguri is playing something a bit different here. This is Asa, security through vigilance. This is a 4515, a strong identity as well, and has won worlds before. This is a sort of efficiency-based identity. That's probably not a surprise when you see that purple color, but the first time a turn that something is largely installed, you can install another thing either on top of it or icing up the same server. There are some clauses there. The agenda has to come in first, if I'm not mistaken. But this allows you basically to make a lot of very quick servers for 1 click. That's something in a remote server and then something protecting it, which is perfect for specifically the HB card fully operational, which gets very, very good based off of how many iced servers you have with something in it. Modernly, how do Asa Group games, how do they close the game? Because we've seen so many different variants back in the day. We've seen full fast events with cards that have rotated like Dedication, Reconstruction. We've seen pseudo Glacier stuff that they're getting out early Managarms, being jammy, and even getting an Anoetic. What is the modern option? I don't think we're seeing big deal just yet, but what would you like to see on the table soon?
MCA is
shocked
most
to
common,
see
I
big
think.
deal.
You think MCA? Okay.
Yeah, MCA is relatively common. Yeah, no, big deal is also definitely within the realm of possibility because his deck with fully op is able to make a lot of money really fast.
Yeah, a lot of the combo angles are off the table because Reconstruction Contract is gone.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be shocked for this just to be a bunch of value assets. I think assets got significantly weaker when rotation happened, but since you still have the Maryland in faction, HB is actually doing better on assets than a lot of factions are.
I think a really big deal too is the unbanning of the Fairchild 3.0. If I'm not mistaken, the only 3.0 Bioroid that exists to date, and it has a really mean face check. Also, 3 subroutines is kind of perfect against an Endurance with only 2 counters on it because you can't click through that last subroutine. It's either spend 3 clicks or spend no clicks. And I guess you can always pay 3 credits. You can always trash a card, but I don't know. It's how do you tax out Endurance? It's something, I guess.
I think crucially, also giving you the install, like you get the agenda, or you get the MCA and you get the FC3 in 1 single click. That also just makes it so much easier to set that up.
So we'll see the start there. Parisha, one of in most of these decks, getting that off the top is definitely good. Mind you, doesn't let you trash upgrades. It's 2 recurring credits for assets, which is a big deal, but we might see Managarms in this list. We're also running Click 2, so a Fairchild 3 here could be disgusting. You'd have to trash the Parisha.
Yep.
You'd have to take lose 3 credits, but it's a Rashida coming down for free.
Ouch.
What do you not res there? A drafter?
Probably a drafter. I could maybe see an argument if it's a gatekeeper, you want to make sure that it's able to fire later, but I don't know. Getting that gatekeeper, getting that draw, and then getting that Rashida just seems so important early in the game.
Aunthemod slapping down there. That's a tapworm. That's that, again, low effort econ package. You're just going to get the money. You've spent your click. You're done. It's just going to be money throughout the game. And Moguri has a chance of playing, sometimes if they're fast events, they might play him a virus or two. They can get some click compression, putting that on the table. But Tapworm getting one to start. Moguri replacing the card in server one. And now we're checking click with 3 clicks left.
What is this ice?
No, I'd be excited. This is like some sort of wilder, like tier ganked thing, but it's just a low key.
Low key.
I think we're gonna see a Trieste model Bioroids. We're going to, right? Like, you don't play Loki.
Oh, man.
Loki is good and even better with Fairchild 3, mind you, but like this is one of the meanest Trieste model Bioroids targets, right?
True.
So for those who don't know, Trieste is a new Bioroid asset. You can res it for, I think, 2 credits. It's a champ card, and it allows runners, it forbids runners for breaking subroutines on Bioroids unless they, on cards that they own. So most Bioroids you can click through, but a Konjin,
Oh, wow.
we're definitely playing a ganked list. There's no way it's not a ganked list.
Okay, I really like this Asa so far. That is really cool.
Fully op, that is better than a hedge fund.
Yeah, that fully op is the card that scales the best with Asa. Generally pretty good at building a lot of remote servers. There's a chance Moguri is going to make the what a lot of people call a clown car server, like this death server that has so many upgrades in it. It's really hard to run to not die to some amount of upgrades. But Stargate is the riposte here. 3 cards off the tower, big deal. But it's the outward office hitting the bin.
What a cool deck this is.
Scooping that up. 2 points around the mod. Their MU, mind you, all filled up, only 1 card in hand, not hitting the lat drop, but Creative Commission is good money and Nico campaign. Speaking of good money, I know I often call Netrunner cards a big deal, but this is the big deal. This is 17 credits. It's a 3-cost trashable, but for this, it allows you to fast advance out a 5-3 agenda. That's wild. Moguri, icing up archives, then drawing. Not the most optimal ordering there, but they're definitely trying to get their servers protected. We're running right into the Loki, mind you. If you just get rid of your 1 card in hand, you get through the Loki. This is really cool.
Kind of interesting to see this type of because like you said, this is probably like some kind of clown car ganked type of deck, but I've not really seen this type of deck ever since Pinhole Threading came out, because Pinhole Threading deals with those types of decks relatively nicely.
Yeah. Wait, no, they can't actually get through the Loki. I think if you don't have a grip, you can't shuffle, right? I forget the ruling on this.
Can you shuffle 0 cards back for Loki?
Spin Doctor can shuffle 0 cards. We'll find out in chat soon, but I was I don't know. Apparently it's working, but I was convinced that you can't pay the cost if you don't have any cards. But that Into the Depths is getting through. Getting 4 credits, trashing the Nico campaign, and now aunthemod is drawing up 1 card short of the lat. But yeah, the Loki on its own.
I'll cut in real quick. We did just end the first raffle and begin a new one, so please continue spamming raffle in chat.
Okay, that's a new raffle. If you entered the old raffle, that is the old raffle. Get a new raffle in there.
According to DB, you can shuffle 0 cards back in grip as long as you have 2 cards in the stack. So this is totally fine.
Okay. Now the Loki's in different territory. The Fairchild 3 will get triple click through. Does not stop the Stargate, but does take aunthemod's turn away. Stargate's seeing 3 cards here. We drew the Eli, right? So it's there you go. It's the Trieste model Bioroids, a Spin Doctor, and a ganked. No surprises now, but the fact that Loki now has a rezzed Fairchild 3 to mimic, those are really mean subroutines.
Mm-hmm.
The question is...
This is an interesting decision. What do you trash here?
Yeah, probably a Spin Doctor. I don't know. Obviously, ganked is a nightmare. Maybe you're just happy to get away with the gank. But like, if they Spin Doctor, it protects the Stargate, but like... I don't know what else it's going to do.
Yeah.
You do the Spin Doctor and you ignore the remote for the rest of the game.
Can you let them have a Trieste? If you're running first click into Fairchild, you don't mind if they res the Trieste. They also have to protect the Trieste, which is difficult.
Yeah, they have to make a new remote for it, and they're on 3 credits now. So I think it's mostly fine to let them have that. But yeah, this is This is gonna require some excellent piloting to like,
Yep.
because you can just like run into a combo and die or get everything trashed relatively easily.
So we know that
Nico's pretty big for Asa here, starting to recover on those credits. That's going down very low to res that Fairchild 3. Obviously worth the res, but Nico helps that recovery just be much faster.
and this is meant to be a big econ deck, right? An on-cell one. You're running with the clicks early in the turn. aunthemod can click through this. Some mean subroutines on here. You generally want to trash all of them, or click through all of them, mind you. There's a chance that you're not expecting to steal a trash from HQ, but you know there's a Trieste in there. You'd be happy to trash that if you could. So, but double click. We can't steal a trash. You still get the access though. It's just a Konjin. Okay. One of the other cards that we knew there on HQ. And now we're running server 1, but we have no way to deal with the Loki.
Interesting.
Wait, why are you running server 1?
I think they're not realizing how the
Oh
Loki works in this case.
no. Oh no. Oh, that's disastrous. So the Loki imitates an ice and it gains all the subtypes and ice subroutines, but it doesn't get the click-through text. Not that aunthemod has clicks left, but now it can be trash one installed card. You can install a card from archives. And then the end runs at the end.
Yeah, I don't think they realize.
This is very gross.
Oh no.
Oh, you hate to see it. That's a whoops, yeah, for sure. This has become a destroyer century. It's a Loki on cell.
It's become the on cell, yeah.
Oh, getting rid of the Stargate is such a big deal.
Stargate. Oof.
Ouch.
And Rashida's back on class click.
Oh man.
Okay. This is obviously quite bad for aunthemod, but they're by no means out of the game. I still think they're definitely ahead on board. That Stargate can get simul-shipped back. The Rashida's going to help a lot, and the Nico ticking away as well. They can still, they can't trash the Nico even if they want to end the run or shuffle their hand away. But Mercury still has a lot of work to do. Why are they shuffling? They can't trash, can't they?
Oh no, they don't realize they can trash it.
Yeah.
No, they made another mistake there. Yeah, because the on-cell fired.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, this is huge. Now Moguri can probably grab a hedge fund, go back up to like 10, and then yeah, they're definitely back into the game.
Yeah, that's really rough. There's like a common saying in Netrunner, especially at the top tables where people are high caliber playing hard decks. Sometimes the winner is the person who just makes the least mistakes. And now while aunthemod is definitely like taking a big setback, 4 cards out of hand, losing the Stargate, I still think that they are somewhat comfortably doing okay. They just have to rebuild a couple turns because this Moguri's deck is probably not quick. The ganked is probably in server 1, mind you, and that's terrifying with the Loki. Loki keeps its subroutines for how long? When the runner encounters it till the end of the run. So that will happen twice with ganked.
Yep.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous with stuff like Komainu, and yeah, Loki is also that's a really strong combo.
So aunthemod,
notably aunthemod's still on 23 credits though, so
yeah,
a boat can still go down. Like, still very much not out of this game. This is far from over.
Definitely not.
Speaking of the boat, there it is. And it's really cool. I don't know. Moguri could be a pocket deck. It could be a meta like reaction, but it's really hard for the boat to deal with ganked. Seamless launch out.
Seamless. Off-world office.
Perfect agenda to just money up, like keep the pressure on.
Notably, moneying up, this Tapworm has just ticked every single turn.
Oh, it's been great.
Yeah,
true.
It's been one click for like 9-10 credits, something wild. Moguri might consider purging. I think Mavirus does show up sometimes in these lists.
Just drawing up so far. What's the last click going to be?
Gonna get that last draw.
Money up.
Yeah, 18 credits. It's hard again. I do like this. Moguri has ice up every single server. That's one way to make sure the boat's not getting charged. We've seen Amakuas. The Tapworms are harder to play, but install hedge fund. Moguri's at 18 credits, and we know they have a big deal in hand. Like, this game could not be that long. Like, you seamless launch out another tempo positive agenda, and then big deal 5-3 game's over.
Yeah.
This is wild. Tapworm for 3 credits.
Yeah, you could honestly say that access to that potential game ender is a big deal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, I've been saying big deal so much, and I'm so self-conscious about it. I hope it's clear which big deal I'm speaking about when I'm speaking big deals. But Hyperbaric, the best way you can deal with an on-cell, or sorry, with a Fairchild 3, you have to spend a lot to get that up to its 5 strength. But once you're there, you're coasting for 3 credits. The best way to deal with Fairchild 3 in the standard format.
Well, and all of that free money you got from Moguri having money, just put that into not having to actually spend clicks to go through R&D.
And there's a ganked. It's either they
Thanks.
trash it for 3 or they go back into the Fairchild for 3. So aunthemod now down to 9 credits. They spent a fair bit on that, but R&D is now wide open. If they can get a simul chip down into a Stargate, that's a, I was going to say a big deal. Oh my. But Beth will come down.
Yeah, that's really good here to like
triple
deal with
advance
Onstall.
Vitruvius. Okay, we are on game point now.
Yeah. So the card, big deal. Costs 17 credits, and it ends your turn. You're still allowed to score agendas, but it puts 4 advancements on the single card. So as long as you have 18 credits, you can install a 5/3 agenda, install it once, and then play the big deal to end the game. So Moguri is slightly short on credits. Aunthemod can be aggressive, checking archives here, maybe forcing a res, but Moguri probably just wants to hoard a couple credits. So he's just one fully op away from being very comfortable, or a hedge fund. Endurance getting the charge. Probably want to run HQ here. You're going to need some counters and clicks, but that big deal trashed is it's going to have an impact on the game. Stone chip.
Stone chip.
For the, just
continuing to draw.
Just on
looking for clot, I have to think.
Oh yeah, clot is interesting. I've been told this, but apparently that the clot simul chip interaction works really strangely with a big deal. It doesn't allow you to Mavirus it, I think.
Interesting.
Does it end your action phase?
Yeah, because I think this paid ability was good. Yasengrin was talking about this the other day. Card in server 1 though. We haven't fired Asa much at all in this game, but credit 17 credits means you can't. I don't think you can big deal to win the game unless it's
unless the card just went in server 1, because you can credit.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, huge. So here a res would be an important thing. But we're running this, and mind you, we have an endurance with 5 counters. There's the Eli in the outermost. But that Loki is probably going to be an on-sell, and you're going to have to get through it a couple times, and it's going to have, eventually, when you get ganked back into it, it's going to have, what, 7 subroutines? Oof. Double-click through the Eli.
Clicking through Eli.
Let's see what the Loki gets. You don't want it to make a Fairchild 3, because then it's a code gate, and the Hyperbaric is there.
Mm-hmm.
Man, this being the first ice they rezzed and drew in the whole game, that's been awesome. Charging here into the Loki card in server 1. It's now an on-sell, so it has that end the run subroutine, but it also has all this stuff, and you can't click through that end the run. They have to shuffle their hand away. They can. No, sorry, they can boat it. Of course, it's a Maryland. What a bait!
Maryland.
Infinite combo. Let's go. Come on.
There's a gank.
All right, ganked is happening.
7 subroutines on the Loki, twice over the on-sell, and 1 end the run. The end the run doesn't matter, mind you. The runner cannot steal trash doesn't matter. So there's only 5 relevant subroutines, if we can call them that, or 4, I think.
Only 5. Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's only 4. What do you choose? I mean, do you break the trash installed runner card because?
Yeah. I think you break both of those to protect your boats, and then they can install 2 things.
That means Gank comes back and Rashida comes back.
Yep. Oh, if Gank comes back, you have to access it. No, because they fire the end the run on Loki.
Yeah, they fire the end the run. But that means Ganked is back for next turn. Moguri can quick up for some credits and do this again in another turn.
Oh, Aunthemod's thinking about breaking the 2 where you reinstall Ganked, but it doesn't actually work like that, because you fire all the subroutines. So if you hit the end the run, you're actually, the whole run's over, and you're not forced to access more candidates.
Oh, you're right.
They actually goop this. They're getting 2 of their things trashed. Wait.
Might be realizing this.
Yeah, I think they just realized it a second too late. Yeah. So this is a big thing that changed, I think, maybe a year and a half ago. But with the card Ganked, and Ganked allows you to forces the runner to re-encounter a piece of ice when they're accessing this, is that the change in the Nisei rules happened. If that a card enters a server while you're accessing it, you're firstly required to access every single candidate in a server. But if a card is reintroduced mid-run, you will have to access that new card. So the idea is that if you ganked into an onsell 1.0, and then the onsell 1.0 can reinstall that gank that's just trashed, the runner's forced into what's called a ganked loop. And it ends up, if they can't break that trash subroutine or can't jack out or end the run on their own terms, you wipe their whole board. And it's something that I know I've taken a lot of pleasure in at the chagrin to maybe some other runners, but it doesn't work so well with an end the run subroutine, because once you encounter the Loki, you just don't break the end the run. Yeah, so they're walking through it here. All right.
Oof, that's brutal.
Oh, A hyperbaric that so much money got poured into as well.
Good too. Yeah, I still think that's the wrong thing. I think you might want to protect the boat and then just let the installs happen. Now the installs are Rashida, and admittedly, if the Rashida like hits the table and it goes off, which I don't think it will, they can install the Rashida in server 1. Then they're on 17 credits. But we know that's not the agenda, so 18 credits is what matters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that could have been the Trieste in server 1 too, eh? How spicy would that have been?
I wonder how many
Boy.
you run in a deck like this. Like, probably not 3, right? Or do you? Well, maybe if you make like a bunch of remotes, you can have like one hiding out somewhere until you need it. Oh, another boat.
Oh, another boat.
It's
Boats for
back.
days.
8 credits, 4 charges on it. There's the Maryland getting 2 credits. It's credit neutral.
They have installed 2 boats this game, and they still have 11 credits. This deck makes obscene amounts of money.
Now this seems like a potential Trieste.
Yep. And now
Yeah.
there's nothing you could run in unless you run in first click, or the subroutines are going to fire. So the Trieste is an issue. Moguri is going to be on 18 credits next turn, which is exactly the amount of money they need for a 5-3 agenda into Big Deal. Now, aunthemod has 5 clicks. Beth does give you a click if they're over 15 credits. This Tapworm has been absurd, but Moguri knows they're close to game point. It's hard to interact with the ice, even with infinite money. We're charging server 3 here. I'd love to see a Trieste into something mean, but if a Moguri spends any credit, that's it. So I don't know if you have to res this.
I think you let this fire.
Just a spin doctor.
Oh, unless it's a spin doctor. Yeah, that's a good fire.
That might help you draw into a 5-3 agenda you need. There's a chance Moguri is holding on to 3-2s or 4-2s and obviously doesn't want to big deal those out. Because a lot of times these lists are only running like 2 global food initiatives. So finding the 5-3 is not always the easiest deal.
Shuffles
Spin
back
doctor to
2
shuffle
ganks.
ganked into R&D.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Why didn't you tell me top lane was missing? Our jungler is useless. aunthemod, drawing through with Diesel. 15 credits, and this is the huge issue when you're depending on the endurance that the ganks really change the way they interact. Stoneship chart room, 2 card draw or charge.
I have to think probably the charge here. Trying to get through these subroutines.
Creative Commission, mind you, the spin doctor there, making it impossible for Lad to get the free card draw. Hedge fund, probably not hitting a big deal this turn, but definitely set up for it. I wonder if Moguri is just drawing for that 5-3.
Install.
This is gank paid. Oh,
All right. We're 23 credits, and the card that went into the remote server was more important than money. And again, at 23 credits, you're kind of okay. 17, 18, if you want to do big deal into advance. But there's probably 3 ganks in this list. That's 6 influence, if I'm not mistaken. Spin doctors will probably pick that up to 9. I don't know if there's any ice that we're expecting to see. I think we saw Konjin, which is probably 2 to 3 influence. Tapworm for 4 credits. Oh my.
Konyin is 3 influence, maybe 2 of those. Or maybe like something else, like
Simulchip comes down.
something randomly.
Simulchip's
That
important.
does mean Hyperbaric can come out in potentially. Yeah,
Yep.
Trash is a pressure to get. Hyperbaric.
That being said, the Simulchip thread is the only way they can thread and clot on the corporation's turn, assuming they're not on self-modifying code. It also means that they're not stargating back, so they're trying to win off singles here. A Trieste wouldn't be that big of a deal. They're rezzing it, and it's just forcing the clicks, which is... What's the timing window here? Because I think it's the runner's turn first, so they can go ahead and hyperbaric, but they technically should have hyperbaricked on encounter instead of on approach, so they don't end up spending the credits here, I think. Because you only res on approach, if I'm not mistaken. I think the timing here got a bit messy. I think preemptively hyperbaricked, and now the Trieste is saying you have to click through it, so enjoy spending your I don't know, like 12 credits or whatever it is on the hyperbaric.
Ouch.
But triple click, a ganked here would be disgusting.
Not a gank, though.
Yeah. A ganked would actually be fine. It'd be a core damage and 6 credits. Whatever.
Yeah. Wouldn't be fun, though. You don't want to spend that.
No.
Moguri, 21 credits. Do they just not have the 5-3 yet? Seems to be the question.
Seems like there's no 5-3. I mean, I'm sure we would see well,
Oh, that could be it.
hold on.
No.
Nope.
Oh. All right.
I mean, if you have the big deal to win, I think the objectively correct play is install with an ISO style points.
Now they installed before they drew. A lot of times you want to like iron that out in the other option so you have the most options in hand. We're running here into server 4. That's
Oh,
the
the Konjin.
Konjin, which can put you into the Loki or into the Fairchild.
Also, well,
Wait, so
no, this is an on-encounter ability. This is not this is not a subroutine.
yes, so we're gonna play a side
So
game.
this side game matters a lot.
If the runner loses a side game and just statistically 2 out of 3 times, we're gonna encounter something else. Now it's a Fairchild, and you're encountering it, right? Yes, which means that it's a Trieste, so they have to triple click through it unless they want it to fire. Now, this card itself, it doesn't have any subroutines whatsoever, so it's hard to deal with this. You can't boat through this. You have to just win the side game.
Yeah, this is interesting boat tech, I think. This card that boat just does absolutely nothing to.
Luminal.
And it's a luminal, though. That's big.
Yeah, it's really good in this meta. It's also really good against Boomerang as well, coincidentally. But it doesn't, Botulus does nothing against it.
Yeah, the hard part about this ice is like obviously in the early game when there's no other res dice, it's dead. And you saw this was in the early game, early hand soon enough. It's also a bit expensive because you have to play the side game. Sometimes it doesn't do anything, but a lot of times runners can't take that risk of hitting a Fairchild when they don't want to. But Moguri has that money situation sorted out now. Admittedly, though, that did cut into the big deal threat.
Yeah, it's extra insult to injury. Aunthemod also spent 2 on this, while Moguri only spent 1, which is always like you hate to see that as a runner.
Install then draw, okay, and that's a fully operational though, so that's going to be all the money.
That Tapworm, holy moly, how many credits
has
that given so far?
And Mercury just doesn't care to purge. Aunthemod has breakers, mind you. We'll probably see a nanotech or an Ika to be able to deal with the Ancel and the Loki. Interesting enough, also the Loki has access to a barrier as well, so if there's no Fractor, you can get an Eli, but that's not that taxing on the boat counters. And the boat is at 7 counters. That's a lot. That gets you through a fair few subroutines, and Into the Depths is going to make it even higher. Just charging
is in the bin, so there is a way to break Eli.
Oh, fantastic! Good to know. Speaking of the Ika, Into the Depths, installing it for 0 credits from the deck, going through server 3, not choosing to res the ice. Aunthemod just drawing up.
Into the Depths as doing its best impression of self-modifying code there.
Yeah, it's great. You get an endurance counter. Like it's nice for this deck. And there's the Ika on the Ancel. And the Ika means that the gank is not going to be that expensive. I think you get through this for still 4 credits. Not too bad. There's the big deal.
The big deal. Trash is the big deal. That's huge.
Yeah, that is a big deal. So we don't know if Moguri has 2 of these. They've had this in hand for a while now. That we saw that slip through on the Stargate, I think on turn 2, turn 3. And that was probably how they're trying to win the game out. I don't know if Moguri is that easily set up to try and score out here. We might see Managarms. We might obviously see Ganked, but Ganked gets way less important the later the game goes. Because if you run a remote server, steal the winning agenda, the game's over. Then you hit the Gank. So it matters if you're a bit lucky on which cards you access first in the server. We're going back. We've drawn a fair bit and haven't shuffled back in agendas. There could be something in here, and Vitruvius is it.
HQ. Now, yeah, game point for the runner. So trashing that big deal is gigantic because that means Corp has to either find another big deal, have another big deal in the first place, but like has to have the big deal win in turn, or it just gets really, really awkward now.
And here's where Gank slightly falls apart. Again,
yep.
You have an idea. If they do an Asa Group install, the second install can't be an agenda. That's something that you have to keep in mind. So if you're running server 1, you access the agenda, you win. So it might not matter. But server 3 gets a new card in it, draws after install ice on server 1.
Yeah, so this is setting up for a big fully operational at some point in the future.
Yeah, we've seen, I think... No, all 3 are in the bin.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
But we still have Spin Doctors.
Another thing that wants to be in server 3 in that case. I wonder, is it potentially another Trieste?
I think they're not even unique. Wow, okay. It's a Maryland campaign?
Oh, it's a Maryland, okay.
I'm not sure if Aunthemod has to deal with that. 3 credits doesn't seem too much when you're getting all the money off the Tapworms. Mind you, now Boat has been charging pretty heavily at 9 power counters. We're running HQ. We know server 1 is an upgrade. Server 4, I'm not sure if we've seen that, but it's been there for a while. Seamless launch.
Seamless.
Always good to know, because a 5-3 agenda could win the game with double seamless if it's installed and never advanced. I don't know if Aunthemod, these lists, mind you, are only on Stargate for multi-access. They don't have Deep Dive, they don't have Maker's Eye, Jailbreak. So that Stargate needs to come back with a simul chip, and I think we played the 1 simul chip in the list. Some of the lists have 2, if I'm not mistaken. Some only have 1, I think. We're going back. Gatekeeper.
Gatekeeper.
Code Gate. Massive 6 strength for the turn it's rezzed, but hey, Hyperbaric is ready to match it.
There's the cloth.
Nice.
Lot goes down.
Clot stops the big deal. Maryland, though,
Just a
in
Maryland.
the remote. And that's...
Urges to get rid of the clock.
It wasn't the tap form, it was the clot, right? But now aunthemod's only going to get 2 Rizekis on that pad tap coming off of the Maryland campaign. I really want to know.
Just 2 drip.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so tough. Hate when that happens. And an extra click.
This is really cool, though, right? Like, you built the Hyperbaric, you get through a Fairchild 3 for 3 credits, but you can't. You have to click through it because it's Trieste. And click through it, aunthemod will. They have 5 clicks, mind you, with Beth, so still have a bit of a turn left over.
Is this potentially a signal that the win is... I mean, that was a very, very fast purge. That was like 70 APM purge.
Yeah,
like...
I think there might be another big deal. Ika, we're getting through. Mind you, off the top of R&D, we didn't trash anything. Seeing what they're going to draw is important. Sometimes you can just see in Maryland, they can have it as long as you're okay running remotes. Sometimes it's a gank. That's fine.
Okay. It's not that bad.
You don't hate seeing it here now.
And this, I think, is even cheaper. I think it's the same credits if to trash it. You can do this for 3 credits. aunthemod is paying 4 here, which I don't think is right because you don't need to break all the subroutines.
Yeah, you're correct.
The gank on the top of R&D, though, that's where it gets a bit more interesting. Ice on HQ. I don't know. Is there a big deal in there? Drawing after? Bit of an unfortunate ordering there.
Looking for a big deal. Yeah.
Gamble.
Clearly not in hand, but clearly looking for one.
aunthemod's on 11. Okay, this is where things get really annoying for this deck. You're going to start using the endurance counters because you don't want to keep moving around your Ika. Not that Ika deals even with the drafter very well. It's still like 3 credits, right?
Yeah, it's 3 credits.
Oh, that's not bad. You have to move it though.
But it's 5 because you have to move it.
Yeah, and then move it back. Seamless. One of the few cards we knew in there. Mind you, they do know the card that they just top decked. We were running the Fairchild. We can't click through this.
Yeah, that is an interesting run.
That can't be right. Oh no. Oh no, Trieste!
Oh no.
The scariest Trieste is the Trieste you forget about. Oh no, but aunthemod thought they had 1 click left.
Yeah, I thought they had 1 more click.
Oh no, because they played the sure gamble first. Yeah. Yeah, again, nothing was really learned here, so it's kind of up to the opponent. They say okay, begrudgingly. Yeah, that would have connected. Mind you, they can't break that, so they would have to trash some of their cards. Maybe get rid of a pad tap. It's probably... the length of this game might not get you 3 credits. There's a simulchip, and that means Stargate can happen. Mind you still have to run through archives.
Also does mean Clot Threat is online. You trash your orb, you get back your Clot. So we have an Asa. Now the advance is where you have to pop your symbol chip.
Great clicking for credit there. 21. Big deal credits alive and well. We see 1 that was trashed. We've only seen 1 so far, but again, aunthemod has been seeing a couple more cards off the top of R&D than we're privy to. Only 12 cards left, though. And we're playing, again, a 49-card deck, I'm assuming. So we're looking at, 20 to 21 agenda points. We don't see more than 10. And there you go, simulchip for Stargate. Now, aunthemod still might struggle to pick it up this turn. Server 3 could potentially be the last Spin Doctor. But I don't know how heavily ice that. Maybe you want to bait the run, but we're going to triple click through this one. 1 click left to check archives. Let's see an agenda here to close the game out. Off-world office, global initiative, and ganked.
Trashes the food.
So trashing the food is smart because that's the one thing that you can't let them have. And it's just the Fairchild 3. Back their 3 credits. Your Hyperbaric making it. We'll see if Server 3 is a Spin Doctor.
Is it?
Spin Doctor. It is!
Oh wow!
It was huge that global food was the trash because the off-world office is in hand now.
Yep. Yes.
Rather than the global food being in hand.
Yeah.
And McGrary's going to have 17 credits, so 1 short of fast. They could, in theory, if they wanted to, they could fast advance out the agenda they just drew. There's no cloth threat anymore. aunthemod only on 6 credits. Hold on, install. I think they're 1 credit short of global food. Not that they have it. They could have.
Yeah.
I guess they could have drawn another one.
It would have needed to already be in hand if they were going to. No, just install credit.
aunthemod knows that they have enough money to run R&D. What was shuffled back in? Not the Spin Doctor, so there's no more Spin Doctors.
It was the food and the big deal.
Okay. So this could be it. If you see an agenda in the top 11, there's nothing to it. You click through here. Mind you, Beth has been fantastic. And then you could run Archives, pay 3. Agenda off the top does it in any of these 3 cards. Vitruvius.
It's a Vitruvius. That is game.
Good game.
aunthemod gets it there.
Very
the
hard
hyperbaric
fought game.
twice over installed, got to 5.
Wow.
113 credits. All right. So I do think we saw a fair couple misplays, a couple like botched lines of some sorts, but aunthemod having a huge setback in the early game, something that's definitely quite demoralizing. Played aggressive, stayed on track, and made it back. Sorry about the misplaced stream, aunthemod. No, you're doing fine. But this is the sort of thing you definitely need to get out of your system. Of course, being on stream shakes you up, but you need to get this out of your system sooner than later because you have still 3 more rounds and potentially another day of Netrunner.
Yep.
Yeah, when the pressure
great
is on
recovery.
because you need to get enough points, and then you have like more than 100 people watching your game, and you know
Yes.
that this is like this is happening. Like I do not blame them for being under a lot of stress.
All right, we're gonna see the other side of the table. I forget exactly what this matchup is. I remember it looking interesting. It's Hoshiko
versus Hoshiko.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. So we
I
are.
think just excellent play at the end of that game, just keeping Big Deal off of the table for just enough turns, I think.
Yeah. So we are Precision Design. This was one of the strongest IDs when it came out. This lets you have 6 hand size, a very aggressive HP deck that's going to be playing seamless launches, aggressively getting agendas on the table, probably protecting them with some amounts of Manic Arm Skunkworks or Anoetic Voids. The 2 strong defensive upgrades from System Gateway, but Hoshiko's just going to say Stargate go. And there's a Spin Doctor on the top, but 2 ice. In theory, it might be right to trash an ice that you don't like and then run back with Hoshiko to trash the Spin Doctor just so you can get your Hoshiko flip because none of these cards were accessed. That's the line.
Yeah,
sure enough.
Now, Hoshiko is a bit tricky to explain. She's loved in startup format, even in standard here. She flips if you've accessed a card. Then you gain 2, lose 1, gain 1. It's some card draw. It's nice. And server 1 is going to be the Tranquility with no ice, but we have something to deal with the Stargate.
Fairchild.
You can click through this. It's going to be your whole turn. You are going to get a trash, but you aren't going to be able to pick it up out of archives. And this is the kind of the issue with Fairchild. Yeah. There's the Luminal.
Oh, the Luminal.
That's a good trash. Now, this easily could be a Spin Doctor in server 1. No, it's a Rashida.
And that's huge for a couple of reasons. Firstly, that fully breaks the top of R&D. So if Moguri is just okay spending their whole turn Stargating, they can probably do it again. aunthemod now needs to protect archives to some extent, find a Spin Doctor, but also ice R&D. So we'll see how they spend their credits because they only have 5, let alone 7 cards in hand now. If they install something in Tranquility, they do get 2 credits, which is nice. So that helps, probably with resing something. But you'd love to hit a Hagen here. Like a Hagen on R&D would have ended up trashing the Stargate.
Mm-hmm. Easily could be the card now. We might get a chance to find out.
Oh, Gatekeeper would also be really rough here too, because that would actually rescue.
Like
yeah, the Gatekeeper would rescue the Luminal. I don't think you want to face check into an ice before picking up archives.
You really need to go catch the Luminal. That's like the one agenda you really need to steal.
Mm-hmm.
There you
go.
go.
Provides so much value if you let it happen.
Yeah.
Now, is this a Spin Doctor? Nope. Looks like no. This Luminal is going to the score area.
So.
Yeah, fantastic.
Hoshiko's going to get her access there. Means next turn she's going to flip, gain a link, 2 credits, become digital. And at the start of her next turn, she's going to get some card draw for a cost. But Deuce is wild. Some neutral influence spent just to get through your deck a bit faster. We're checking server 1. I imagine a Maryland. Oh, it's a Managarm.
Managarm.
So you end the run here. There's not much you can do about it. It's either you spend 2 clicks, you don't have it, or 5 credits, which you do have, but then you can't trash any of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So aunthemod actually has a pretty good scoring server here. They want to get something installed in this every turn, mind you, because Tranquility Home Grid is an immense amount of value just to do the thing you want to do anyways. Eat your heart out, engineering the future.
Yeah, Tranquility is just such a huge card for these PD decks because they're basically a rush deck that wants to take 1 turn before they score the agendas, but they want to jam something in there every single turn and just dare you to be able to actually break the ice enough times to win. It's tough to do.
Yo, you said ice, but like I love this. Like, why do you need ice? You got a Managarm. It's expensive enough on its own. It's only protecting a Regolith, which means there's a chance they don't get a Tranquility next turn, but who needs ice? You got the Skunkworks doing it.
Yeah, you don't need ice right now. You will eventually.
Oh, yeah.
But at the moment, with the runner on 4, you're doing all right.
We're cleaning the pad tap. Mind you, we have that companion combo there, the Keiko and the Paladin Puemo. Keiko gives you that MU for cheap, but every time you spend a credit from a companion, you gain a credit. So Paladin Puemo is generating 2 credits of value a turn as long as you're installing stuff. And with only this many cards installed, you're going to have to install stuff. So this is really good start for Moguri.
Here comes a Liberated. That is 2 credits of value generated.
Running archives here. Might seem strange, but that's just to keep Hoshiko on. It's akin to drawing a card and clicking a credit at the same click. Tranquility red level. Whoa, we're drawing hard.
And another upgrade in the remote.
What are we drawing for?
Doctor to keep drawing. Wow.
Wow.
Are we playing cerebral imaging?
Is there just no ice?
There you go. Oh my god. Aunthemod can't find any ice there. Going to discard some cards there, but that is an immense amount of draw in a single turn.
Is that an Anoetic Void, we think, in the remote right now?
I'd guess that or Mavirus is probably it, but I think Anoetic is likely.
Oh, okay. So twinning has come down. That is a win condition that was just printed in Midnight Sun. Obviously, twinning virtual resource, you have to spend credits off of your installed cards, such as Paladin Puemu, to charge it up, and each counter translates into an extra access on HQ or R&D, but you can only get 2 in a given run.
So they're checking archives. That's if Aunthemod is not drawing ice, they're probably drawing agendas, so it's 2 face down shuffled away. Regolith finishes up a single ice, mind you. An advancement on top of that. We know we have a seamless. I think, no, we didn't see a seamless yet, but Manigarm Anoetic is going to be rough. Moguri showing access to 0 breakers whatsoever. Maybe a Botchless gets there, but Magnet. Oh, Boomerang will do it. Magnet proof.
Yeah, Boomerang does that.
And they're running. They're going to have 2 clicks or 5 credits left. It is an unsell. So one of these subroutines might have to be a click through, which kind of forces your hand on the Manigarm. But you're going to see if this is Manigarm Anoetic, you can choose the order of your defensive upgrades, and you're probably going to do the Manigarm first, and then the Anoetic's going to kick in. This is really rough too, because if this run's unsuccessful, that Boomerang isn't coming back.
Yeah, this is a really rough run.
So we're clicking through the subroutine, breaking the other 2, and there it is.
Sure enough, it's the Void.
It's the Void.
And I have to think Void's going to fire now. It seems like the exact right time that you want to. Well, after Manigarm fires, obviously, but...
Yeah, so they're actually paying 5 to force the issue here. So now Aunthemod is going to have to pay 2 credits and throw out 2 cards, which is probably not that big of a cost. You have 6 cards in hand. There's probably some bad stuff in there, stuff you don't exactly need. But Moguri now has spent so much of their money. They still have the liberated counts, dirty laundry to keep up that Hoshiko.
And also see what's in the bin.
We're seeing PD, Anoetic Void, Skunkworks here, and I'm just like, is this last meta's deck that they're playing?
Still good.
Here's a seamless.
Like, barring the pinhole threading, your ice just got better, right?
Yeah. Oh.
Vitruvius. Okay. So 2 clicks left after scoring.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
We want to jam another thing here and an ice on top of that.
And an ice. Wow.
We didn't talk about this, but Precision Design also says, besides the hand size, when you score an agenda, you get to return a card from archive. So Seamless Launch was the card there used to score that out. 1 click gives you 2 advancements, and that's returned to hand. So now this card in server 1 is very easily threatening to be a 4-2 agenda. Next turn, Aunthemod does Seamless Advance, and brings that Seamless back over and over again. Hitting HQ here. HQ pressure makes a lot of sense after you throw out some stuff in a big deal.
Big deal.
Oh.
Sees 2 seamless, though. That's 2 seamless is very dangerous to see because that could easily be seamless plus advance for a 3-pointer.
Now the 20 was used for multi-axis there. You'd love to see it. This thing does charge up slowly. I don't think they're going to be able to charge it on the corpse turn once per turn, but that does give you the pressure. It's just a Rashida.
Yeah, to charge on the corpse turn, you need things like Simul Chip or self-modifying code, and we haven't seen any of those yet.
Oh, Aunthemod has a great board state, but it doesn't look like the draw has been going in the direction. Rashida draw, not a great start. And if they drew multiple agendas, this is kind of hard, right? Because while the server 1 is well protected, HQ might not be. At least 16 credits means they might be able to res. Almost definitely will be able to res both pieces of ice.
Yeah, it seems like enough money at the moment.
Steel Skin.
Being able to see 3 cards on HQ is very big in this matchup.
Yeah, the twinning is very powerful. It's very interesting to know they have 2 kinds of multi-axes installed, the twinning and the Stargate.
Botchless.
But Botchas, just getting installed, gonna brew for a turn. Hopefully a magnet maybe gets to pull that down. But here we get Seamless Launch. And to a second Seamless Launch, 4 advancements.
Is this? No, just an off-roll.
7
You
credits.
get one of those seams back.
And another jam.
Server 1. Gaining 2 credits off the Tranquility home grid. Mind you, Offworld Office gained 7, and now if aunthemod can find one of their 3-point agendas, I think they only have 1 seamless we know in hand. If they have 2, this technically could be the game seamless advance.
Yeah, this is the PD deck firing on all cylinders. This is exactly the tempo that you want as the corp, just constantly threatening out of this remote that cannot be broken.
Pinhole threading is the card to deal with this, and we haven't seen, I don't think, any today. That's a Fairchild 3. So you're going to have to probably click through this if you want that access, and it's a good access with the twinning, mind you, but the botulus is, you can actually botulus trash a card. The liberated accounts is basically worth a click and 3 credits, right?
Yeah. Looks like that's what we're seeing.
Yeah. So we're going to go through. Paying 3 instead. Let's see how many they use off the twinning. Tranquility home grid in HQ. No real need to trash that. A border control for more influence and a regolith, the final copy.
Oh, man.
Painful.
We did not see another seamless. We know there's 1 in there, so I think we know 4 out of the 5 cards.
Yeah, so it's unlikely that you're about to lose, but you are fairly likely to be on game point.
Yeah, and this server is also just more protected than HQ. So even if you have a global food initiative and you can't score this turn, you would put it into the remote to prep it for the following 2 turns. And
here's a hippo.
Yeah, this is really important.
Hippo does make Fairchild 3 on the outside of HQ very vulnerable.
We'll see if aunthemod can ice up HQ, start the advancements here. I do think this is a 5-3. They're slow rolling, but they might want to put an ice on HQ just to protect. Because Hippo, mind you, if they break all the subroutines on a card, if it's the outermost ice, it gets trashed. But hey, coming in HQ, water's warm. Server 1's where the game's at.
Yeah, and this is the outermost ice on server 1 tells me that they want to res the second ice here and not get it hippoed, just in case there's some chance that you could run through twice otherwise.
Whoa!
Interesting. Divide and conquer.
Moguri not finding any breakers yet, putting on the Rizeki. This might be game, but this is going to see you a couple accesses. This interacts with the twinning. A Vitruvius there. They're going to hit all the central servers.
Wow.
It's taking them up to only 4 points. 1 click left.
That is such a cool play. Unfortunately, didn't quite get the amount of value from it that it needed to, but just hoping that this is not a 5-3.
And there it is. Yeah. Adore, the only breaker they can produce outside of the boomerang, but we're going to return that big deal to hand. But that's what Precision Design does. It's fast. 11 cards left in R&D, mind you. Like, this is a fast game on turn 12. A lot of card draw, a smaller deck to start it, so it's very consistent. But we've seen this archetype for a long time. Pinhole threading, criminals, they can deal with this, but we're not seeing a lot of criminals nor pinhole threading. Pinhole threading, mind you can play anywhere. I don't know if criminals have a great matchup into this, but good luck to both these players. Fun rounds to watch, for sure.
Agreed.
Really cool way to end the game.
Yeah. I think we have a fair bit of time left in the round. Oh, actually, maybe not even. Do we want to jump into a table here?
Yeah,
maybe
absolutely.
Maybe table 15. That one started not too long ago.
Yeah, sure. Actually, Panzer or Captain Ice, could you check if they're okay on the stream first, and then we can jump in.
Yeah, I'll ask.
Oh. Thanks.
Yeah, it's worth noting that Precision Design deck recently did lose one of its agendas. They were classically playing Sandbox, Cyberdeck Sandbox as a 4-2, and Offworld Office as a 4-2, and almost all neutral agendas besides the one Luminal Transubstantiation. And so far, now the Vitruviuses are coming back in, which is additional recursion. You can be a bit jammier with it without seamless launches if you want to. And it's definitely less powerful, but obviously still quite good.
We are good to stream on table 15.
All right, we'll come over to table 15. It looks like this game has just started recently. And we're also looking at a Hoshiko. Wow. Actually,
well, it's actually, I don't think it started recently. What you're seeing is an apocalypse has happened recently. So it looks like it started recently, but the flipped cards tell you what happened here.
Yeah, let's start with the forensics. Reality Plus here. It looks like it's a Drago deck because we're seeing 2 self-growth programs. No Dragos themselves. We saw the mouselesses, so I think this might be a straight deck from last week, the APAC winning deck list, which we saw round 1 with some nice modifications. But face-down cards on the other side means that we've ran all 3 central servers, floated a tag, and played Apocalypse. An incredibly powerful card. One of the, not the original, but one of the former quest completed sort of cards. Run 3 servers. Right now, Deep Dive is seeing a lot of play, so... In the bin, mind you, we have a paperclip, probably liberated account stuck down. The other card could be a breaker. But market forces adjusting the credit differential pretty heavily. 1 credit, 1 tag, up to 8 credits. but no
Notably, the Spin
agendas.
Doctor. Yeah, notably the Spin Doctor shuffling back a mouseless really wants the good ice back after it got wiped off the board.
I really like the inclusion of Subliminal in this deck list because we saw in the other game that the runner can just sit back, click for credits, draw one card per turn, and
Yeah.
be like, okay, then I'm just gonna keep the money up. But in this case, that's not that much of a possibility because the corpus is gonna get a free credit every turn, and then the math becomes a lot more favored for them.
Yeah, it's
Right,
it's
'cause
surprisingly impactful in this list.
Yeah, Reality Plus already gets ahead a little bit every turn because the corp draw, but
Mm-hmm.
if you're
Yeah.
also getting a credit, you just get ahead twice as quickly.
Yeah, exactly.
So we haven't seen any multi-axis, right? Like after Apocalypse, already seeing 3 ice, seeing some more ice shuffled back in with the Spin Doctor. Mind you, that Spin Doctor was 2 unseen cards. You're going to need some time to set up. If this is, again, the exact list from last week, it's only on a single hard-hitting news, which is in the bin. I'm not sure if the last week's list, though, had attitude adjustment. Maybe I'm wrong.
I don't recall that from the list.
I don't think so.
Install double. Not scoring out, drawing a card, subliminal back in hand. So this could easily be a Drago, but the punishment here is only... they misclicked. They didn't want to draw. That's a hard one to fix.
Oh, yeah,
That's a really hard one to fix, unfortunately. But yeah, they definitely wanted to score out.
Oh no, it actually had 2 attitude adjustments, so
Oh, okay.
it did have ways. Oh,
Huge.
that's really nice, actually.
Thank you. But Bookkeeper still, all right, Tyrell, very kind there. Again, it's very easy on JNet to misclick. You accidentally hit a button, you're drawing a card. Obviously, it gives you information, but this deck is not ordered in any way. With things like Daily Business Show, it's kind of hard to rebuild those board states because you can't just shuffle the deck. But here, it should be no issue. So Bookkeeper probably going to score out here. Funny enough, these 2 face-down cards, I think, work with Degree Mill, right? Degree Mill just says installed cards. It doesn't care about anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
That's
They
cute.
do. They also work with self-growth.
Yeah, that's true. Return to sender might actually be a play at some point. But scoring out, there's the Degree Mill. Additional cost, shuffle 2 installed runner cards. That gets that liberated accounts back in circulation. Who's laughing now?
Definitely not the one that you want to see right now. As
No.
R+, you would much rather score a Bologna.
Yeah. So down to 6 credits. But again, a lot of this ice can be res cheaply. A lot of this ice, when you interact with it, gains 2 credits because the tag comes through. Things like Turnpike, stuff like that. Ping. But I also think this deck is notable because it does not have a lot of hard end the runs. So as long as you're okay floating tags, which can be obviously a bit difficult, it's just like you have to triple advance a mouseless, which takes some time. Gaining 6 credits from the Wildcat Strike, you almost never get card draw from that, but you're thankful for the money. And we have an Orchestra in the bin.
That matters for Funhouse.
Yeah, I think you just, I guess it's slightly cheaper, but installing it, like you can just pay for the Funhouse. It gives you the option though, if it's already pre-installed. But you generally don't want to use that.
It's nice to have down because it is an installable. You can then
yeah. That's I think a bigger deal. It's also like you could consider it to deal with a mouseless. It's obviously incredibly expensive and you're not breaking all of it, but it's good to have.
Yeah.
If you see Toll Booth again, it might also be relevant. Although breaking Toll Booth with Black Orchestra is the absolute pits.
You hate doing that. Sometimes you have to, but you hate every single second.
Sometimes you gotta.
Emptying that liberated there. Gonna leave 4 credits on it. Probably also gives you an option to interact with the Degree Mill. It's also a nice thing that if you're tagged and they got you down to low credits, you always have a click for 4 and you're forcing them to trash it or return it to hand. And in archives, you can see that there's 2 self-growth, 1 market forces, 1 archive. So there's still a fair bit of threat and there's still 3 Dragos in rotation.
Shutting off archives access, that matters for Hoshiko because obviously you like those successful runs that are cheap so that you continue your draw engine, but shutting that off here.
Well, do you think Tyrell's just setting up for a second APOC? It kind of looks like it too, right?
Yeah, seems like it to me.
We don't see enough influence, and an Apocalypse on this board would hurt. Single advance, that's a mouseless.
Ooh. Yep.
Unless it's a mess to chest mode, but I'm pretty sure that's a mouseless.
Yeah, this sends a pretty strong signal of if you would like to Apocalypse, you better do it quick.
Yeah. Because we can't really show you right now what mouseless says, but it's a high strength, a lot of subroutine code gate. It doesn't end the run until it's triple advanced, and then it has some really mean subroutines. We're running. Checking HQ to start. Again, not a lot of this ice ends the run. You do want to find the IP blocks. There you go, before you find the pings and the other stuff. So this is perfect ordering. Obviously getting a bit lucky there, but you don't have the link yet. Hoshiko's not digital. You can get through this for 3 credits. I don't know. Can Bookkeeper afford to boost here? I feel like that's not a winning proposition.
No,
I
definitely not.
don't think so. No, you need the credits after Apocalypse goes off,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't think you have enough money to make it impossible for Apocalypse to go off.
Tyrell actually installing the paperclip there. That's
Oh,
expensive.
interesting.
It does give you another
Yeah, I think-
card that you can interact with your green mill, but you need to keep your money up if you hit a Bologna on the way.
Mhm.
Archive memories. We check the bin really quick. There's the one hard-hitting news there, so the value of
Yeah, I
money
think
is...
the paperclip install signals worried about a ping on one of these servers.
Yeah. Also, it looks like no
But
APOC this turn.
choosing to draw.
Yeah.
So no APOC this turn.
Now, there is something in server 2 here that could easily be now advance, Drago, the last self-growth program, something like that. But if you can keep the credits down, they probably can APOC. So even just like doing the minor market forces.
Right. It takes a lot of money to actually get through 3 servers and still have 3 to APOC. So even a market forces for just 3 credits potentially shuts that off.
Also running through R&D, right? And you don't break the mouseless has a chance to just snipe, to net damage away the APOC, which is kind of hard. Maybe you want to run that sooner than later on the turn.
Yeah, self-growth on the paperclip no longer as damaging as it would be because there is a second paperclip in the bin. Obviously, you still have to pay the 4, but you don't have to worry about finding a way to discard the paperclip.
There you go. That's a mouseless.
Yep, 3
okay.
events.
It is in archives. Okay. You can see those subroutines are now corp gains 3 credits, do 3 net damage, give the runner attack, and end the run. And a really awkward interaction on 5 strength. If you want to break all the subroutines on this, you can let the first one fire. Maybe is that you have to spend I think 9 credits with the Black Orchestra after installing it, which is a lot of money.
As someone who's used Black Orchestra a lot of the time that I've played Netrunner, you hate Black Orchestra. It's the worst card in your deck, but it's also sometimes you need to use it.
Yeah. There's huge advantages of clicklessly installing it. Whoa, DJ Fenris.
That's DJ
Steve.
Okay.
That's good value. We can run HQ for 3 credits. Hopefully recur something good. Mind you, Steve lets the corp play quote unquote a game. You often just show them 2 of the same card. They pick which one they like less, and you get the other version.
Hey, who cares about running R&D? Just run HQ.
I don't understand why they're not letting the trace fire here because they have Link now.
Yeah. It's potentially cheaper. Maybe you don't want to let Bookkeeper dump into it, but I feel like, you're happy if they do that.
You're super very happy with them. Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
because then Mouseless just can't be res for longer.
Double career fair, mind you. I didn't open the heap there, but you could have done double short gamble. Obviously, it looks like they have a resource in hand, and career fair is technically liberated. More click compression than sure gamble. Liberate's coming down. Wow, leaving this on 12 credits means Drago return to sender is going to feel a bit bad.
I think the reason we're seeing so many runners not interact with Traces and Link anymore is because Nisei hasn't been printing those cards. So everyone forgets how Traces works.
No, it's really easy to hit the break all button whenever it asks you to on Jaina.
Oh yeah, I've done it before too.
Just continuing to ice up server 2 here, so.
A Bookkeeper does need to pivot to scoring out the game. Again, they also need to figure out how to stick a tag into a backroom machinations at some point. Otherwise, they're forced to score 5-3 agendas, which you generally want to avoid doing that. Liberated getting a bit emptied. Hoshiko still digital. Trading a credit for a card is generally a good enough trade. There are more ways to make money than draw cards in Netrunner. IP block
continuing to go through.
Still through 3, breaking it all. Axis here in HQ again. There's 6 agendas in the list, and Tyrell's going to need to find half of them. What's in server 2? Isn't it an agenda? Oh, Steve, yeah. Let's look at the bin.
Looks like highlighting a Wildcat strike.
Yeah, I love how you get to see this in real time.
Highlighted it.
Yeah. So you have some great options there.
It's 2 Wildcat strike and Wildcat strike. Wildcat strike is a sure gamble from lower credit totals, so that is nice.
You can't depend on it though. If you need the money, sometimes you won't get it, but yeah, that largely is how it works out. So I got the MK Ultra bin check. We have all their breakers there, 1 of each kind.
And that actually, it was big to get that card off of Steve because that allowed for the MK discard.
Oh, cool, yeah. Bookkeeper on 8 credits. Again, they have to figure out how to score an agenda, which generally takes 5 credits while also rezzing some amount of ice. Again, some of their ice gets res cheaper if it gives out a tag first time a turn. But again, first time a turn. If you have to res a ping into something else and they're going through it, you're going to actually pay out of pocket. You're going to pay 4 credits if you have to also res the mouseless. And we know where 2 of the mouseless are. the Mausolei are. Something's happening in archives. Oh, never mind. I just saw the glow. HQ Ice easily could be an IP block.
Could it be a Drago in the remote that Bookkeeper just hasn't been advancing yet because they don't have tag punishment in hand?
Yeah, maybe.
I almost feel like it's worth it just to get rid of Steve, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is actually, yeah, that's very true.
Or like one of the last turns, if they could have trashed Liberated. I think their money could have sustained it.
Mm-hmm. But
Yeah,
then
so
what could
I'm
it
really
be?
wondering what server 2 is then. If it is a Drago, I think that's intentionally foregoing a lot of chances to do stuff that's good just to preserve the Drago.
Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be incredibly expensive. Black Orchestra comes down, mind you, mouseless, 9 credits. This deck does not run
you hate to
Hippo
see it.
because it's running Apocalypse. But that's so much money spent for single
well, we
access.
actually see a Hippo removed from the game, so I guess they're on both.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, you're right. They usually don't. Degree Mill off the top, too. Shuffling those 2 face-down cards back into the deck.
Talk about value. That gets you a free Liberated back.
I think it was actually a daily cast. I think we got that one wrong. 4 credits, yeah.
Right, yeah.
But now Tyrell still has a lot of work to do. 7 credits. Hard-hitting news is probably not on the table, but they still need a fair bit of money. It's probably going to cost 6 credits to run HQ, 4 credits if they can trace through it, but at this point, Bookkeeper can consider boosting. Mind you, if they do boost heavily and they get attacked, they get 2 credits back, but Liberate's going to come down and stabilize a bit.
Yeah, and being on 3 to 3, it's quite relevant here because that does mean as we get closer to time, each of these players needs to be proactive and try to score.
Yeah.
Well, hey, that was our answer for the remote server. It's a Spin Doctor getting fired immediately after mandatory draw. 2 cards going to be shuffled in. Some of these are really important. Hard-hitting news is very impactful. It looks like it's a mouseless and a hedge fund, though, for more money and some more taxing ice that Anarchs are not particularly good at dealing with.
No more Spin Doctors.
Yeah. And 1 Hippo removed, 1 Hippo still in the stack. Or, sorry, in the heap.
We don't have the same mill threat that we had the last time we saw R+, but we are still, we're 3/4 of the way through the deck, and it is only 3/3.
Mm-hmm.
Single advance.
Interesting. Advance
NGO.
on an unice.
I think the deck had a
NGO
single
seems
NGO,
like it has
right?
to be.
Yeah, that's the one NGO probably.
Tyrell getting that free card draw. So if you don't run the NGO, you're basically giving them 2 extra credits for a click, if I'm not mistaken. It goes from 5 to 8, but they spend a click and a credit.
Mm-hmm.
8 credits only, and they know it's on R&D. They have to break it if they want Apocalypse. There's always this like line that you're trying to thread where you're trying to make them overspend a bit, over ice, and then Apocalypse. But if you like wait too long, sometimes it's too hard to Apocalypse. So that's the NGO
Here's
front.
the NGO, sure enough.
That's a funhouse. You're happy bouncing off of that.
Yeah, unless you're looking to Apocalypse this turn, which I'd be shocked by.
Why
I
do
think
they?
you're fine bouncing.
Why do they res that if there's not something in archives? That's very expensive.
Just want to make
Good
sure that the APOC. Just want to make sure that the APOC thread is off, because if you go through this, you'll have to end your turn tagged if you APOC, because you don't have 5 clicks.
Sure, I just don't know if they can APOC, right? They have to deal with mouseless, double IP block, and still pay 3.
No,
Yeah,
I don't
think
know.
there was enough.
Like, I wonder if there's something in archives.
Yeah, with 4 face downs and only 10
Oh.
cards left already, there might be one.
There we go.
Oh, that no way
And-
DJ stays. All seeing
All
eye.
seeing eye. Oh,
Yeah.
yep.
The one big piece of resource hate. If there's no bad publicity, you're just losing all your resources for a single click. So that brought down a daily casts and the DJ Fenris, which I don't know. Fenris could have got a couple more card draws, but running HQ didn't seem like a priority. And Tyrell still
He
has the
just
tag.
installed the daily cast too.
This is
That's
interesting
another
though.
value off the awesome one.
Bookkeeper only has 3 credits. They can't res mouseless on the remote server. The only things they can res are a ping, IP block, and I'm not mistaken, the turnpike, right? So you could actually
Turnpike,
probably
yeah.
take this down.
There's a good
Yeah,
chance.
you definitely go trash this, or at least you try.
Mm-hmm.
I think Turnpike will be the most expensive for you. That costs 6 credits altogether. If you want to not trace, I guess you could consider tracing.
You could also just remove the tag afterwards, which you do have to remove 2, which is a little annoying. But
Yeah, I just wonder if you
Yeah.
don't want to give them the 2 credits off of Reality Plus.
oh yeah, they'll take 2. Yeah, no, in that case, 5 to trace through. Yeah, I think you would still do it probably.
Yeah, we are getting closer and closer to time. I believe time is in about 4 minutes. So
Oh, he can't run this turn anymore.
No, but 26 credits to 8. That is a very fun card. It gives credits to both sides of the table. Something that you don't often want to do, but if your plan is Apocalypse, it sometimes doesn't matter how much money the corporation has if you know you're going to whip up the world next turn.
Yeah, certainly threatening the APOC now.
9 cards left. Again, if this comes to time, a backroom machinations could do it. Single tag, just hedge fund. Just keep your tag. That also means the IP blocks end the run. Not that we were tracing through these. But yeah, the backroom machinations could, like, as soon as time is, like, if you leave the dragon on the table and you go to time, they just do advance backroom, and that's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's another good reason why you don't want to end your turn tagged, because it's harder for this deck to score out.
Is this the APOC turn?
I think it might be.
I think, based on time, I think it almost has to be.
I think Archives is free, or 4 credits. This is 9. I think HQ is 6. And then 3 for the APOC. You can definitely do it.
Yeah.
You also get some good access here. Bologna's might make this more interesting. I think you would steal the Bologna over the APOC.
I think so.
And here I think you want to run HQ next, because if you hit a degree mill, you want to shuffle away your paper clips before you need them on the IP block.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. Whoa.
Endless Yuba.
Can we still afford this? It's 9 for this? Yeah, you can definitely still Apocalypse.
You have to go pretty low to do it, but yes, you absolutely can.
Yeah, it's going to cost you 12 credits. You're not going to be able to deal with the Funhouse. You just take the 2 tags.
Yeah, so you'll end the turn on 3 tags, but I think that's okay if you blow up the entire world.
Yeah. And again, the big threat here is market forces. Backroom machinations will be alive and well, but we see...
Market forces won't do much if you're on 0.
That's true. But they're definitely in HQ, like, right? Drago from HQ. No, I don't know. Do you trash this?
You're ending on 3 tags. I don't
think you do.
The only reason you trash it is if you think you're going to lose the money to market forces anyway.
Yeah, I guess.
So here they're taking the Funhouse tags. Bookkeeper can draw or gain 2 credits. I think this is the first tag this turn. But they can't afford to avoid the tag on 4 credits and still Apocalypse. So we're taking 3 tags here. We're going to take the 2 credits.
Well, let's see what's in Archive.
Yeah, I'm interested, because that Funhouse res was a bit quick. Oh, wow, all the market forces, but there's still 2 Archive memories. There's the Apocalypse. Both boards wiped. Still 2 face down cards for Degree Mill, and Bookkeeper needs to still win a game or not lose the game. Like a backroom machinations hold on is enough. Archive memories.
All the market forces in the bin is honestly huge.
Yep. That's getting played again.
So it's forced to use an archived memories here, so does still get to fire off an archive forces, or market forces, and archived forces. There you go. So that will be a few turns of clicking for credits before Tyrell is able to steal a Bologna, which is important.
Yeah, and overclock would help a lot if you see on top of R&D. I don't know if this list is on overclock. Icing R&D, 8 cards left though, and it's all about the backroom machinations. Like I think you can just clear the tags slowly, and then like they really still have to figure out how to stick a Drago and get a backroom.
Yeah, with time in the round right now, being what it is, I think you're right.
Yeah, Tyrell's going for it.
Is the important thing this game.
Subliminal though coming back, helping Bookkeeper. Not that the credits are that important, but like ice. How much ice does the deck even run? Right, like we're seeing 1, 2, 3. I think there was 2 trash off the remote server, if I'm not mistaken. There's still a fair bit probably in circulation.
Gotta be running a little short though on ice that you really want to install.
Bookkeeper trying to figure it out here again. Backroom machinations is only one of playing the subliminal messaging. And now we're setting up on a remote server. Again, access to breakers. We have not a decoder. That's stuck face down. One of them got shuffled back into the stack. It might be the same one, but there's no end the run code gates in this list unless you triple advance up.
There's probably still 2 IP blocks, which are now very relevant because of the lack of... Well, there's a paperclip in the bin, but needs to install it and needs 3 to actually pass it.
Archive memory seen on HQ there. Tyrell accessing with enough to steal a Degree Mill, but not enough to get a Bologna. There's the Drago. You are going to flip on Hoshiko, which is nice. You're going to deny the Subliminal, which is okay, but that looks like it's Drago in server 1. There's no seamless launch in this deck if this is the exact APAC list, and right now it looks like it is.
Was Eula in the APAC list?
No, I don't think so. There's the IP block. This is also going to give Bookkeeper potentially 2 cards or 2 credits. 2 cards here is a bit dodgy with HQ being wide open, but mind you, there's only 1 agenda that Tyrell can steal. Trace 3, end the run. They did take the tag, mind you, so now they're on 3 tags further away from the clearing plane. And as soon as time is called, Bookkeeper, if they have the backroom, draw, backroom, It's probably going to take him to 4. So Tyrell is just scrambling for the 1 in... How many cards do we have left here? But that's all they have.
I think time's about to be called.
Oh, Cephalopod going to drop the... Time has been called. Unfortunately, Tyrell just clicked for credit there. If they clicked it seconds sooner, they would have another whole turn.
Oh.
Now Bookkeeper needs to find the back room, or that's it. Whoa. This might be a tie. Again, if that's a 5-3 agenda in the remote server, they don't have enough clicks to score it out. So Bookkeeper has likely 1 backroom machinations. If we check archives, no, I don't. We're going to figure out whose turn is left. But the backroom is a 1 of. If it's in the bottom, like what, 3 cards, that's it.
Yeah, I think waiting on the clarification here on whether Tyrell gets a turn or not.
Yeah, we'll sort this one out. Generally, when time is called, the active player ends their turn, the opponent gets a thing. So it depends when time was called. If there was just a click for a credit faster, Tyrell might have been able to get another turn there.
Yeah.
So I think it's probably just
We'd
Bookkeeper.
still be in a tough spot at that point, but...
Oh, he has it.
They had it.
Yep, the machinations.
All right.
Oh, boy.
Clear a tag, but that'll be 4 points.
And that is game. So that is a full win for Bookkeeper.
Yeah, barely getting there, mind you. We've seen this deck struggle with like the idea of the linearity of time. It can take a while to close the game down. And huge shout outs. It looks like the players that we've had, are they playing another turn? No, that's just for fun. Just to see. Okay. But yeah, the players have been dealing with it relatively well. I think now that they've seen the deck from last week, a lot of that surprise is over. It's still obviously performing, but you see how they interact with the Drago. It's a bit more interesting. There is a Bologna on the table. Cool. All right. Well played to both of them.
Agreed. Yeah, good round.
Great rounds,
good
yeah.
games that we got to see.
So that takes us to the end of round 3. We are going to have round 4 coming up soon. We're going to get the results. I think the most important thing here is that we have a break. Now, I don't fully know how long the break is. It's about an hour. I think it's about the length of its time.
It's an hour.
It's an hour.
Yeah.
Okay. So currently in the Eastern Standard, it is 6 o'clock. It's barely 6 o'clock, which means we'll be back at 7 o'clock. So 1 hour from now, we'll be back. I'll put up some music. I'll put up a graphic. It'll just be back after the break, and then we'll time it in on 15, 10, 5. So don't go anywhere. The stream will be up. Tell your friends, have a sandwich, enjoy yourself, because we still have 3 more rounds. We're basically just halfway through today. So in 1 hour, but hey, firstly, I want to say, Captain Nice, I think this is the last game that we had the pleasure to commentate with you. Thanks so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It was great to be here, and I'm gonna probably head off to bed soon because it's nearly midnight here, but I'll catch the tail end of the stream tomorrow, and I'll also be here tomorrow to like watch some more games. Super excited to see the top cut.
Awesome. Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure to commentate with you. Panther, you'll be back after the break. Is there a raffle going on now? There's going to be some more raffles.
I'm about to end the raffle since we're about to go into the break, and it's going to end naturally over the break, and I'd rather just have the clean. So you have like 1 more minute to enter the raffle.
Okay, perfect. So get your raffles in there, exclamation raffle to get into there. Again, give the Twitch channel a follow, give them a subscribe if you have that Amazon Prime. You can pay $5 a month. Nisi loves the support, but you are watching the 2022 American Continental Championship. We have 64 players today. Only 8 are going to make it to the next round. And we've seen some very exciting games, and I have no doubt we're going to see some more. See you in a bit. Hello and welcome back to the 2022 American Continentals. Thanks for tuning in. We have 3 more rounds, so we just finished the break. Hopefully you enjoyed your mandated sandwich. My name is Andre from the Metropol Grid. Of course, to my left, I'm joined by Neuropanther. You might know from the Slumpscast. How's it going, Panther?
Doing great. I would like to take this opportunity to give shout outs to Cranked.
Yeah. Shout outs to Cranked there. Cranked is joining us. Captain Nice. We got 3 nice rounds in, but Cranked, welcome. How's it going? Welcome to the stream.
Guys, of course, shout outs to username equals pants. And shout outs to Andre, why not?
Cheers. We got some good games coming up. We have 3 rounds. Of course, we have 64 players that enter today. We're playing 6 rounds, so 12 games to Netrunner. And out of that, only 8 are going to go on to tomorrow, where we have a bigger stream, or not a bigger stream, but a high-stakes stream of double elimination, single-sided Swiss. So let's go over, because we have the Cobra rankings here. We have the players. We're waiting for the new pairings, but this is what it looks like right now, and we're getting a division. The cream is rising, as they say, and we have 2 players that are currently still undefeated after all these rounds. We got to watch some of these players play. I think we got to see a full play from aunthemod, who had a very interesting run into a very, very spicy HB deck, and then we have Mao, who I think we just got to see the tail end of their Acme list, and I think their Acme list is quite surprising. Spending some defensive upgrades, some big ice, that's what Acme does, but we only got to see the tail end. We didn't get to see the whole ride on the way through. After that,
And obviously,
sorry?
yeah, obviously we have Blum right below. Saw a full round from them, and on a rushy op deck and a Padma deck that is very similar to the lap decks we've seen, but running out of Padma, who has some special skateboard tricks with charging off of your ID ability.
Yeah,
It seemed like a little bit more of an aggressive take on the lat archetype that we saw at APAC last week. We saw heavy usage of Turtle, but then we also saw a few fun includes. I can't believe that Kasi String was on the stream when I wasn't on commentary. I was beside myself. Legitimately one of my favorite cards in this game for how uniquely terrible it is in most circumstances, but I don't know. People are seeming to make it work there. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't be in their deck, right?
yeah.
Right?
I think we didn't see it actually do anything in that matchup, but we did hear from Blum in chat that actually was something added to the score in game 1. So hopefully we see more about that. Underneath that,
That's so powerful.
yeah, right? Hey, it says power counters on it. Why not? But hey, under that, we have an Adam. I think that's one of the few Adams showing up today. I think we might have more than one, but still only dropping 1 game so far with a Sportsmetal. And Sportsmetal, mind you, is very well represented at this event. We didn't see good conversion rates in APAC. It was also the most represented corp there. But we might get to see a Sportsmetal game, see how that matches up against some of the more aggressive shapers that have access to Claude, have access to the boat. So that kind of helps them if you're trying to go quite fast. Otherwise, it's a lot of shaper. It still is a lot of shaper. We have 1 criminal there on the 12 points. Again, there's a lot of players at 12 points. All these players are definitely still in contention to make it to day 2. Now, this is something where you kind of run into one of the artifacts of double-sided Swiss, which is 2-for-1ing and intentional drawing. So this is something that's not particularly, I don't think, a sexy part of the format, but it's important to know that this might be happening at this point. So the idea is that if you have 2 players who are at 12 points and they play each other and they both split, that doesn't do a lot to either help either of them try and make it into the top 8 cut. So at this point, you might have agreements, and of course, this stuff has to be done in front of a judge. There has to be no coercion. You have to do it nice and clean, where players will agree that whoever wins the first game just wins both games, because you need to win 2 games to have a chance to make it to the top cut. Some of these players may not be gunning for that, might just want to get a nice placement for their own, personal accolades. But for some players who really need to make it to the top cut, 2-for-1ing, sweeping is exactly, and maybe and sometimes only, the thing that they need.
Yeah, it's a necessary evil of the double, or the 2-sided Swiss format, like you said. But it also has the perhaps unintended consequence of some really high tension games.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. And you also get into certain circumstances where some players don't want to do it, and then you just still play the games out anyways, who don't want to take that risk and feel like they have some good matchups. I don't know. But that's what's going to start happening now. So we got to pay attention to this. And again, we have a lot of players on 12. There's only going to be 8 players making on to tomorrow. I think the ones at 9 maybe have a chance if the strength of schedule is really good and they win everything after that. But it's those doors are closing quicker and quicker.
I can't do math. I'm not even going to try to do the cut math. I'm just going to let the beep boop robot called Cobra figure that one out.
Yeah, you always have to have one friend.
Did I make top 8? I don't know. I'll find out after round 6, I guess.
So we're just waiting for the pairings.
3 rounds remaining. So
yeah, there's still a lot of Netrunner to play.
Yeah, I really am struck by Like look at the current top 8 of this event compared to like any event from pre-Midnight Sun, and just like the stark contrast where Shaper was not a faction like
Yeah.
3 months ago, and now what is it, like 6 out of the
Six
top
of
8?
the top 7, 6 of the top 7, and 6 of the top 8. Yeah.
Is this the future that we asked for, or the future that we deserved, Pants?
It's certainly the future we got.
That's true. We're all riding the boat, physically, spiritually, emotionally. We're all riding the boat today.
Yeah, this is a really exciting event, mind you. Midnight Sun did just come out, what is it now, a month ago, maybe a bit more, and this is the first big event. We have seen circuit openers. Some people are keeping their pocket tech, their pocket decks. Maybe we saw the first of those just last week at APAC, but mind you, there's another Continentals next week too, so whatever this meta shakes out, whatever the last meta shakes out, it does change sometimes a fair bit between weeks. But those Shaper cards, it's the boat. We're seeing a lot of the new Shaper cards, mind you. We're seeing the boat, of course, Into the Depths been really important. We're still seeing Hyperbaric as a decoder, but a lot of that stuff has landed really well within these Shaper decks that are now a fair bit more easy to set up. They need less things on the table.
We're seeing decks from the other side that are like that archetypes that didn't exist prior to Midnight Sun. Look at a card like Drago.
Yeah.
I mean, Drago is a win condition unto its own that really enables some pretty gross things to happen not even just your yellow decks. We look at Ob bringing out Drago from these silly nonsense combos that deck can pull off. Even just advanced Drago, self-growth, your 2 best cards, like that's not a thing that you even would dream of doing a few months ago.
Yeah, the Drago has been like sort of the elephant in the room going into this. I think everyone understood there would be lat. I think some people were hoping that Drago wouldn't see play. It's a deck that's kind of hard to play into, kind of arduous. We've described it as a prison deck. That's the archetype a lot of times, where you're just trying to survive. You're not trying to close the game. You're trying to just make sure you're not being put too far behind by the cascading tags. And we've seen some really good runner play into it. I don't know if we've seen a runner beat it on stream so far. Obviously, runners are beating it today, but we've seen some very focused play. And it's actually been kind of exciting for as little that goes on in some of those turns.
I think that none of the runners that played against it, at least from the matches I saw on stream earlier, none of them were dogs against it. I think they all had a reasonable shot at putting those games away.
Yeah.
And I think that Drago is really attacking these decks in ways that perhaps runners aren't accustomed to dealing with yet. It's a very new vector of attack that these corps are taking against runners. So I think what'll be interesting for me is to see how the meta shakes out as a result of that.
Yeah, it definitely looking at the most successful R+ decks right now. They're all sitting on 12 points, and there's an interesting split. The King has not lost on Reality Plus.
Ooh.
Then there's a 6, and then there's a 3. So some of these R+ decks are absolutely taking losses right now.
Cool. Yeah, it's you saw the deck coming from a distance. Again, the lat deck, the popular lat deck right now is supposed to be a good matchup into it because of the drip economy, because of not reliance on resources. That does help a heck of a lot. You also do have misdirection if you do need to go a bit heavy on tags, but that's really exciting.
It honestly reminds me a lot of 2017 when that was the last time that we had I think a really, really long game prison deck this prevalent in the meta. Or at least, I don't know if it's the last time, but it was a time that we had a really, really relevant prison deck that went to time often. And interestingly, we saw Tapworm was also a huge part of the meta then.
Which deck are you talking about?
Potatoes.
Oh, okay.
Jinteki PU.
Sure.
And one of the big ways that the runners would kind of make sure that they never really had to click for credits and could just spend their time drawing and just spend their time setting up to get into servers was they would throw down a Tapworm.
Yeah, no, it helps. That's sort of like, I think I've been calling it that what have I been saying? It's the simplest econ package. It's a lazy econ package. There's very little you have to worry about. It's not like you have to cascade triggers. You don't have to worry about timings. You don't have to worry about, is this going to pay out soon enough? You just install your Uraseki. You put down your Pat Tap. That's good enough.
Very stark contrast to some of the JG Wentworth style econ packages we used to see where it's my money and I need it now. It's going to be my money and I'm going to get it later is really more what these Shaper decks are doing.
Yeah.
We do have pairings for round 4.
Oh, perfect. Let me scroll into those. I want to see if we can see that Atom Sportsmetal combination. That seems really fun. We haven't seen anything like that.
That would be table 3.
Cool. Let's see. Let's check out. We have a Padma there and an Asa on the other side. So we're going to just get that sorted out, see how the things land, and we'll get our camera over there as soon as possible. For those who are watching, I just want to give a huge shout out. There's a big chance that some of y'all, this might be your first competitive event you're watching. Maybe you got into Netrunner recently with Midnight Sun, some of the press that came out this year. If that's the case, please wave, say hi in chat. Everyone's super excited that you're here. If you have any questions, ask around. It's a friendly bunch, I promise you. And we're just so excited that you want to see what some of the top level Netrunner might just look like. So, hey, welcome to the fold. All right, table 3 is spinning up soon. Crank, did you play? Are you playing in these events, or are you just
I am not.
Okay.
I play awful when I play on JNet. I'm just mentally incapable of like making good decisions
Okay.
when I play this game not in meat space. So no, I thought I'd take my talents elsewhere. I'd come join the commentary booth here, but no, I'm just happy to be along for the ride this weekend.
Hey, we're super glad to have you.
Thanks, man.
Do you know what you would have played? This is the big issue. And like, I love how the answer to this changes drastically based off of when you ask somebody, like after APAC, before APAC. Do you know what you think?
So the R plus deck is so tight because it just makes your opponents so mad. So I think I would have had to go with the deck that has the highest tilt possibility. So probably the R plus deck, maybe like doing a bad decision and cutting a Moz list to play a boom or something. I don't know. And then on runner side, probably just play the best deck or what I feel is the best deck. So either Lat or Padma.
Cool.
I think they're both good.
Yeah, I'm surprised that we're seeing more Padma. Padma was very not well represented, if I'm not mistaken, at APAC. Not that there was, I guess there still was a fair bit of Shaper, right? But the Padma, I'm very interested to be able to see the deck list maybe tomorrow and pin the differences. And I really want to hear from some of these top players why they went for that charge, why they went for the run-based R&D stuff, as opposed to Lat, who has that link, which has been somewhat relevant. We are seeing IP block everywhere, and we just get that free card draw, which is pretty good. Maybe you get that free card draw from Earthrise Hotel.
Yeah, we are good to stream on table 3.
Okay, perfect. And we are in. So welcome. This is round 4 of the 2022 American Netrunner Continentals. We had 65 players today. They're still going. And here on the bottom, we have Asa Group. We've seen this today. A very efficient HB ability. Allows you to get 2 installs for a single click as long as you mind the small text there. But if we need to explain something, we definitely need to explain what's there at the top of the table. This is Adam, and Adam is a mini faction. When Data and Destiny came out, the deluxe box with NBN cards, the runner side was all these new cards for these new factions. Each of these factions barely has over, I think, a dozen cards, but they have a lot of influence to spend out of factions. So you're going to see a lot of cards from a lot of different colors. And Adam specifically as a Bioroid starts with 3 directives. If you know Asimov's laws, that'll get you most of the way there. So these are cards that you start with that have powerful abilities, but also very real drawbacks. And safety first is a staple here. Your maximum hand size reduced by 2, but you get a free card draw as long as you end your turn underneath those 3 cards in hand. Neutralize all threats, multi-access on HQ, but you have to trash the first card that you access that you can trash. So you got to neutralize things. And finally, the newest, find the truth. Here, this run on archives is going to allow Cahuita to see the top of the deck so she understands or what's in there, or they understand, what's in there. But every card they draw, they're going to show the corporation. Spin Doctor gets popped, running HQ. Big deal. Getting trashed for 3. Maryland campaign forced to be trashed, mind you, if I'm not mistaken. And we're going back in HQ.
Yes.
You are correct. Got to trash that. You're Adam. This is an interesting thing. Adam does not generally love playing against these asset decks because you don't necessarily want to just unilaterally trash things all the time. You want to save your money for other stuff.
Yeah, notably that turn did, in fact, probably would have rather just paid 3 to trash Big Deal and left one of those campaigns around.
Big Deal's so fun because you don't know if you should trash it, right? Like clearly Hosei-san is far away from that 17 credit threshold, but it's something you could lose to if you can't find it later. We're checking server 4. Mind you, we do see the top of R&D there, and then Nico campaign is forced down.
Nico. That's one you almost certainly want to trash. It immediately makes money rather than having to wait a turn.
Cahuita has to find economy, right? Like, they have to discard cards. They're now in 0 credits. They did find the Rashida Yahim, which is fantastic. A Mad Dash goes into the bin, but there's not much they can do next turn besides click for credits. You need a Rozeki.
Have we seen a single safety first draw this game?
No.
Yeah, that's a bummer. You really, generally the mini game that you want to be playing with Adam pretty early on is dip your hand low, try to trigger safety first as many times as you can, just to crunch those clicks together, get more draws without having to spend clicks on them, set up your econ engine in doing so.
Hey, there you go. Click for 3 credits lets you dump the daily cast on the table. Now you're under hand size.
First draw. Let's go.
And you're going to see it in chat. We might miss some of these, but both players get to see what card is drawn here. That's an Earthrise Hotel, which is a bit expensive. And mind you, while 3 hand size seems like a big penalty, a lot of times these Adam decks are running the console that Adam has that gives them extra hand size equal to the amount of agenda points in their score area. So it takes time. There's a narrative to this game as Adam builds or breaks free sometimes of their directives. We're running HQ. Fully operational.
Fully up. Ooh.
Now you don't see this a lot.
That. Not able to.
Right? Like you have huge HQ pressure here with Adam. You know, you get to see 2 cards. And so far, Jose-san, I don't think has drawn into a single agenda, barring maybe one that was spin doctored away. And fully operational might fix that. If they drop a lot, they either need an ice HQ or get something on behind ice, but they have big deal money. It's that soon.
Ice on HQ.
Yeah, now that
Ice on
the
HQ
servers
does.
Go ahead, Pants.
Yeah, Ice on HQ does shut off that immense amount of value. Wow. Ice across all 5 servers here. That is a lot early.
Yeah. And icing of everything is actually really quite important. Again, an archives run shows you the top of R&D. So barring a spin doctor, you know if you can get in there and steal an agenda. Also, a lot of times these decks are going to run 3 dirty laundry just because it works so well with the ability and having no obvious server to run into. Those are going to be dead draws in the hand. Marilyn, Nico, both trashed at the same time, if I'm not mistaken. Nico Campaign Menju gives you an extra card draw and Hostess on 21 credits.
No indication as to what type of Asa this is, although the inclusion of Big Deal strongly suggests to me that we're looking for a score out plan.
Seems like it to me, yeah. But you're right. Technically, there is still enough influence out there that this could be kill, could be ganked. There's any number of things it still could be.
We saw a Big Deal out of the gank deck earlier with Triestimado Bioroid, so you can't really rest on your laurels and confirm that, yes, this deck is not going to try to kill me, because, hey, they still might, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Second ice on HQ, that's definitely respecting that HQ multi-axis. Earthrise Hotel, again, if you pay attention, every card drawn is shown there. There's a Rozeki and a Career Fair. Those are easy cards to dump from your hand, and sure gamble. Going to give some of that liquidity brain chip. There you go. Unfortunately, this card does literally nothing. There's very few Netrunner cards that do that, but eventually.
For now.
Yeah, for now. It's going to be good, hopefully, if you start to win the game. And that's kind of the issue sometimes. Adam just getting the first agenda.
It does one thing. It prevents you from installing a different console.
Oh, no, you can do that now. You can still do that.
Yeah, you're right. You can do that now.
Yeah, no, you're right. It does nothing.
It looks pretty. Come on, that art's great. Anyway.
It is good art. Brain chip's very good.
There you go. Dumping the hand. I think we do have, what do we see? A jailbreak in hand, which is good multi-axis. We haven't seen a single breaker yet. We haven't seen a logic bomb, which we're expecting, or a boomerang. But triple advance is going to get a luminal, the best 3-2 agenda in the list by a mile.
Wow.
I too enjoy playing Time Walk in my deck. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah. So we're just seeing an install again in server 3, so setting up for a play next turn, most likely. Still 2 more clicks here, though, so plenty more to go.
And that
interested in what this upgrade is. Yeah. You were just about to say it
Yeah,
too.
no, for sure. You need to make a read on this.
Are we looking at Skunk or are we looking at Ganked? I think those are probably the 2 most likely candidates here, at least in my mind, because if it was something like a grid, Tranquility Grid, we probably would have seen that rezzed a few turns ago.
Yeah, for
Almost
sure.
Certainly, yeah.
I would guess Managarm. That's like the less influenced, less spicy option. As soon as you start to see some of the bigger ice, some of the spicier ice, you might see Ganked, but I think the Ganked is obviously the rare exception. But you got to play around Managarm at a minimum.
Emergent
trashing Stargate to go get Angolo. That's really interesting. Stargate really wanting Cahuita really choosing to trade late game inevitability off the Stargate for the ability to access now.
And access now, they will jailbreak 2 cards and a card draw. And mind you, a magnet there on R&D is actually not too bad against an Angolo. You're paying 3. That's not too bad for something you rezzed for 3. But this Angolo, mind you, gives you the flexibility to face check into a sentry or a barrier and still deal with it. And that paid out handsomely.
That's a food.
Global Food
It's
Initiative.
a food and a spin doctor trash.
And now officially, this brain chip does something, and it's actually doing a whole heck of a lot right now.
It's actually pretty good already. Yeah.
Dirty Laundry coming back. We did steal and trash, so this is a fresh card on top of R&D. And whoa, hot
another one.
Singles. Wow. 4 points up in a turn.
Not be able to. May not
take
be
it
able
all
to
back.
ban
Who needs
Vitruvius
multi-access? Who needs multi-access?
Well, jailbreaks multi-access.
All right, I guess we need it then.
Triple advance. Trading Vitruvius is there 4 points to 4 points. But the big difference with this list is that Global Food Initiative is a 3-point agenda for the corporation. A lot of times there's only one more in the whole deck, and that's the one that Jose-san wants to find and jam into server 3. Otherwise, they're going to have to score 2 more agendas, which can be difficult. But we did also see that there is a big deal in this deck, so sometimes you can just score that out of hand if the credits are correct.
Yeah, I have to imagine Jose-san's looking to money up, and then probably. I mean, one thing that's nice about Spin Doctor is you can actually break R&D lock, which Cahuita could actually establish right now. So Spin Doctor to potentially try to draw yourself a big deal, potentially try to draw yourself a food. I could definitely see it in the future once a little more money happens, or just shut off R&D. That's another good way to go about it.
Keeping the pressure up here is also quite good if you're worried about that big deal. Again, it's a 17 credit card, 18 credits if you're scoring at a 5-3 agenda. So you can maybe put some pressure on. We haven't seen any logic bombs, and that's like huge in this matchup. It's a card you install for 0, and it's a resource, and when you hit an ice that you can't break, you can just go ahead and lose the rest of your clicks and sail on through. So it's hard to keep runners out. Mind you, border control, which does show up in ASA or PD lists, sometimes that can be problematic, but that's been Doctor getting challenged here. Just going to get removed from the game.
Yeah, I like challenging the Spin Doctor there.
Yeah, this is cool too, because they still get an access, so they still see the top of R&D, even if there's no card in the server, because there's ice, the server still exists. And now they can...
Successful run is all that matters.
Yeah, they can rely on this.
Interesting shuffle back with the Spin Doctor, the choosing to leave the big deal in the bin, and instead get back fully operational and the last Spin Doctor.
We'll see if
that is curious.
If Cahuita, if she pivots now to central servers. HQ, you'd imagine if they have an agenda, it might be actually safer in server 3 on a mana garden behind 2 ice. Credits willing. But there's a boomerang. Easy way to deal with some ice.
Yep.
Let's see what this outermost is.
This even potentially preserves Angola for another ice at some point in the turn if the last click is a run as well.
Eli.
This isn't Eli, though.
Eli won. Back for another game. 2 separate teams. You could click through these. You don't have the clicks. The boomerang works perfectly. Now, this is only a single axis, but they know what this card is. So if they did see an agenda here, they know what they're running to either trash or to steal. It looks like it's probably a steal. Oh, it's a Trieste.
Oh, trash.
Hey.
Okay, well, that answers the questions about
now
what
we know what
this
kind.
is.
Yes, now we know. So I'd like to take back my answer of thinking that that's Skunk Works in server 3.
Okay, before we go full ganked, I wonder if Trieste is probably just good enough for Asa, but I'm kind of with you. Maybe we can go full ganked here.
I'm feeling full ganked here. I'm willing to commit to it.
All the drip coming in there. A Rizeki daily cast getting trashed. The second Rizeki in that order. But there's a card now in server 3. And I don't know how many seamless launches we've seen so far, but there's a potential, there's a possibility that double seamless launch scores out of 5-3 agenda. We haven't seen any so far. Emerging creativity, getting that MK Ultra into the bin. Mind you, this double allows you to trash hardware programs from your hand for a discount, and where you want that MK Ultra is generally the bin.
Uh-oh.
Oh, advance.
Double seamless.
All right, so looks like Jose is committing to scoring 4 agendas this game.
Yep.
And this is
notably on 17 credits. This is install big deal for 2 away from a win.
Yeah, or just biotic, like the old-fashioned way still works here. We are looking at probably only one more Vitruvius though for a 3-2. So yeah, big deal would be make more sense with all the 4-2s, but we're jailbreaking. Going to try and lock the top of R&D. You can click through that Eli if you'd like to. It looks like I think that's the only option, unless you want to Angolo it. But actually, sorry, paperclip in the bin.
Paperclip.
I like the paperclip here.
Yeah.
Oh, that was trashed very early. Yeah.
Yes.
We're going to the magnet mine. We draw 1 card here. We see 2. These are unknown cards. We haven't made a successful run. Rashida Yahim.
I'm interested in Cahuita really choosing to pressure R&D when typically that's the server in Adam that you don't run unless you see an agenda on top off of this Find the Truth card.
Yeah,
I think it's just acknowledging how important it is to keep Jose-san off of big deal and off of scoreable agendas right now.
Yeah, for sure. The chance of there being another agenda in HQ is kind of low. Like we've seen a lot already. I think more than you'd expect in 20 and 30 cards. So I think so. Yeah, R&D might be the lock here. But of course, if one slipped through, if Jose-san was flooded, it just didn't look like they were flooded at all for the early game.
Mm-hmm.
Or even if an archive memory slips through, because I believe archive memories for big deal install cast the big deal is going to be enough to seal
that
this
is
game
lethal.
for Jose-san.
Yeah.
These are the sort of board states where you look back on that Vitruvius, you could have maybe seamless and see if it makes the whole game of a difference. But server 3 now. Cahuita has to be a bit worried again because triple ice, again, even if this is not the agenda, you can maybe make the read and still have to run it fully op to gain 3 credits.
Yeah, looks like make your own beanstalk royalties.
Hmm. Notably, though, does still keep up the potential big deal pressure, or this is just more money to res eyes. Honestly, I think that's what this is signaling right now.
Jose-san could actually, make a scoring window. If Cahuita goes in, installs some logic bombs, I'm not sure if we saw any drawn so far, spends all their money, all their tricks on server 3, does steal a 2-pointer, there's a chance Jose-san could still just jam out the following turn. There's a logic bomb, mind you. That's really important.
Cahuita has now drawn all 3 logic bombs.
Okay. So you could get that down. You could overclock the remote server. We have access to all 3 of our breakers and the MU for them. MK Ultra is in the heap.
Feels like an overclock is coming to get into the remote.
Sure enough.
The 2 cards they drew.
Yeah, you're praying that you don't see border control here.
There's Ansel.
All right, for MK Ultra, this is a bit unfortunate. It's always a good, you're playing a game of chicken of how quickly can you choose to pop your logic bomb. But this
Choosing to go Ngolo instead.
Okay.
This, rather than getting MK.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah. Let's see if they need it. If they hit a drafter here, they might feel a bit silly, but Gatekeeper on 6. Ngolo, not too bad.
Great. Yeah, I was going to say, you want to see that one if you're on Ngolo.
Yeah.
We're going to keep in here. Last Innermost Ice.
Another
second on cell. So this one is really frustrating, mind you. The Ngolo, I guess we're just going to logic bomb it, but the Ngolo could not.
Yeah.
Oh, if this is a ganked, how bad is this? Kind of bad?
Ganked, this is backbreaking.
Oh. Oof. Yeah.
Find the street, look at the top. Off-world office, that's the winning agenda.
Office, that is
and it's a ganked. Yo, huge call here. So now they're going to re-encounter a piece of ice. With 6 credits, they cannot click through anything. I don't think they can Black Orchestra, MK Ultra, because that's a minimum 8 credits. So it looks like one of these on cell is going to fire. This gives basically a reinstall. So wait, it's a gank loop. We're trashing everything.
Oh.
We're gank looping.
Oh no. So remember when I said that this is going to be backbreaking? I lied. This is going to be game ending.
This is an apocalypse.
It's not just the back, it's all the bones.
It's the back, it's the front, it's the left and the right. It's all broken.
Okay, we've explained this one on stream before, but maybe a year ago, months ago, Nisei changed, or they updated the rules about how candidates work in a remote server. So when you run a remote server, you're required to access every card into that server. Now, if a card gets introduced to the server mid-access, it becomes a new candidate and you're required to access it. So at this point, and mind you, it's going to take a couple seconds for everyone to continue hitting continue, fire. Basically, the on-cell fires, trashes in runner card, and reinstalls that ganked. And now because Cahuita, she can't deal with the ganked, can't trash it, can't break the loop, can't deal with that any of these subroutines, it's going to trash every single installed card. It's an absurd chain of things that can potentially happen, and you see a lot of players play around this by having a click. We can make it shorter.
Wow.
Yes. So in theory, what should happen is that every single card that Cahuita has should go into their heap, and then still Jose-san can install a Rashida. Or return? No, it has to install something. Yeah, this is rough. And it's just a couple credits away, right? Like if you got ganked into this, you can install the MK Ultra for 2, you could break for 6 because you have to get to 4 strength, but just a couple credits off. But this is an infinite loop until it stops trashing things. There are a couple of these interactions. If you do ganked into Drafter, you get to draw your whole archives. That's fun. But this one's almost the worst besides the ones that potentially can core damage you, but those are very hard to set up.
The interesting thing is I don't think that this is the proverbial scoop phase for Cahuita.
Oh, not at all.
With Logic Bomb in the deck, there's outs here. You don't just lose on the spot, but it's bad.
Like Jose-san.
Yeah, I mean, you draw. Yeah, are there Logic Bombs in hand right now? Because
there's 2. I think we've seen all 3 get drawn.
Yep, and
it
Eli.
Could easily be drop a Logic Bomb, click through Eli, Logic Bomb.
Yeah.
That's a line.
There might be one more jailbreak hanging out somewhere, but this is not over. But yeah, they have to access this one again and over again. So this is going to maybe take a judge call.
Clarifying the rule here. Yeah.
Because
I wouldn't be shocked to see it. This is a good point to call a judge. I mean, that's what the judges are there for. Yeah.
Yeah, in terms of infinite, it's not exactly infinite. It does end. It's only going to trigger another 9 times. That's still a lot, but that's kind of the interaction here. So this is something that was changed, and some people noticed it in the candidate ruling. I don't know if this was an intention or just to smooth out the whole breach process. So yeah, calling a judge makes a lot of sense because this is going to take a minute.
Yeah, and obviously this, as we said, the game is very much not over at this point, but this is a very important interaction to make sure that you get right on both sides.
So we're looking at 13 agenda points out of the game. So there's 7 more in R&D. We're looking at 1 global food initiative probably and 2 more 2-pointers. So only 3 agendas amongst 22 cards. Hosei-san probably doesn't have one in hand. That's my guess. At the top of R&D, we know what it is. Cahuita, she knows what it is. She's seen the top of the deck. But Hosei-san is going to have maybe 7 credits. The draw on Rashida, if it triggers here on the last install, is quite valuable. But there you go. Apocalypse.
What do you folks think is worse? Is it having the court player click trash on all of your cards, or is it you having to drag all of your cards into the trash yourself?
I'd rather do it myself.
With that many, I think it's worse to do it yourself. It is long enough that you have to really sit there and think about what led you to this point in your life.
The thing is, like, you're playing around that. Like, so much of the time you think that's a Managarm. Like, that's where I'd put my money at. And then, unfortunately, the one time that it isn't, if you don't have that extra click or logic bomb or flip switch or whatever it takes. And now the last loop, Hosei-san can choose what to install. Yeah. So that's any card, I believe, from, is it HQ and Archives? Yep.
That sounds correct to me.
So it looks like a Rashida would be quite strong there to rebound the economy, get some options. And hey, our judge is here, but I think we've got through it. Oh, they have to trash the gank though.
Yeah, they do have to trash the gank.
Yeah, they do have to trash the gank.
That should get cleaned up.
Runner does access it though, but they can't unfortunately trash it because of the subroutine on unsell.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they fired it. Yeah, because one of the subroutines on unsell says the runner cannot steal or trash corp cards anymore. So yeah, they can't actually take down the Rashida despite 6 credits.
I was about to say this might be a slight goof not putting this in server 5, but you're correct. The third sub on sell has words on it.
Yep.
All right, it was actually
important words.
Yeah.
Okay, well that is a pretty pivotal turn, I would say. Again, game is not over, but that certainly does put Cahuita in a position where it is harder to get these accesses. Not impossible though.
Yeah, it's any single access can win, right? Like you can run Archives, force a res, seed on top of R&D, logic bomb, go.
Yeah. That being the 6th point is such a huge deal for Cahuita because that's exactly what's keeping them in the game. If that was any other point but 7, then I think you're in pretty close to scoop territory.
Well, actually, you can't run Archives because you have to spend 2 clicks on Eli, right? You also have to drop the logic bomb. So you have to either trust the heart of the cards or wait a turn and give another turn to ice up R&D with something.
You can double logic. But yeah, it's tricky. Hand size is a problem now. Yeah, it's down to 3. You don't discard until the end of your turn.
Safety first is gone. I thought the same thing too.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, safety first is the card that's going to lower the hand size for Adam. So now that that's gone, then you get to have a normal hand size.
Yeah, you just have a normal gold runner with no abilities.
Exactly. It only took what all of your installed cards to make that happen.
Server 3 have been installed. There is some hand where you just biotic to finish the game. I'm not sure that this deck is on biotic. Probably just one big deal is like a cheeky out. In some cases you need it. But the third ice on R&D is going
to... that's a backbreaker.
That's huge.
You can still do this. You can double logic bomb, run. Not this turn.
Yeah. You have to drop both of the logic bombs, and I guess you can run Archives to see what's there, but...
Yeah. Again,
I don't even think you run Archives because you don't see what's there anymore. You don't have
you're right. Yeah. You just get to know a card that the corpse.
Yeah, you knock the top of the corpse deck and you pray to whatever you want to pray to.
So you're assuming if Hosei-san drew an agenda, it would go straight into server 3, which I think is fair. So running HQ was only really profitable if they drew 2 agendas in the Rashida. Mind you, Cahuita did see the top card that was drawn by Rashida, so that's only 3 unknowns. If that was an agenda, I don't know the chances of running HQ, but you definitely want to get 2 logic bombs down just so that you have some pressure.
The devil, they shall appear.
Yeah. You have 1 run on HQ. Maybe Hosei-san drew poorly and drew 2 agendas. Boomerang is going to help.
I like the boomerang. Okay.
We're running R&D here?
No, running the remote because you logic bomb, you boomerang, you logic bomb, and you get to see server 3.
So this is everything. If this doesn't go through Cahuita, that's the third logic bomb. If this is the agenda, and there's so many things, that's the problem in this list that this could be. We've seen Nikos, we've seen Maryland's, we've seen obviously Rashida's, Trieste's. There's just so many things to jam. It could actually be another ganked for all we know.
It could be. It could be.
But we're passing all
the marbles. Let's see.
All of them. It's a Vitruvian! Yes! Oh my, that is so good.
Who needs
was
directives?
intended. No cards installed. 2 cards in hand. 8 agenda points.
Oh man, everyone getting banned, or not banned, but warned in chat for caps. No, I hear you. Caps is necessary. You've done well with caps.
You heard my reaction. That's the IRL version of all caps.
Oh, so good.
Amazing.
Definitely celebration there. And all those cards were sitting in hand, so maybe Jose-san was sweating it, understanding that there's a boomerang, there's 2 logic bombs, but what else can you do? Maybe you try and hold it into HQ for a turn, but oh man, so good.
That was sick.
That was so sick.
And I think now...
But, hey, I told you. Not over. It's never over till it's over.
I think
Never
narratively, like Adam has become a free Bioroid or something. We got the whole story in there, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, I think in video game terms, that's the golden ending, right? Because you trashed all the directives and also won.
Yeah, that's so good. Oh man, well done. Okay, we got another game. It's already back up. So welcome to side 2, Sportsmetal. This ability, One Worlds. It's a strong ability. When agenda scored or stolen 2 cards or 2 credits, this is just inevitability. That's going to happen this game. The 95% of the time, that's going to happen. So it's hard to interact with this. It's hard to keep the credits down. It's hard to stop them from drawing into their fast advanced pieces. And of course, on the other side, Padma, the new shaper from Midnight Sun, the captain of the boat, Intrepid Explorer. Let's see what kind of charge cards. Let's see how Cahuita values icing up R&D to stop early Kasi strings or just the value of an Earthrise hotel.
What a time we live in. Where early copy string is a threat. I love it so much.
We'll see. Yeah,
we do see a hedge fund at the start here for Cahuita. So icing up, getting money, installing something, a spin doctor in server 1, drawing to find these many agendas.
Both players kept, mind you, and these don't seem to be the strongest openings. Opening with a spin doctor, nothing on the table. But advance. Oh, I forgot the pronunciation on this one. Elvaga?
Elivalgar?
That's it. I think you have it.
Something like that.
The Elivalgar bifurcation, but so obviously that is a 2/1 that immediately funds itself back. Also, you get to de-res a spin doctor, so it gives you an extra draw too.
Oh yeah, cool. That's exactly what happened there.
Incredible value from this card.
Super cool.
This 2/1 really unlocked some stuff for Sportsmetal. It was already a threat before, but having a real 2 play. Wow. Okay.
The audacity already.
And time walk. just take another turn.
This is why sports has been so powerful for so long. You just get to rush so fast, absolute pedal to the metal, like not stopping for any reason. Throw your cards in the trash. That's where they belong. It's just like Max. Amazing.
This shaper's not running. They're setting up. Right? I'm assuming something like multi-threader probably means the twinning is some multi-axis, but you don't have time for this. Like, it's kind of hard, admittedly, to interact with the Sportsmetal without powering them up, but like you need to grab some of those 3/2 agendas before they get them onto the table. Because every turn, we can see a potential fast advance. Like, look at us. Look at
right now, we're going to see it again. I think the minute that Cahuita saw that multi-threader come down, they got the green light. Like, let's just go. Pedal to the floor, score the agendas, because my opponent's not going to pressure me, apparently.
It is 1 credit and a biotic or 1 audacity.
Oh, audacity, it's over.
The game here.
You need there's only 2 more Vitruvius in the list. Mega Prees haven't been scored or stolen yet, so there are only 3/1 agendas. But Cahuita might just have it in hand. We haven't seen a clot. We're just seeing a code gate breaker, which is not something you really need on this board state. You just need to get accesses. You need to start trashing stuff. There's the twinning, probably a bit too cute. You can charge that up, mind you, and see 2 cards off the top of R&D, but that could just be the credits you need to biotic.
Yeah, this is a pretty fast setup time for this Padma deck. The problem is that the corp has 5 points.
Yeah. Twinning.
That's a 3/2.
That's one of the Vitruvius. That's huge.
But Cahuita's drawing. The chance of them having the last Vitruvius is now a bit lower. Spin Doctor going to help.
Do you trash that Maryland? That gives a free draw to the corp.
No, you don't trash it.
It gives them a card that you know isn't a 3/2 if you don't trash the Maryland.
Red level clearance, they're digging here.
More drawing.
Consider getting the click back here for sure.
This could just be it.
But you need audacity and...
That's a bad sign.
If this is the last Vitruvius...
Yeah, cool.
No.
Oh, no, it's a bifurcation. Okay, so 6 points.
So Elvagao still on game point, and now any agenda is winning. Any audacity is very hard to deal with unless this Padma can get a self-modifying code or any way to threaten clot. Even then, there might be viruses. Go ahead and check archive. Stuff like that can get you, but it's so hard to stop, especially because there's also just 2/1 agendas. There's 1 more in the deck.
Oh, it's so many cards on the bin right now. I love it.
Sure
is how
gamble.
Netrunner's supposed to be
Pelongi
played.
allows a check here on HQ. You'd love to just see the boat so you don't have to do any of this stuff, but there's a big chance that no matter what you do here, they're going to draw cards, gain credits, and you need to steal a lot of agendas. Still. Multi-threaded charge of the
a
hyperbaric.
cool interaction here. So you do get the multi-threader.
Ooh!
You get the hyperbaric.
They found it.
That's huge.
And while they found that, they did just find the audacity, which means that Cahuita is going to need something like a biotic labor or, well, they have the audacity. They're on 6 points. No, they can just audacity anything.
All that matters is if there is a 3 advancement cost agenda in hand now.
We're going back here into the depths. Install probably a clot. It'd be a very good clot here if they can have it.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't install clot, and I mean,
some code they're over MU
clot because if you access them a virus, then you actually get your clot purged, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Point. And your Pelongi just for insult to injury.
Yeah.
So this is a cool interaction too, right? They're using 2 credits on the multi-threader. If they only use 1, they can twinning on the corpse turn 2, right? Like they could actually make this more threatening. Mm-hmm. But this probably is it. Well, we'll see. They would have to clot now.
Install advance.
Yes, right now.
There is a window here and a generous amount of time being given.
Go on is not good.
That's not it.
No
there
clot?
We go.
I guess there's no clot.
Ooh, good game. Maybe not a clot in the list. I wouldn't be surprised. Self-mod event code is the biggest threat you can get, but again, Sportsmetal doesn't often care.
Let's look at the timestamps real quick. Game start 7:19. Current time 7:25.
Turn six is good, right? Like we're going for Netrunner any percent, right?
Yeah,
if speedrun stream.
If there's like
incredible.
You've been seeing Rizekis all day. Just try go faster. Just go faster. That's how you win. But that was wild. That was fast and loose. I think maybe the Shaper set up a bit too much was really like getting their multi-axis engine, which unfortunately is like a 3-card combo. That like is kind of the reality of it. And that's one of the fastest decks in the meta that you just have to play their speed. You have to try and get the axes. Hopefully you have a Stargate or a Clot, and that helps a lot. But it looks like not all the tech cards were unfortunately there. Okay. We got a lot of time in the round. Is there somewhere we want to go?
I was eyeing table 2 because Arundel is on CTM, which we have not seen all day.
Okay, cool.
CTM on table 2. Interesting.
Cool. Do you want to just check real quick if they're cool with streaming, and then the stream will follow them? Awesome. Man, that was really exciting. That Adam game, like, you're going to remember that one for a while when you get to play that one on stream.
So glad.
Yeah.
So glad we got that on stream.
So good.
Absolutely fantastic.
That's the kind of game that like a coverage team salivates over getting on stream.
Yeah.
We have an okay to stream on table.
Perfect. Yo, Crank, do you say that? But I don't know. Today we've been lucky. I think every single game has been a banger. But you're not wrong.
Had some
in very different ways, because you started game 1 with that R+ game where both players are just clicking for credits all day.
Yeah.
And then you go to this.
All right, controlling the message. This is a really interesting question mark on the meta right now, because this has classically always been, since it came out, one of the strongest decks in the competitive meta. But this last rotation, where the whole Mumbad cycle went, a lot of the powerful cards for NBN controlling the message rotated with it. So you're going to see a lot more decks like this. I think we see a deck right now in Netrunner DB with like Lacosta Grid, and they're building remote servers, and they're scoring out agendas, and not exactly always going as wide as you're used to. But Functor is set up for the long game. Triple Rizeki, triple pad tap. The ice in the remote server, pretty easy to deal with, mind you. A paperclip in the heap is not there, but just 2 barriers on the remote server and only 6 credits to Arundel's name.
Yeah, notably a boom already in the bin, so we know that there is some attempt to have kill threat here, but at least 1 missile's in the bin, so
yeah. Drago hard-hitting news as well. Maybe the misdirection was actually installed and used and not preemptive. But that hyperbaric, again, not exactly a fractor. Let's see what's in the remote server. Whether it's just going to be more Drago prison, that's a bit more expensive to trash. But we're charging HQ here.
Mm-hmm. Turnpike. Such a good ice out of CTM, where oftentimes the tag, just losing the credit and having to spend your time getting rid of a tag, there are many times it's as good as a toll booth with how fast CTM can go and how much credit pressure they can put on the runner with their ID ability.
Also, it's the advantage of occasionally tricking a runner and you're just running through it a bunch of times thinking that it's somehow less taxing.
Yeah.
Trace 5 is nasty, mind you, Lat. One of the few shapers, if I'm not mistaken, with Link. Going to only pay 4 credits, but you lose 1 to the turnpike anyway. So that was a 5 credit face check on a 2-coster. It's wild out there. Arundel, Gonna get some money. We saw hard-hitting news in hand, but that's something I don't know if they're gonna hold on to for a long time, barring some market forces.
I think the hard-hitting news game plan is out the window with this this misdirection on the board. I think the way you want to tax them at this point, or tax functor rather at this point, is single tags. Make functor clear in the old-fashioned way. That's actually going to be a better way of taxing them out of their clicks, and especially their money.
We'll see here.
And obviously drag them through the remote as many times as possible. You have 3 ice on that server. Make it work.
There's a ping. That's going to be an end to run unless you want to endurance through it. It feels kind of unfortunate to spend so much on a single ping, but hey, that gets you through it. We're going to bounce
That'd be an ugly card to boat through.
Yeah, it breaks all ice, huh? Going to just clear the tag using the...
Here's those single tags you were talking about, Cranked.
Yeah. And we'll see if this is a similar list to what we saw last week. We're going to see that Stargate come down, and Stargate controlling the message doesn't care. It's an installed corp card, but there's that Lacosta. This actually might be the deck list on RNDB. It's CT Matty, I think it's called.
Tomorrow's headline: 1 click left. Oh no,
boat's going back. 1 click left because of Lacosta.
Yes.
Oh,
the boat and the fully charged daily casts.
Oh,
and
also
then
trash
and
program.
that also trashes.
Yes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the MU falls apart. That's actually been a really cool, fun interaction we've seen with the boat. When you put your whole rig onto, you know, the deck of the ship, and then the ship goes down, you're gonna lose some of your rig. That's for sure. But we're keeping 2 Rozekis.
We've all seen that movie. Sometimes the boat hits an iceberg.
Yeah. And this
Yeah,
Lacosta.
and obviously in a tricky spot there, because you don't want to lose your decoder, you don't want to lose your misdirection, so you are left with 2/3 of the drip you were otherwise going to have.
A Daily Cast will come back again. Now, Arendelle is only on 0 credits. There's not much they can do next turn besides click for credits. They could install something on top of the Lacosta and just kind of slow roll it, but they're not resing a lot. If they res like a Maryland or some sort of like economic slow over time asset, I think Functor might actually still consider trashing it, even though they have 3 pad tab, just because the money is more important for the corp now. But that's just a spin doc. Spin Doctor going to get removed from game day. That's the final copy now. So if Functor can reinstall the boat, get that MU up for that final Stargate, anything they trash is going to stay trashed. And that means they can just...
Snap hover on the boom. Snap hover on the boom with that Spin Doctor.
Oh yeah, so what goes back? Boom and NGO front. Fantastic.
Gutsy.
Yeah, nice. I don't know how they're going to land enough tags for boom. We need to see something quite spicy here.
Yeah, but it's always when you get rid of boom because you're like, I'm never going to land this, that's when you end up.
You gotta believe,
actually
right?
Having the 2 tags at some point.
Install advance.
Drago, I don't think that Functor is really set up to bust into this remote. They're gonna have to reinstall the boat before they do that. And even then, you know, there's already a hard stop on this ping. There's a soft stop on this IP block. It's gonna take some work to bust the remote. At least right now.
There's no paperclip in the bin right now, so
all right, never mind.
So absolutely wild when you're thinking of installing your 8-cost console just to get the MU, you know? But hey, we're into the depths again. We're gonna lose a credit on the turnpike. We're able to boat through this for sure. And then we get the into depths trigger, so we'll see if we want the money, if we want to just charge up endurance further. The hyperbaric is probably not necessary. But at this point, Functor needs to find a paperclip, or into the depths for the paperclip as well. It's probably very quite relevant.
This also could just be dirty laundry.
Yeah. Oh man, Beth on the other side of the table. Just waiting for some value.
Dirty laundry.
Bologna. You have the money to steal that.
It's a dirty laundry.
I feel like you should take this, right?
You have to.
Actually, it's better. It's better than a dirty laundry because you actually can steal the bologna now, where with dirty laundry you couldn't.
Correct. I think you have to buy the bologna here.
Yep. Sucks to go down to 2, but because of misdirection, you are still protected from hard-hitting news.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's the weird thing. You're trying to count influence in this deck, right? Like, controlling the message only has 12 influence. Lacosta is a fair bit at 3. I think they're running 2, so that's half the influence. We saw Boom. That's another 3, I think. Maybe it's 2. I think it's 3. That's most of the list.
3. Yeah, we've seen half the influence in this deck by virtue of seeing 1 Lacosta and a copy of Boom.
Yeah.
And very important to know, Lacosta can be, the advancement goes on a card installed in the server. That card doesn't have to be advanceable. So whatever's in server 1, all 3 cards are advanced. In fact, only one of them maybe is a true advanceable card.
What's the other, what other upgrade are you running in CTM?
This list is strange. Like I remember looking at it and not exactly figuring it out. I don't know if you're on BioVault. That would like technically make the most sense. Sorry?
Amaze Amusements, possibly.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh,
It could just be
yeah,
NGO
that's true.
front. But yeah, the upgrade is the question, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm really interested in what this upgrade is now.
I don't know. If we have a second to check on Netrunner DB, we'll find out. But Dirty Laundry's going to hit up archives there. Going to get that endurance counter. Going to see some code gate and the boom and the hard-hitting news. Those were shuffled back in, weren't they?
One boom
Yes.
was, so we
A
can
boom
reasonably
was, yeah.
conclude there's two.
Unless they just drew that recently and just spit it back out.
It'd be
Functor,
surprising if that were the case.
10 credits. 2 MU is exactly what you need for a Stargate, but the question of where is the fractor has been kind of the bigger deal deciding a lot of this game. In terms of Into the Depths, we've only played one, so there's usually 2 more. So that's 2 more ways to go tutor the thing. Unfortunately, though, you can't get through the ping unless you spend your endurance, which is not bad, especially if you're getting your paperclip, and then that solves that going forwards.
Interesting. So if it is in fact the deck on NRDB, that upgrade is a Prisec.
Cool.
Because the influence split is 1 boom, 2 Lacosta, and 3 global food.
Yeah. Price deck makes sense. Synergizes pretty well with what CTM wants to do, which is to say, tag you. The meat damage is just a nice little bonus. Although it is worth knowing, Arundel, he cannot fire the price deck at the moment. It's a credit short.
I wonder if Functor knows that list, whether they're looking at it, whether there's been some changes. We're paying 4 credits to get through that Enigma, boost the strength, and break all the subroutines. You could have just used the bow counters, but the bow counters are going to be used for the ping and probably for the IP block. Maybe you can just spend 2 credits. It depends whether they want to trash the Lacosta as well.
I think you almost certainly want to get rid of the Lacosta here.
Yeah, it's doing more for Arundel than their economy is.
Oh, it looks like no trace is happening.
Okay. Lat, mind you, has a link.
Yeah, with the link, I think just letting the trace fire is totally fine.
So
true.
You
Yeah.
do have the Lacosta credits to
So
trash, but that's all you can trash here. So if you see...
and it also it leaves you short on money if you want to actually clear the tag.
Oh, yeah, true.
It's price deck.
That is price tag. It looks like we're looking at the same list. Now, mind you, this is 3 to trash. It costs 2 to fire it for a tag and a meat damage. Arundel, I don't know if they even would fire it, maybe, but the bigger issue is they don't have the credits. They can't even decide to. And there's a Bologna.
Oh, okay.
That's
not stealing that.
maybe why you boat through the IP block, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you don't
Now,
actually have to do much here, right? Like, they're not going to score at the Bologna. You could leave it and come back later, but you probably want to bring down at least the Lacosta.
Yeah, it has to cook for 1 more turn to actually get that.
Controlling a message, giving a tag there. Trace 4 on the first card that's been trashed. Functor can click for 2 credits and hope they don't get self-growth programmed and lose the boat again. I think they're going to maybe lose the boat again.
That would be amazing. 2 boat bounces on stream. Now, notably, self-growth program is a diversion from the list that I'm seeing on JNet, at least.
Oh, for real?
That would be one of those adaptions.
Cool.
But it makes a lot of sense because boat is just so prevalent. You want to have some punishment for boat.
It looks like Functor is going to get off scot-free there, just floating the tag through the whole turn. Arundel not having the economy to really trash the resources. They have something new in Server 8, and we know it's not a Spin Doctor. But Functor starting their turn on 6 credits after the daily cast. Beth has nothing to report on. She's just been on the front lines, just waiting around for the last whole time we've been seeing this match.
And newsflash, your opponent is poor.
Yeah, you're happy anyways, I guess. Server 8 again. Server 1 is the Bologna Brewing. That's the card with advancement on it, right? It's a card with advancement on it, right?
Yeah,
It's hard to tell.
I'm
actually not sure.
You can really tell from where we're sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not sure. It actually, if it was, no, because Prisec was in the remote first, right? It would have had a turn where it was cooking there with Lacosta, where Bologna wasn't cooking there.
Well, we don't know
I
the
think
order,
actually
right?
that's the advancement on the. I'm not sure. I think that it's actually an advancement on the Prisec. I don't know though.
Yeah, we'll find out soon enough. But if the advancement's on the Bologna, obviously that's good for Arundel, who's a bit closer to this. But again, the economy just to score that thing out is the bigger question. Dirty Laundry.
At the moment, still at least 2 credits away from being able to score that out.
Simulchip hitting the bin. That's the last endurance in the bin too. So the last one's the installed one, I mean. But Arundel's just clicking for 2 credits here. Up to 3. Those pat taps again haven't triggered all game, if I'm not mistaken. Daily cast finishing. Oh, Beth has a job now.
Barely. Beth has a small job.
Another Rozeki. That's a good job, right?
What is Arundel's current short-term objective in this game? They really haven't been able to
Oh.
stabilize. Oh boy, this is
Good game. That's it.
That's it. Yeah,
Yeah,
All right.
the current short-term objective is scoop.
yeah. It's game 2, hopefully.
Yeah, this list has one mad dash in it. That's a good reason why you want to leave the Bologna.
This is game 2 based on the time start.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. Well,
we'll just watch all the way through. So we'll see which card they access first. Again, they know what it is. As soon as they steal it, the mad dash gets when the run ends. So they have to survive a price deck. It's not going to be an issue. And then they get to 7 points on 2 agenda steals. Playing 3-pointers into this lat deck that runs a single mad dash, has a Stargate, that's a bit risky. It's definitely a bit risky, but I think there's not only 3-pointers in this list. Where were these the 15-point or the 12-point players? Do you know?
I do not. I think that they were 12-point players.
Okay.
Let me check.
So maybe Functor took the sweep here?
Functor was on 15, and Arendelle was also on 15.
Yes, 15-point players.
Okay, so that's a big deal. How much time do we have left in the round? I imagine we have maybe 10, 20 minutes?
20 minutes left in the round.
Okay, I feel like we might be able to find another table.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's try and do something towards the top because I think that means they're relatively new. Oh, table 12 looks good. Those are some fun folks.
Yeah, how about it?
Cool. Do you want to ask real quick?
That is an Adam. Yeah, let me jump in and ask.
Thank you. Oh man, the rounds have been so good. And I like that we're seeing diversity of strategies. Like there's still obviously a lot of lat, but the corps are all doing something different. There's a game plan that is like you have to react to the game plan and people are trying to find the reads during the game. It's really been exciting.
I think the lat deck is pretty expressive. I think that we've seen that deck get piloted in a few different ways.
We are good to stream on this table.
Awesome.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, Janktivist says, getting savagely outplayed here, but okay. Currently, we have movable object on 5 agenda points, but you'll note 4 of those are 2 blood in the water.
Whoa, how did that happen?
Well, Adam doesn't have a large hand size, right? That probably is.
Especially when Adam's on the boat.
Yeah, boat Adam, let's go.
On the boat.
And now you have to...
Is this emergent boat Adam? It's emergent boat Adam.
There's a chance here Janktivist can just flatline, right? If this misses, they take a meat damage. So if they hit a sting, they're dead. I think they know some of these cards.
If they touch any agenda, oh no! If they touch the agenda, they're safe. That's exactly what they want.
Yes.
Yeah. Sting would have killed them though.
Looks like it was just a subliminal hand. Movable, doesn't have money. It's hard to, again, forensics on the board say it looks like this game might be a bit young. Cheaper cheaters have been trashed again. Adam has to do that. And Adam has set it up pretty quick, though. 18 cards in the heap. Wow. You see some cool tech cards like no free lunch. You're seeing the memory diamonds, mind you, because this Adam is playing endurance. They are not playing, the brain chip. So they need some more hand size if they can get some, especially in this specific matchup.
Free lunch is a really interesting concession to, well, not concession, but tech card.
Yeah.
Really just admitting, like, yes, this R plus deck is very good. I need something to not just die to Drago, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I think the players who are brave enough to play directives into the R plus deck need to be commended. I would not be that brave. I think that's really upsetting when you lose those as soon as turn 1. Regenesis in the bin, 1 net damage. Yeah, let's
Crash is a sure gamble.
Talking about the game plan here, as you called out the emergent creativity. So this card, as long as you discard something expensive, you get to get the boat down from free from your deck. So we're also playing big stuff like Femme Fatale for 9 credits. This actually used to be a very common breaker in early Netrunner. You would get this down. Hopefully you didn't pay all the cost up front, but this allows you to basically invalidate a single ice. You didn't care about the type, the subroutines, and that's largely still true in the modern format, barring certain cards like Anansi. We'll see if one of those ever comes down as a killer, because right now all we have is a protection of a really big boat. Checking here in HQ, movable has 4 credits. That is the snare number. You got to always pay attention to 4 credits.
The snare number. You're right. It is a Jinteki player's favorite number.
It's a good number. You get to 4. You're good. Mitosis. And Obokata.
Obo, that's big.
You take 5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you'll happily take 5 to even this game out and make it a 5-5
especially
game.
Especially because safety first draws you back up to 3 here.
All right, we're now game point. Again, a blood in the water. We don't know how many 2-pointers are in the list. Generally, you only run the blood in the waters. You're not too excited to Yagi Uda in this list. Maybe a longevity.
Probably not.
But server 6, server 7. This is now the question of where's the Urticas, where are the snares? Janktivist only has 15 more hit points. Let's start checking some stuff. You have to watch out for anemones, right? That can kind of change the math here. Sometimes if you take too much damage, you might have to jack out. So.
As we know, one already rezzed, so we know they're in this deck, and it makes perfect sense for them to be, because changing that math mid-run. Oh, Chrysalis.
Cool.
So
Blast
Chrysalis can get
fast.
voted through.
We saw Sapper today. Why not Chrysalis? Can't trash it while it's installed. Single access here in server 7. It's a Bladderwort.
Bladderwort.
That would be a pretty nice one to have for movable object.
Yep. You're forced to trash it.
Diviner?
Okay.
Diviner's an
We got a
interesting
reader.
one.
I got to read this card.
You're looking for odd
It deals
costs.
net damage.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need to read it this run because it's getting voted, but it deals net damage, and then it sometimes ends the run based on the price of what you just hit with your net damage.
I don't think a Jinteki card sometimes ending the run.
Yeah, Movable is probably there with their pen and their notepad.exe, writing down every card that Janktivist has drawn, trying to calculate the odd to even ratio. Regardless, you still res it. Card in server 6. We got down 2 Bladderworts. First one wasn't a choice. The second one, I think you're feeling okay about that. Dirty Laundry. We are seeing the top of the
you
deck.
Absolutely want those gone.
And this is such a big deal. Without Spin Doctor on the table, if you see a card on top of R&D, it's the winning agenda. You just run it. You draw up to Obokata, maybe an enemy at Obokata, run it. And you know you don't have to hit a snare on the top of the deck. You also know what traps are getting drawn. We saw, I think, a Mitosis in hand, so you have to make sure they're not getting enough good stuff to put on the table and really make you uncomfortable with the Ronins and the clearinghouses. We're checking this. Diviner. Generally don't want to take the net damage. That's emptying the endurance. Mind you, it's not a charge card. It's a moon pool.
Moon pool.
Forced
Yeah, so we
to
do
trash.
see one moon pool has been fired, probably to score either the blood in the water or the sting.
Yeah, sometimes you use it just to like get the agendas out of hand, so Adam doesn't HQ neutralize you.
And it looks like just going to take net damage here from Anemone.
Fire.
Obviously doesn't hurt nearly as much when it isn't the turn where the run where it gets rezzed. All you do is take one, and you're going to draw that back up because of safety first anyway.
All right, so it's all about hit
It's a
points, right?
pen.
We only have 11 more hit points. You want to keep 5 cards, technically 4 cards if you want to steal the last Obokata, because you win the game before the personal evolution damage gets you.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
But if you just take like enough arbitrary damage, that's like sometimes it's hard to interact with the sting. Sometimes it's hard just to interact with that final Obokata. So Janktivist has to be a bit more precious with their last couple cards.
Yeah, this might be the time where you settle down a little bit and
Just see the
maybe
top
try
of
to make some more
archives.
targeted runs. Yeah.
Targeted run.
Yeah.
We're just going R&D, mind you. No boat counters.
Never mind.
We're just face checking.
Well, Janktivist is forced to keep drawing for a couple turns because of Earthrise. So
There are so few
Probably
reses
just-
on 2 credits. This is going to happen. Let's see if we hit an even or
Minor.
odd. Oh, it's a logic bomb. That's even.
yep. So that does not end the run. Okay.
Wall to wall.
Wall to wall, forced to trash.
Whoa, interesting card.
Wow, what a splash. That's 3 inf.
3 influence. Wow.
The free advancement might be the thing if you leave this on the table, and then you like, surprise somebody with it. But sure, gamble.
Is this 1 cost pad campaign travel? Like we see the Bladderworts, we see the wall to wall.
Yeah. No, it's hard with a lot of cards res and other assets res, but could potentially win you a game. Now, movable is just clicking up to 3 credits. Have to discard a card here. Server 6 is unknown.
Feels like movable might be setting up a mitosis here shortly.
Yeah. And there's also an issue is that if they mitosis out and they don't have 3 more credits, they're not threatening Cerebral Overrider. Mind you, Urtica is free. Oh, Femme Fatale for 9. Let's go.
Fem. All of
That's
these
a
ice
big-
are very good fem targets.
That make a
Yes.
diviner. I don't think I'd ever see that in my life.
Fem the Diviner, so I don't have to boat it. I'll use my 9 cost install to not use my 8 cost install on your
Full
2
agrees.
res ice.
Yeah, they're having fun. Janktivist is playing fast and loose. I like this. No other option. Sounds about right.
No other option.
That's Netrunner, baby. No other option.
It's a Calvin. Whoa.
Whoa.
Bailey.
Whoa.
This is the fella that draws you cards, right?
That's
Yes.
the fella.
Yeah. Only one, only one influence, so this is an easy splash. And honestly, as PE, a fair amount of the time, you do want to be drawing cards quickly.
So they trashed something else early in the turn. Yeah, I guess they trashed the Chrysalis off the top, so they weren't forced to trash that, which would kind of be ideal. Running HQ here, we know the mitosis. There it is. We're going to see an Obokata. That's game winning.
That's it.
That's
That's
game.
game.
Good game.
Dang.
I think Janktivist thought he was getting outplayed.
With 2 Blend the Water, I have no doubt this game was quite close early on. Unfortunately for the back half, you saw the Jinteki PE problems where it's just like, I don't have economy, so I can't threaten anything. And then you just can kind of slam centrals. But that was pretty wild.
Yeah,
I love Boat Adam. I think it's such a unique take on an Adam deck because you only need to play the one. The boat's a 5-inch card,
Yeah.
so it's not a free splash by any means. But you only need to play one when you can just tutor it up.
Yeah, it's really cool. And then you play Fems and other expensive stuff and hopefully get it down quickly and not too expensive. The thing is, like with Adam, you want to ice up everything. So maybe you kind of do flounder on counters eventually, but it's really fun. That's for sure. Okay. I don't think there's that much time in the round left.
yeah, there's like 10 minutes.
Okay. So what we're
Might
going
be
to
good
do.
to just take a quick break.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a quick break to stretch your legs. If you're watching this, hopefully you're doing well. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Again, this was just round 4. We have 2 more rounds, and they've all been quite exciting. The top cut is obviously narrowing. We're going to see the results before we get back into it, but we should be back in just about 10 minutes while I get the new graphics up, okay? We'll see you all in a bit.
Mm-hmm.
Welcome back to the 2022 Netrunner American Continentals. I hope you had a good break. Did you do your Duolingo? There's no excuse if you didn't do your Duolingo at this point. My name's Andre, hailing from the Metchfall Grid. I'm joined by Neuropanther and Cranked. How's it going, y'all? We've had some absolutely wild games on stream. It's been an absolute blast.
We just had one of the classic.
Yeah.
Yes.
We just had one of the classic streamed games of Netrunner ever.
And that is actually a super impactful game because we're going to jump straight to the standings. We're going into the penultimate round 5 of 6. So we go over here to our Cobra. You see, we have 3 players clearly at 21, which I think that is 1 loss or 2 losses.
Mm-hmm.
One loss, right? So Cahuita, we saw last round playing Sportsmetal going so fast, and then that Atom game where they got ganked comboed and it got their whole board destroyed, and she thought, well, that's bad, but how about if I just win the game? And win the game she did. So undefeated, or not undefeated, she swept that round and she's up there to 21 points. Aunthemod and Mao also there at the top with, I think Mao's strength of schedule is obviously a fair bit worse than the other two, but they ID'd, so they did not play. They just shook hands in front of the judge and basically said, you take 1 win, I take 1 win. Because if one of those players gets swept, there's a real chance that they won't make the top cut. And if they both draw, if they get that intentional draw, there's a chance that, a pretty good chance that one of them will make it to the finals. I think Mao has to be a bit more conservative here with that strength of schedule. Otherwise,
we're continuing to see the dominance of these green decks, both light green and dark green.
yeah.
I mean,
And
you look at the
purple.
top 8, it's shapers and atoms all the way down.
Yeah, that's totally true. We're seeing also
We're
some,
also purple continuing to cluster up to the top, though. Still 5 of the top 7 decks are purple.
yeah,
Seems
and
like purple just has the perfect combination of cards to outrush these shaper decks. The shapers need to sit there. They need to install their boat. They need to break the wine glass in the side of the boat to make sure it's a safe voyage. And by the time they've done that, the corp already has 6 points.
yeah, and you're seeing it too right now. Some of these the lat decks are not reliant on self-modifying code, so getting access to that clot can be a bit dicey if you're trying to stop Sportsmetal on turn 3, turn 4. Now, of course, you do have the boat, you do have that into the depths, but you need ice for that. Maybe sometimes the right place install no ice. Maybe you have to watch out for Stargate, but that's so cool to see.
You do have pairings.
Oh, pairings are up. Okay, perfectly.
Yep.
Perfect. So we're going to be jumping over to a game real soon. We'll see how a table is. We look like we already have an ID.
How do y'all feel about table 2? That is the smoke we've been
Yes.
talking about, and the Acme that have been near the top of the standings all day.
Yeah, table 2 would be
Go me,
perfect.
Acme.
Yeah, we saw a bit of that Acme. We know what's on, what's up. I think that list specifically has anoetic voids that they're putting on behind, what's it called, a data ward. We haven't seen a single pinhole threading, I think, today. Maybe we did see one, actually. But I want to see what Smoke is doing, because Smoke is doing really well. And maybe they're playing the new twinning card. Maybe that's going to work out. Do you want to check if they're okay to be on stream, and then we'll jump in? Otherwise,
Let me go
we'll
ahead and ask him.
go a different direction.
As soon as I find the table in JNet, I will
All the way
ask
at the
him.
bottom.
Okay, perfect. Everyone in the chat, hopefully you're doing well. Welcome. Maybe it's a Sunday morning or a Saturday evening for you. So glad you can all join us. We've had a heck of some good games today. We're going to have at least 4 more games on stream. And then tomorrow, of course, we're back for a top cut. So do hit a follow onto the channel. You'll get a notification when Project Nisei is going live, because we got some of the good stuff tomorrow too. We're saving that for later. Don't you worry.
We do have the OK to stream on table 2. It's at the bottom of the list.
Thank you. I have a struggle to find table 2. Oh, nailed it. Thank you. All right. And it looks like we're in. So welcome to round 5 of the 2022 American Continental Swiss Day 1. We're looking here at Acme Consulting, one of the final FFG identities to get printed 45-15 is pretty standard, but the runner is considered to have a tag while encountering the outermost ice on any server. And considered means it's not a tag they're going to keep, but there's so much NBN ice that cares if the runner's tagged. Things like IP block, we've been seeing those all day. If the runner's tagged, end the run is a good subroutine, and you still have that face check of the trace 3. But the big ice here is data ward. The numbers on it, I think it's 6 to res, 8 strength, 4 end the run subroutines, and an on encounter. They're going to end the run because they're end the run if the runner is tagged subroutines, which in most decks are kind of hard to set up, but here it's a single ice you need on a remote server.
Yeah, this ID was enormous.
Hydra's no joke either.
Yeah, there's good stuff. Hydra's fantastic. What else is there? Pachinko doesn't exist anymore. Yeah,
Pachinko's gone. Universal connectivity is gone. F2P is a big one as well. You cannot pay through F2P with the printed ability if you're tagged, and oh, that's weird. You're tagged off Acme.
Yeah.
Acme is honestly, like, data ward, it was enormous when Acme was printed because the on-encounter ability, for the longest time, it was just, okay, I pay 3 when I encounter data ward, it does nothing. But you actually have to break the subroutines, and it becomes incredibly efficient out of Acme.
It's pretty wild.
Acme's a really interesting call in a world with boat as well. Think about some of these ice that we've named. Hydra, 3 subroutines. That's going to tax out the boat. Data ward, 4 subroutines. Another good way of taxing out the boat. Endless EULA. I guess you could boat through the Endless EULA, but you probably don't want to. There's 6 subroutines on it. So this is a really interesting avenue of fighting the boat, not with tricks in the form of retribution or a self-growth program, but just good old-fashioned taxation.
And on top of that, we know this list is running defensive upgrades, right? It's one thing to get through the data ward once. Can you get through it twice when the Anoetic Void throws you out? So that's going to be really interesting. It's also an ability, and we might see this. Sometimes you see the decks that go horizontal and play fully operational because Acme has a really unique ability. It makes single ice servers incredibly impactful. So you're actually pretty good at icing up all centrals, keeping out that boat, the dirty laundries, and then building a remote server eventually because one ice is a lot of times just as good, if not better, than some 2 ice servers in Acme.
Yeah, and I think crucially, Cranked, on the point that you were bringing up about Acme being an interesting call, F2P, another ice that we brought up, that's a really important card in this matchup as well, because that is a way that if they can't break it, you bounce the boat. So you have to boat through.
Yeah. We just pulled back to the cameras right now. It looks like there might be an issue. There might be some repairings going on. So we're just going to hang out here until we find out what the answer is. Again, this sort of things happens. If one thing gets misreported, it kind of messes up a lot of stuff. So I'm not like envious to be in the safe spot for the organized play folks that have to repair here, but we'll see how it goes. They generally
events over Discord and JNet earlier on in the pandemic, and it's much more stressful than it looks. So yeah, my theoretical hat is off to all the folks behind the scenes organizing.
Hey, looks like we're good. We're back into it. So we're starting double ice. Good luck, have fun to both these players, and we get something behind server 1. You can stick something pretty quickly. Some of these face checks are hard. A daily quest would solve some of your economy, but let's see if Lat drops down to 3 cards in hand, and with such style and such just low effort economy.
Start the drip up. Going to be 3 credits a turn starting off. Rashida, though, on the side of Mao, that is obviously exactly what you want to start off with if you're trying to res these 6 cost, 8 cost, 10 cost ice.
Great already. Let's see if that's the Void, or do we know if there's any other defensive upgrades in this Acme list?
We barely got to see it. I think we only saw like 2 turns. So
I think we only saw Void.
Yeah, we'll find out.
We saw Void in like 12 face down cards or something like that in archives.
Yeah, I think this deck also had hard-hitting news. I might be mistaken on it, but I do think it had a more proactive tag plan if Functor steps out of line here.
Interesting. Hard-hitting news is not something you typically see out of Acme. Most of these decks are playing a pretty standard, traditional mid-range or glacier sort of build.
I might be misremembering, so don't fully quote me on it. But Seamless Launch is influence spend. We're going to score out something pretty quickly here. Off-world office.
Off-world office. Okay.
Excellent.
Exactly what you want to start off the game.
Real talk, Seamless Launch, obviously an incredibly powerful ability. We're seeing this more and more now out of faction. It's been a lot in HP, of course it is. But in NBN, that's very, very quite strong. It can be a very jammy ability. You just need 1 data ward, and the remote server is already a nightmare. But hey, there's the boat. Breaking it up.
Already online.
4 power counters, gets through 4 subroutines.
Anchors away.
It's the magic number against data ward.
Functor hitting R&D, that does charge the endurance, or not charge, but just gives it a power counter. It's kind of like charge. And getting the free card draw as well. Install advance.
Love it. Mao really recognizing his role in this matchup. He is the beatdown. He is the one that needs to set the tempo, because if he does not, then Functor is just they're gonna just have their way with him.
So what's the fear
Yeah,
here,
and you
right?
have to.
Like, if you run the remote server, if it is a data ward, you can get through that. That's going to be most of Mao's money. So if this is an NGO front, do you have a blowout? If you leave this and it's something like a draw going to a retribution, how bad is that for the runner? If that's even something like a tomorrow's headline, we don't know what the tag punishment is, but it's interesting to see what the read is. I'm not sure what you do.
I do think functor has to be very careful about not overextending themselves too early. They could very easily end up in a hole from making potentially an ill-timed run on this remote when perhaps they're not really as well equipped to run that remote as it would seem.
I don't feel like there's
6 boat counters now.
I don't feel like there's a lot that can be threatened out here. Ooh, rigging up a paperclip. It's a nice way to get it cheaply, and we're just charging the remote server, having a way to deal with IP block on the outside and a ping. Let's see if functor
One
residence.
click left as well, so if this is void in server 1, depending on what this ice is, functor may be able to run back in.
Okay.
Sure enough, it is an IP block.
So IP block on the outside means it's probably not a data ward on the inside. It's a positional ice. So you want to get that on the outside where the tag matters. So this might not be the most defended server. Maybe sometimes you still see the fun houses because they allow you to get a bit creative with the ice positioning. But we're breaking that for 3. While you have a link, it doesn't matter because you're considered tagged. So you are going to have the end or the run end. Let's see if functor keeps going there.
Seem continuing. Still feel pretty safe with 6 boat counters, I have to think.
Oh, yeah.
It's
And
void. Sure enough.
Oh, this is going to cost Mouse so much to protect this. Functor can easily come back for 3 credits. And you cannot throw out your whole hand to protect this. This might be a Bologna, though. Interesting thing here is if Functor runs again, they're going to be 1 credit short of Bologna, so they need to do something like Into the Depths, but Anoetic ends the run, right? So it's not even successful?
Correct.
Really heads up play if this is a Bologna here.
Yeah, this is huge if this is a Bologna. Functor's 1 credit short.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
amazing.
you can
We're
boat it. You can
seeing-
boat it, of course.
Yeah, we're seeing very rushy play out of an Acme deck, which typically you associate that with a much more mid-range or glacier style. So honestly, I love seeing this. I love seeing just jamming the agenda, going for it, saying you don't have it.
My gut tells me...
In essence, saying you won't.
Yeah. And Functor is deciding, will they?
My gut here, like, is this an NGO front? Would you commit an Anoetic? Admittedly, it's not so much about protecting the NGO front. It's about protecting the Anoetic itself, a very valuable card that NBN isn't inherently as good as cards like HP or Precision Design at breaking back.
This is a really great bait if that's an NGO, because it would have me fooled. This really feels like a Bologna.
Yeah. Yeah, sure enough, boating through to make sure that there are still 5 credits at the end of the run.
Now, if this is Bologna, and you're Mao, do you just go ahead and void again?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, you
I
have
think
to.
you probably have to.
Yeah.
And that means that you'll lose the void next turn, but you at least get to game point already. And that really changes where they have to check between, every turn. They have to check.
Especially since they already know you're on Seamless, so any jam in server 1 could be gain.
Exactly. Now Functor has to keep Mao honest out of the remote. You're exactly right.
And I think you run here. Like, you have to run here for the Anoetic. They can't fire it, right? They have cards short.
Most definitely. I think you have to get this Anoetic off the table. Like, yes,
Ooh,
you're
Bologna.
All right.
Bologna out of R&D is a big pull.
So we see 3 agendas so far. We're in the top 15 cards. That's about what you'd expect. Oh, leaving the Anoetic up there. We'll see
Leaving the Anoetic.
if there's a way to deal with that later. But Mao is unlikely to have thrown out a card. Mind you, there's 4 face-down cards in archives. Mao drawing up.
Functor chose to value getting the Tapworm down versus getting the Void off the table. I think
What is this innermost
We'll see if
ice?
that pans out in the long run. What's that?
Yeah, what is this innermost ice is my question, because really that is the thing that you potentially give up, is the ability to interact with Void without having to deal with that innermost ice. If that innermost ice is something that doesn't matter that much, this could pay off.
The innermost ice, like, I think on the last time where Mao protected the Bologna, it was just like either you res the ice, which boat gets through, or you fire the Anoetic because it is expensive.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Endurance, we're seeing up the top here. Mind you, Functor, with 1 more Bologna maybe in the list, could win off a single Mad Dash if they see it and don't want to steal it and can come back. So, already
Always
technically on
important to
game
keep that
point.
line, yeah. On both sides, because it just takes 1 more off-world office or a Beal or something like that on Mao's side for this game to be over.
And here we're going for the remote server. We're going to try and tax out the Anoetic again. Mao probably doesn't want to spend 2 cards and 2 credits just to get another run back off the IP block. Maybe we'll see the innermost ice rezzed on 5 credits, but again, I think Mao just needs to stabilize, play a hedge fund, something like that. So we'll see. Accessing.
Sure enough, Void goes down.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't even challenge.
So maybe you didn't have to do it last turn. Maybe it's still going to be 1 turn and it'll still be there. But there's 4 face downs in archives. And Mao is going to draw up with Planogram.
Planogram.
Even raw of the planogram is really interesting to me.
Agreed.
A lot of this ice is so chunky in Acme that I think most players I think would choose to value the money there.
There's a hedge though. Hedge might play into it.
Sure, definitely.
Rejecting Tapworm, giving Functor 2 credits to pop again. Endurance means you can deal with most ice here with 9 credits. They can res all but Hydra. Sure gamble off the top. Probably just want to keep hitting R&D here. Dirty Laundry is going to make it even easier. Again, we have 3 MU. This is the kind of very explosive game. This might be a Spin Doctor here, I'd reckon, but you could like into the depths for a Stargate and just start hammering R&D and really forcing Mao to ice up. But again, if this is an agenda and you don't check it, it's game.
It makes me wonder if Mao's found any additional ice. I think covering this R&D has to be a pretty big priority for him going forward.
There you go. That's a Spin Doctor. Forcing the res, and with 1 click left here, Functor could consider running HQ. You might end up ending your turn with a tag, which is a problem if that's like a ping. But just a daily cast instead.
This goes for, daily cast.
What did Mao choose to shuffle? Oh, 2 unseen cards go back into R&D. Interesting, choosing not to shuffle in the void.
What if there's agendas in there?
Or the seamless launch.
Like, what if the Anoetic actually did throw out agendas and they were in archives for a couple turns and nobody checked?
Wow.
Ooh. Credit subsidy ice R&D, so
there's
up to
the money
15
woes fixed.
That's big.
Yeah. Figuring out how Mao's going to use this money, though, to tax out an endurance with 7 counters, that's another issue.
Yeah.
But Functor's just drawing up, knowing they don't have to do anything. If there's not a card in server 1, you're generally not expecting 3-2 agendas and fast events in these lists. So just a bet, going to give extra clicks most likely, and that Tapworm got 3 credits that turn. A wild amount of money.
Yeah, fantastic time for Beth, obviously, to come down with 15 credits on Mao's side. That really just puts a lot of pressure because extra clicks means extra chances to charge boat in a crucial turn.
All double advance. This feels like an NGO or some other bluff.
There's just no world where this is an agenda, right?
This would be the oldest agenda score that I've ever seen.
We're going through. See if this ice gets res again. It's just boat counters, but you need to res some of them at some point.
At least 1 advance makes a lot of sense to keep Beth off of 15, but the double advance feels like an NGO for sure.
There you go, Pat Tap. 8 credits one way, 1 credit the other. Functor still has 3 collects left. There's the stone chip. You need that 9th counter on your endurance. In case. But the card draw is likely going to be it. We're getting the lat draw as well.
I mean, we joke, but you genuinely might if you end up having to run through Data War a few times.
Yeah, twice, exactly. Yeah, you might as well keep that on deck, pun intended. Mao now 21 credits. I don't know if you have the time to clear the Tapworm, but we're building another remote server. A lot of times you do see this, right? Because if your data ward is drawn, maybe you want to put it still in front of server 1, but maybe you can jam 2 things a turn.
Yeah.
This is hard.
Could also be Mao setting up a daily quest, though I don't think any daily quest is particularly safe at the moment. This game is slipping away from Mao very quickly.
Functor up on 28 credits. The daily quest, mind you, would give 2 credits to Pat Tap, only charging up the Tapworm faster. But
honestly, if you're Functor, you might just let a daily quest sit.
Yeah, maybe. Let's see, how much influence have we seen? I think they're probably on 2 Anoetics. That's already 8. We're running archives, mind you. There is a 15 minutes in there and 2 hard-hitting news.
And the hard-hitting news game plan very much out the door here. That one's pretty far off.
Yeah.
Misdirection isn't in the bin yet, but that's the only other thing that would need to happen to say like, yep, that's completely out of reach. It already is though.
He's 7 influence out of this Acme deck.
Discards
so
a Tapworm. Doesn't even need that Tapworm.
Wow.
Doesn't want to make Purge that good.
Second ice on server 2, trying to build maybe potentially a more taxing server, but it's still hard to imagine what that would look like with endurance on 9 counters, 10 if you want to run archives. Otherwise, breaker count, we haven't seen the decoder, we haven't seen the killer. It's just a boat, but we're checking.
I want to point out, Functor is now dripping 8 credits a turn.
Oh, man.
casually.
And a click, just for good measure.
That's so
Just
wild.
a normal game of Netrunner.
Yeah, totally normal game of Netrunner. Nothing weird going on at all.
Hey, nothing weird. Arella Salvatore
Arella? Yeah.
coming down for
There's a
5.
Oh, right. We
There's
did
some
see
folks in
Arella.
chat asking about the big deal. Yes, it is 5 influence.
Yes. Still, like, based on the influence spread we've seen, it is possible for a big deal to be in the deck. I would be a little surprised because you probably want multiples of things like Anoetic Void and Seamless Launch.
Checking here, Dirty Laundry on Archives. I think at this point, Functor just needs to find it into the depths to get the Stargate down. Now, that does tie up a bit of the MU, so you're not going to be getting down your other breakers. But mind you, most of this list is, I guess, you got barrier heavy. I'm assuming that's what I think of when I think of Acme.
Barriers and sentries. Between the F2Ps and the Hydras, you've got your sentries covered. And then on the barrier side, you have IP blocks and data wards and occasionally endless EULAs.
Maybe we have an Anoetic Void on top of something else. And on 4 agenda points, like, you're kind of scared. Sometimes you can, like, give an agenda to get another window the next turn. But here with a Mad Dash, after you flush out the Anoetic, it's a different story. And there it is.
The ward.
The big circle. Looks like someone just hit copy paste a couple too many times. But this thing has classically been a hard ice to play. But Acme making it so much more relevant because the runner is tagged. On encounter, 3 credits, and then 4 end the run subroutines. Either pay 7 or give him just about half the boat.
This art very much looks like an artist rendition of a Photoshop crash. On data ward.
You get Magnum
Now,
Opus
Paperclip
vibes.
paying 7. As you pointed out, Cranked, 7 is less than the number of credits that they dripped this turn, so not too bad to actually get through that with data.
Oh, looking pretty good.
Here's a Hydra. So if the runner just wants to break 2 of them, they can. Otherwise, they can host the Ika. And actually, is this similar? Ooh, it's actually harder to break than what's it called, an Anansi, because it's 6 strength, right?
Yeah.
So
it's 6 credits to fully break.
An Anoetic. And you know what? Still Functor can run this back.
Easily too.
Oh, man.
It will not be onerous for Functor to just say, okay, click 2, run again.
Yeah, there's still 4 clicks left. They can run archives. They want to check those cards out, get more endurance counters, but Mao can only defend this once more before the final run does connect. Now, we don't know that this is an agenda. This seemed like a good enough push, but here we go again. 3 credits, 7 credits, 10 to break through this. But we're just endurancing it now. It's a bit cheaper.
Boat things.
Hydra. Again, you're now tagged, so you can always leave one of the subroutines and convert it to a tag. You might want to clear that later on. But otherwise, we have to boost twice anyway, so you might as well break all of them. It's only an extra credit to clear, not take a tag. Anoetic, again, you have to throw out the whole hand, so the game could just be in archives here. And Functor left with still 6 counters, which means they can get back. Even without touching their credit pool, besides the on-encounter.
How deep does the rabbit hole go for Mao is, I think, the real question here.
Can you keep paying for this?
And what exactly is the agenda suite is a really important question, because if you void, you get rid of any seamless threat. So yeah, Off-World Office, you couldn't even score.
Do you just smash HQ here? Like, if they weren't going to Anoetic, what's an HQ? Maybe you just don't want to go to no cards in hand, but like, they only have 5 credits. It's not.
It doesn't necessarily signal agenda to me, because it could also signal I have a seamless in HQ.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you're right, because Off-World Office, they need a seamless there. But into the depths, here we go.
This sort of feels like they're gonna Functor is gonna be setting up a Stargate play.
It's an enigma. Yeah, Stargate could come down. That'd be quite good. You'd have to trash one of your installed cards. At this point, the Tapeworm's not looking as hot as they used to.
This actually has
that would not spit down a 2.
You have to boat through this if you want to actually get through.
Mm-hmm.
Racked no decoder yet.
Yeah, so what does Into the Depths do?
Stargate. Let's go.
I think Stargate is the way you just dig the knife in to close this one out.
You win.
It would make sense. I mean, there's no way that R&D gets rezzed. I mean, the only thing that could potentially get rezzed is an IP block, and then you just paperclip it.
Let's go.
Functor's click perfect to go Stargate and then run archives if they find anything.
Yeah, sure enough, it was a seamless in HQ.
So you're going to see 2 face down cards in archives. You have enough money for Bologna here. It's a seamless Arella.
You got to think trash the seamless here, right? Shut off some of those plays.
Rella's blank. It's a totally dead draw at this point in the game.
Yeah.
This is really
You're on 5
hard.
points.
Oh, true. Yeah, you
Like,
can't score agendas and still be playing the game. Yeah.
Like, it's obviously a dead card, but as soon as you put that into server 2 and you know there's a seamless in hand, right? Like, you have to start evaluating things. Like, it's a problem. Any card in the most server, right? Like, what's this? Is it the game? Probably not.
It's probably the Arella.
Exactly, but like, I want to see if
Almost
Functor
certainly the
can
Arella.
bite here, or whether they just want to go for Stargate.
That would be
If
an
that-
incredible bait. If this is
Agreed.
if they're baiting this is an Arella and this is actually the game,
It'd be so
I
cool.
would have so much respect for that play.
Planogram Arella Salvatore, predictive twice over. So if you run HQ and you see the Rella in there, are you getting the shakes maybe? Your spidey sense is tingling?
start sweating.
Hold on.
Wait, if that means, yeah, right? Because maybe it was a seamless end and agenda, and that's the reason why they didn't want it to exactly anoetic.
It would have to be exactly seamless and agenda.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Functor now running the numbers on this one.
How likely is it that I'm getting completely played right now? I think is more or less what's going through Functor's mind.
No problem. Of course, take your time. When your opponent's thinking, that means you got a good game. You like when that's happening. 3 clicks left, mind you. Beth now kind of out of a job for a moment. You still have that clickless card draw if you want to get Stone Chip Chart Room. You could, in theory, like Simulchip Stargate to go again. You'd only see another new card, so not too impactful. We trashed the middle planogram. It's wild how the Enigma is actually kind of taxing with the bow counters.
Yeah, the Enigma's really good here, actually.
Yeah, shockingly good. We have an Into the Depths going into
Yes!
server 2.
Interesting.
All right.
Mao was saying with Stargate, I fear it's a matter of time now. If this is not the Rella and that is their comment in chat, they're committing to the bit.
Oh man, leaning
Such
into
a
it so
respect
much.
check. This is such a respect
Yes.
play from
Yeah.
Functor.
Yeah.
All right, Into the Depths. Going to get through 2 eyes. Going to refund a fair bit of this. We're going to pay 3 credits, right? Off of the app. Oh, no, we took a tag off the data ward, excuse me. Which means the
Yeah,
subroutines
so-
on the Hydra are a bit more meaningful. But we're going to
Still
pay
have
all the way
money to
through.
break through those.
Let's see what this is. We're going to decide the Into the Depths, gain 4 credits.
The charge is probably a
And
second mode.
charge after.
Yeah, I'm
for the
use all
vote.
full.
Yep. Charging
It's a
the vote.
Beal!
It's a
Oh my god.
It was the other card in HQ.
Wow.
Yeah, they were sneaking it through. You got to respect your opponent. And Mao in chat.
I gotta tell you, that would have got me.
Chat.
In chat. Oh, I think I'm going to lose off of R&D. I'm worried. Yeah,
Oh my
okay.
God.
Nice
I wonder
try.
if that was a signal to Functor. Was that like Functor's like, nope, they're trying to get me not to run server 2.
There's always the question, do you respect your opponent? Do you not respect your opponent? And this is the respect call. You know what? Things are weird. I'm going to go here.
You know what?
Respect pays
You
off.
will. You actually will.
That's so
Respect
good.
pays off.
Oh, man. So cool. Well played to both of them. We're going to see the other side of that. I think they're on some interesting decks on the other side, too.
Yeah, I think we're getting smoke on the other side out of Mao.
Yeah, this is the thing, like, that, I don't know, these sort of plays that make it very obvious to appreciate the face-down nature, the bluffing of Netrunner, which a lot of times on top tables, the bluffing isn't as well explored as, you know, the efficiency and, like, the right lines and all this sort of stuff. But sometimes you can just say something in chat and then install an agenda into a remote server, and that'll get you there. So wild. All right, we're back in. Sportsmetal. We've seen this. Known quantity. Fast. Competitive. Hard to interact with this, but other side of the table.
Current record for Sportsmetal on stream is 6 turns, right?
Yeah. All
All right, let's see if Functor can beat it at speed run. Let's go.
So we're looking at smoke here. 40 card minimum. Playing 42 now, if I'm not mistaken. You get this recurring credits. You can use it for paying for icebreakers. Now, icebreakers are not a very important thing in this matchup. Mind you, Functor taking the mulligan and opening with the Spin Doctor. Not the most graceful start. That could mean that it's a bit of a mess in there. But the Spin Doctor on the table is actually relevant. You kind of want to contest this before they can Audacity out and then recur anything that was a bit too expensive to throw out. But we'll see.
Or even just score the Elefalgar and de-res it and get 2 more cards for.
Yeah, we saw that. That was just awesome. But we'll see how Smoke sets up. The very important card in Smoke, of course, is Net Recur, a resource that as long as they're using a stealth credit during a run, they can bank that credit on the Net Recur to pay for anything or draw a card. So incredibly important. But we're just going to get some money up here. And that was the issue we saw in the last Shaper versus Sportsmetal matchup. They just weren't interacting. They were sitting back, and you kind of need some amount of interaction here.
Ooh,
Planogram.
Yellow beans out of sports. Just want that draw. You want to dig through your deck even faster.
Yeah, running towards the whale. They keep putting Darwin on all the cards. Poor little guy. Functor, 2 clicks left here. We're not going to see fast events likely. Whatever server 2 is, it wasn't res. And a lot of times you'll put some of those agendas out in server 2, whether it's the Mega Prees, whether it's the 3-1 that gets 3 credits. I never remember the name of that one, but you just want them to steal it to charge you.
Hyperloop.
Hyperloop, thank
Hyperloop,
you.
yeah.
Extension, yeah, that's the one. Now,
Or it could just be a campaign. A lot of these Sportsmetal decks will play Nico campaign because when it finishes firing, you get another card, which, as we've clearly seen from Sportsmetal, they love drawn cards.
oh, Tranquility.
Much slower start from sports here.
So Tranquility, that's what's on the table again. It's you want to get value of that. Install events, that's the Elvigal.
Yep, that's the bifurcation.
Spin Doctor gonna go
That
take a
will
nap.
De-res
Nice.
Spin Doctor. Oh, all that value, just so much value. 2 cards,
Doctor
2 credits,
is out.
I
1/2/1.
wonder if that's another reason why you want to charge the Spin Doctor, just so that they don't get more value for this. But again, Mao is setting up, and now they have the Nemerkur, but they don't have a way to get charges on it. Mind you, the smoke credit has to be used. You can't just throw your credits into the void. You generally are using that to pump breakers. That's largely it. Maybe you can play a Moo Safecracker. I doubt it. Overclock, taking down the Tranquility.
Though. Yeah,
I think this is
It's
a really
use of
good play.
Overclock. Yeah, Tranquility is just gonna fund. Well, it gives you money or cards. So honestly, it does everything Sports wants, and Sports wants to just throw stuff on the table and get it in the score area.
We're starting with a
Very
sprint.
subtle card too. It's just gonna you're already gonna be installing cards. You have to install agendas to score them most of the time. So why not get rewarded for that? Very subtle card, and I think it's a pretty heads up play from Mao to trash that one.
Agreed.
So server 3 the remote. The big issue is, or the big question is Smoke running Clot? And with 15 influence, that stuff goes really quickly, right? Some of them are spending criminal, playing influence on criminal consoles. A lot of times you'll see Trickster Taka. Modernly, the twinning is taking up a 3 influence slot. So it's not often the deck that I would like put my money on that there's going to be a Clot here to be able to interact with some of the fast demands.
Yeah, and Clot Threat is huge at the end of the game, as we saw last time.
Yeah, Functor installing 2 on the table. There's an Onicom.
Onicom.
So an event-based package. It's a new thing to Shaper modernly, but it's been working quite well, especially in those lat decks. And we're checking server 3. Pick a card, any card. It's a Spin Doctor.
Spin Doctor.
Number 2, eh?
3 cards in archives, the Planet Game, the Sprint for card draw, the Tranquility taken down, and it looks like we're going to pay 2 to bring that one down. Let's see what server 4
Just
is.
allowing Spin Doctor to get trashed.
Yo, you want to see someone Audacity with 8 cards in hand, right?
I always do. As many cards in the trash as possible, please.
Yo, this is the second sprint. Something is up here. I do not know if this is regular Sportsmetal. I feel like at this point, either they're carving too many agendas out of hand because of Audacity, or are they setting up some sort of wild combo? Because that is way too much filtered card draw. A lot of times, Sportsmetal doesn't need filtered card draw. They can play whatever they want.
If I had to guess, this feels like just, I think what you said first is just filtering out their hand to set up a better Audacity for them. That's probably what the Spin Doctor was for last turn, but with that gone, then you can't really fix what the damage that the Audacity causes for you.
So we
and many sports decks are not on Sprint anymore, just because you don't get the click from Jeeves anymore, so it's harder to actually weave things that aren't RLC into a turn where you score.
Talk about that. We have something now back on the second Tranquility for 4 credits. Overclock, we're coming again.
Overclock.
We're going to bring down your grades. It's the final Spin Doctor?
Spin Doctor. Wow.
What's that bringing back? Probably a Spin Doc. And then one of the unseen cards there. But the Overclock is going to bring back the Tranquility. There's still a lot of agendas in the deck, and only 30 cards left in R&D. We've gone through a couple of them. Self-modifying code. That's a Cloth Threat if you've ever seen one. Again, whether Smoke has it is the other issue.
If you're Mao, you have to be so thrilled that it is turn 5 and there's only 1 point in the corpse score area, and you're playing Smoke. I mean, that's exactly what you want. You need some time to make sure that you actually get to be an active participant in this game, and so far, mission accomplished.
It's incredibly rare that you actually see Tranquility home grid get trashed against Sports, much less 2 in the same game.
Yeah, and you see that Nemerkur? You see that Smoke credit? Just burning a hole in the old pocket there. No way to convert that. Of course, we can overclock out maybe the last overclock to get something on the table just so you can boost the stealth breaker. Technically, Smoke is a very good run-based shaper because she does get that extra value. She does get a free credit that she can convert. And Sol Advance, though, pausing for the Audacity trigger here, whether Mao wants to...
Clot.
Yeah. Oh, I think we have a Clot.
It is a Clot.
Yeah, there we go.
Whoa.
Is this... Yeah. Got a clot. Okay. We have an ice install to follow up, or is this a bait of something like a bifurcation?
Yeah, I wonder if you just throw out one of your worst agendas, like your 3-1s, you're okay, just to test the water. But an ice could do it. You could simulchip right now for the self-modifying code.
Thinking, yes, you read my mind, Andre. I really like that. I think that would be a really heads-up play from Mao to ensure that they can at least try to bust this remote on their next turn.
Agreed.
Yeah, there's a chance that you do want to keep the simulchip for continual clot threats, but like if they purge the clot, what program are you trashing? So yeah, you have to decide now because simulchip requires a program to be trashed. We'll see.
No simulchip. Oh, okay. They
That'll
just have
do it.
another
Oh,
SLC.
okay.
That'll work.
All right.
Who had all these?
We got a mantle, 1 credit for 1 recurring stealth credit, and it's a gatekeeper on 6. Now we're playing Penrose, if I'm not mistaken, which I think deals with gatekeeper relatively well.
Yeah, this should work quite well in Mao's favor.
So 6 strength that comes down. We can use, mind you, that
No,
mantle if we want to, but Penrose comes in, boosts twice, so we're coming through for 3 to 4 credits. But we do have that smoke credit. We do have the net recur credit, which has just been used, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have enough? Yeah, we do.
Credit perfect.
And there you
The
go.
Mega Pre. So yeah, that is definitely Mega Pre is one that you don't mind losing off of clot because it being in the runner score area still gives you plenty of value.
Yeah, it's the perfect test of water. Like if they steal it, fine. If you score it, you'd actually like them to get the clot down on this one. Now, of course, that remote server is only going to be a 2 credit tax, which with the smoke recurring credit, net recurring mantle is actually free. So functor is now going to have to probably purge out. A big question is whether the modern Sportsmetal lists are on Arc Lockdown, a card that lets you remove a card from the heap from the game, so you can only you don't have to deal with that clot over and over again.
Yeah, we already do see RLCs in this list. I imagine one of the uses of RLC is drop them a virus down.
Mhm.
If you're planning on,
Hey,
yep,
yeah,
okay,
there you
we
go.
just have a
Speak of the devil, and he shall appear.
Well, this doesn't leave quite enough clicks to
This is an Arc
install advanced
Lockdown.
Audacity.
So now
It
you're waiting to see
is.
if they simulchip, because there's no way that you would do that and pay 3 unless you can do something with that this turn, right? Like you don't pleasure
simul-
purge. You purge.
Yeah, Mao's got to be thinking that something's up here. I think you're exactly right. This is a very suspicious play, if I've ever seen one.
This is a long window allowing the runner to think.
There you go.
Yeah,
Apparently that
there
was
it is.
long
There you go.
enough.
All right.
Arc Lockdown getting played, removing the clop from the game, so Mao's probably not packing 2 of these. So that's going to be it. They could have played it, but mind you, with the simulchip, a card was trashed, and you can install it for free, and that makes functor a bit awkward. I think you probably do just pull it back there if you respect the lockdown. I think you do.
I think the minute you see that virus res, you have to wonder that if something's up, because why wouldn't functor just purge the old-fashioned way? That was click 1,
Mhm.
install res virus.
Yeah.
Oh, we have Taka coming down, so more drip.
Yeah, she allows
More
you
drip.
the credits to break stuff. Now, functor for 5 credits here could res. Even like a drafter would be pretty great, honestly. You got a couple good options here. The face check here, all you can deal with is the Penrose. You in theory could break a barrier with the Penrose, but I don't think you do. It is a
Oh, it's
drafter.
the drafter.
That might be the worst case scenario of the ice you expect here.
I think that is maybe the worst card for you to hit.
Yeah. So this allows you to return a card to hand. That's fantastic. Also install a card from Archives of HQ. You could just bring back the Tranquilities. You could get them a virus, but without the clot, I don't think it matters. So I think we're going to get a virus in server 5 and return like a sprint or a red level clearance. But there's agendas in HQ. There's no doubt about that. This run might convert. A planogram.
Also, with this being
Planogram.
less quick, you just install an agenda in server 5, right?
Oh yeah, touche. With 2 credits? Yeah.
One.
Yeah, maybe. Functor give me the old oops. Actually, if they install a 3-2 or 3-1 agenda, if they return instead the red level clearance, they can use it to gain a credit clicklessly, right? And then actually score out a 3-1 or 3-2.
Sounds correct to me.
Yeah, we're going to run it back.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think that might be the play here. Just because you're right, installing an agenda without a click means they can't steal it, but this means they can actually score it out. There you go.
RLC. Yeah, there you go.
So drafter, install an unseen card from HQ, probably the agenda that they're saving. Maybe a Luminal. I think that's the best case here.
Yeah, Luminal's definitely what you want to have, I think.
But mind you, the Mega Priest, mind you, are now. Ooh,
Oh, food.
Okay.
Well, that's 3 points.
do you play
3 points on the
foods
runner
in,
side.
in Sports Metal?
I think
You
you
have
do
to
just
now.
yeah, you have to. Otherwise, you end up playing way too many agendas.
Oh, the Vacheron issue, huh? Yeah, okay. I see what
Exactly.
this is.
This
Yeah,
is the
it's-
spot that would have
food
been
is better
occupied
than
by
Ichabod.
Vacheron.
Okay, and with the agenda steal, you don't have to do anything too cute with the red level
True.
clearance. We're going to score an agenda, get 2 credits, because 2 credits were given off that scored Global Food Initiative. Functor on 3 credits. Can res a drafter, can res a gatekeeper on R&D. That's largely all you'd expect, but we do have so much of this drip economy. We have Mantle, we have Smoke, Netmerkur, Trickster Taka, but a lot of this stuff can only be used during runs or specifically on icebreakers. In this matchup, would you rather have a Stargate or would you rather have a Twinning? I feel like I'm on Team Stargate every time. Actually, no, because the HQ pressure is good.
I think I'm on Stargate here still.
Stargate, yeah,
Just
Stargate's so good.
even just the ability to trash the Audacities, the Biotic Labors, some of the other garbage operations that you don't want to see, is much more powerful than just accessing them.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's hard to lock R&D anytime you steal an agenda they draw. So yeah, the Stargate is quite good. Now, mind you, we did see a Bioroid work crew. There's the Twinning.
Work crew. Whoa.
Yeah, Bioroid work crew makes so much sense with like Sprint, with Tranquility, or with RLC. All of those.
Planogram 2 is now starting to make sense.
Yeah, agreed.
So
Planogram and Sprint both, you draw up, you Bioroid work crew something into play, and you still have 2 clicks to score the 2-1. And with RLC, you still have 3 clicks to score something else.
This is an interaction we're going to see for a bit. So during the run, they're going to use the credit on Trickster Taka to boost the Penrose, even though they don't need to. It doesn't really do anything. That lets you put a charge on the Twinning and allows you to put a credit on Netmerkur. Now, we're also probably going to see on the Corpse turn, they're going to use their Mantle and spend that credits on the Penrose just to boost the Penrose to get a charge on the Twinning. So you get this like very fast charging multi-axis that costs you nothing as long as you're doing part of it during the run. The Twinning didn't charge. That's probably because they used a recurring credit already this turn. Because it's the first time each turn? I don't know the whole turn.
Yeah, I believe Twinning cares if you've used a credit off of a card prior in the turn to it being installed.
Yes. I'm not sure. Did they do that?
Be off base about that.
No, it would have. Netmerkur was used to play Dirty Laundry.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So they should not get the counter here because it's first time per turn.
Yeah, they shouldn't.
Yeah, we're not going to intervene. We're not judges. This is not our rules, but that's why it's not exactly happening. Yeah, I think they just figured it out.
Catching the 2.
Use the credit on Merkur.
Yeah. Again, anytime a card says first time each turn, it's not first time each turn since the card has been installed. It just has a memory. And JNet helps you so much on this sort of stuff. Because sometimes you got 5 clicks on Beth. What happened first click? I don't remember.
Does get an unknown off of R&D. It is not something that ends up in the score area.
Functor now starting with 3 credits. That's enough to fast events out here. Of course, Audacity, we haven't seen any yet, but that's a good use of the influence. Credit.
You've got to love seeing building if you're Mao.
Building up to biotic money is what that sounds like to me.
Mao didn't boost. I think they could have got easily the Twinning counter on their turn. They missed that trigger.
Yeah, I think you're right.
But now we're running HQ with the overclock. Getting that after image out with the self-modifying code allows you to bypass the drafter. I think it's the same cost as actually breaking it, but it feels cooler to say bypass. In theory, you should always break this in case you find it on sale later on in the turn. Twinning, seeing an archives and a red level clearance. Charging the Twinning, using it immediately, much faster than the turning wheel, but doesn't exactly have the same sort of inevitability. It has a cap, I mean. You can only see up to 3 cards. And now
honestly, I think that's good. Like, I don't think that turning wheel was 100% good for the game in that way. I don't think you should be able to just say, okay, I'm going to do my normal stuff, and then eventually I'll access 6 cards, and you will always lose from it.
So this is a Hagen. This is interesting. It's threatening the trash of the Mantle. The Simul chip got used pretty quickly, but with only how much credits do we have? It's a bit tricky to tell. I think it's like Netmerkur +1.
This isn't. I think Mao may have used the Simul chip trying to reset the Penrose. The problem is they've already used an SMC to go find the.
Oh yeah, right. Because when this is
so
installed, it can break barriers, but unfortunately, self-modifying code Simul chip requires a trash. But it's not a cost. If you've already done it, you can't free trash. In this game, you can only trash cards when you are installing another card of the same type, if it frees up slots. Specifically for programs, I mean. It doesn't need to free up slots. Excuse me. But yeah, got to find a Simul chip issue is correct. So it looks like this Hagen might just straight connect and take down the Mantle. You can always still use the Mantle to like charge something to get a credit on the Netmerkur before it goes down, but definitely an issue
Still
there.
worth
You can also just use the Simul chip to immediately bring back the Mantle. But it doesn't seem like a great use of your resources to do so.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a bummer. The mantle is important again for the double twinning, but I don't think it's necessary. We do have access to 2 stealth credits every turn, so after image is good. Penrose is not too hungry on stealth credits. You generally only need 1 per run, depending on the amount of ice. And this is also very important to know. Like, while Mao only has 1 credit, that doesn't seem like a lot. The credits on Netrunner can be used for anything, which is a really funny word or sentence to see on Netrunner. Use this for anything, but
yeah, very rare card a very rare word to see. Anything, anything you say.
Oh wow, we're getting the undo there. So it looks like Mao understands now how the simul chip is going to work. So we're just going to keep the simul chip and lose run there. I think they could have boosted to get a net recur credit.
Yeah, could have.
Yeah, I think
probably should have.
Leaving a couple pieces of value on the table, and this stuff does add up, right? Charging the twinning, getting more money on the net recur. You definitely want to get as much value as you can because these games can be quite quick. And if you're just short a couple 2 credits, a couple 2 clicks, you know where that can come from if you watch the replay.
I know Sportsmetal just click you for 3 credits. Like,
This is
Mao's gotta
weird.
be inking whatever he believes in.
Like,
that this isn't just more agenda scores.
what's the hand?
Yeah.
Only biotic? No audacity?
I
That would
think
be
it's
my
got to
guess.
be biotic.
Hitting draft.
Honestly, it could potentially be biotic plus audacity, or maybe it's is it multiple audacities in there, and you don't want to throw away more than 1.
Also an ugly draw for Sportsmetal.
If you have 2 audacities, you have to. There's no way to save that issue, right? So you just have to do it.
Yeah, this sprint would be the only way to do it. There's Mega Pre.
Oh, there's a Mega Pre.
That's big. That's a 3-2 to the corp, a 3-1 to you. Basically a smaller global food initiative, and Functor drawing 2 cards. So it seems like they need solutions.
I'm thinking about just going right back in, seeing 2.
Yeah, especially because now
Yeah.
after they draw, the twinning wasn't used, right? So you can go back in now
Correct.
and see 2.
Yeah.
Jinteki, but not .NET, mind you, is very generous. As soon as you access the twinning, it gives you the biggest option, and you have to say, no, calm down, I only want to see 1. Misdirection installed just to be able to simul chip to pull down the self-modifying code. Will that become a paperclip? Now, mind you, Trickster
Yep,
Taka
sure enough.
is to use programs, not just icebreakers. So you can use these credits not to install the card off of the self-modifying code, but to pay the 2 credits from the self-modifying code. And there's the paperclip.
So this is a paperclip. This is 2 to get through Hagen right now.
Strength
Thanks to Hagen's strength being reduced.
That's a
Or
last
That's a
Mega
Mega
Pre.
That's big.
We'll see what happens off the Sportsmetal. We just saw 2 cards. Whether we're going to see more cards here. Functor.
That
That's
is the number that Functor wants to be on to Biotic.
Continuing to draw.
Yeah, I wanted those. It's correct.
I wanted those.
So now the game plan is probably just Vitruvius, Luminal, and the other Elvigar because that Global Food Initiative is not a card that you're playing to score in just about any situation.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, definitely good hits there off the top.
Yeah, if you find yourself having to score global food as sports, things have gone terribly, terribly wrong.
Now clicking for a credit. Don't have to worry about that lot draw. But 9 cards in hand. What does Functor do here again? Audacity forces you to discard your whole hand. Not something you're excited to do with that much in hand. I think we're going to get more card draw here, or just clickless 1 credit. Build your own subliminal messaging.
Ooh. Yep. RLC to get up to biotic money is what this looks like to me.
Biotic.
There you go.
Of course.
Biotic advance. That's going to be 5 agenda points for both players. It's all going to come down to the 2-1 agendas or either the last
2
Vitruvius
credits?
or the last
2 credits.
Luminal.
This is threatening game because you only need 1 credit to audacity out.
And this is where the twinning gets its value. You can sweep 2 cards here. You're going to get that free charge when you use your Trickster Taka or your Net Recur or your Smoke, mind you. It is a card.
Yeah, notably, as you point out, getting these extra charges on the corp turn is pretty huge because this would be C3 instead of just C2.
Yeah, it has a huge impact on the game. We're breaching HQ. Let's see how many we see the twinning. Only 1 card.
None?
Maybe trying to lock you at the top of R&D. They did not draw on their last score. But 2 credits again is its exact magic number. You know, only 1 credit to score out with Audacity.
I would think that HQ's got to be flush just with the way that Functor's been playing. They fixed their hand all game between spin doctors and sprints, and I think to me that would read like the high profile server to be running. But
Is this a deep dive?
I was gonna say I'm thinking the same thing.
Virus from Archives, we saw that one. This might just be a deep dive here.
There it is.
There you go. And that's the
Vitruvius.
Luminal or the
There's a
Vitruvius.
Vitruvius. Oh man,
Whoa. You don't
needed that last card.
don't expect to get to turn 11 all the time. Like that felt like the slowest Sportsmetal game I watched. I imagine Functor's draws were just abhorrent, like just really, really quite difficult there. But all that multi-axis did come together, and you saw off the top there's no agendas. There's a hedge fund, a biotic labor, and audacity, but I don't know what the agendas are. Maybe they're in HQ. Who knows? All right, that's a split, right?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah.
Runner split.
Cool. Oh, real quick, I'm being corrected. The twinning says counters from an installed card, so you can't charge it with smoke. You don't install your identity. That's good to know, of course.
Correct. You can't get it off of Mercury. You can't get it off of. Well, Taco doesn't work on Corp turn, but
yeah. All right. What are we doing? How are we doing on time?
I think next round starts at about 10.
Okay. In 10.
Round ends at about 8:15 my time.
Okay.
okay.
So we have about
So
20
we
minutes.
got like 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about 20 minutes. We could probably sit in on another.
Do you want to suss out? Oh, if we want, table 7, if you could, Panzer. That's that really cool HB deck.
Let me go ask him.
Thank you. Oh man, it's been exciting. That smoke deck did it. It did its smoke things. It got the pressure on. It's a bit slow to spin up, right? Like it's a lot slower than Endurance. Endurance is a 1-card solution to a lot of the problems that smokes needs like 4 or 5 pieces to. But once that engine is up, you see how close, like just flying close to the ground they can get, and that's not like a big money matchup. A lot of the stuff you can get through, it's only some small ice.
Those are the matchups that if you're going to bring smoke to a tournament and you know that there's going to be Sportsmetal on a pretty high volume of Sportsmetal decks, you really value a win like that. You're such a dog in that matchup as smoke.
Yeah.
Any victory that you'll get against that deck is one that you'll take.
Just getting confirmation here. The game is we are good to go on table 7.
Lovely, thank you.
The game is pretty far advanced. It is 5 points to 4 at the moment.
We'll take what we can get.
And we've got a lot down on both sides. We've got Stargate up for lat, a lot of breakers installed. Asa has 5 ice res. This is a pretty advanced board state.
Okay, so we're looking at value lat. On Moguri's side, we saw this matchup once before, a very spicy list with ganks, a lot of mean ice, and you see Fairchild 3s and Ancels and the Loki, mind you, hitting HQ. But we're going to Stargate straight through that Eli. This used to be one of the most taxing barriers in the format many years ago. Now you get through for 3 credits. Mad Dash, 5 points. There's 2 unknowns. It could be a Spin Doctor on the table to disrupt the Stargate. We'll see what we see. No agendas, a Spin Doctor, the Konjin, and an Ancel 1.0.
What do you pick here, Cranked?
I think I'd be pretty happy to trash the on-sell here. The Konjin is very good, but I'm gonna rest on my laurels that a third of the time it just doesn't work.
Yeah, you can always like trash something
into
else.
the depths coming out.
And then run back, right, and trash the Spin Doctor. But we just went for the Spin Doctor. We're going to low-key copy, if I'm not mistaken, that is a Fairchild 3.0. Was this a surprise? Because you can't deal with this Loki now.
Yeah, Fairchild 3.0 was rezzed.
I wonder if this is the second time that a player just has forgotten how Loki works.
Oh, no.
I think that might be the case.
Oh, it's the stream pressure for sure. I've made a mistake.
Simulchip is there. Simulchip can trash probably a green orb to get back. Well, is there anything in the bin that actually helps?
Because this deck is not the one to run self-modifying code, right? So it's either the answer or not. So it's not going to be too bad here, right? Like you lose 6 credits. That's not too big of a deal. The core damage will probably not happen. I think you're going to get an end the run likely here. You do lose it into the depths, and that's honestly kind of the worst part of this. Hotel, don't beat yourself up. This happens.
It happens. Yeah. Loki is definitely, it is a card that's very key to this deck, but you don't actually see it that often. So it's definitely understandable to not 100% understand what Loki does and not be as familiar with it as you would be with like a Fairchild 3, for instance.
So an Arco Mushroom in Twitch chat saying Netrunner players read the text on Loki challenge. Impossible.
Yeah, we've seen Loki do some good work to a lot of interesting board states.
There's so many words on that card. I wouldn't blame a player for just turning their brain off halfway through and saying, I'll figure it out when I hit it.
It wants us to add more words on top of it. Like, come on. We trashed the pad tap. We lost 3 credits and the run fired there, which might tell you something about HQ, but that's just a pair of Marylands in the remote server. And Moguri's deck, I think, had, we saw 1 copy of Big Deal, which isn't in archives, so money matters in this list for sure. And they're technically on 1 Global Food Initiative left, I believe, that they can end the game if they can get up to that 18 credit threshold. So maybe they just hold on.
Does have access on Clot out of the bin, though.
Oh, touche, yeah.
Probably ganked and an unknown ice on R&D. That looks nasty.
Yeah. The outermost ice has to be good because that Eli ganked is not what you're hoping for. So maybe a Fairchild on cell would be good. I think we saw an on cell come off the top of the deck, right?
We did.
Or a Konjin too.
Would have had to draw for it to be the...
So it's more likely the Konjin.
That upgrade on R&D has a very threatening aura.
Yeah, it's Konjin.
There you go. Okay.
Got it. Now, notably, you don't access a ganked if you Stargate, so that's actually a really good answer.
Yeah, huge. Yeah, the ganked might be a misplay there. If that is a gank, maybe we'll see some other upgrades here. Looks like the side game is lost, so we're going to encounter another card. We're hitting the Loki here.
Hitting the Loki, which is it's also going to be a Fairchild 3.
Yeah, it's weird. It's lower strength, but has 1 more subroutine. I think actually just hitting the Fairchild 3 might be better, right?
For some reason, I'm going to date myself with this reference, but this HB deck really makes me think of those remember those old Pepsi Twist commercials where people would unzip themselves and it turns out they're a celebrity?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Konjin unzips itself, it turns into Loki. Loki unzips itself, it turns into Fairchild 3.
Now, here's an interesting interaction, though. Hyperbaric is on the field. Only have to get to 3 strength because Loki still only has 3 strength even with all those subroutines.
That's what I mean. Like, is it not better to throw them into the Fairchild? It's more expensive, but at least in the long run, it's I think cheaper. Right. But in the short run, this might be more expensive. We see a Trieste off the top. That's kind of a nightmare with that on cell that we knew and a seamless in the middle. So we'll see.
Normally I'm pretty unhappy to trash a card with Stargate that has a trash cost, but Trieste Model Bioroids might be the exception to that rule.
Yeah, it's just going to be so good right now.
Yeah, that card has the same aura that I think a card like IT Department had many years ago. Where, yes, I can deal with it, but I just do not want to.
There you go. Trieste taking the dive into archives. The on-cell is going to come off the top. Mind you, we just see an Ika pre-installed. You don't see that all the time. Usually it's hosted on something else. And while, mind you, Konjin is... Oh, it's not even a sentry. You think it'd be a sentry, but there's probably the sentry in front of R&D. That's likely the on-cell one.
The type of Konjin doesn't matter quite as much because it doesn't have any subroutines.
Yeah, you just got to hippo through it once, huh? Just get past it. You'll be fine. Hotel.
Yeah, it does count as breaking all subroutines if you just go through Konjin, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Obviously, no hippo in this deck. It's going to be 5 in.
Yeah.
That is a cool interaction.
It's always nice to know 0 subroutine ice are weird. Endurance only had 2 counters. It's kind of tricky to get the runs there. HQ now is, it depends. Like, you have to figure out what's the most taxing thing here. There's some instance where you might not want to run R&D here because then if they res the on-cell, the HQ gets more expensive because I'm pretty sure Loki as a sentry might be the most expensive option because it largely forces you to move the eco around where you want to go. So that gets a bit interesting because right now you either, if Loki's a barrier, no big deal. If Loki's a sentry with the drafter, it can't be. It has to be a Bioroid, right? So it's either the barrier or the code gate. And the code gate is just going to be 4 credits.
Yeah, Stargate comes out again. We have this unresed ice. It is the onsel.
Sure there you go. And with 22 credits, you might not have to sweat this. You could even just spend your whole turn clicking through it. It does stop you from checking archives this turn, which you'd want to. So we're going to deploy the Ika. And I think you're right. I think it's a ganked on R&D. That might have been a bit of a miss install.
Yeah, the Stargate was knowledge at the time. Like it was open knowledge.
Yeah, they were already getting hammered. There's maybe a chance that Moguri does it on purpose to like feint a Chrysium or feint like a Managarm, but yeah. So maybe it's not even what's it called? A ganked.
These Marylands are doing very good work because obviously one thing that we know is an important thing for this Asa deck is eventually you want to at least threaten getting to 17 credits. And it makes it much easier to do that if you have Maryland sticking down.
This is the issue with Konjin and the mind game issue, right? Like, Moguri just paid 2 more credits for this thing. Like, how much is this ice actually going to cost Moguri at the end? Because probably, in some cases, more than the runner. And maybe that's because, Hyperbaric is so good, but the credit differentials aren't that even. I guess they're getting closer, surprisingly.
Yeah, forcing Hyperbaric to get the 2 extra counters does make that math a little bit better this turn.
Mhm.
But in future turns, it is you're going to be paying like
His office.
2
That's the game.
credits. Yeah.
That'll
Oh.
be it.
Off-world op is 3 credits for Fairchild 3. Again, Hyperbaric, the answer
Yep.
in the meta for this new card that came back. A lot of players very scared of this ice, but you can respect it. And with 3 credits, that's going to swoop out the last 4-2 agenda, and Hotel Foxtrot's going to take it. You don't need to know the text on Loki. You can get there at the end. You believe in yourself.
Yeah, both players to not read Loki have ended up winning their games against this deck. So maybe I'm the idiot.
Who needs to win the Read Loki challenge? Just win the game.
Well
Easy.
played to both of them. We're only teasing a bit, of course. You don't see Loki a lot, and it's there's a lot of pressure going on, so don't beat yourself up, of course.
Mhm.
All right, I think we have 10 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, about 10, a little less than 15.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it might be a good time just get a quick break before the last round of the day.
Yes, perfect. So if you're watching this, buckle up. We've got one more round, and after this, we're going to be able to tell you which 8 players are going to continue their journey on tomorrow. We've had amazing rounds so far, and I don't think that's going to stop, let me tell you. So hopefully don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just 5 minutes. We'll put some music on. Again, maybe get to your sandwich or your Duolingo. We'll see you in a bit, huh? Welcome back for your final round of the 2022 American Continentals. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. I'm joined by Panzer. How's it going, Panzer?
Doing very well. This has been an awesome tournament.
This has been great. And of course, Cranked, welcome. Of course, you've been here for a couple rounds. It's been an absolute treat. How's your tournament been so far?
Too much shaper.
Too much shaper. Oh, you're going to love the top cut. Let's just look at the top cuts right now because we are seeing a lot of shaper. I reckon you're going to see some shaper tomorrow, but the shaper play, for what it's worth, has been kind of fun. I've actually quite enjoyed it. But here we go. So, important to know, only 8 players from today are going on to tomorrow. So we have 3 players currently on 24. They're by far the safest, I would reckon. Now, I think almost all of the 24s have already played each other. So they're going to be paired down, if I'm not mistaken. And that means that they, if they want to take an intentional draw, if they want to not play the game and just get that you win one, I win one for that safety, they might not be offered that option, which probably I think all the top 3 players will have to play. And there's a chance that they could lose both games, and that might have a huge impact on their day to day. So that's interesting. Otherwise, we have a lot of 21s. Sorry.
At this point, I think only one of them would actually want to ID based on the SOS.
Yeah, SOS is going to be important.
Potentially two.
So all these 21s, there's a thing you can do with these tournaments called 2-for-1. So you basically have to go, and it's officially sanctioned by the judges, but they randomize which side you each play. You play one game, and that counts as for the full 6 points. So if you win one side, that's it. You don't have to play the other side. A lot of people can still do that just for fun to see what the matchup's like, get some reps in. Maybe at the end of the day you're a bit tired, who knows. But right now at the top, if we go from the 21s, the 16 all the way to the 1, we are looking at a fair bit of purple, green. Oh, there's that one Weyland. Blum has been doing really well in that up all the way up here. And then we have Adam. I think Adam is like the second most represented faction here in the top cut so far. What's looking to form the top cut, I mean.
Yeah, it's a rough shape for anyone who's not playing a green of some variety. It's in terms of runner, it's his Adams and Lats all the way down the top. What is it, 11 slots?
Yep.
On this standing, brutal time if you're an Anarch or Crim player. But if you're a shaper player, this is what you dream of.
I have some good news in terms of Crim players. There is one Crim player who, with a sweep, has a pretty decent chance to make the top cut. They're at number 16 right now, MotionBlur. Do we want to see a Crim for the first time this tournament?
Yeah, I think we owe it to ourselves, to everyone, to see what some blue can do. It's a Steve Cambridge, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. That would be table 6.
All right. Yeah. Do you want to find out if that's a way that we can go? Oh, actually,
let me go ask him.
I was wrong. Cahuita and Mao haven't played yet, so they are actually going to get that ID. You see that already marked into the table. So our final 24 standing, mind you, aunthemod actually has to play. So they're going to be playing against Palu 9, who's on a PE, Personal Evolution, and a Cabin SOU. So also some kind of slightly different decks we haven't seen so far. But let's see if we can get to table 6 for sure.
They are good with us streaming. Now, there was a declined 2-for-1 here. So one player will have to naturally sweep out for either of them to have a chance to make it.
Okay. And it looks like we're off. So welcome. Once again, we're going to have a nice intro here for our final round of the 2022 American Continentals. On the bottom, we have MotionBlur. We haven't seen Azmari yet, but a very strong identity. For a while, this was banned. It came back somewhat recently, if I'm not mistaken. 40-15, so smaller deck size, similar to the system gateway you might be used to, and they have to name a type of card. The first time that their opponent, if Lucifer plays an event, installs a hardware, plays a resource, whatever has been named, you get 2 credits. And the fact of the matter is, Lucifer's going to want to install their cards and play their cards. So that is somewhat guaranteed money. The counterplay here a lot of times is you'll see, okay, you want to call program, I'm going to install 3 programs in a turn, and maybe at that point, MotionBlur can name something else. Very important. How do you think this is going to win? Sorry?
Really fun built-in. I was just gonna say really fun built-in tension with the Azmari ID ability and the Shaper decks, which do install a lot of cards. I think in some matchups the Azmari decision is quite automatic. I'm playing against. In the past, it was a lot of max decks. Well, they're on 30 events. I'm just gonna call event every single turn of the game, and whenever you want to play an event, I'm gonna get paid for it. But I think MotionBlur might actually have some decisions to make against this lat deck, and similarly, I think this lat deck is gonna have some decisions to make as far as when to install its cards.
Yeah, it's interesting. These lat decks, I think they're like on 18 events, right? Which is a lot. That's a big number for a lot of shaper lists. So maybe we're going to see some changes in the early game. Maybe you're going to call a resource to hit those pat taps. And pat taps are so good in this matchup. They pay on the turn you install them. And then on top of that, you get the early programs with the Rizekis, and then maybe you transition to event. I think we're going to see something quite interesting here. Looks like MotionBlur Went for the mulligan, but Luke kept their hand. Lucifer there on that lat. Free card draw. 1 link helps against NBN. The big question is, how do you win a game in Azmari? Because I've seen multiple archetypes that are all relatively competitive. What are we looking at? Pants, what do you think this is?
Azmari?
Yeah.
Oh boy, that's it's a tough call because obviously there is the potential that it's a Drago deck, though you really expect that to be out of R+. If I had to guess, like if I had to put money down on it, I would say this is a standard 6 agenda Azmari Glacier list with something like Echo Chamber to close it out, but it easily could be something with a little more tagging. And what I really hope it is Neurospike.
Yeah, there's some options. Neurospike is a real thing. What is the agenda called? Re-education? Just re-education? Or is there another word there?
You score a re-education, you Neurospike them, and the game is over.
Yes.
Yeah. So what re-education does is that basically when you score it, it's a 5/3, and when you score it, you get to bottom as many cards as you want. You get to put those cards at the bottom of your deck. The runner then bottoms the same number of cards that you did, but you get to draw those cards right back from the top of the deck. So the idea is you score this re-education, you reduce the runner's hand size to 0, 1, or 2, hit them with Neurospike to do 3 net damage, and boom goes the dynamite. They're just dead on the spot.
But I think you're going to see some of the flexibility there. If lat matches hand size, they might be on 6 cards. They're hard to re-education, but you're going to need to stick a stone ship chart room on the table. If they scored the agenda before they play the Neurospike, you can draw twice with 2 stone ships and you're kind of safe. And at that point, they've scored an expensive agenda very, very slowly. So we'll figure out how that's going to line up. But I think
the stone ship is honestly huge for that exact reason. If this is Neurospike, I have to imagine it's tough to see that matchup all day and still be at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, no, that's totally true. I think some of the other versions we've seen, I think out of Torsog, if I'm not mistaken, we saw like a Jinja version that goes very aggressive with all the NBN card draw cards. Attitude adjustment's quite nice. And then playing few agendas. I think Biovaults were in the list. And then, of course, you can Echo Chamber or even Backroom Machinations. But I feel like you like Echo Chamber a bit more. We'll see. Yeah. This is another list that could just play Anoetic and like just play the slow game and try to tax the boat out. Or not the slow game, but like, you know what I mean? Like get a couple pieces of ice, not just rush out.
It could be seamless launch as well. Though one of the beautiful things about Azmari is it's a really flexible ID. It doesn't really push you in any one direction or the other. So you can pretty much do what you will out of this sort of ID.
Yeah. It looks like time has just been started.
Money helps you do every game plan. So Azmari giving you money makes it very flexible.
First lessons you learn in Netrunner is money good.
Yep.
Good luck, have fun for both of these players. Their final round today. One of these players could be making it to the top cut tomorrow, so very important. Triple install on the table, calling event. Now there's a fair bit of events in this lat deck. If we could just see a pad tap and some Rizekis and a slow roll, maybe that's good, but maybe that means we're not contesting the Rashida here in server 1.
Yeah, very threatening already. Like letting a Rashida go off is very strong for the cord.
Turn 1 pad tap is pretty brutal.
Pad tap and charge. IP block. Mind you, the link on lat is becoming very relevant. We've seen a couple lats trace through this IP block for 2 credits. We can get down here. Rashida, if that's what it is. Yes, you bet.
Yep.
1 credit. Now, also the question is here is if there's going to be a hard-hitting news threat. Stone Chip Chart Room giving you that card job. MotionBlur could get the credit advantage here. Can potentially land 4 tags at the cost of all their money. But it looks like install, call event, go. Pad tap sticking for another turn.
Yeah, the link on lat is actually so relevant. We've seen IP blocks all day, and they are so much less effective if you only have to pay 2.
Yeah, this is weird rock, paper, scissors between like the IP blocks not being amazing against lat, but very good against Amaku and criminals, but there's not a lot of criminals. Maybe you see less IP blocks and then the cycle of life continues. That's a second Rashida sticking. Pad tap triggering, not playing an event yet, but Hedge Fund puts Motion up on 11 credits. We could see a second ice and a jam here. R&D, mind you, wide open, but a lot of times the Shaper deck wants to just get control. Realize the game's going to be in the remote server quickly, so don't spend your time getting singles. Spend your time setting up. Your late game is where it's at.
I'm really surprised that this pad tap has not left the board yet.
Me too.
I mean, Azmari does not really get a lot of agency as far as, in fact, they get very little agency as far as when their ID ability fires. It's pretty much all up to the runner. I think putting that amount of agency in Lucifer's hands is potentially a dangerous proposition.
Oh, especially the second pad tap. Oh, whoa,
what? Baby.
That's a big one. 3 heads, 5 heads? How many heads? But we're going to hit some subroutines here. The first gives a tag, second gives 5 credits, 2 credits, pad tap, worth it. And then just ending the run. Honestly, You know, you maybe used to hitting this in Acme where it's 3 net damage, but that is at least a cheaper resed ice now. 6 strength for 5 credits after refund is not too bad.
I'd pay that for $5.
Motion now, something stuck in server 1. Seamless into an off-world office would be a really good start here, but those pat taps are going to add up for sure. Lucifer still hasn't played an event, but imagine playing Sure Gamble to gain, 6 credits? The Corp does get 2, but you're feeling okay about that.
Trying to draw through the pad tap troubles here.
The Doctor spinning up, drawing 2. Advance!
Interesting.
Interesting.
Looks like a Bologna.
What is this? Yeah, you have to think Bologna.
It has been many years since I've seen someone long advance a Beal, but let me tell you, if you have the window, it's not often the worst play.
Yeah, this seems like the time to do it. I actually think this server's pretty secure, at least for a couple turns more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The boat has some things to say, mind you. If you take the tag from the Hydra, the IP block does end the run, so that's why Lucifer probably didn't go all the way through there. But you definitely want the Bologna for the credits. That's a big deal. There you go. Sure gamble to play around 2 events a turn. That's money. We're on 21 credits.
Wow. Wow. Lucifer just went to 21 credits, starting with what, 5?
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
Hedge fund also getting more pat tap credits. These pat taps have made, I think, 3 a pop. Double ice R&D though. MotionBlur leaving something in server 1.
On whatever this is. Biovault, possibly?
But it could also be Drago.
Drago?
Drago waiting for punishment. But yeah, maybe Biovault. I don't know. I think if it's a Bologna...
Potentially just signaling NGO, like, don't need the money right now. Might as well let it cook and potentially get value out of the runner running it.
Anchor's away. The boat is online.
Padma...
The boat is boating.
At whatever she's using for a desk. Yeah, endurance coming down for only 5 credits for the next additional charge here. You can start face checking. There's like nothing you can't deal with easily. That's archive check.
Suddenly the server isn't as secure as it once was.
There's a boom.
Okay,
there's a big chance this is seamless on a Drago into boom.
That's
where
my head's at.
I would absolutely love that.
But Into the Depths is probably going to get that Drago. Mind you, 1 boom already thrown out. What the question is whether Motion has another in hand? I don't know when it was pitched. But Into the Depths now charging the Hydra, sailing through some troubled waters just around these multi-headed dragon, I suppose. And the IP block for 2 credits save your boat counters, not that you have enough left.
Yeah, have to fully break the Hydra with boat because otherwise you end up with a tag and IP block does stop you.
Yeah. Okay, so now if this is a boom Drago deck, seamless, like that sort of thing, you want to try and keep cards in hand and keep a stone chip chart room so you can get up to 7. Into the Depths though, and going to install a card from the stack. Lucifer giving us a nice think with 19 credits. That gives you every option. Now you don't really need a paperclip now. Ika doesn't deal with the Hydra too well. He does need double boost. It is kind of expensive.
Is there an argument for just getting Rizeki here?
I think it's fair.
I think there's a good argument.
Yeah, I think that's quite fair. Otherwise, maybe you could do... You could maybe do Stargate Nanotech. Ooh.
Nanotech. Okay.
Send a message.
Send a message. Okay.
Nano is not very... Hi, 2 Hydras. Nano's not very good against Hydra with only 2 ice on the server.
I think about 9 credits to break a Hydra fully.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 9 credits.
At the moment, it's going to have to do that twice.
So we'll see. MotionBlur keeps it in mind and like really doesn't want to install another ice on the server. It does save 3 credits, but install advance here. Let's go.
ADV.
The old 160V.
MotionBlur has taped down the button on their keyboard that just hits the event button on the Azmari call. I don't think that's going to shift all game.
I would be a little bit shocked.
Luke, 18 credits, a nanotech, and an endurance. Again, MotionBlur can't res a lot, but there might be a big surprise here if that is an NGO front. You know, your pad taps are going to fire.
Mm-hmm.
Thing is, now knowing that MotionBlur is on boom, it once again, I think it's going to force Lucifer to keep MotionBlur really honest out of this remote for fear of Drago.
Yeah. I don't think we have the credits right now to be a punitive list. Sometimes when you see 5/3s, your spidey sense tingles. Maybe there's Neurospike in here as well. I don't know. You're not expecting to send a message, but with a Hydra res, you don't feel too bad about it.
Yeah, I think, Crank, you put it very well on our last episode talking about Drago. It turns every IAA from a sweat emoji play into a very sweat emoji play. And we're seeing that here. Forced to run back through this Hydra this turn, even though you are paying 9 credits with Nanotech.
NGO front getting cracked. 2 for the pad tap, 8 for the corp. Into the Depths getting 4 credits. and finding a shiny orb underwater.
Worth noting that the boats only got one counter on it. MotionBlur
Actually
doing a
pretty big.
really good job of just drag Lucifer through the
Oh my
remote,
God.
make them spend the boat tokens. Triple pad tap is pretty bad. Yeah, I think those have to go now.
Some
Yeah.
spring cleaning. Oh,
Yeah.
run that malware. But that is
guilty.
massively expensive, but MotionBlur knows that now they're all gone. The money is only going to be Tapworm and Roseki's, and still that's a hard thing to try and race in the long game.
You're not the only one who could spend 9 credits.
Yeah. There you go. Tapworm's coming down. Dirty Laundry Archives gave 3 credit one way and an endurance counter, 2 credits the other side of the table. But that Tapworm, sometimes you don't mind when you're giving them the money, because that's going to be 2 credits next turn. Motion. Install advance again. Seamless Boom.
Oh, I love it.
Oh boy.
Seamless Boom is a 5 credit play, and if Lucifer can't find a stone ship and hold onto at least 5 cards, technically 4 cards with the lat draw, at any point this can be an issue.
This is exactly what I want to see out of Azmari when this is the game plan. Just put the pedal to the metal, force interaction every single turn, and threaten to kill them if they can't. Exactly what I want.
Lat deck's really going to punish you if you don't have a proactive game plan, and I can't think of a more proactive game plan than kill you.
Yep.
You love this. You put something on the table. They have to think about it because, again, it could be lethal. And so they're not having the time to set up their Rozekis. Mind you, Into the Depth does give you that cool click compression. But Lucifer going to take a while here to give this one a think. Because, again, if you don't run the right thing, that could be it.
What's the phrase? Math is for blockers? Well, I'd say math is for runners here.
So honestly, like this is slightly punishing the Rozeki install, I think, with the last Into the Depths, because if that were paperclip, you don't have to worry about your boat counters, at least for a couple runs, getting into this remote.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can take one of those at least. And again, the bow counters are going to be really important for the Hydra. Lucifer's drawing up. I think one of the biggest cards in this matchup on the runner side is the Mad Dash. Because if we're looking at all the 3-pointers, just 6 3-pointers into the list, a single Mad Dash closes the game. And MotionBlur definitely knows that. Turnpike, that is annoying again. Wow, Nanotech not doing well here. They have to boost. That's a 5 credit break.
Optimal. Optimal Nanotech
punishing.
destruction.
You can just trace that, I guess, but 1 credit off the encounter. So it's either trace 5 with 1 link or boost to 3, break for 1. Yikes.
Ugh.
It's really interesting.
All that for 2 credits.
Because we saw last week the 2 top lat lists that faced off in the finals. One was on Ika, one was on Nanotech. And Sokka said that they changed at the last minute to Ika and did not tell their opponent who borrowed their deck. And today, we're seeing players make a more educated, maybe we can call it, decision to go Nanotech or to go Ika. Spin Doctor trashed on HQ. This sort of decision, the Sentry Breaker, like doesn't maybe seem that impactful, but has huge repercussions on a lot of games. And I'd love to hear some players' feedback after the day.
This is gonna stay.
This could be it.
What is this?
Seamless Drago Boom. No.
Oh, click to draw. Okay.
I click the draw is not what you want to see if you're MotionBlur.
I mean, it is still there. It is still a threat next turn.
And there's 1 boom in the bin. Like, how many booms can this deck play? And why would I wish I remembered when this was discarded. Because that's a weird card to throw out if you're setting up the seamless kill.
Really, really early.
Lucifer starting with the 3 credit drip. Mind you, 2 more also off of the Tapworm. It's just so hard to deal with this stuff. If you have Taxing Ice and they're starting their turn with 5 free credits.
Event. And notably, Lat can get up to 4 boat counters this turn, so don't even have to spend real money on Hydra if you don't want to.
Yeah, this feels like the turn that I think Lat should go into the remote if they're going to go in at all.
Yeah.
Is there any chance this is seamless advanced neuro?
Could be.
Maybe they're short of neuro there?
That's the line, yeah.
That would be a real spicy mix of kill threats.
We're checking archives. Endurance getting up to 4. So now we're checking the remote server. This is going to really test MotionBlur to see what they've been putting in the remote server, because they've been doing a good job at advancing cards in the remote server every single turn. Endurance getting through there. IP block for 2.
Full boat break.
An NGO front would be, I think, the best case here for MotionBlur.
Absolutely. You'd love to see getting 4. Like, if it,
there you go.
That NGO front got so much value. That is 4 boat counters and some credits.
It's that threat. It's that like the Drago seamless threat. It's the re-education neurospike list. Like people just can't leave us doing an agenda. Taking the boat on a ruse cruise. Yeah, of course.
That's why you need the captain. You need the captain would know not to go on a ruse cruise.
Yeah. You gotta
Freelancers just don't have the same instinct.
Lat getting that card draw. Again, 17 credits, not spending much to run their remote server and archives being iced up. You like this. It just stops the easy boat counters because currently there's no server that's particularly cheap to run. And that's kind of the issue with the nanotech into Turnpike. Carded to server 1 here. You're expecting a lot of 5-3 agendas. I don't know if this is something that you're really interested in running. We have only seen 2 Rashidas so far. There's not that many NBN assets. Otherwise, you see a daily quest would be rezzed ahead of time unless you want to use it for the bait of the run, which a lot of times can be more relevant. And there's a Stargate. Maybe it's the last second spin doctor.
Here's Stargate.
And IP block.
IP block. Trace through that.
Block mine. It's going to cost, what, 11 to fully break? Assuming no boost on the IP block.
Yeah, this is a bit expensive.
Yeah, it's dicey.
So 9 credits. We're going to see 3 on the top. FTP, send a message Chill Booth. If there's a Mad Dash and that's not a spin doctor, this is game.
Oh boy.
Mind you, we don't know what the Ice and Archives is, but I don't know if there's any end the run barriers. We can deal with just about, well, I guess we can't even deal with code gates, but we're 1 boat counter short. Stone Shit Chart Room, Mad Dash Archives. There are some plays that close it here.
It's what you want to see. It's definitely what you want to see.
Server 1, mind
The
you.
fact that Bookkeeper isn't just immediately slamming down Mad Dash is telling.
Yeah, 1 ice, right?
Yeah, potentially thinking through, should I draw for the Mad Dash right now? I think that's maybe where the brain's at.
Yeah, it is. Okay, we're just going for it. And it's an FTP.
Not gonna stop.
No, but it's a nightmare for nanotech. I guess you just pay for it. You pay 4.
I think you just have to pay 4 here.
But Luke first.
And notably denying send a message value by this, but
oh wow, yeah, that's true. This might actually be a spin doctor then, because I don't know what else is in the remote server, right? Like, do you advance do something with Drago? Nope.
Nope.
Getting stolen.
Something else in server 1.
Now let's see. We are on 4 cards in hand. We could draw up to 6, so you're totally safe from punitive, even though the credit differentials are getting farther and farther apart. A lot of money spent that turn. It's a final Rashida. Okay.
Rashida.
So now, if we can make a read on this deck, as a 44 minimum card deck, they're running 18 points of agenda, so that's 6 3-pointers. So now the Mad Dash is useless, but there's only 4 agendas left, and Luke still has to find one of them. They have to steal half the agendas in this deck.
What do you think this upgrade is?
I'd bet Crisium.
What do you think this upgrade is on R&D? Yeah, it could be Crisium, could be Mavirus.
Ooh, hard hitting. There's a credit differential going to capitalize into something. We saw a boom. There might be another one in hand, but this is going to be pay a pretty penny here. And it is a Crisium res. Just a duck underneath the tapworm.
Yes. Oh, such a great play to duck under the tapworm.
Yeah.
Now, Looking is definitely going to have the credits to clear these tags. And if they can't get a misdirection, from hand.
Oh, misdirection from hand.
Easy come, easy go.
I feel like a hard hitting news was worse for the corp than the runner.
Yeah.
But you have to do it. You have to hope they don't have that, mind you. This is not a self-modifying code deck. So they have to enter the depths to get it. And they can't easily run. Sir.
Well, and Crisium is a big deal. I mean, that you have to run back through, trash the Crisium, and then Stargate back through. That is a lot of times you have to go through Hydra at full.
Yeah, I don't think Lat's prepared to do anything remotely close to that right now.
No.
We're checking
hoping
HQ.
to find it in HQ though.
Yep, getting the endurance counter is going to be pretty important as well. F2P on HQ. That Turnpike, we just traced through it or we paid? We paid. Same cost.
Yeah, but same cost, but doesn't give MotionBlur the chance to boost into the trace. So seems like a good play.
Second tapworm. You love when they purge and you put one down and you just smile a bit. Now Blur. Double advancing.
Ice advance.
Come at me, bro, is what that play is saying.
Oh yeah.
So now the nanotech is going to be 4 strength. So that does actually considerably reduce the cost of running this remote server. So you have to hope the outermost ice costs more than 3 credits in tax. Otherwise, the server can sometimes get easier to run. If I did the
outermost
math
ice
right,
better cost more than 3.
Yeah.
Basically.
Maybe it's just the threat, or just having a code gate on end the run like that could matter. We only have 2 counters on the endurance, so we can probably only get through 1 ice. Opening up with that sure gamble, which is credits for both sides of the table. Credit here. A border control would be quite powerful, but it's the F2P we saw in HQ.
Probably tough to fit border control given all the influence we've seen spent, but F2P, that you still have to boost that if you want to go through it with nanotech and break with like the old-fashioned way.
You can just pay 4 though, right? You're not tagged?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so technically this does cost more money than it would have cost to get through the server. It's just, it costs 6 to get you there.
Yeah. This is expensive, mind you. MotionBlur just paid 6 credits for this 4 credit tax. And if the game is not that long, right? Like how many more things can you jam into the agenda to get more value off of this install? But you got to keep pushing the game into the remote server. Luke is thinking here. Again, these are pretty important subroutines, especially that first one. If that boat returns to hand, that's a big deal. Not only is it back in hand for 8 credits, but you lose your MU. So you definitely at least pay 2 credits. Mm-hmm. The tag also means that the IP block further on would end the run. So also important. If we don't have a paperclip, and just checking the heap, there's no paperclip yet. No.
What if this is the 3rd NGO?
I was thinking the same thing.
That'd be sick.
My sides would leave orbit.
Utterly disgusting if it is.
4 credits on the F2P. We're hitting the Hydra.
I'm interested in the decision to not use the boat counters on the F2P. That's a interesting call.
I think the boat counters are.
You're not going to be able to steal
using
Bologna
them on
either way.
I guess.
That's it.
Oh, never mind. You are able to steal Bologna. Never mind. All right, I can't math. That's why I don't play very well.
Motion.
Good game.
Good game to both. Jamming into the remote, just hoping there's a window there. And it was close. With 1 credit, mind you, the boat counters could have been used, or I think they were used, right? Yeah. But we got to come back there. So Lucifer taking the first win. We're going to see the other side of this table, I hope.
Yes, this was a declined 2-for-1, so we will get to see the Steve versus, I think it's...
sick. Yeah, the criminal matchup. That's why we're here. Right, I totally forgot. Awesome. And we're back in.
Yeah, this is Steve versus Sports. So Steve, I think, is the only ID that Steve is the ID we haven't seen so far this game, though we did see Steve on a DJ Fenris.
Yeah.
That's not the same.
So this is a difficult matchup, I think, for the criminal. Criminals don't inherently have too many ways to interact with this fast advance. They don't have Imp, they don't have Stargate, they don't have Claw. The one thing they do have to their name is credit denial. They have things like diversion of funds. Maybe you can consider playing an embezzle, naming operation, running HQ, trashing some of the fast advance pieces. But at least a penny shaver means that we can run quick and get money at the same time to set up. So penny shaver installed. Dirty laundry off the top of R&D. And mind you, if you don't know Steve's ability, when you run HQ, pick 2 cards from the heap. Corp gives you 1, the other one's removed from the game. And if they're all just good cards, let alone the same card, that's just a very good quality draw.
Revealing a gatekeeper on HQ, so that is going to make it a lot trickier to actually get things like diversion of funds down.
Oh yeah, huge call.
So much of this game is going to come down to how easily is Steve going to be able to get an HQ. That's really going to be the deciding factor. Can he actually play the game, recurring the cards that he wants to recur? Diversion of funds, I think, is going to be so key in this matchup. Because it's tough to biotic out agendas if you're poor.
All right, just drawing up though. Not getting that class act, not getting that Earthrise Hotel, the click list. So server 2 is open. You could see something as soon as like a boomerang into diversion. It looks like a score out there too.
Oh, just a score out.
Hyperloop for money. Sportsmetal for money on top of that. And Luke first on 12 credits, pretty comfortable. But even if you do like end up with the diversion, like at that point, you can still Audacity out. It's really hard to interact with Audacity. And as that point total goes up, that inevitability gets closer and closer.
Yeah, I think Hyperloop for money and Sports for money early, that's trying to get a biotic out there before you get diverted, I think.
Well, we're bravadoing straight into a gatekeeper, forcing the issue here. If they res it now, at least it'll be 0 strength later for the Amakua, but very powerful ability. Draw 3, you can choose to shuffle back, but this gives you exactly everything you want. Did you find the biotic? Did you find the Audacity?
I don't know about this play. That first sub is not one you want to fire. I get the idea of resetting it to 0, but you're in the faction with Boomerang. Just break it that way. The decision to not run server 2 is curious to me, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah.
An interesting thing to note. So Steve is on a prepaid voice pad econ package, it looks like.
This could mean twinning. It could. There's a small chance. Yeah. Because classically, these sort of lists ran turning wheel. That's gone now. So the twinning, as long as you're playing an event to turn, you get that charge. I don't know if you're playing other charge cards. Probably Chesva. Maybe Chesva.
Yeah,
it's probably a bit too slow.
Seems good. Yeah.
Might be too slow for this matchup, which again, turn 6, we got some speed runs on cam. We're going to send them.
Yeah, for this matchup, it might be too slow, but I think in general, it's a good way to charge up 20.
Yeah, for sure. Server 2, card in that again. The criminal is a faction of Boomerang and Inside Job, so single ice might not get you there.
Yeah, smells like a spin doctor to me, I think.
Yeah, spin doctors are really interesting. We've seen good value with them.
Potentially a campaign. Potentially a campaign. Oh, hold on. Level. That feels like a spin doctor.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That feels like a spin doctor.
That's a bass.
No, it's a bass.
4 credits. You have to take that
Bass
down.
Chiriboga.
Mind you, the penny shaver gives you the credit back.
Chiriboga?
Yeah.
Mutual.
That's a very interesting include. You don't usually see that out of sports, but if that sticks around, that is just a cheaper biotic labor.
Whoa, that was a hard read.
Meridian.
So mutual favor for the paperclip. I think you're largely saying that's a Hagen, but it's a Meridian instead. A second bass on the table, bringing that down for probably 4 more credits, mind you. Down to 0. You have 2 credits on the penny shaver, 2 coming in from the daily cast. Not able to use a prepaid, but Meridian's a really interesting agenda. It can be a -1 agenda point if you want to just wave goodbye to it and trade it for credits.
Is this like a stock buyback sports? Because yeah. Obviously no game changer anymore. It can't be that, but
Falsified for free, exposing a tranquility grid in server 2.
Yeah.
Discarding a no one home, a nice little tech card for the modern meta. A MotionBlur not getting a lot of run value that turn. Spin Doctor immediately popped, I believe, before mandatory draw just to get the double bass Chiriboga back in there. Sometimes it's okay to keep a single bass in archive just so the drafters have a bit more teeth, but we're just going full gas here on R&D.
Yeah, with so many 3-cost agendas, drafter on a last turn, drafter on last click already has a bunch of teeth. So
that's true.
I see the reasoning there. Oh, and here's an Elivalgar.
There's no way we were setting a gatekeeper, right? Yeah, decline to D-res. Okay, cool.
Okay. I might just to make sure. I think you're right though. The boomerang is the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. If this wasn't a game against Criminal, I would absolutely think about it.
Sure, Gamble coming off the prepaid voice pad. We're seeing a couple tech cards into the bin, Caldera, and mind you, Criminal can't really draw for the tech cards where Shaper can, but they still sometimes want or have to play them. But those are terrible draws in this matchup, of course. 9 credits. Luke has 3 clicks. With that Tranquility Home Grid, it makes things like Biotic Labor so much faster, but double ice. You don't often see that in Sportsmetal lists on the remote server, but this does respect some of that. Well, let alone we have a paperclip. It respects Boomerang. I guess you still can get through.
Mm-hmm.
Diesel for 3.
Oh, I love Diesel out of Steve.
Boomerang on HQ.
Boomerang though. Okay, and we do have the first diversion of the game.
Okay, so this is diversion. It's getting played for free off the prepaid voice pad. You're also gonna get Steve's trigger, so we're gonna keep the heap open to see what's selected here. So that's 5 credit swing. You get 1 credit from the penny shaver and a free card draw of sort of your choice from the heap.
Highlighting Diesel, unhighlighting Diesel.
I guess Bravado is one of the cards that's going to get chosen.
It's Diesel Deuces. And
Diesel Deuce valuing the draw more than the money. I guess there's some logic to that.
Yeah. Because we haven't seen the multi-access here. It just triple advanced in their remote server. It's a Mega Pre.
It's a Mega Pre. This is not that bad.
Yeah, could be a lot worse.
Yeah, MotionBlur is definitely getting rushed here, but no 3-2s in the score area for Lucifer is a big deal.
It's a slow rush, if you will.
We're cracking 1 Diesel into another, buying the whole 6-pack. 9 cards in hand. We haven't seen pad taps, which are nice in this matchup. They do fire consistently with ability. We're just going to go ahead and Bravado, probably straight into R&D. With 1 click left, the drafter's like medium bad. But it's another Gatekeeper. That's another Gatekeeper. Also going to fire here.
Honestly, Gatekeeper fire is really good for sports right now because Tranquility does mean Biotic is online.
Don't you need, how much do you need?
You need 7, and you would have Gatekeeper. Yeah, Gatekeeper you have to pay for.
Yeah, no, but the Audacity is credit positive. Like you still have ways to fast advance out on this board. Yeah, and there's the class act, the filter card draw, the burst card draw, all the stuff you want. And now MotionBlur can almost definitely get to what they want. Again, there's only 16 cards left in the stack. They've been flying through their deck and still are struggling to figure out what their multi-axis is. We haven't seen enough, and we've only produced 1 breaker so far.
Yeah, the draw seems to be pretty uncooperative, drawing all the tech cards like Caldera and no one home early, and barely a breaker, a boomerang in sight.
Mm-hmm.
Lucifer definitely wants to put something in the remote server just to get at least that 2 credits because their money is a bit dodgy. Admittedly, though, if they install into that server, click for 2 credits, you're just asking for the diversion. And then once that's through, server 2 can be checked. Maybe a Miss Bones is maybe probably a bit too slow for this matchup, but that Tranquility coming down is gonna hurt Lucifer. This feels like one of the matchups where I'd actually appreciate having a Panweave.
Yeah, Panweave looks great here. One of the goals as the criminal player against Sportsmetal, or really any fast advanced deck, is keep him poor. Unfortunately, Tranquility Home Grid is going to make that difficult.
Yeah.
Stall there.
Yeah, and you're just not rich enough this game to pinhole thread and get rid of that Tranquility. I mean, it's just such a small investment on sports side.
Another card in server 5. Last time we saw that, it was just Basses all over the table. So Spin Doctors, Basses, maybe a Bioroid work crew or two. But they're basically forcing MotionBlur to do a lot of stuff. Consider checking the remote. Try to get a Boomerang down. Try to get an Inside Job down. Luckily, we're just dirty laundering archives. Maybe forcing a Spin Doctor, but seeing a Drafter in the bin.
Very afraid of Spin Doctor is what that sounds like to me. Because otherwise, you would love to check server 5 or server 6 at the same time, but you need the credits off of Dirty Laundry is what that signals to me.
Just as wild, this modal card exposing there's a Drafter outside the Meridian on server 4, and now we're running here. That's a Spin Doctor. You're right. Yes, the Dirty Laundry would be it would disappear as the server fails to exist.
Drafter and RLC get shuffled back. Just the two cards that we got.
Yeah, archives. Yeah, it's wild to see nothing in archives at this point in the game.
Yeah. Yeah. Usually there's a bunch of face downs.
Thinking.
Stuff that got thrown out.
That's a Spin Doctor, right?
You don't want to draw cards, yeah.
It must be, yeah.
Do you want to pay 3 credits for net damage with my virus? Is that what we're thinking about? Oh, it's a Moon Pool.
A Moon Pool. Whoa. That is how many? That is 3 influence.
3 cost.
That is almost an Audacity of influence.
3 influence. That's so wild. You can do some pretty impressive stuff with this, and this is where the card draw gets really good. Now, with 8 cards in hand, if that's stuck, you could fast advance away. You could score out a lot, right? Install. Well, you can score something on the table as a 4/2, but Spass.
Yeah, Moonpool is it's a very interesting include given that you have Biotic in faction.
Whoa, wait, what?
Hold on.
They started their turn with so few credits and they're still scoring out a 3/2 from hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, red level to gain a credit, res Bass, and then it's install.
Tranquility, that's so wild. They're
so much work.
On game point. And this is where Audacity is so hard for criminals to interact with. If they have 0 credits, they can install on the Tranquility grid Audacity. That's it. So no amount of econ denial. And there you go. There's the twinning. So here you need a run HQ with an event to get the charge on the twinning, just so you can only see 2 cards. Your Docklands Pass kind of feeling a bit left out in the binder. But we're not running with this one.
To be Steve. I think really the big problem for Steve is only being on 1 point right now. It's just so hard to actually catch up.
Yeah, Steve I think MotionBlur really needs a damn good moment to.
Yeah.
We need a jailbreak. We need a legwork. We need something on top of the twinning, because I don't think 2 axes from HQ are going to flush all of it out, especially if they run last click, right? You steal an agenda, cool, I'll draw 2 cards. I still have Audacity agenda. Sure, gamble, not running. This could easily be it. Audacity closes the game off. We haven't seen a single Vitruvius or the, there's one last Mega Pre and the Luminal, so potentially a lot of 3/2s still alive.
Do we see it? Not. It isn't an instant windmill slam, so I'm thinking no Audacity in HQ right now.
Red level clearance might get you there. You can get clicks with card draw, but we got money in card draw, so probably not a fast event this turn.
Yeah.
It's never dawned on me that red level clearance is just the corpse deuce is wild.
Basically. This deuce is wild with a tie. Deuce is wild with sleep. Sorry, I missed the joke.
Tranquility Home Grid getting 2 credits on the install. Server 7 is alive and well, and there's a diversion, but again, the issue here is always Audacity. It's so hard to interact with this one. This does stop. Maybe you're going to see pre-reses on Bass Chiraboga, right? Like you can duck the diversion. Steve Trigger?
If nothing else, I think being able to clear out server 2 is a really great trade here.
We know it's a drafter on the outside, which is not going to be able to be resed here. It's 3 credits to res. We didn't mention the Cat's Cradle. Has economic tax on it, but I don't think there's that many more code gates in this list. And what do we gain to hand? A Bravado.
Yeah,
Bravado is a really good one if you're going into
big choice of Bravado or Bravado.
Yeah.
Tough one. I don't know which one I'd go with.
Bravado on the remote server. A drafter is not going to be res. Meridian for 3 credits. I think this, no, we already used a prepaid this turn, already charged the twinning, but we can probably bring down everything in this server. I think you have to. But MotionBlur is now coasting on credits. 5 credits left on the penny shaver, technically 6, and we're not even going to touch them.
Oh, superconducting hub.
So that is money for sports. Up to 3 credits now.
I'm starting to think the superconducting hub is something to do with the moon pool, the extra hand size.
Yeah.
I think it's just another 3-1. Moonpool cares about number of agendas, so that would also explain the Hyperloop. You just want agendas to pitch to gain more advancements out of the Moonpool.
We haven't seen a single 2-point agenda yet. Gatekeeper worth
not
through.
At least not as it's printed.
Yeah, for sure. Steve Cambridge going to get a diversion of funds back. This is an inevitability. Bass going to be trashed from HQ. Fast break.
Fast break.
Forget that's a legal card.
Yeah, that card's tight.
Wow.
Mind
That's
you,
actually really cool.
there were 2 of these cards before. Diversion coming through. The twinning has already been charged this turn, but that's going to drop Lucifer's money unless they can res something in server 2. MotionBlur's money surprisingly gone here, but they still have 9 credits on the penny shaver. They can run server 2, but with 0 credits, I don't know what you need to worry about. Or Rashida, I think. But that doesn't show up often in these lists, does it?
Probably not enough ice to support it.
Class act draw. Look at 2, keep 1. Other one goes on the bottom. You're probably not going to see it. Okay, could have audacity'd out there, honestly.
Click for 3.
But just click 3. And there's 1 more diversion. Once that comes through, you have 1 more Steve trigger for double diversion. So potentially 2 more diversions coming down.
I wonder if this deck's running Audacity. What with these moon pools?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if the moon pools just mean you can't be on Audacity, which makes it an even more interesting include, I think.
Checking here. There's another superconducting hub. Just feeding
So
agendas.
Steve on 3.
This sort of feels like Lucifer's setting him up. Set up something with a fast break where you install a moon pool and use that as your coup de grace, as it were.
Yeah, that works really well with fast break, right? Like you draw so many cards, you definitely have a moon pool target. The issue is money here. Penny shaver got 10 off of it. I think that's a lot. With all 3 breakers, we can just crash into the remote server. Mind you, we do have the twinning charged up. You can only use 2 counters off of that, but it's hard to do economic denial and a multi-axis in the same turn. You generally have to do the multi-axis first just because the Sportsmetal ability can reset all the damage you've done.
Yeah.
Rashida, there you go. Coming down for 1. And only 3 cards in HQ. We know one of them's a fast break. Let's go figure out what some other ones are. We can see every single card here if we really want to. Checking archives, Moonpool is 3 influence. That's I think all we've seen so far. Audacity has also 3 influence.
Audacity's 4.
4.
Wow. Okay.
That's what makes me think that Audacity may not be in this list.
Yeah. We also see the spins. That's the other influence we've seen so far.
Yeah, true. Let's see if they're going to use some chargings off the twinning. Again, you can see up to 3 cards. We're going to get diesel or diesel to diesel.
Yep, gonna see 3.
And there's a food.
And there's a food.
Yeah, bye. That's a
game point. Game point.
Whoa, gaining 2 credits back from that Lucifer with 4 credits.
Steve has clawed back into this game so well.
But the Sportsmetal is petered out, right? Like the economic denial finally caught up. The moon pool seems to be like maybe potentially a bridge too far. A lot more effort than just Audacity. But we're going to start here with fast break.
All right, he's on fire.
Draw 4, smashing it down the lane. Now we can install up to X cards, thinking as it's just about accurate here. You got to figure out how to do a cerebral imaging combo puzzle with only 4 credits. But again, a moon pool, install, and then you're good to go. You do throw 2 agendas, potentially. You need 3 agendas in HQ. Advance. You can click for a credit at some point in that, I guess.
Yeah, I think fast break, installing Moonpool, install 2-point agenda, advance, use Moonpool. You are credit perfect if you have the proper number of agendas.
And you can also get like a spin
break,
doctor down.
Only lets you create 1 server though, right? So you have a problem if you try to get an agenda.
Oh, single remote server. Yeah, right. Yeah. That's ugly.
You can install the Moonpool off the fast break or the agenda, and then click 2, you can install the agenda. Click 3, advance the agenda.
Yeah.
Use Moonpool.
Oh, right. Yeah, Moonpool isn't quick. Right. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's fast.
Moonpool, you just RFG it. So I think, depending on what Lucifer draws here, there is a line where you can win, but it does kind of require him to draw the exact perfect combination of cards.
Yeah, I thought we'd be able to get like a spin doctor down to get more card draw, but yeah, you need like that's the issue. Like with
Sorry, it'll
Audacity,
be a minute.
Audacity is a 1-card solution. This you need to get the moon pool down, and then need to get multiple agendas. Excuse me, in archives or in HQ.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the trade-off is like, since Moonpool is fewer influence, I'm wondering if the decision making was I can get 3 moon pools. I have more of my combo tool.
So another option
Maybe that's
here,
what's happening.
you could install a spin doctor if you have it, draw with that, play another fast break, install the moon pool, install the agenda, and maybe at that point you have 3 agendas extra in hand. Oh no, because you only do 2 with moon pool, right?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, I think you're short a click there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you could just dump out like 5 agendas and get 5 advancements, but Luke is going to install a card in server 2 with the fast break, mind you. There you go, second fast break.
Okay, so this tells me that Lucifer does not have one of the combination of cards, either missing the moon pool or the proper number of agendas.
Okay, so still here. What would they have to do? They would have to like
Ooh.
okay, if this is an agenda, they could still potentially like red level clearance to install the moon pool clicklessly. And then I think they're still a credit short.
RLC.
They also need like a subliminal or something, or a red level clearance to get a credit as well. And there's 2 in the bin.
Yeah, so it could only be 1 RLC. Yeah, I think Lucifer saying don't think they have it, sadly.
I think they're 1 credit short.
Yeah.
Because yeah, if that's an agenda.
I'm surprised Lucifer went for it, because if there's enough 1-pointers in the deck, then in theory you could wait for MotionBlur to just grab another one, and that makes your fast breaks infinitely better.
Agreed.
Big difference between seeing 4 cards and seeing 5 here.
I think maybe the pressure is coming down as there's 1 more diversion in 9 cards and class act draw. So it's like 8 or 7 cards because we bottomed a couple. And if that happens, right, Lucifer's back to clicking for credits, and then Steve gets the 5th diversion.
Well, we do have an install in server 8. Wonder what this is.
So we've seen only 2 spin doctors. In the bin, there are 3 Bastir Bogas. We haven't seen any work crews, but all that stuff is pretty good with red level clearance, 2 of which are in the bin. We've only seen a single Rashida so far, and there's still a lot of cards in hand. Advance, Moonpool. Whoa, wait, did they have it?
Hold on. Hold on.
Was it that simple? That's it.
Oh?
Yeah, they got it. They found the exact line.
Yep. All right.
Is this a 3-1? It's a 3-1. That was the issue.
Oh.
They were credit perfect, and now we know all those agendas got back into R&D. They just drew 2 cards off of the superconducting. I believe 2 credits to from the Sportsmetal, with only 2 credits to their name. Oh wow! If that was just
Now,
the last
notably,
Mega Pre, because I don't think they're on 3-2s.
Still, like there are still 2 bifurcations to find. So being on exactly 2 credits, thanks to that sports trigger, is still threatening the game.
Chesva coming down. We got some coffee to be served. You're getting through that gatekeeper for free, charging. You're twinning at the same time, making money off the penny shaver. We can see 3 cards here off the top.
We're just gonna see
I
1.
think we're going to.
That was the food.
Immediately, that's the game.
Dang, so close.
Oh, man.
As the criminal there, I think you're really counting your blessings. That's not an easy matchup most of the time, but I feel like the slower fast events with the more agendas buys you that breathing room. 113 credits gained. I think that's because of recurring credits, stuff like that. That's wild.
MotionBlur was such a dog for most of that game, just getting completely rushed out.
Yeah.
Could not find money, could not get into servers, but managed to scrape his way back in by just a couple of key doofs.
That is absolutely amazing. We have a bit more time in the round.
Table 4 is still up.
Yep.
If we want to potentially, that's a game with some big consequences. So.
Okay. Yeah. Table 4. Do you want to just check real quick if we can go that way? There's a couple tables still open. And of course, this is your final round. So unfortunately, we have you as a captive audience. If you want to see who's going to be on tomorrow, we have to wait till the end of the round to see all the standings. We need all the numbers. Otherwise, our calculations won't be complete.
We are good on table 4.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. We've seen both of these players before. Jose-san was playing a very spicy deck. This is probably another low-key reader, if I'm not mistaken. Low-key. We got a Trieste in the bin and 2 cards in the remote server as well. While on the other side, the Oracle is latting up. And I think this lat deck actually had a couple changes into it. If I'm not mistaken, we saw self-modifying code. And I think we saw 1 or 2 things that differentiated from the current Netrunner DB Saka APAC winning list.
Yeah, getting that lat draw there by installing that Rizeki. So this game is...
It's a young game too, right? It's only been
game.
2-3 minutes.
Mm-hmm. That tells me there wasn't a 2-for-1 on this table.
Yep, that's huge. So this is going to be important. I don't know who won the first game, but we'll find out together. 2 agendas scored, mind you. We have that off-world office. It's a spin doctor in the remote server. Maryland ticking away. Anytime I see this sort of list, I think there's probably one copy of a big deal hanging out somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
But fully op will do it, mind you. We are playing Asa. Asa gets that double install value.
Fully op.
Ooh, game
7 credits off of that fully op. That feels good.
But here, the king is set up. We do have the Stargate, mind you. That spin doctor does largely protect R&D. Mind you, you can click through the Bioroids most of the time. Maybe server 2 is a Trieste. Maybe maybe we got a lurking Pincel over there. Rizeki for 2. Pad tap. Getting money consistently off the Maryland campaign.
Yeah, I think Jose-san probably wants to get rid of the pad tap, but I'm just not sure has had enough time to do so.
Drawing up. This is like where you need a rigging up to get the boat down, because it's going to be a couple turns, and it looks like Jose-san is kind of forcing the issue. Running archives largely means tapworm.
Sure enough.
MU though.
No, that does go over MU.
I'd be happy to trash an orb for the tapworm.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe I'm going to play a bit safe. I'll take the consistent money over the inconsistent money. But I hear you.
I just don't think time walking yourself is especially not at this point.
Trash is the Stargate.
Yeah.
Now that's interesting.
So,
I guess with the on sell, you maybe wonder if that plans out the door a little bit, but I don't know. I kind of like having it for the late game. But that's
that's a pretty strong signal of I am not willing to run R&D enough to get enough Stargate value.
Yep. You have Simon Chip in the list, mind you. Spin Doctor just used for the Trieste and fully operational. But I think the biggest thing here is that the boat comes down, you have no more MU at all. And so that was a 2 MU slot. So now you could install a paperclip. You could install a hyperbaric.
Sure.
Pat tap ticking in. That's another fully operational.
So we got a few draws here.
Yeah.
Draw 2. Gain net 5, it looks like. Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty good card. Single click. Draw 2, gain 5.
Violet level clearance. Stripper 3. Iced up there. In terms of the breakers, we haven't seen anything in the heap so far. And this is the sort of awkward thing where if you don't get down your endurance early, it is tricky to sometimes into the depths because you have to face check into ice. And it's not a self-modifying code deck. You can't pull out the answer when you need it. You need to pre-install a large sea vessel.
Looks like ganked on R&D if I had to guess.
I think you're 100% right. That Stargate's gone. That ganked will fire on R&D.
Yeah, we'll see that Stargate come back. We probably will.
I have a feeling we will at some point, yeah. Not immediately, but I can't believe that this game goes on the entire time without seeing it.
How much time do you know is left in the round? Because I want to know what kind of pressure these players are under.
20 minutes, I think.
Okay, perfect.
Although I think with the Oracle extension, this game may have a bit more time.
25 probably, I think.
Yeah.
Cool. We got a full game then, for sure.
Yeah. Settle in. 2 points to 2 points. Ganked somewhere, probably 1 or 2 on the field.
She is seaworthy. We rigged up the endurance. Now you can start face checking. You still have to respect the potential Trieste threat, which means if you're going to face check early into a Bioroid, get some clicks left in the turn to hit the Fairchild 3 at the ouncells. But now we can start running, and we do want to start running. We want to start into the depthsing. We want to run archives to get those charges at least sometimes. But Nico campaign and server 3 is lowering the options of where the Trieste could be hiding. Server 2 hasn't been rezzed in a while now.
This pad tap just continuing to tick. And this tapworm continuing to tick. We have seen so much. Okay, the tapworm goes down. Generally, this tournament, we have seen so much runner drip allowed to continue dripping all game.
Yeah, and we've seen players, like, sometimes I think the call was right. We've saw a lot of corps that say, like, hey, I've got good ice, I got good tricks. I'm not going to purge. Have your credits. And I think it's worked out for them maybe half the time.
Yeah.
Back in my day, Tapworm basically read the corp loses their next turn.
Yeah, then it got Sacrificial Construct and you didn't even try anymore, but...
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I am not sad to see Sacrificial Construct gone.
Oh, me neither.
That card was toxic.
King has 4 clicks here. You'd love to see that one of Beth Kilran and Chang coming down to get you those extra clicks. That helps a lot with the Bioroids. If you're going to click through them, have a click left over. So if you get ganked and do something and on sell, you don't get that board wipe we saw earlier today. So we'll see 13 credits.
if there is another tapeworm in hand, seems like a pretty good time to run archives and get it. Or honestly, you could potentially even, if you have breakers in hand, consider running server 3, running server 1. Oh, we have an Into the Depths. That is going into server 2.
We're diving. Server 2, that's where you think the Trieste is. That's the one thing on the table you're probably most interested to interact with. Mind you, the money has come in. They do have big deal money. But we'll see what the res is here. Again, Trieste only works on Bioroids. And we have clicks to deal with all of them, besides a Loki. Oh, Loki here would be sick. Oh, it's a Konjin. Wait, do you Konjin Trieste? No, I don't think so. You just Konjin them.
Yeah.
Here you want to probably Konjin into the on-cell. If they click through it, if they both through it, they still have a safety valve if server 2 is just a ganked. That's been brewing for a while. But we're going to play a side game here. If the runner loses, they have to encounter a rezzed piece of ice.
Yeah, and obviously on-cell's first subroutine, it never is fun to have it fire, but it is especially unfun when there is a boat on the field.
Konjin connects. We haven't seen a corp miss with Konjin. Waiting for triggers. Is there a trigger here for, because it's an encounter. Yeah, there's an encounter window, isn't there?
Okay.
I'm not actually sure if there is. Because the res window is not on encounter, it's on approach. I don't think there's a window here. I might be mistaken.
I'm not sure if there's a window.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Yeah, they'd have to res it on the approach of the Konjin.
I think you're right.
Yeah, I don't think that works like that, but that's okay. They're gonna click through it.
Not the end of the world as far as shortcuts go. Well, not really a shortcut, but
Yo, Sangren fired up, rushing in there to potentially correct this. We'll see if they do. Into the depths here, we get one trigger. There's 4 credits are installed from deck if you'd like to. Again, we see sentries and code gates. And that Trieste is coming down, and now the king can pilot the boat a bit more aggressively. You're worried that all the ice you're going to hit is just going to have subroutines, and that's what the boat can break. Jose-san, a lot of money to their name, some empty servers. That Maryland did get shuffled back, of course, but Gatekeeper only taxes out a bit of the boat. Does get some boat back once you've gone through, but the question is how to pivot to getting this board state into a win, because the boat is live, the credits are coming in, and there's one gank probably on R&D.
Yeah, I just don't think there's quite a disgusting enough board state to basically you just need to make this a lot grosser than it is right now. It's not gross enough yet.
Mm-hmm. Something behind the Konjin.
Here's a reasonable start. Oh, misclick.
That's okay. Maybe they want to go make a new server. Again, this Asa, they can still use that in their existing remote servers just to get more ice or upgrades in the same click. It doesn't have to be a new server, but a lot of times you do see new servers for the fully operationals. We have seen a fair bit of fully operationals. Again, with all these empty servers, it's not like the fully operationals are getting that much better. You still want to put something in the server.
So installing an ice on server 2.
Yeah, that's strange, right? Like if you're installing something in it first, you always want to install in first because it could be an agenda, I guess, but it's just a single install
choosing
here.
not to install.
Yeah,
choosing not to install on the server.
And unfortunately, Jose-san has betrayed that there's an installable card in HQ for whatever value that's worth.
An installable card in Asa? Whoa.
Yeah, come find out.
Huge if true.
It would be so next level if this is it would be so next level if this was a bait to run into HQ and just get ganked into a Fairchild or something like that.
Yeah. Yo, Sangren, talking about the timing windows. I don't think that's the case
just because we don't have the Trieste, but
yeah, at this point you're boat safe. Okay, good to know. Yeah, the timing windows are a bit interesting. The res window, paid ability windows happen a lot in Netrunner, but not every paid ability window allows for every sort of paid ability. Specifically, the encounter paid ability windows, that's when runners can break subroutines with icebreakers. There's no res window there. So the first and last res window are on approach, and then after there's a paid ability once they pass the ice. So it's tricky. It's something that doesn't often come up because there's not a lot of situations where that matters. But Konjin it's a weird one, that's for sure. It goes straight to encounter.
That also will let you kind of do things when you want to rather than when you actually can.
Yeah.
So, just a quirk of the engine, I guess you could say.
Yeah, we've all run into cases where, your opponent does something that is blatantly illegal. You say, that's not a legal play. And they say, well, JNet let me do it. Unfortunately, Netrunner is an incredibly complicated game. It's difficult to automate all of it.
Yeah, there's nothing on JNet that's going to stop you from doing paid ability windows besides scoring agendas when you can't. I guess Resing Ice. Ika's down. We drew up once here. Again, if we want to match the 4-card hand, you could get a draw down here. Lad could then just install another card. Sometimes it's right to just get cards on the table when you don't need them, when you have this sort of credits coming in and you just want to match card draw. It's technically click compression. We'll see if we see just like a hyperbaric coming down sooner.
Yeah, you feel like you really do want the hyperbaric just because you have the gatekeeper on the board. Makes server 1 very difficult to actually score out of.
Into the depths?
Not score, but like install out of.
Oh, I swear if we run HQ, we find a trashable. We're going to learn so much, but hey, that's a Fairchild 3. You don't have 3 clicks to deal with this. You do have the boat tokens. You could also trash one of your installed cards if you don't think your stone ship is worth 2 counters on the boat or 3 credits. It's actually an interesting idea.
Mm-hmm.
But we're sailing on through. Let's see if we spend the whole boat. We're going to spend 2 and fire all. Yeah.
Passing pay 3.
Yeah. Maybe you can trash the stone ship, but pay 3 is not too bad. Yeah, we're just going to pay 3. And we're accessing a single card in HQ. Into the depths triggers first, mind you. It's when the run is successful. So we can see if there's an install here, whether we just want to get our credits back. A seamless launch from HQ is not the installable we've heard rumors of.
Does signal that potentially that installable was an agenda, though, because seamless, you certainly... I mean, you know,
yeah,
you've got this off-world office. Seamless, great with that.
Yeah, it might be a push there. We're drawing up. Jose-san on 20 credits, big deal money for sure. I think we got the lat draw there. Yeah, we did. I don't know how Jose pivots out of this. Like, this is the sort of issue. Like, you can have cool ganked combos, and they're very impactful. Cards like Boat inherently just, like, give you that sort of buffer space, right? Like, if you get ganked, you don't have to worry about the type. You just boat through it. But if you don't have things like Anoetic, you don't have things like Mana Garm, like, you can't always keep them out. You can try and do some damage when they get in, but as soon as they start getting towards game point, it becomes a dicier and dicier proposition. 2 cards and 2 remotes.
What is the other ice on server 2? I think that matters a lot.
Yeah. We haven't seen anything too surprising, right? Like the Konjin's been the spiciest thing besides the Loki. But I'd be interested to see if there's like some Bioroid we're not considering. Like there are some Bioroids that inherently hate on there's 2 Bioroids like Z2 and Khumalo or something that hate on hardware. I you still boat through them. They don't stop you from doing that, but there could be some like meta cards that are a bit tuned to a hardware heavy thing.
I mean, Loki honestly would be a fantastic ice for server 2 because you encounter the Loki, you get Loki to add some subs. You encounter the Konjin, you go back into Loki.
Oh yeah.
And now you get extra subs. That would make server 2 something that you can potentially start trying to win the game with because you can actually tax out enough.
And even Jose-san could just bluff, like just install a gank, come find the gank behind a Loki. But I think you're totally right. Loki is by far the best ice here because it's the only ice that balloons with subroutines.
We have to also very much on the table here. More than likely, if it's going to be anywhere, it's in server 3. But
yeah,
self-modifying code come down. That's a big difference from this list. I don't know if we're exactly on the same 45 or whether they're playing 46 for the SMC.
But, yep, tutor up Tapworm.
Here you go.
Well, am I correct in remembering it was Jose-san who we've seen the strong bluff plays from?
There's
already this tournament?
2 players are playing a similar list. I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Advance.
Interesting. Advance in server 3 though.
Seamless.
This
is not something you can clot because this has been on the table. So that's a luminal.
Luminal.
No, this is huge
Purge.
because
Nice.
Purge.
Oh, I love that.
Sick. Build your own Cyberdeck sandbox. Let's go.
Now, I think actually the choice to Purge is very telling because that means you're not drawing up for big deal and a 5-3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's probably only one more 5-3 in the list, mind you. Once the Global Food Initiative is out, right? Like if you want to score not 2 more agendas, 1 more agenda, you're looking for a single food and a single big deal potentially.
Mm-hmm.
So that could be hard, but Jose-san in theory could have everything in hand. It's unlikely. We saw only, I think, 1 seamless, and now that's been played. Oracle?
If the big deal and 5-3 are already in hand, that is really trusting HQ to hold out and not give up that big deal.
Yeah. It's tricky here. We haven't seen, again, it's a very different game once the hyper bear comes down and you're getting through the Fairchild for 3. Here it's either most of your turn or endurance and 3 credits. I think you can do 2 from the endurance and 3 credits. You're getting refunded on the run.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we're
Honestly,
ever going to see.
At this point of the game, you potentially can even trash, your pad tap or something.
Yeah, the stone chip if you want. There's a lot of things you can figure out. One thing I'm interested to know, I haven't played a lot of lat, but like how much of the lat game plan is on the start of your turn. On the top of your turn, you're looking at the cards in hand on the corpse side and thinking, okay, what can I play that will get me a free card draw? Maybe you're spending too much effort chasing that as opposed to like what's best for the table, but I like that sort of planning. I've no doubt some lat players are keeping that in mind at least on the back burner.
Not dissimilar from the Atom minigame involving
Yeah.
safety first, where you're trying to dip your cards below your hand size. This one is you're trying to match your opponent's hand size.
Yeah, it's sort of like an Atom here, which is always quite fun. You feel a bit worse when you only have 3 cards in hand. It's a bit harder to clear that out, but we'll see. The King taking some good time to think this out again. It's a pretty nuanced board state here. A lot of servers going on. Looking at our heap, yeah, we still haven't found our paperclip. There's probably a simul chip in this list, which can return the Stargate if you want to go for that sort of pressure. If what's on R&D is just a gank, that's actually quite useless into a Stargate. If it's a Charisma Grid or a Managarm, that makes a Stargate a fair bit worse. But there's the simul chip. And a misdirection means that we're going to pop the misdirection inherently to simul chip back something like a Stargate. Or a Tapworm, maybe.
And it's a way to get down to 3 too.
Yeah, huge.
Let's see if you get worried about big deal.
There's the Beth.
Yeah.
If you want extra clicks to deal with those Bioroids, you got them. It only costs you 2 credits and believing in the corp.
Yeah, Cranked, I think you're completely on the money. Misdirection is an easy way to get that SMC so that you can clot if you believe in the big deal.
Oh yeah, right. Big deal.
Yeah, you don't have to give up anything substantive from your real board state to do it.
Yeah, this is definitely just fodder. There's no reason for this besides a card draw and simul chip target. But we'll see, yeah, if it's a clot, if it's a Stargate. There's definitely one way it's going to go. Card in server 3. No Asa trigger yet. It's been a couple turns since that's happened.
Yeah.
Clot, mind you, is still in the deck and 21 cards. This lot doesn't feel like it's drawn that much. Like we haven't seen any D. Oh, we've seen one Diesel, but I think that's largely it. We haven't seen, I don't think they're on BRCations, but I feel like we'd be deeper in the stack.
Yeah, getting a lot of drip draw, and it seems like that's pretty much it.
Mm-hmm. Jose-san giving it a nice think here. Pause for effect. Big deal of 4-2 out. I don't think that's going to be the line of play here. But anytime these like expectant pauses sometimes mean I'm waiting for a window without asking if there's a window.
Deal for a 4-2 would be, to me, a little bit of a punt, because I don't know how you're going to get that 6th point.
Yeah. Alvagao, I doubt it. Yeah. Let's just click for credit.
I'd be shocked if there's one, but
yeah, it makes
it's potentially
doesn't make a lot of sense.
Just continuing to jam stuff and saying you might want to run this. Maybe you want to spend some of your counters. Maybe you want to spend some of your credits. Again, I'm a bit surprised on the decision to purge rather than drawing for like a 5-3 and a big deal off of the Luminal, because we're seeing that game plan hasn't come together yet.
Jose-san's getting called on what they put in server 3 here. Still 4 clicks left to deal with Bioroids. Trieste is also something you have to start playing around. You have to keep that in mind. Server 2 or 3 could easily be that Bioroid. And it is Fairchild 3, which I think is one of the worst things to find here. You can click through it. You can spend boat and 3 credits, but it's definitely one of the more taxing pieces of ices that could be rezzed.
You don't really want to do either of those things ever.
Yeah.
We'll see.
If this is just a Fairchild into a ganked, like what a freaking ruse.
Yeah, I think you're gonna be relieved if that's the case, but yeah, you're gonna spend some endurance counters on the way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're through 3 credits and 2 counters off of the endurance, and it's just a spin doctor. That's the second one we've seen. Draw 2. Probably going to end up popping it here, so we'll keep archives open to see what they value. The fully operational is incredibly powerful. The seamless launches if you keep 2 of them in hand, but it looks like it's fully op in a Trieste.
That makes a lot of sense to me. The fully op, obviously fantastic. Helps you get the draw, helps you get the money, helps you get towards that big deal end game. And then obviously we saw the Trieste. It just has such an impact when it goes down. You want to get rid of it as fast as possible as the runner.
So taken by this Asa deck's ability to really but no pun intended, but seamlessly transition from a seamless deck into a big deal deck.
Yeah.
Because I mean, we haven't talked about seamless launch, and I know there's 2 of them in the bin, but I don't think that any of us would consider shuffling them back in. Jose-san certainly didn't.
I just think it's interesting. If they're both in rotation, like it changes the value of checking on like an unadvanced card. If there's 2 seamless in hand, it could be a 5/3 on the table. But I think that's important. The king knows that an unadvanced card, barring big deal, can't be scored out next turn. At least if it's not the Global Food Initiative. Sure. We're just getting money gamble into the Shaper Gamble Creative Commission. 23 credits, still dripping 4 to 5 next turn, and getting a click probably.
Classic.
Jose, 21 cards left in R&D. One more Spin Doctor somewhere. 7 cards here. We're short, mind you. If you want to do the big deal, you're going to need 17 to 18 credits. 18 credits for the Global Food Initiative. I believe there's no window here. Maybe someone smarter in chat can point out why, but I don't think there's a window to respond to the clot with the virus res, because paid abilities, you lose them during the terminal phase. The only thing you can do as a paid ability is score the actual agenda off of Big Deal.
Yeah, Big Deal bakes the score into the resolution of the card Big Deal, so there's no opportunity to res and fire until that operation is finished resolving.
Whoa, card trashed in server 2. Yeah. That was an overinstall.
Yeah.
I wonder what that is. Was it a Trieste waiting that's not getting its price? We're overinstalling on top of it. If it's a ganked, you would leave it for sure. Maybe if it's a Nico and a Maryland, which is more worth baiting the run than it is the credits that come off of it.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's probably a Maryland based off of the overinstall. Not sure though. It could also be a 4/2 that you are happy to spin Doctor back rather than having around.
I think if it was a Maryland, you'd res it before overinstalling it, though, right? Because you just want to shuffle it back in.
I don't know. It costs you the credits that you might need for the big deal real soon.
Well, I'm actually, do you want to draw a Maryland right now? You might not.
Yeah. On 18 credits is going to give the king the 5th click there off Beth Karain Chang. Mind you don't get all of these. You just get the one of which you fall into the category. So Daily Guys clicking the 2 Rozekis, probably giving an absolute mountain of credits.
Yeah. Turn 12. That's a lot of money coming out of these. Now, these are 2 potentially threatening installs. I mean, server 3, server 2. You don't love going through those because that's a lot of boat counters. That's a lot of money. It's just very annoying to actually go through and see what's in the root of these servers. And you potentially care about both of them.
Unless there's breakers in the hand, I don't know that the king can actually get into both servers.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
We've seen 2 Into the Depths. Outermost is a drafter. Now you can deal with that with the Ika. It's kind of expensive. 2 to host, 2 to boost, 2 to break. That's some money, mind you. We're looking at 28 credits here, so you're definitely going to be able to do it. But this is the sort of deck that has so many things to jam in remote servers. Like we've seen Nikos, we've seen Marylands, we see upgrades, we see Rashidas. So there's a chance none of these are agendas. We're paying through.
Yeah. I suppose the king has the option of letting down the shields as far as Clot is concerned to be able to break this Fairchild 3, but I don't know. I think the implied threat of Clot is really doing a lot of work for him here.
I think it's huge. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm interested to know whether that's for the Clot or whether that's for a Stargate threat, because it's once the credits are there, I think you're totally right with the big deal, but we have a couple turns of breathing room, I'd hope. We're through. It's an off-world office. It is an agenda. Son, did they put 2 agendas on the table?
That'd be pretty cool, honestly.
There's like that headspace there where you install 2 things, you run one of them and find an agenda, and you think, oh, the other one's probably some nonsense I don't care about. Can you play in that headspace? 15 credits, really hard to tax out here. The boat counter is still all at 5 of them. We did click through the Fairchild, mind you, so we can spend 1 click to run back. And even if that is a ganked into some awful on-sell, you do have the boat to just peel out as fast as boats can move. Second simulchip, flexibility.
Second simulchip. Wow. That represents a lot of Clot threat.
3 clicks to Jose-san. Short on credits, server 2, seamless into advance. We've already seen probably the only 3/2 in the list, the Luminal. I don't know what other 4/2s they might be playing. Maybe they're also on Vitruvius.
Yeah, I would guess potentially Vitruvius.
How's
Just
this
to round out the agenda suite.
drawing up? Things are getting desperate here. The credits, the lat inevitability has caught up with them. And the king hasn't triggered their trap card. They haven't stepped into these ganked servers. They've been respectful. They've set up. They've respected Triests. They've been able to deal with Triests. But Trieste could be in server 2. Server 3 getting a new card there. Now with the two simulchips.
The king just wants to play a nice normal game of Netrunner and not deal with any of this Trieste nonsense. And so far, mission accomplished.
And Jose-san keeps saying, like, no, we're going to deal with this.
Yeah, you have an option here of over-installing the drafter to throw the Ika into the bin, but again, that's why the misdirection potentially is around. You could also immediately simulchip it back onto just about any ice. 9-minute warning, still a fair bit of time in the game. I think we're going to come to an organic conclusion here. Want to suss out
seems like it.
If there are spin doctors. If there's not, you could consider pivoting to a Stargate. I think server 2 could be a Trieste, still could be a spin doctor in theory. Jose-san did draw last turn, but I think keeping that threat in the remote server is better than that extra card draw. Oh, you'd love to see a hyperbaric, huh?
Mm-hmm.
We're encountering.
Hyperbaric might just shut the door on this.
Yeah, we're just triple clicking. We don't mind. What's in the remote server?
What is in the remote server?
We're going to go get our charge on the endurance. If at instant speed, a spin doctor could be popped here. We're waiting. There's tension. Jose-san trying to figure out what to do. It's just a Trieste. 3 credits, you happily bring that down. Maybe you can pivot to a Stargate. Are you thinking? I think that's said to be in a kind way. Cool. And playing onto time is going to be really important here. I think they definitely want to go and keep moving. It's probably a lot of time just to access a single card there.
Yeah. Luckily, Sengrin's in the game too. So if slow play needs to get called out, then you're just here to do it.
So with 1 click left. Again, Stargate is an option. You could pull it, trash the misdirection, install it for 1, but we're just clicking for credit, still getting that lat draw. 17 cards left in the stack. Jose-san has something brewing.
No sign of the mad dash yet,
Yeah.
so I wonder if once time gets to be more of a factor, if the king can just take the Hail Mary at Stargate mad dash.
That's a really big deal, yeah. Stargate, you find the agenda, leave it on top, put it in archives, mad dash, that's it. You can get to 7. And Jose-san still needs either 2 agendas. Oh, clicking for credits can't be it. Oh, maybe with Big Dale. With Big Deal, maybe, but you have the cloth threat.
Yeah, it sounds like that looks like a tell that I have Big Deal. please no clot.
Maybe they're just running out of things to jam with the remote server, which makes you consider running HQ. It's still a Fairchild 3. You could also, again, of course, pivot to that Stargate to try and finish the game. If the mad dash is in hand, it's 1 in what I reckon is 22 cards left. And here we're starting with it. Simulchip. Stargate down for 1 credit. Let's go. We saw this early game. We said, we'll bring it back later. Don't worry. And bring it back we did.
So, sure enough, Stargate. We'll have to deal with an onsil. We'll have to potentially deal with this outermost. Magnet. Not too bad to deal with.
Oh, it eats the Ika.
It
eats the Ika.
Oh.
Interesting. I wonder.
No, that does mean Ika doesn't get to move off, right?
Correct. It's blank.
Text.
It loses that ability.
So
this Raptor looks good. Onsil looks good.
Yeah, the onsil's good. This is hard too, right? Because if you want to simulchip this turn to get the Ika off of it because you've already trashed a program, then you're not threatening the cloud anymore. However, Jose-san is only on 16 credits, so it's not like they're going to big deal right now. But you could simulchip immediately. We're through. Just 2 bow counters. Now we're hitting this. Now you could still end up spending 3 clicks on this, have a click left and bow counters if you do get ganked, but mind you, this is a Stargate run. So you're not going to access the upgrade on R&D if it's an upgrade that triggers on access. If it's on a breach upgrade or a Chrysium grid, that does change the math.
If this is an incredibly slow-rolled Chrysium,
he's already trashed a program off of the simulchip to get the Stargate back. So Ika's trapped. I mean, I think you're clicking through, personally.
Oh, it's a Trieste. That's fine.
Trieste. Well, now you're definitely clicking through.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's solved. You're clicking through that. Now you can't hit a ganked. It's impossible. So you're totally safe with this. And if the Trieste is res on R&D, that means you can run Archive with boat and win the game if you have a Mad Dash in hand. So there's a chance that you don't res the Trieste here because I think they're going to click through it anyways. And then you res the Trieste if there's a Bioroid on Archives. And that might get a surprise.
I don't know about the Trieste res. I think you're correct. I think that was a goof.
Yeah, I think you might keep that.
I agree.
All right, Stargate coming through. If it's a Chrysium or a Managarm, Managarm's fine. Chrysium's annoying. There's an off-world office. If we have a Mad Dash, that's likely game.
I've seen a lot of the deck. There's a reasonable chance of that Mad Dash. But we don't see an instant throw into Archives. So, I mean, the Mad Dash isn't in hand yet.
Yeah, you can always pop the Stone Ship to search 2. You can't do it now. You have to wait until you get your next paid ability window, which will be after the run has ended.
Right, so you don't get that knowledge before you make the call. Those go for the off-world office. So saying it's worth scooping this up even without a Mad Dash.
Well, you'll leave it there too. There's only one more Spin Doctor, right?
True.
Also, yeah, you know that the Spin Doctor is no longer in server 2, which was also a question mark regarding the Stargate that the Trieste res kind of betrayed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, they have it. That's it.
Yeah, there's Mad Dash.
Mad Dash.
That has to be it. What can get out here? Border control? No, but that's it. Just a drafter. You don't need the Ika. You have your boat counters. You paid for that a long time ago. You're going to get here. That's an extra agenda point. Going to take the king cleanly to 7. Right under time as well. Good game to both players.
Sure enough. Wow, good game.
You'll see the king.
Yo, these servers are so taxing. If you don't have hyperbaric, like imagine you're playing an Anarch or like a criminal into this. Anarchs have ways to deal with it with like Hippo, but that's still going to be quite hard. You need that Shaperless to go the distance. You need that boat. You need that recurring credits. That might be one of our last rounds here. We're going to see the results very soon. It looks like that was a split.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
So I don't know whether that's going to do anything exactly for these two players, maybe on strength of schedule, but we're just looking at the results. We'll get the top 8 very soon here. I think all our pairings are reported.
They're in.
They're
top
in.
8, look at that.
All right, let's see the top 8 here. We have 5 players on 27. So coming at the top, Cahuita on 27 on 4 strength of schedule. We saw some amazing plays out of them. Aunthemod, Mao, Janktivist, I think climbed up a fair bit throughout that. Hotel Foxtrot. And then we have some 24. So it's going to come down to strength of schedule. Jose-san just made it on 3.33 as the last 24 point to get in there. The top cut is almost entirely HB with 2 NBNs.
Wow.
Wild. And in terms of it's just Shaper and Adam. Oh no.
Except for 2 Adams. 2 Adams. Wow.
We do see some difference. The Shapers, the Smoke made it, the Lat made it, the Padma made it. But that looks like it's what it's going to be there. 24s will make it through, but only 3 of the 24s. So strength of schedule is so important. Jose-san just making it through there while the Asa couldn't clinch that last game. I don't know. I don't think there's tiebreakers today. There's no like win it in games. I don't think there are.
No, I believe they just cut based off of strength of schedule.
Yeah, maybe we'll be corrected, but I'm pretty sure this is it. On things like Worlds with bigger player counts, there are win it in sometimes.
Yeah, I think that with the 8th, with Jose-san's SOS being higher than either 9th or 10th, I don't think there'd be a reason to do a play-in.
Wait, are there tiebreakers?
I didn't think so.
The Synchronous calling tiebreakers? Hold on. We need to hear from Nisa. Excuse us. Us on our side, we don't know exactly. We might have wanted to sort this out before, but it looks like there might be tiebreakers here. Hold on. We're going to just check in the chats.
Yeah, I'm seeing too.
Is there something you can read out? Because I'm not too quick at finding things.
Yeah, what I'm seeing in the chat is 3 tiebreakers. Jose-san versus
Kokoro?
Kokoro. Jose's going to Corp. Lucifer versus TF34. TF34 is going to Corp.
Wow.
We're getting a clarification on tiebreakers. Are they now or tomorrow?
Yeah, that's a big deal. Wow.
Now, but
for some of these players, that's really quite late in the evening.
Yeah.
So we'll find out. But there's still a chance that some of these players can make it up. Again, we saw the king throughout the day. TF34, also a very competitive player, a world's finalist for, I think, a couple years ago, if not last year. So we'll see if they're just going to be right now. We might have another round. Buckle up. If you thought you were getting away with only 6 rounds of Netrunner, you are gravely mistaken.
It is Functor versus the King. Functor will be corping on that one. Breakers are now. Everyone gets 10 minutes to catch their breath. Oh, man.
Okay. All right, no one's off the hook yet. We're gonna decide. So, sorry, you said. Can you read that one more time? It was functor. So it's 6, 7, 8, and 9 are playing.
Correct.
Okay, so there's only 5 players that are guaranteed. All the 27s, they're relaxing, they're laughing, while these players have. Is it only single sided? I take it.
Yes, it's just single sided. And they randomly chose Corp versus
Okay.
Run.
Well, look,
Um,
we weren't prepared for
so,
this.
So what we have is we have we have Jose-san versus Kokoro. We have Lucifer versus TF34.
Okay.
We have Functor versus the King.
Okay. Functor versus the King. Okay, so it's 6 to 11, right? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, cool. Look, we got tiebreakers. This is exciting. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a 10-minute break here to kind of rest our eyes, to get a drink in, stretch your legs, because this last round it's
You're
a
gonna
bloodbath.
need it.
You're gonna need
all
it.
the marbles.
We'll see you in a bit. Welcome back. Surprise final round coming to get you. You got to stay frosty at all times. My name is Andre from the Metropole Grid. I'm joined by Panzer. How's it going?
Doing pretty great. I did not realize we saw a fast break earlier. We saw game changers in the ban zone. We get overtime.
We are going straight to overtime. Craig, welcome to overtime as well. Hopefully you're holding on here. Sorry?
We got Netrunner After Dark, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. The games are going to start really soon. To explain what is happening here, so we have 5 players that are cleanly on 27. We're looking for a top 8 cut, so there's 3 slots that need to be filled. Now, because those slots are all of a different strength of schedule, or all of it the same score, but a different strength of schedule, we're going to take the top 6 contenders, and they're going to play each other for the final 3 slots. It gets a last redemption shot for these players, and I think it's only single-sided too, so we're going to see one side, and the 3 winners of those 3 rounds, of which we'll probably see 1.5, are going to make it on tomorrow. So there's all the way from the king upwards can make it on tomorrow. The 27s are all safe. They're all sitting there enjoying their dinner sandwich or morning sandwich.
We are good to stream on Lucifer versus TF34.
Perfect. And we'll pull in welcome again. This is the final secret level unlocked. TF34 there, a very strong player. I think came in second at Worlds. Was it either this year or the year prior? I think it was the year prior.
The year prior,
it got 2 years ago
by Limes, but made it all the way there.
Playing some good NBN back then, but this is Precision Design. Again, you've seen this in System Gateway. You probably played this yourself. We'll see how quickly this rushes into Remote. We'll see if there's the real upgrades, the Anoetic, the Manigarm, which these decks are struggling to deal with. They're not playing Pinhole Threading. We're not, of course, playing Light the Fire. So if you need to rerun back through some ice and spend all those boat counters on turn 4, that can be quite tricky. We'll see how TF34 jams it out, but they have a very jammy player. Lucifer on the other side. I think just playing...
You're Lucifer. What are you looking for in the opening hand here?
That's a good question. I think you definitely want the boat as soon as possible, rigging up to get that down. I think you don't want to go too much into the late game economy, like a single Rizeki, a single pad tap. That's probably a good start. Into the Depths is like dependent on what else you draw into your hand. Largely, you need the boat. But we're going fast here into the remote server, double install, and a hedge fund. Again, seamless launch could be an agenda as soon as turn 1. And this is not Boomerang. This is not Inside Job. You need to get down a real breaker or spend 5 to 8 credits for a boat as soon as turn 1. Who took a mulligan?
Because one of the interesting things about PD in Minicorps, this would just be 100%. This is a Rashida. I am going to rescore a Rashida. There's no other thing it could possibly be.
Whoa!
This could easily be seamless advance off-rolled office.
Whoa!
But we have a boat.
Creative Commission. Click 1 and 2 just to get the boat down, just to charge. We're through the magnet. That is an ADT.
ADT.
All out.
Okay. That was the opening hand you want. You want the economy, you want the boat, you want to slam into there, because Seamless Launch is going to get this Architect deployment test. An agenda we haven't seen in a meta list for, I don't think, ever. But this lets you look at the top 5, install a card, gets you that gas, you're going. The remote server is building up, hopefully faster than the boat is charging. Wild. What a turn. Luca for making the calls there, saying they were expecting Rashida, but hey, I'll take 2 points.
Casually.
TF34.
If you'll give them to me, I guess.
Had to work a bit hard for that one. TF34 now trying to do something behind a magnet. You know a second piece of ice is necessary for the endurance. There's a small chance it gets to enough counters, but you need to go through a piece of ice and hit it into the depths. That's not happening. So you might be safe on 2 end the runs. Separate ice, I mean.
Could easily be a Rashida here saying, if you would like to spend all of your endurance to come get this Rashida, sure, go ahead. Gives me another turn.
We'll see.
Could also just be Tranquility.
This list might be like Jinja-esque, right? The idea is, okay, maybe you'll get your Stargate. Who knows? But if I don't res any ice, you have to find your Stargate in your deck unless you're running my gross remote server. So maybe every ice is just remote server, right? That's an interesting way to play around into the depths.
Yeah. So is, in fact, going to run through, spend all of the boat counters.
Let's see that Tranquility.
Get one back.
It's a Nico.
Campaign.
Nice.
I think you can afford to trash this good as 0. That's just such a bad feel when you have no drip econ up.
Yeah. And that's good value for TF34.
Getting our second lat draw. Rizeki's down, Nico's up. TF34 wants to put stuff in the remote. As soon as they keep drawing and don't convert to anything, you have to worry there might be multiple agendas in HQ. So that is getting the ice. And any ice servers and into the depth servers, which can really accelerate the boat and get cards out of your deck. So you have to make sure that you're installing only when you really need to. I think there's agendas in there.
Definitely feels like it. Oh, hits a Rashida and R&D. That's a big hit.
Big hit.
TF34 would love that Rashida, I think. Just the sheer amount of tempo that it gives you as a deck like PD that can translate that tempo immediately into a runner. Come run.
You're not gonna win against Lat if you don't hit the gas at some point. There's nothing like Rashida to hit the gas.
This looks like an ugly draw. That Spin Doctor on the table. We have an upgrade in server 1. We'll see whether that's just the setup of the next turn's, what's it called? Tranquility Home Grid, excuse me. Whether that's a Managarm or Anoetic in the near future.
Curious thing, if this is an ugly draw, is that TF34 kept this hand.
Hoping that ADT, the Architect Deployment Test, might convert to something.
Ooh,
Rashida.
Yeah, I have a feeling that was going all in on ADT on turn 1 was why that hand got kept.
Yeah. And hey, the early aggression capitalized well.
Rashida.
Yeah, in fairness, most of the time I think you're totally safe, but
yeah,
Lucifer found like the one line that's going to get him in that server immediately.
It was a very unusual line too. It was Creative Commission for 2 clicks.
Yeah,
you don't see that very often.
No, I think here, TF34 just needs more ice. Right, Lucifer traded a lot of aggression there, and they don't have the economy to back it up now. They're working, getting their economy back with Beth and the Rozeki, but 2 ice on the remote server, 3 ice on the remote server. TF34 is okay. Tranquility Grid means we're definitely going to get an install here. So we want to get on the remote server. In terms of the ice, like things like Hagen, on top of the Spin Doctor, that must be a misclick.
Seems like a misclick to me,
Yeah, it seems like it.
Here's where JNet is asking you if you'd like to trash the Spin Doctor. Oops, wrong server. It's just about correct.
Correct.
So we'll get that into server 1. Trigger the Tranquility. Here with the Seamless Launch likely in hand. We haven't seen any so far, and we'd probably have one in hand if you're jamming out the Architect Deployment Test on turn 1. Just drawing a card, have enough money. Mind you, 6 hand size for this corporation, so we don't have to discard, especially, I think we're definitely going to get more installs here, though.
Yeah, would not be shocked to see ice on server 1. Oh, okay. Skunkworks or Void, potentially.
Some amount of upgrades. Second ice does help a lot against the boat. Mind you, this thing does have only so much time it can charge itself.
And here's where you start getting multiplying effects. Because if you have a Void or you have a Skunkworks, you potentially drag them through both of these ice multiple times now. It just stacks up so quickly. And we have a pre-res on Managarm Skunkworks.
Why would you do that? Are you playing around
Falsified?
Expose? Yeah, I don't know if Falsified shows up in a lot of these lists. We did see some earlier today, but I think that was in the other Padma list.
Correct. Yeah, I think maybe you're just worried about Tapworm. Just want to try to dip under that.
Beth. It was Beth.
That's a curious play. Oh, Beth. There we go.
Oh, yay. Yeah.
Yeah, huge res there. Very, very, very smart.
Oh, and Tapworm. Right on schedule.
There's the Pat Tap as well. So the drip is coming in the daily cast. You're going to get a fair few credits to start the next turn. I don't know if we're going to see a purge here, mind you. Cyberdeck Sandbox, the agenda that purged on its way. That rotating or getting banned, mind you, is the reason why the Tapworms are coming back in droves.
Yeah, unfortunately, with the Endurance on 4 counters now, it's a little riskier this turn to purge and let this potentially agenda cook. Could be a play, though. Definitely could be a play.
Yeah, if you're scoring a sandbox here, you're going to have more than 15 credits, that for sure. You can't duck that. Luminal would be okay. A lot of options here. If it's a 5-3, that's the worst case by a mile.
Would be really nice.
Tough to argue with Luminal at any point in the game.
Yeah.
It would be really nice now that just to purge, though. You know, get the Luminal purge. So much value off of that.
Since like this decision of, you know, this is the deck that you have to go fast against. Can you take time to destroy one of the 2 Tapworms? It's kind of hard. Paperclip in the bin, but Seamless Launch, we're going for the advancement instead. But hey, TF definitely took some time to think about double.
Oh, and a Seamless. Off-world office, 1 click left, though. Crucially, 1 click left.
That's huge. You can get something installed in the remote server. You're going to return that Seamless Launch to hand, so you can threaten another agenda, and you're going to get your Tranquility install in server 1. Love this. Getting a card draw, mind you. 5 cards in hand. Looking for.
Gotta go fast.
Going to get that Beth click. Going to get. What is it? 6 credits off drip? Wow.
6.
Man.
Congress is back in session.
Sure, Gamble is suddenly up at 12. 2 boat counters is enough to deal with this whole server. Unless this is something spicy like a border control on cell, you're going to have to think about it a bit. You can still get through this and deal with the Managarm easily. You're going to have to spend, I think, a click. Either all 3 clicks or half your boat and a click on the uncell, half more on the magnet. And at least that empties the boat.
I think you need to click because you need to save boat counters for the magnet. And you got to get into trash this Managarm too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
You can't just let that last sub on sell fire. You gotta break that one.
Yeah, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Is the whole turn worth 2 boat counters? I don't know. It doesn't feel exactly like it is. You're not getting the lat draw if you end your turn like this.
On the other hand, I don't think you can just afford to click through the on-sell and then jack out. That feels even worse.
Yeah, I agree.
This is a risky agenda. Like, you have full information that they can run through it. They can deal with the Managarm. They know what it is. You did pre-res it, and that, you know, ducking, obviously, the Beth is good, but it gives some fair information. Not that you're expecting
Like
too
not
many others.
agenda to me. This feels like a bait.
Yeah, is this a Nico?
We're going to find
Could
out.
easily be a Nico.
The Rashidas. We're through the magnet. The boat's empty. Mind you, if the run is not successful from the Managarm, and of course it will be, Lucifer can either spend 2 clicks or 5 credits. Money is generally easier to come by for this deck. Spin Doctor getting... Oh, it's another Spin Doctor.
I'm guessing it's second spin, yeah.
First one getting used, Seamless Rashida back into the deck. Second one probably getting rezzed. Again, this is a unique card, so if you want to spin up that dock, you have to, or you should, pop the other one first.
A good Roost Cruise, for sure.
Approaching... Wait, is it not a Spin Doctor? Because there's no window after the Tranquility.
Oh, interesting. It's off
Wow.
office.
Huh.
Huh.
Why use the Spin Doctor?
There's a chance if they think it's a Spin Doctor, they won't pay for the Managarm.
Yeah.
Oh, just a bluff. I was thinking maybe just to get the other. They were hoping to recur the second Seamless. So they wanted
that's a cool
just get it
play.
back in the deck.
You
Yeah.
pop the Spin Doctor, they think, oh, it's a Spin Doctor. I'm not paying 5, but you got to either respect your opponent or don't respect your opponent. It's one of the two. Huge bluffs. Tranquility getting its third ice. This is the window, right? The Endurance only has 1 counter, 14 credits. The deck doesn't have self-modifying codes. You do have that HQ open to Into the Depths, but again, the Endurance can't get through it. Man, that Spin Doctor play is sick. 3S on the remote server again. A lot of times these decks run border control, right? That's another really good way to deal with Endurance.
Yeah, obviously you run into... You want the Spin Doctors, you want the border controls, you want the Skunkworks, you want the Void. You're going to have to give up on having 3 of all of those, but I mean, 1 border control can just do so much work. When you have something like Skunkworks or you have, you know, Void to back it up, it's just plays into this game plan so well.
Of course, Lucifer knows there's a Seamless launch in hand. In terms of the 4-2 agendas, we're probably looking at 6 of them, 1 Luminal and 2 foods. I think that's enough agenda points. Oh, actually, it's different, right? Because it's only 18 to 19 agenda points.
Correct. Yeah. I'm just curious where this architect deployment test comes from. Like, what are you
Anything.
cutting to play that thing? Yeah,
Well,
I guess.
I think it's a sandbox, right? Like where the sandboxes used to be.
Yeah, it has to be the sandbox. I don't know. It's curious.
It's neat. I have no doubt that
I legitimately forgot this card existed.
yeah, there's 2 similar cards to this. One's your whole deck. One's the top 5 for anything. The other one's for ice. I forget the difference. But we're running R&D.
Is that remote enforcement?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, remote enforcement. Yeah.
Yeah, none of them saw a lot of play when they came out to date. I thought I'd install the spin last turn, not off-world. I'm tired. No, TF34. When someone says
the greatest bluff is when you bluff yourself.
Oh man, you could have just had that cool bluff play there. Anyways,
a good bluff. He had himself fooled.
Yeah, too good. Not going to take the credit for that. That's okay. It's a good thing we learned though. Spin Doctor. There's an option here. TF is considering to pop it. Just shuffle 2 unknown cards, or sorry, 2 non-agenda cards. They're all known from archives into R&D, just to lower the agenda density. It has a small effect, but if you're going to pop the Spin Doctor anyways.
And you definitely want the Skunkworks back at some point, so now seems like a reasonable time to do it.
Access off the top of R&D, trashing a mana.
Oh, it's the Skunkworks.
Not what you want to see.
Yeah,
just go back in.
Now Lucifer.
A second Skunkworks. Oh, that's brutal.
Those are good single accesses, of course. You could just hit an ice there, but Lucifer is going for singles instead of setting up, instead of getting breakers on the table. Acceptable outcome. Mind you, they're both on 6 cards in hand, of course. Okay, Lat has to discard 1. You're not going to get your draw. Mind you, PD a natural counterattack to Lat. Not scoring. Overinstall on server 1.
Overinstall.
Getting the tranquility credits,
on R&D.
Icing up R&D. And now the boat has very good access to Into the Depths, which can blow this game kind of wide open. It can get the breaker you need. It can charge up the endurance quite fast. So we'll see where we go here. Beth getting the card draw. Taphorn getting 2 credits. Rozeki for 1. Daily cast for 2. 18 credits. Lucifer can do a lot here. They're just basically choosing what they can do. There's not a lot they can't do. The remote is probably the trickiest thing, but nanotech.
Nanotech looking really hot against this on cell on the remote.
Now nanotech really
a lot better
ugly.
than it is on the drafter.
Yeah, the drafter is breaking for 5 credits. So bad. A big reason why nanotech kind of fell out of favor back in the days where HB decks like this started catching on, or Asa decks as well. But the access here, they do get to the Into the Depths trigger. We'll see whether they charge endurance or whether they want to search for something from their deck. Sometimes we've just seen a second Rozeki, but sometimes endurance counters go a bit further.
Mm-hmm.
Now the remote server, nanotech, is it 4 strength now? Yeah.
It is 4 strength on the remote.
Yikes.
So, not looking so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, not very taxing anymore. You paid 6 credits, they break for 3. And Into the Depths is charging the endurance.
Mm-hmm.
Finding a second unsell there on HQ. Yeah, you're really happy just to put a single drafter against any of the nanotech. Even the Ika shapers, you feel good enough about it. 4 counters on the endurance, Pat Dep coming down, and the second orb. Not getting the card draw. 3 cards. Offer sheet of 3 card draw. A lot of options here. We don't generally see fast advance in these precision designed lists. That's technically an option at this point. But server 1 now, you really need some amount of upgrades to increase the taxing ability of that server, but 2 Manigarms in the bin.
We're still drawing off this Tranquility home grid. Doesn't really instill me with a lot of confidence that he's found any sort of defensive upgrade.
Whoa, install advance? Next activation. Cool.
I was wondering if we would see this tech this weekend.
Yep. This is huge. Okay, so this is a lockdown, a new kind of card that showed up in Ashes. It's like the Currents of Yore, but they stand for a single turn. So there's one turn where Luke has to interact with this. It increases all Bioroids by +2 strength. That does help with the nanotech, but the biggest thing is that runners cannot use non-icebreaker cards to break subroutines. That means the boat is useless. The only card on the table that's going to interact with any amount of ice, mind you, Bioroid ice. Oh no, it's all ice. Whoa.
All ice. Yeah, all ice +2 strength, and you got to use a real icebreaker.
Yeah.
The boat is effectively docked this turn.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
Does next activation command prevent clicking through on cell?
It does.
Yeah.
Because those abilities are attached to a Bioroid. Bioroids are not icebreakers.
Yeah, super cool.
I mean, this remote just says no this turn then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you're getting through, but let's see if Lucifer can figure it out. He's much smarter than I am.
Now, the single advance in there sometimes looks like it's seamless launch to score at a global food initiative, but it could also just be like we've seen this before. TF has been doing this. Seamless launch, have a click left to reinstall another card. We're checking archives, 4 cards in there. IP block, not great in the matchup, no AIs, and then Magnet and the on-sell. So I think that was the on-sell we saw. A second daily cast coming down. Let's see what TF34 has brewing in this remote server. Man, you love that next activation command.
So cool. Definitely seems like either this is a seamless for a 5/3 or no seamless ready to go that wanted to spend here.
TF34 taking their time to think this one out. 7 cards in hand, a lot of options. Luminal, again, would be amazing. You have a whole turn to continue to build, but seamless to start.
Okay.
If this is Luminal, that's going to really open up a lot of possibilities for TF34's turn.
Yes.
Yeah, that's like 5 clicks, right?
Yeah, 5 clicks. I wonder if there's a line, depending on what's in TF34's hand, where you can score the Luminal. Oh, nope. Okay, never mind. I'll stop talking about Luminal.
Snuff is quite good still. 7 credits, 2 for the Pat Tap. Going to put you higher into the Beth standings. But you have one more click to jam here, though. If you jam, you don't have the next activation command click. I still think you could jam, like, you'd love to jam, I reckon, a Nico just to pull aggro.
Agreed.
1 click left. Returning again, the next activation command to the most impactful card in the matchup. So let's do a seamless count. We see, I believe, only 1 in the bin. I think 1 got shuffled back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Or was that the case?
I think 1 got shuffled in off one of the spin doctors when TF34 played himself.
And yeah, Into the Depths is starting here at R&D with the boat counters. You're feeling pretty good. A Gatekeeper, that's fine. 2 counters off the boat. This is awesome. So what does TF34 have to do to close the game? They have to find a food. They have to install the food. They have to advance the food and play next activation, next turn seamless. And they can close the game out actually very quickly.
Yeah, install advanced next activation command, I think, is the exact line that he should be looking into.
And it only takes one seamless at that point, and there are 2 left in the deck, so there's a reasonable chance it's in hand.
Now, the window is closing. Hyperbaric's on the table.
Oh, they found the next activation command. Oh,
that was R&D, yeah.
though.
That was an R&D.
It's not the one in HQ. Yeah, honestly, that seems like the reason for the second ice on HQ, next activation command. Last thing you want is for that to just get trashed.
This is wild. Like, one of the best cards that could be on server 1 is an Eli, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
well,
any barrier on server
just a
1,
Hagen, just any barrier.
Mostly what
Hagen
you want. Clip is in the bin.
Oh, never mind. Then the clip is a problem. Yeah, clip is in the bin.
I mean, Eli with next activation command.
Sure, but they can still clip it, no?
Yes, but it's a 6 strength though.
Yeah.
Plus,
so
you got to
it's
get
expensive.
through. On sell gets stronger as well. So now you're paying what, 5 to break through on sell?
So this gatekeeper taxed out the boat credits. It did make the drafter cheaper.
No,
they found the next.
Oh no, they found it.
2 credits just to trash that. Mind you, all of the lockdowns had trash costs in the corner. I think we got 1 for each faction and a neutral. You don't see a lot of them. This is probably the best. Okay, TF34 is game plan is just shifted. I wonder if this deck could be playing Elvigar as a way to score out as well, and then you get that recursion built in with precision design. That means you're not forced to score out a global food initiative.
Correct. No access to clot here for Lucifer. So
Yeah.
Certainly a possibility, though a slim one.
Taking our time. Boat at 2 counters. R&D, mind you, is free with the boat. It's very cheap with the hyperbaric because Stargate is a threat. MU is going to be a problem, but there's one more in the list. And we're at this point again where we still have to worry about that mad dash. That single mad dash changes so much. Where you just find 1 Stargate access, you just mad dash it, it's it. 2 spin doctors are out, right? Like, it's very easy to tell when the Stargate's going to connect. TF34 taking a think here again. You have the remote server, but I don't think there's any way that you're going to keep out Lucifer from the server.
This is a really tough spot for PD, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really, without knowing what's in the deck, it's really tough to know what the line is. I think you gotta hope that there's a 3rd next activation command or some way to bring it back that doesn't involve also scoring an agenda.
Yeah, is the line shore up R&D and find the last spin doctor, shuffle back the 2 next activation commands?
That would certainly be a line as well. Yeah.
Oof.
Because I don't think you're winning this game without one of them.
It seems really difficult to even score 1 agenda without it.
It's like these trashes have been so impactful. Like 2 Managarms down, 2 NACs down, the next activation commands. Like those are the cards that TF34 needs. And unfortunately, all of them have little trash cans with numbers in the bottom right corner. They've been hitting the bin.
People talk about multi-access like you need it. All you need to do is access the right cards.
Yeah.
You don't have infinite money to trash them with.
Yeah.
Easy game, easy life.
Infinite money has not been an issue here again. The tap arm, it's just going. The bad taps, they've been going. The Rizekis, they've been going. Like Lucifer doesn't have to worry about money largely anymore, and the deck still has creative commissions and sure gambles to boot. Dirty laundries into the depths. Like it's got everything for it. We're thinking here. TF34 knows that the chance of becoming the American Continental Championship might hinge on this turn. This turn's going to take a second. That's fine. Take your time here.
It should, I think.
Yeah. Because, of course, one of these players is going to make it on tomorrow to continue to play some more grueling Netrunner. What's the play here? The remote server, mind you, now... this on sale costs 3 credits. The magnet's going to cost some credits to get up to interface with the hyperbaric, but once you're there, you're good to go. And the outermost ice, I think border control would probably be the most annoying thing, but still, that's not a taxing remote server. Nanotech doing the work that Eco wouldn't exactly on this board state.
Border control does have the unique quarter case of making nanotech significantly worse against Ansel on the way back in.
Oh yeah, that's cool. You can goof with the math. It's
actually really funny. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really fun. Because we haven't seen a lot of influence. In fact, we've seen IP block and 2 spin doctor. So Anoetics actually might be in the list as well. Like we could see some big sinks of influence.
It feels like the exact deck that would be playing at least one Anoetic Void.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, could be on the full suite of border controls instead. I could easily see that as the play.
Toby thinking this one through. RD is technically a risk. It's easy to get through. There's a Stargate. There's a Mad Dash. Like that can close the game out sooner than you'd like. There's only 18 left cards in the stack. In terms of card draw cards, we've only played all the diesels. Okay, you're gonna be clicking to draw or getting lat draw from now on. HQ, mind you, is also not very taxing. It's 4 credits to get through, and you're dripping more than 4 credits each turn. But we're starting with the draw. Remote server gets an install. If you want to take the 2 credits off of that, you're going to give them to Luca for 2 with the double pad taps this turn. I'm not sure if you want the card draw. Is it optional? No, you have to. Whoa. That's not a May ability.
Interesting.
All right. Looks like it's a 2 credit party. Look for it going up to 10. TF on the 11 credits. We don't know if there's a seamless in hand. At this point, you'd imagine there is. There's only 11 cards left in RD, and there's another ice. 3 credits on the install. We actually have to zoom out a bit. Otherwise, the cards might touch. Back to Luca for here. 5 cards in hand means Lat can get the draw.
Oh, thinking whether it wants to overwrite the ice to get 1 credit back.
Yep.
Or potentially more if more ice get trashed.
A whole server.
I guess we'll see. I mean, I guess the magnet does a little bit, but not that much. Maybe you trash that. Maybe you trash the face down. I'm not. Yep. Yeah. The magnet's gone.
There goes the magnet.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's correct. The magnet's about to do next to nothing once this hyperbaric gets going.
Wait, you have to save 3 credits. That can't be right.
Yeah, that should have only been save 1.
Yeah. Try to get that op value from trashing a magnet.
That'd be sick.
Yeah, Luke first catching it there. Yeah,
it should just be 1. That's 1 correct.
I think the number in the top left corner catches you off. But yeah, the install cost, mind you, the install cost of this ice would be 3, but it should just be, or it was 4, it should be 3. So TF34 saying they're tired. It is very late, I reckon.
Yeah.
On where they're playing from.
Yep, wrong direction.
It's quite late. Everything gives you credits now.
My man.
Keep going.
Get this man a Red Bull.
You need a diesel, huh? Okay, I think we might be there. I'm not sure. Too many numbers went up and down. That sounds about right.
It should be at 9. It should be at 9.
Okay. Now let's hope that fatigue isn't going to impact the rest of TF34's game here. A card in server 1. A lot of thinking went into that. Mind you, not a lot of thinking maybe went into the magnet trash. That's where the surprise was. Okay.
Right. Calculations sending to NASA.
Yeah. All right. Pull out the slide rule. We got some stuff to do. All the money's coming in there. Daily cast, Rizeki, Taporn, Beth, Rizeki. Okay, cool. 16 credits, sick.
Casual.
4 clicks, 6 cards in hand after getting that lat draw. And we have some good options here. Again, server 1's probably quite runnable. I think the biggest issue would be maybe a Fairchild 3, something that forces the hyperbaric to strength. But of course, if that is a Fairchild 3, you can just endurance and trash a card, pay 3. That's cheaper in the short run, at least. Now, there was 2 cards drawn last turn, one from mandatory, one from I think like a manual click to draw. So HQ, maybe, but that's generally not where I think the game is when there's a card in server 1. Because I think the bigger pressure potentially is from a Stargate. You're going to run out of MU, but I just love that Mad Dash. That Mad Dash has been a real thorn in the side of a lot of corps.
Would be a fantastic drop here.
Luke is thinking this out. Again, I don't know if these rounds are timed.
They are. It's 35 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I believe we have about a little under 10 minutes, I believe.
Into the depths again. You're just running the server. This is a cheap server to run. This could be a faster endurance charge, but this actually could be a Stargate pull.
Could be.
And this HQ is a very cheap server to run. You're getting through 2 ice, so you get more value for Into the Depths. A single axis here. Gaining 4 credits. We're going to charge a card. Okay, so no Stargate, and you see the seamless there.
Mine's a seamless.
I think that's the card you most expect. Obviously changes the value of what's in server 1. Double seamless could be a 5-3 agenda. But we're charging it. We'll find out. 9 credits. If we res a border control, we're not resing a Fairchild.
No res on the ice that... Okay, here's a Fairchild.
There it is.
That might be why.
Yep.
Okay, you can dump your boat. I think you half your boat, and then you spend 3 credits. Or you can trash like a daily cast. It's comparable.
Hello, old friend.
Yeah, happy FC3 is back. You're breaking it for 3 credits. You'll be fine. We're gonna go through the on-sell. So 4 strength and nanotech is the magic number, and then that on-sell is gonna be broken for 3.
Yeah, and I think pretty crucially, TF34 left on 3 credits. That does still threaten seamless advance. So it does matter getting through here.
Yeah, there's no way you're not getting through this.
You have to, right?
Yeah. And maybe potentially 1 credit short of the border control. Border control into Fairchild is a much more interesting remote. Obviously, that will bankrupt TF34, and that's usually an issue. Fire all and broken. So it's either trash a card or pay 3. I feel like almost all these cards on the table are worth more than 3 credits. But we're going to trash a pad tap. Okay. On sell?
I think those pad taps are still doing work. What with this Tranquility Grid on the board and with R&D winding down.
Yeah. Keeping the money in pocket is definitely valuable for the near future.
And takes out the Tranquility as well.
We're wiping everything. That's the second Rashida. There's only 11 cards left in R&D. Again, we're only looking at 18 to 19 agenda points, very likely 18. And so far, we've only seen 8 of them. So there's definitely cards in, maybe 1 in HQ, but I think R&D could be quite ripe. And a dirty laundry for single axis. There you go.
Enough, there's Luminal.
Okay, Mad Dash, you don't have to worry about it anymore. It's not going to matter. But TF34 now understands that they can't like jam an agenda in the remote server if they're not guaranteed that's going to go through. Install 2 credits. I don't know what this could be.
Still 14 credits on Lucifer's side. This is a very, very tough place to be if you are PD.
Yeah, it feels like maybe another Tranquility Grid, but
there's a small chance it's the food. If it's double seamless, that could be it. So Lucifer might have to, check the respect. Otherwise, you could probably pivot to Stargate. Just see 1 agenda. That could be it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why you wouldn't check the remote here.
Pride. I don't know. Yeah, thinking.
Sure.
Yeah.
I don't need to. Maybe you do. 5 credits means also you can res a border control or something on the outside, but then you're no longer threatening agenda scores, so you could potentially consider jacking out past. I think you actually do want to get the border control to pop.
What are the chances this is a spin doctor in server 1, looking to get like a next activation and also protect against Stargate?
Yeah, that's true. I know that's one of the, I'm going to say downsides of playing this lat deck. Obviously, it's performing very well, but people know your list, so they know the threats. So they're allowed to say oh, I know a Stargate's going to come down in this Shaper list, which is not a sentence you could say with confidence, a month ago. So you might see those proactive, spin doctor plays. We're also coming to the end of the deck. Spin doctor is going to, I guess you draw 2, but shuffle 2 back. I don't know. That might draw some HQ pressure right after.
Well, it looks like the other 2 games, the other 2 tiebreakers are finished. So
okay,
when this game wraps up, we will have our top 8 confirmed.
There's a border control TF34 dipping down to 1 credit. Now this, you'd have to vote. Actually, no, we have a paperclip, don't we? Yes, we do.
Paperclip is in the bin.
Yeah, that's huge. Now, if you want to install a break, that's going to be 6 credits. Looking for thinking about it. You're knowing that you'll have to run through this twice, which means the endurance is not going to get there. So you'd have to probably hyperbaric. You can't click through the Fairchild 3 now. This is actually that single click for credit. I wonder what the math was at, but it removes the Fairchild 3 clicking.
Do you have to run back this turn?
No, you don't.
Yeah.
Not with TF34 at 1 credit.
Yeah, if they had money, yes, but they don't.
And I'm hoping Lucifer saying in chat is really him thinking about how he's going to break this border control, not whether or not he's going to break this border control.
Yes.
I think leaving this PD deck on 4 credits is okay. There's paperclip coming.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, if that fired, they have the money to score out, so you can't. But are we going to keep going? That could be the winning agenda. You don't need to do this. You could.
Yeah, don't have to continue.
Probably going to cost you another card and 3 credits, because I would assume you're going to boat to break 2 of these subs, and then just pay 3 or trash a card.
Yeah.
On sell only costing you 3, so yeah, you can access.
With this much money, it's still a struggle to get hyperbaric up to speed. In so many games we've seen that are fast, the hyperbaric's not doing it.
Yeah.
Fire all. You boated through most of it. Against endurance is now technically empty. If you want, you could pop the border control to deny the endurance a token, but they can just run archives. I'm just checking archives. I think there's only 1 seamless in there, right? So in theory, this could be an agenda score. The credits willing, which is not the case. Yeah, Rashid will be the worst case here. On sell, 3 more credits. Lucifer dipping low. Take that Tapworm. We get access here. So what could we be? Could definitely be another Tranquility. Rashida's, there's only one left. A Nico we've seen. This is expensive.
Or do we see the border control? Yeah, this is expensive.
Wow, we see the border control.
There is the BC.
So that's, as you mentioned, Cranked, I think that Ansel gets a fair bit stronger, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, the server actually is arguably upgraded as a result of this border control pop.
With 2 clicks left, they can click through some parts of the Ansel. If that's a winning agenda, though, like you don't have to do anything now. It's going to be their next turn, barring some wild intervention, excuse me. Maybe you can get like a next activation after getting some amount of credits, but like I don't know. I don't think they're playing like fully operational. Like I don't know how you get money on this low credits. Maybe a Rashida. Rashida would be good.
Yeah, especially given off-world offices are all gone. Even if it is credit seamless, gonna be down on 0 credits at the end of it.
Yeah, maybe you can get a free res of the architect deployment test, but that's largely it. And then still you have to score out another agenda.
You still have to get the credits to actually score that agenda is the problem.
Lucifer thinking that's out.
I don't think there's a way to score GFI on 1 credit, right?
No.
Not that I can. Unless there are cards in this deck that we haven't seen.
Yeah.
And don't expect.
Yeah. I think you're...
Get enough RLCs, I think
you could do like red level clearance, seamless audacity, but that's definitely not this list. We're running here R&D.
Yeah.
Gatekeeper, 2 credits for the hyperbaric. That's time on the round. Whoa. So
what happens? So if this is an agenda in server 1,
TF34 could score it and go to tie.
Yeah, you can go credit.
Wait,
double
what?
seamless. Yeah.
I believe Lucifer would still win in that case because Lucifer was the higher seed.
So no matter what TF34 does here,
unless there is some way we haven't thought about to somehow get a 5-3 off the board with 1 credit, it seems like this is Lucifer's game.
Might as well go for it. Yeah, that's right. I respect that. How do you go for it though? Actually, you can't. You can't. I don't think you can. This is my last click. Yeah. Okay.
I think you just run HQ for single, like single access HQ.
Or we run HQ.
Yeah. Why not?
Yeah. Perfect.
You break this for all your money. That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You would like to win off of points. We're never going to find out what's in the remote server.
Yeah, it's sad.
Continue runs a Fairchild 3 in HQ. Okay. So Lucifer emptying all of the coffers, ending on exactly 0 credits. Going to still get the lat draw, and TF34 could seamless here. But unfortunately, still, that is only going to be, unless this is a 4-3 agenda, there does exist an agenda. JK, it's GFI. Oh, good game.
That would have been a truly legendary time to reveal I'm actually on that 4-3 that you can't score the turn.
Vulnerability on it, yeah.
Vulnerability on it.
Oh, wow.
That would be a true "you're already dead" moment.
Yeah.
Oh man, 1 credit short. Admittedly, that changes how Lucifer plays. Understanding the credit differentials they would consider running server 1, but that was close. I wish I hadn't installed an agenda by accident. It seems accurate.
Yeah.
Yeah, that might have been the punt that did it for TF34. I legitimately wonder if this game.
It was that
changed the whole game.
Yeah, for
sure.
That close. This game was so. This game was absolutely down to the wire.
Okay, I think we're at.
But it's crazy that 1 misplay, that like TF34's deck is so tech to beat Lat, and yet all it took was 1 misplay to undo him.
Yeah, for sure.
So here's a fun fact: of the 3 tiebreaks, the 3 higher seeds did in fact win.
Okay, that's good to know because we're not going to get an update here on Cobra, so we're just going to read it through because we can just read 1 to 8, and we organically got there. So the top 8 players we're going to see tomorrow, barring anyone dropping for any reason, we have Cahuita on the top on Sportsmetal Adam, aunthemod playing Precision Design and Lat. We saw Mao playing a pretty wild Acme Consulting and a really cool Smoke that's playing all the twinning stuff, all that fun stuff. Janktivist on Adam and Precision Design, Hotel Foxtrot on Reality Plus. I'm not sure if that was the Drago Sword of Prison, and Lat, of course. And we have Functor and Lucifer both on Lat and Sportsmetal, and then Jose-san finally on Asa Group and Captain Padma, the only Padma on the top. So it's a shaper meta. We got some atoms in there, and atom is
I'm
largely
not.
just another shaper, right? That's kind of how that works. And then we
I
have
think one of these was even on boat.
yeah. I don't know. Is it Janktivist who's on boat?
Janktivist is on boat. Yeah.
Oh, wild. Okay, the most shaper atom you can build, and then it's only some purple, so a lot of HB, and then some NBN decks. And I don't know if the Reality Plus is the one that we're thinking of. It might be the Prison deck. I think that's going to be hard into the lat meta for sure. But the
Yeah.
Acme deck is actually, I think, really well tech to the boat meta. We've seen that one, and I think it can do the thing that it wants to do well against a shaper field.
This is going to be a really cool top 8, I think. There's a lot of good players, a lot of good decks. There's a fair amount of lat in this top 8. There's a fair amount of purple in this top 8. All of the games that we've seen this weekend, though, they have been interesting. Like, there are a ton of decision points.
They've been good. They've been really, really good. Like, you don't always get good, fun Netrunner games to watch, but this is coming down to, like, making the right decisions, into exciting plays, into the traps, the twists. Like, we've seen once in a, like, Netrunner lifetime stuff on stream. So if you're just tuning in now, I recommend you to go back and watch the VOD, because you're in for a treat. We've seen some of the best games I've seen this year.
And notably
against Asa.
Yeah. And huge on that note, we want to give a big shout out while we're giving so much focus, obviously, to the top 8 contestants and all the ones that have really pushed themselves to the cut and performed and practiced their decks and done all that good stuff. Huge shout out to everyone who's participating in this tournament, to all 65 people that came out today to participate in organized play. The stuff only happens if you show up and you get involved. I know the top gets so much more attention, but I hope everyone from 9 down still had a fantastic time, made some friends, played some good old Netrunner, won some raffles too, I suppose. And that is going to be our stream today. I want to give some huge shout outs to the people I was lucky enough to share the mic with. Firstly, Neuropanzer, you've been here all day. It's been an absolute treat. Thanks for joining.
Absolutely. Very happy to be here. Saw some fantastic Netrunner today and excited to see more tomorrow.
And of course, Crank, thanks so much for joining us. I think it's the first time we might have been able to commentate together, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
I've enjoyed being on the mic. I've enjoyed seeing our new shaper overlords, and as always, shout outs to username equals pants.
Right on. Again, huge shout outs to Nisei for organizing this event, but there is more tomorrow. They're not done. We'll be back here tomorrow. We're starting around, don't quote me on this, I should have known ahead of time. It's around 1 o'clock Eastern, but the point that I don't know is good, because it's going to recommend that you go ahead and hit that follow button on the Twitch account for Project Nisei. You will get an alert when we go live. It's in about 12 hours, give or take, so hopefully we see you there. Huge shout outs to the OP team and everybody getting this stuff together. We'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully you bring your net running equipment. Pack that sandwich, because we got a top 8 cut. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao.